Our story kicks off in the Xuan Tian Great Continent, Dongxing Kingdom in the Heavenly Spirit Domain, a totally epic world of cultivation, at a place called the Heavenly Demon Sect. It's the freaking Empress's wedding day. Up the steps leading to the main hall, everyone's gathering, chatting, and having a blast. The butler is all smiles, greeting the guests. The ceremony's about to start. Please, honored guests, come on in and party. Greetings, Dharma King Zhang. Hello there, Master Liu. Inside the main hall, it's decked out like crazy. Double happiness characters, streamers, curtains, carpets, even the tables and chairs are all red, red, red. People are packed in like sardines, totally buzzing with excitement. Just then, Lin Xiaojiao, a powerhouse at the Diwang realm and the third prince of Dongxing Kingdom, shows up. An old servant respectfully guides him to his seat. Third prince, this way please. To the VIP table. Seeing him, a couple of dudes start gossiping. Isn't that Lin Xiaojiao, the third prince of Dongxing Kingdom? Yeah, what a talent. They say he's already a Diwang realm expert at such a young age. Still a far cry from the Empress's Shendi realm though. Speaking of cultivation realms in the Xuan Tian Great Continent, they're divided into these levels. After watching the mighty third prince swagger past, one of the gossiping dudes gets a little salty. Still, he's way stronger than that good-for-nothing Ning Tian living off the sect. 3 whole years and he's still just a martial artist. He then adds, I can't for the life of me figure out why the Empress would pick that one. How can a goddess pick that shrimpy? The other dude, hearing him run his mouth like that, turns pale, face-palming. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Demon Sect, a dude in a bright red wedding outfit is slumped on the bed, face buried in his hands, muttering, Never thought Ning Tian would end up as a time traveler, and in a place where everyone can cultivate. This guy is Ning Tian, a 1-star martial artist and errand boy in the Heavenly Demon Sect. He looks up, whining about his fate. But why am I still just a martial artist after freeloading in the Heavenly Demon Sect for 3 years? Ning Tian holds up his arm, checking out his outfit, thinking, this getup is pretty cool. Then, he's surprised again. But how can a loser like me be marrying the Heavenly Demon Empress today? Something's gotta be wrong here. Outside the room, a shadowy figure suddenly appears, staring intently at Ning Tian's silhouette inside. Then, creak, the door is pushed open. Standing in the doorway is a woman with an absolutely killer figure. Curves for days. This woman is gorgeous, dressed to kill, and oozing an aura of high-class nobility as she strolls in, clicking her tongue. You're awake? This is Luo Wuxing, a Shendi realm powerhouse, and the Heavenly Demon Empress herself. Without any beating around the bush, she says sternly to Ning Tian, listen up, this wedding is just for show, got it? Seeing the stunning woman in front of him, Ning Tian can't help but blurt out, ah, Empress. Seeing his excited face, she warns him sternly, if you dare to have any funny ideas, don't blame me for being heartless. Hearing the Empress's cold words, Ning Tian freaks out in his head. Are you kidding me? I'm already screwed enough as it is. Suddenly, a system activates in his brain. Oh, he thinks happily. Yes, with a system, I can defy the heavens, change my fate, and ditch this loser status. Seeing Ning Tian sitting motionless, head drooping on the bed, the Empress asks, did you hear what I said? But he's busy trying to connect with the system, figuring out how to use it, so he doesn't hear a word she said. Ning Tian keeps chatting with the system in his head. System, don't play dead, answer me. System, the Empress, seeing that he's not reacting, and not even bothering to look up at her, gets annoyed, and snaps, I'll ask you one more time, did you hear me or not? Ning Tian is trying to focus on connecting with the system, but her voice keeps interrupting him, so he snaps back, shut up, I'm busy. This is the first time someone's dared to be so rude to her, especially a good-for-nothing like him. The Empress's eyes widen, staring blankly at Ning Tian, followed by a burst of anger, and she hollers, Oh, you said what? In this moment, all over the Empress's body is flowing Ling Qi, and she radiates as bright as a torch, ready to burn everything around her. Ning Tian immediately snaps back to reality, panicking. Crap! I was too into it and forgot she was here. This woman would probably kill me like swatting an ant. Too scared, he tries to explain. But the fear has scrambled his words, and he can only stammer, I said. Suddenly, the system interface pops up in his head. Congratulations, host, on completing your first shock and awe. Reward. Aura Suppression Skill, Single Use. The aura suppression effect can suppress the opponent for 3 hours. preventing Ling Qi usage. Glancing through the system info, Ning Tian thought with a mix of joy and doubt, so that's how the shock system works, huh? Could this reward be because I just scolded Luo Wuxing? Thinking about it calmly, the difference in our statuses is just too huge. Ning Tian, sweating, boldly pondered. So before she gets what she wants from me, this woman definitely won't kill me easily. I can totally use this time to shock her a few more times. After thoroughly thinking things through, Ning Tian mustered all his courage, got up, and walked in front of the Empress. He raised her chin with his hand, saying provocatively, I'm your husband. Do you have any objections to what I say? As soon as Ning Tian finished speaking, the system screen displayed again. Congratulations to the host for completing a common shock. Reward. Blood Qi Pill. Blood Qi Pill is used to regulate meridians and restore physical fitness. Seeing that what he did brought immediate results, he happily muttered to himself. Just like I thought, strike while the iron's hot. The rewards from the system made Ning Tian bolder. He recklessly reached out and touched her chest, not forgetting to flirt. If we're already husband and wife, shouldn't we do the things that husband and wife should do? Causing the Empress to widen her eyes in astonishment, her cheeks blushing as she asked, What are you saying? The system announced again. Congratulations to the host for completing an intermediate shock, automatically absorbing Blood Qi Pill. Currently, every second absorbs Ling Qi 10 times faster. The level of martial arts comprehension also increases by 10 times, and the speed of cultivation also increases by 10 times. Now, Ning Tian was overjoyed, cheering inwardly. Yes! Finally, I don't have to be a useless bum anymore. Ning Tian was closing his eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual power in his body, when the Empress roared in extreme anger. Do you want to die? At the same time, she thrust a palm strike towards him. Bam! With a loud sound, Ning Tian was sent flying backward onto the bed, dazed. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the situation. Inwardly lamenting, Looks like I went a bit too far. Luo Wuxing, still not appeased after giving him a palm strike, flew towards Ning Tian, who was lying down. The Empress pressed down on his neck, angrily asking, Tell me, how do you want to die? Seeing her murderous expression, Ning Tian thought in horror. Seeing that the dangerous situation seemed to be threatening his life, Ning Tian ordered the system, activate aura suppression. Just as he called out to the system, it was also at the moment when Luo Wuxing was about to punish him, this rogue man. Suddenly, she stared at him in astonishment. Then she looked down at her arm and asked herself in surprise, What, my Ling Qi? Why did it suddenly? The Empress blurted out. How is it possible? I can't even use a bit of strength. And so, the Empress fell with a thud onto Ning Tian's body. Looking at the Empress's body collapsing on top of him, Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! I almost got killed. Luckily, the system reward came just in time. He thought in a panic. Only 3 hours. Even if I run now, I won't get far. Once the time runs out, I'll definitely die. Gotta risk it? Pushed to the brink, Ning Tian flipped the Empress over, pinning her under him, and decided to consummate their marriage. Luo Wuxing, seeing this, cried out in shock, threatening, You dare! Ning Tian, looking at the girl lying shyly and helplessly under him, thought with a mix of surprise and smugness. Seeking wealth and honor in danger, might as well surrender obediently. Let me show you what a true great shock is. Then he reached out and pulled down the curtain, and so a wild scream from the Empress echoed out. Immediately, the system screen popped up. You have shocked the Heavenly Demon Empress. Ning Tian continuously attacked the Empress on the bed, causing her to moan, ugh, in pleasure, her hands constantly clutching at the bedsheets. The system announced again, You have shocked the Heavenly Demon Empress. And so, after each thrust and moan, the system reported a shock, dude. 3 hours later, the rice has been cooked dozens of times. Ning Tian walked to the window, holding a hot cup of tea in his hands, and said with a helpless expression, The deal is done, it's no use killing me now. After all, I'm still useful to you, aren't I? The Empress lay face down on the bed, her face full of frustration, but thinking about her dignity and the big picture, she tried to restrain herself. If I kill him now, there's no way to get the Heavenly Demon Scripture, and the Heavenly Demon sect will have no chance to rise again. She dejectedly struggled to sit up, looking with shame at the traces of her virgin blood still on the bedsheets. A moment later, seeing the Empress get up to put her clothes back on, she coldly said, Tonight, the great Heavenly Demon wedding ceremony will still be held as normal, making Ning Tian jump in surprise. He was stunned, blankly watching Luo Wuxing's figure walk out the door. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Just as I thought. I'm still useful to her? I'm seriously crazy? Daring to do that to the goddess? At this moment, the system screen displayed, "Congratulations, host, for completing the 9 worlds shocking achievement. Reward. M years of cultivation." Ning Tian couldn't believe his life was blooming so quickly, so he whooped and hollered with excitement. Inside his head, the system continuously announced, "Host has broken through to 2-star warrior. Host has broken through to 3-star. Host has broken through to 9-star warrior." He stared blankly at the streams of Ling Qi constantly circulating into his body through his arms, then excitedly thought, "Normal people need 10 years to reach this realm, but I did it in an instant. Moreover, my realm is still constantly increasing." An hour later, the system reported, "Congratulations, host, for breaking through to 6-star Xuan Warrior Master. Attribute panel has been activated. Hosts can use this panel to check their attributes." Ning Tian grinned with joy, thinking, the leveling up is finally over. The system screen continued to load information. Host: Ning Tian. Strength: 6-star Xuan Warrior Master. Physique: Divine Body. Cultivation Method: None. Cultivation Speed: 10x. Martial Arts Comprehension: MX. Ling Qi Absorption: MX. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the floor and began to try circulating his energy to absorb Ling Qi. He wondered, "What's the Divine Body Physique system? Explain a bit." But after a long time, he still heard nothing. He called again. "System, just like before, nothing," he said in frustration. "If you don't answer, fine. Anyway, I now have some means to stay in this world." After that, Ning Tian looked with interest at the Ling Qi radiating from his palm, then happily said, "I don't care how useless the original owner was. Now, I'm someone who likes to eat soft rice." Ning Tian got up and walked out the door, resolutely saying as he walked, "So what if my wife is the Empress? There will come a day when I will make everyone know that I, Ning Tian, also have the qualifications and strength to stand at the top of this world." Sometime later, the dusk began to cast a pale, reddish-pink hue across the sky of the Heavenly Demon Palace. The Master of Ceremonies announced, "Now, please welcome the 8th-generation leader of the demon sect, Empress Luo Wuxing." The Empress, dressed in a red bridal gown, was walking down the red carpet into the hall, with 2 maids holding her train, and 2 other maids scattering flowers behind her. The guests at the ceremony gazed at her face, which was barely visible behind her veil, and exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, this is the majesty of a god-emperor-level expert. My legs are going weak." As expected of the Empress, who is both talented and beautiful. Lin Xiaojiao, holding a glass of wine, sighed sadly, thinking, "The Empress is indeed worthy of her reputation, but it's a pity she has to marry the wrong person." A man with a weathered look turned to talk to him. "I heard that 3rd Prince Xiaojiao has secretly admired the Empress for a long time. In my eyes, only the 3rd Prince of Dongxing Kingdom is worthy of the Empress. He was Mad Beast Cultivation Earth King Realm, the identity of the Mad Beast Sect Master he deliberately provoked. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't stand by and watch the Empress marry a good-for-nothing." Hearing him say that, Lin Xiaojiao trembled with anger, but he tried to suppress his emotions, then raised his glass and gulped down the wine, saying painfully and helplessly, "The Empress's affairs are not something I can interfere with." He wiped the wine that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, thinking resentfully, "But I want to see just what kind of person this good-for-nothing who dares to marry the Empress is." The Master of Ceremonies' voice continued to ring out, "The Empress has arrived. Next, please welcome the Empress's husband, Ning Tian, below the banquet table." Everyone began to whisper, "I heard that the husband the Empress chose is a low-level disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, and his cultivation is only a 1-star warrior. I heard that, other than his handsome looks, he has no advantages at all." The Master of Ceremonies tried hard to shout again, "Ahem, next, please welcome Ning Tian." Calling and calling, but no one came. Some guests impatiently said, "Why hasn't that good for nothing arrived yet? How dare he be late for the Empress's wedding ceremony?" A moment later, Ning Tian hurriedly ran in, panting, shouting, "I'm here! I'm here!" He stopped, bent over with his hands on his knees, and said breathlessly, "No one told me this place was so far from my place. Running here has exhausted me, he thought annoyedly. Luckily, my cultivation has increased a lot. Otherwise, with my previous cultivation, I wouldn't have been able to get here even if I ran for a whole day. After that, Ning Tian smiled and said, "Sorry I'm late. It's my first time getting married. I have no experience. Please forgive me, everyone." His words were sincere and without malice, but everyone at the banquet felt it was extremely rude. Lin Xiaojiao's face also darkened with anger. The guests were stunned, thinking, "First time getting married? Please forgive me? Is this guy being deliberately disrespectful? Rumor has it that this kid is just a errand boy from the Heavenly Demon sect. No wonder he lacks etiquette." Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Xiaojiao angrily stood up, slammed the table and shouted, "You dare to trifle with the great Empress and dare to come up with excuses? You have a death wish." Seeing this guy suddenly fly off the handle, Ning Tian indifferently retorted. The entire Heavenly Demon Palace seemed to be shaken by Ning Tian's words. Everyone was dumbfounded and stunned. Murmurs arose from the tables, while the system in his head congratulated him non-stop. This guy even wants to be a rogue with the Empress. You have successfully shocked the third prince of Dongxing Kingdom. What a pity, the Empress had to suffer the humiliation of marrying this good-for-nothing. You have shocked the holy maiden of Tianqi. I heard the Empress doesn't get close to men. The screen displayed a notification congratulating the host on completing 4 shocks, receiving the Heaven Realm Martial Art Heavenly Demon Palm, and increasing martial arts comprehension tenfold, successfully comprehending Heavenly Demon Palm. A few seconds later, the system reported that Heavenly Demon Palm had been mastered. The "you have shocked" notifications from the system kept popping up in Ning Tian's head, making him think smugly. Indeed, the wedding scene is a huge treasure trove. Even a skill like the Heavenly Demon Palm can be learned in an instant. Watching Ning Tian support the Empress as they walked forward, Lin Xiaojiao couldn't swallow his anger and thought, why him? Is he just a little better looking than me? In terms of strength, I'm definitely not inferior to him. I, a dignified third prince of Dongxing Kingdom. Jealousy clouded his reason. Lin Xiaojiao angrily punched the table. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce red light. I'm no better than this bug. Then he reached out towards Ning Tian and shouted. Afterwards, he frowned menacingly and challenged, I must protect the dignity of the Empress. I challenge you. Do you dare accept? The guests, seeing a good show about to unfold, eagerly discussed. In terms of strength, the third prince has been outstanding since he was young. He must be unwilling. That's right. Who would have thought the Empress would choose someone so inferior to her? A Diwang realm going crazy over a 1-star martial artist? Hehe. Lin Xiaojiao stood proudly, pointing at Ning Tian in a gentlemanly manner. I conceal half of my strength. Luo Wuxing glanced at the 2 men through her veil, but said nothing, only observing silently. The wild beast licked the wineglass in his hand and laughed gleefully. Lin Xiaojiao smiled sinisterly in his heart, full of ambition. Hehe, even if I seal half of my strength, defeating a trash like him will be as easy as blowing out a candle. 2 men looked up with interest and disgust. That's the third prince of Dongxing Kingdom. Even if he seals half of his strength, he's still far beyond ordinary people. There's a good show to watch. Ning Tian, without any panic, scratched the back of his head and said cheerfully, All right, I accept your challenge. He excitedly thought, this is the perfect opportunity to use this guy to shock everyone. Seeing Ning Tian not afraid at all and happily accepting his challenge, Lin Xiaojiao arrogantly said, Ignorant fool, sealing half of my cultivation is enough to crush an ant like you. He channeled Ling Shi into his palm and continued snobbishly, HMPH. Let me see what you have that makes you worthy of the Empress. Most of the guests supported him. The Dongxing Kingdom's prince makes sense. The Empress should marry a prince or holy son with powerful strength. A thump sound was heard. Ning Tian calmly walked towards his opponent. He laughed excitedly, thinking, Since you've come looking for trouble, don't blame Ning Tian. He politely gestured. Guests from afar should go first. But Lin Xiaojiao was an arrogant man, so he laughed haughtily and said, HMPH. I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed by the whole world if I make the first move. He smiled condescendingly and said, I'm still giving you a chance to make a move. Ning Tian totally saw that coming and thought, just waiting for you to say that. Then, without a second thought, he said, Then eat this. As soon as he finished talking, he moved his hands, gathering Ling Qi in front and behind him. Lin Xiaojiao scoffed at the sight of Ning Tian flailing his arms like he was weeding a rice paddy. Unstable stance, shaky Ling Qi, your move is a joke. The guests at the party shook their heads in disappointment, Seeing Ning Tian prancing around like a clown, the great elder of the Tianma sect scowled. All the prestige the Tianma sect has built over the years, ruined by a piece of trash. The second elder covered his face in shame, saying, "This errand boy has a weak mind. He fell for the bait so easily. Why isn't Her Majesty acting? I'm dying of suspense." Ignoring the jeers and gossip, but as he spoke, he launched himself toward Lin Xiaojiao. Ning Tian thrust his hand toward his opponent with all his might and shouted, "Enough to kill you." Then, a small Ling Qi ball shot out from his palm, swirling with chaotic energy. Lin Xiaojiao laughed dismissively. "Ha! That's some scary pose, but where's the fart? Can your cultivation even handle that palm strike?" At this moment, the Ling Qi ball that Ning Tian launched grew larger and larger. Lin Xiaojiao barely finished saying the word fart. Lin Xiaojiao broke out in a cold sweat, panicking and gaping as he screamed. The great elder of the Tianma sect was stunned and jumped to his feet, asking, "What? That's the Tianma palm?" The second elder of the Tianma sect also exclaimed in disbelief. "That technique, he actually knows it?" Lin Xiaojiao, while using both hands to defend, wondered in surprise. "He's just a martial artist. How does he know martial arts from the realm?" Then, realizing the situation was bad, he thought, "I have to release the seal." But no matter how much he yelled, "Release, release, release," nothing happened. At this moment, he was utterly terrified and wondered to himself. Then, he looked coldly at Luo Wuxing, guessing, "Could it be Her Majesty suppressing me?" And, as Lin Xiaojiao thought, on the other side, the female emperor was sitting on her chair, one hand slightly lifting the veil, the other hand creating a long chain with her Lingkongqi. Lin Xiaojiao's wrists were tightly bound by that chain. He only had time to cry out silently in his mind. All the while he kept screaming internally, "You're just a piece of trash. How can you defeat me? Because you are Lin Xiaojiao, not Jun Xiaojiao." An earth-shattering crash echoed throughout the Tianma hall. Seeing Lin Xiaojiao sent flying and smashed into a pillar by Ning Tian's Tianma palm, causing it to crack and break, and seeing him slumped pathetically at the foot of the pillar, the attending guests jumped up in shock, throwing them into chaos once again. That trash. What just happened? Lin Xiaojiao actually lost? That trash just used the Tianma palm. The people of the Tianma sect were the most shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes, constantly questioning themselves. The Tianma palm is the Tianma sect's martial arts. How could this piece of trash learn it? The great elder of the Tianma sect cried out in dismay. How is this possible?" The second elder was no better, saying in confusion, "This kid actually won. He actually didn't let us lose face." Even Luo Wuxing was completely surprised by Ning Tian. She thought with suspicion, could it be that he really is the key to the Heavenly Demon Codex? What's more, this afternoon he even dared to think about. She blushed, looking down at her body, and then dazedly thought, could it be that, at that time, my Ling Qi suddenly disappearing was also because of his trickery? At the same time, the system in Ning Tian's head sent a notification. "You have successfully shocked the Empress Luo Wuxing, completing the shock chain. You have successfully shocked the elders of the Heavenly Demon sect, shocked the divine masters of the Supreme Divine Land, completing 4 shock chains. You have successfully shocked the Holy Son of the Sky Vault Holy Land, completing 3 shock chains. You have successfully shocked the Palace Master of the Upper Divine Palace, completing 5 shock chains." The system screen then announced, "The entire venue is shocked, completing the Wipeout achievement, completed the host's shock chain, causing the entire venue to be shocked. Reward, Divine Charm Physique." Ning Tian thought with a delighted smile. "As expected, there's a big reward," the system explained. The Divine Charm Physique helps to upgrade charm without limits, making the host a flower that blossoms wherever he goes, loved by everyone he meets. After that, the system began to infuse the Divine Charm Physique into Ning Tian's body. The women in the main hall suddenly changed their attitudes. They looked at him with infatuated eyes, saying, "Suddenly I feel he's so handsome. Ah, is this what it feels like to be moved?" The great elder of the Heavenly Demon sect was also moved, exclaiming, "Ah, this old man's heart is also blossoming." The second elder of the Heavenly Demon sect clasped his hands together, expressing affection, saying, "Little bro, How about a Shunan Dao Lu? The others, both male and female, constantly spoke affectionate words for Ning Tian. This pretty boy got the divine charm physique reward from the system, makes Ning Tian felt like he's actually cheating on his wedding. Speaking of Luo Wuxing, Ning Tian unconsciously looked at her, then wondered, why doesn't she have any reaction? Suddenly, there was a weak voice coming from behind Ning Tian. When he looked back, he saw Lin Xiaojiao, who still hadn't accepted the harsh reality and was staring blankly at him, asking, why? Didn't everyone say you were trash? Ning Tian looked directly at his face, asking, trash, huh? Then he closed his eyes and laughed loudly, confirming, that's right, I really am trash. A man who saw Ning Tian's confusing way of speaking wondered, what does he mean? Why did he suddenly admit he's trash? Another person also spoke up, asking, is this kid self-destructing? Ning Tian put his hands behind his back, walking towards the door of the main hall, leisurely saying, as a cultivator, if you can't ascend to the heavens in one step. While walking, he turned his face back to ask, what else are you other than trash? Two other guests widened their eyes, irritably asking, ascending to the heavens in one step is very difficult. Now, how many people since ancient times have been able to do it according to your wishes? He calmly explained, the heavens and earth are vast, and humans are small. The world must have great cultivators, who can support the heavens and tread the earth, move mountains and fill seas, command the wind and summon the rain, with nothing impossible. I, Ning Tian, can acknowledge my own identity. Hearing the words arrogant, frog in a well, overly proud and braggart genius coming from his mouth, one person angrily retorted, braggart genius, huh? Afterwards, the crowd huffed and puffed, and then vomited blood in unison. The great elder of the Heavenly Demon sect broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, if you can't ascend to the heavens in one step, then you're all trash. Well, what a ruthless method. The second elder of the Heavenly Demon sect offered an explanation. Those normal holy sons and princes are all regarded as talents. These words are precisely to shatter their Dahaho hearts, causing qui deviation. The gang at the Tianma Hall was watching Ning Tian chill and watch the sunset. Meanwhile, back at Tianma Hall, Ning Tian couldn't care less about all the trash talk. In a flash, he spun around gracefully and headed back inside. The Grand Elder stroked his beard and asked, Ning Tian, where'd you pick up your Tianma skill? Then, showing a knowing expression, the Grand Elder quickly changed the subject, worried that if he kept going, the sacred hearts of the holy sons and princes here would all shatter into pieces. Ning Tian replied casually, the scripture pavilion, duh. He thought to himself, can't tell them the system gave it to me. The Grand Elder hesitantly followed up, the scripture pavilion. Ning Tian stroked his chin and said, I used one. Then he trailed off, pretending to ponder. On the side, the Grand Elder asked hesitantly, 1 year? He thought to himself, if I say 1 minute, it'll sound too fake. Gotta bump up the time a bit. After a moment of careful consideration and mental calculation, Ning Tian struck a pose like Zhang Jia and declared decisively, 1 day. I used 1 day. Only 1 day. The entire hall erupted once again. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. What? How is that possible? The second elder's eyes bugged out. His jaw dropped, and he stammered, 1 day? No way. Absolutely impossible. The dude next to him slammed the table in shock, nearly sending plates of food flying. The Grand Elder went stiff as a board, slumping back into his chair. Everyone's reaction left Ning Tian utterly confused. He scratched his cheek, wondering, what's the big deal? I even deliberately set a time 1,000 times longer. After a few minutes of regaining his composure, the Grand Elder stood up, walked over to Ning Tian, and said, the Tianma skill is super hard to master. Normal people wouldn't be able to cultivate it successfully, even if they spent a year on it. Even the Empress only took 3 days. And you... Then he grabbed Ning Tian's arms and shook him vigorously, exclaiming excitedly, the ancestors have blessed us! Our Tianma sect has finally produced a genius disciple who can rival the Empress. The second elder and the other disciples cried tears of joy, shouting, heaven has eyes! One young master stared at him in awe, commenting, just seconds ago, he was saying that you can't just skyrocket to godhood, which shouldn't be called a genius, but it's obvious. He can comprehend the most difficult martial arts in a day. The young master next to him also expressed his admiration, saying, He's simply the genius among geniuses. The system got startled and reported. The Tianma sect's Grand Elder couldn't contain his emotions and dove into Ning Tian's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Afterwards, wiping away his tears, he lamented, "Let's make this short and sweet. Our Tianma sect's important matters can't be delayed any longer." The action both startled Ning Tian and made him feel a bit amused. He looked towards the ceremony officiant and said with annoyance, "What are you standing around for?" Upon hearing this, the officiant shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The musicians started playing a lively tune for the entire sect's joyful day. "Ooh!" The officiant shouted again. "The newlyweds pay respects to heaven and earth." Seeing Ning Tian walk side with Luo Wuxing, preparing to kowtow in the wedding ceremony. "Ning Tian, if only we had met sooner." One impulsive dude stood up, clapping his hands with a beaming smile, saying, "What a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven." Seeing his action, Ning Tian sneered inwardly, thinking, "Huh! He was calling me trash a second ago, now he's saying we're a match made in heaven? First bow to heaven and earth." As he bowed, he realized a profound truth. It seems that no matter what world you're in, the strong are always respected. It's an unshakable principle. Second bow to the ancestors. Luo Wuxing bowed her head in respect, praying silently, "I hope everything is, as the Tianma statue said. Marrying this person will allow me to obtain the Tianma scripture." Flashback to a few months ago. At the Tianma sect. At night, behind the Forbidden Mountain, was a place called Tianma Forbidden Ground. Luo Wuxing opened the door and walked in gloomily. Inside, she approached a giant stone statue, the deity of the Heavenly Demon sect. Looking at the majestic statue, placing her hands on a sword stuck in the ground, Luo Wuxing looked up, hesitatingly asking, If I marry that good-for-nothing, will you, as promised, give me the Heavenly Demon Codex?" She worried about the impending war, so she muttered to herself, "In half a year, the 5 emperors, 3 sovereigns, and dual emperors will besiege the Heavenly Demon sect. Only by breaking through to the God realm can we fight. To break through, we must have a God leading the way. Legend has it that cultivating the Heavenly Demon Codex can obtain that object." 10,000 years ago, the Heavenly Demon sect clearly stipulated that the sect leader must marry someone with a divine physique to obtain the Heavenly Demon Codex. Luo Wuxing naturally knew this well, so she resolved, "Even if he's a useless trash incapable of cultivation, I must marry him." She waved her hand, lighting a torch in the forbidden area, and steadfastly declared, "I will absolutely not stand by and watch the Heavenly Demon sect be destroyed." Back to reality in the wedding hall, the host's voice still echoed, "Husband and wife, pay respects." Watching the newlyweds performing the final rites, the guests burst into discussion. "The Empress is still the one with the discerning eye. That's right, I was blinded. The more I look at this groom, the more outstanding he seems. In less than a year, our Heavenly Demon sect will have another Emperor Realm expert. With his talent, he's absolutely worthy of the goddess." After gathering some intel, Mad Beast cast a wary glance, thinking, "There's no time to delay. I must quickly inform the sect leader." At the same time, in the Heavenly Spirit domain, in Dao Ming, where a sect stood tall on a towering mountain, a person said as he placed his teacup down on the table, "2 elders. The demonic path is rampant these days. The demons have once again put the Heavenly Demon sect at the forefront." That person continued, "Eliminating the demonic woman Luo Wuxing is the first step in our plan. How far along are the 2 of you in your preparations?" The speaker was Zheng Tiandadi, the Righteous Path sect leader, a God Emperor realm cultivator. He was an old man with white hair and beard and a white robe and sword eyebrows. The elder replied, reporting to the sect leader, "Everything is prepared. We are just waiting for your command. That demonic woman is hiding something up her sleeves." Sitting next to him, Tianfeng elder sipped his tea and mused, "Suddenly marrying a piece of trash. The Heavenly Demon sect is lively today." Zheng Tiandadi spun a bright blue Ling Qi communication jade stone in his hand, which was glowing and making a sound. At the same time, he said, "I heard about this, also. Mad Beast just contacted me. Let's listen together." The Ling Qi stone emitted a circular Ling Qi wave with Mad Beast's face appearing in it. He frantically announced, "Sect leader, a big thing has happened." Zheng Tiandadi asked, puzzled, "Mad Beast, aren't you the sect leader of your own sect? Why are you so flustered? To answer his doubts, Mad Beast continued, Luo Wuxing has been fooling us. The person she married isn't a piece of trash at all, but a peerless genius. Sword Eyebrow Elder surprisingly asked again after hearing this. Peerless genius? Tianfeng Elder had a knowing expression, saying, I knew it wasn't that simple. Mad Beast began to recount. That guy is Ning Tian. He pretended to be a useless trash. I followed your instructions and provoked Lin Xiaojiao to challenge that trash to a duel. But who knew that Ning Tian wasn't trash at all, and even defeated Lin Xiaojiao with one palm. He learned the Heavenly Demon Palm in one day. He has the qualifications of a great emperor. Sword Eyebrow Elder expressed his skepticism, saying, Zhang Tiandadi angrily crushed the Lingqi communication jade stone, saying, to think that we were tricked by that little girl Luo Wuxing. Unable to withstand the shock, he slammed his hand on the table, with a stern face. We must investigate Ning Tian's identity thoroughly. If we don't eliminate the Heavenly Demon sect, the Heavenly Spirit domain will never be at peace. Switching the scene to nighttime. In the Empress's palace, Luo Wuxing was sitting at the vanity, while Ning Tian sat motionless on the bed. Neither spoke to each other. Ning Tian glanced at the Empress and wondered to himself. Today, many people in the main hall reacted to my divine charm physique. Looking at Luo Wuxing indifferently brushing her hair, Ning Tian heard his heart beating wildly in his chest. He lowered his head to calm himself, muttering, Ning Tian, get a grip. Ning Tian, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, thought, I'm vaguely becoming the female emperor's husband. If I didn't have the system, I don't even know how miserable I'd be. Who knows how many more Lin Xiaojiaos will come looking for me. To stand firm in this world, you gotta have the strength. Unable to resist the female emperor's alluring appearance, Ning Tian blushed and softly called out, System, activate the divine charm physique. He hesitated as he walked towards the female emperor, eagerly thinking, while no one's around, let me shock her again, see if it's the same as during the day. Ning Tian smiled and called out, Wife! Luo Wuxing glanced at him through the mirror, indifferently asking, What is it? Seeing her turn her head to look at him, he stood his ground, raised 2 fingers, and said with a flirtatious tone, A spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Shouldn't we be doing what we should be doing? But immediately after, the female emperor acted uninterested, turned her face forward to continue combing her hair, and said with a disdainful tone, I know your physique is special, it might work on little girls, but it's a little weak against me. New. Ning Tian slapped his forehead, disappointedly thinking, as expected of a goddess with a Tao heart, she must be as firm as a rock. Suddenly, Luo Wuxing pulled off her outer robe. This action made Ning Tian's eyes widen in a daze, wondering, could it be that the charm physique is only now taking effect? Seeing the female emperor take off her outer robe, revealing a red spaghetti, shunna-strap nightgown, he became even more excited, his face involuntarily flushed red, his mouth agape in disbelief. The female emperor slowly walked forward. When she brushed past Ning Tian, she deliberately touched her chest in a seductive gesture, saying, having lustful thoughts but no guts. Teased by the beauty, Ning Tian turned his head and said with an uncomfortable expression, Who says I don't? The female emperor calmly sat down on the bed, smoothing her hair with one hand and channeling her qi with the other, teasingly saying, Besides you, is there a second person here? Seeing her voluptuous figure, Ning Tian couldn't take it anymore, and gleefully pounced forward, while saying, For the dignity of men, I'll prove it to you now. A wave of energy from the female emperor's hand shot towards Ning Tian, causing him to freeze on the spot. He cried out in alarm, Ah! What are you doing to me? Then he tried to struggle but couldn't move. The female emperor leaned back on the bed, facing inwards, and replied, Nothing, just suppressing you with a little Ling Qi. You can just stand there and sleep tonight. Ning Tian angrily roared, Hey, if you have the guts, release me. Let's not fight strength, the real sword is on the bed. The night grew later and later. Inside the female emperor's room, Ning Tian, with dark circles under his eyes, wearily thought, It seems she really doesn't intend to release me today. There's no way around it. The gap between me and her is too big. Helpless and unable to do anything else, he sighed, and said to himself, I should still cultivate first. Sooner or later I'll let her see what's what. Strength is the most important thing. Having figured it out, Ning Tian began to cultivate wholeheartedly. After a wedding night with no action, Ning Tian wandered outside the courtyard, rubbing his arms while muttering and cursing, Damn it, Luo Wuxing, this heartless woman, actually made me stand all night. He looked at his hand and sighed dejectedly. After a whole night of hard cultivation, I only reached 7th star Xuan Martial Master. Only leveled up 1 star, the speed is still not fast enough. At this moment, the system screen displayed a suggestion. The host can choose a place with abundant Ling Qi to cultivate. Hearing this, Ning Tian stroked his chin and pondered. Abundant Ling Qi, huh? Based on my previous memories, I do know such a place. A moment later, in a place with an extremely large source of Ling Qi called the Di Yuan Training Ground, the Ling Qi of the Heavenly Demon Sect is all gathered here. Seeing Ning Tian sitting and absorbing the strong flow of Ling Qi, not bad, it's him, the powerful figure in the sect lately. That's right, Ning Tian excitedly thought, as he felt the amazing power being converted into his body. I didn't expect the Ling Qi here to be so dense and pure. Indeed extraordinary, however. After absorbing for a while, he rested his chin and sighed. Still not fast enough. The surrounding disciples widened their eyes and exclaimed when they heard him, "That's not fast enough. That Ling Qi is pouring into his body." After pondering for a while, Ning Tian decided to go big. He frowned and muttered, "Looks like I can only unleash my full power and cultivate at 10 times the speed." After saying that, he immediately increased the speed of absorption. His hands circulated qi, creating a strong suction force to gather more Ling Qi, the system announced. Absorbing Ling Qi at 10x speed, unlocking spiritual power. Suddenly, the space between the streams of qi shook violently. The Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were startled and shouted, "Earthquake?" A disciple discovered the cause originated from Ning Tian, so he pointed at him and said, "It's not an earthquake. It's him." An enormous and dense stream of Ling Qi was flooding into Ning Tian's body. The system notified again. "You have disturbed a group of disciples, rewarding Xuan, Fika-grade martial art movement technique. Although your legwork is already at an M level speed." Afterwards, Ning Tian stood up and strolled away, thinking as he walked, "There's a lot of Ling Qi in my body now, but I don't have a cultivation technique to support it." Ning Tian walked up to a beautiful woman and politely asked, "Hello. Where does the Heavenly Demon Sect collect its cultivation techniques?" The girl blushed and awkwardly replied, Reporting, Ancestral Master. They are all in the Scripture Pavilion. Today is the day it opens for disciples." That's right. The Heavenly Demon Sect seems to have a Scripture Pavilion, which contains many cultivation techniques. Ning Tian turned around to leave, not forgetting to say, "Okay, thanks." Suddenly he stopped, turned his head, and asked, "What did you call me, Ancestral Master?" Then he sulked and thought, "I'm still an adult. Just over 20, how did I become someone else's Ancestral Master?" The girl stood respectfully and explained, "It's the Heavenly Demon Sect's rule. The person who becomes a spouse of the Empress will become the Ancestral Master." Hearing this, Ning Tian smiled and suggested, "Ancestral Master is too old. I think it's better to call me Big Brother." Having been allowed to call Ning Tian Big Brother, and with the charming physique emanating from him, the girl went crazy with joy. She kept muttering, "Aha! Ancestral Master Big Brother is so handsome." Scene changed to the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Demon Sect's Scripture Pavilion. It was a 5-story pagoda. In front of the pagoda, there was a long queue of people waiting for their turn. Ning Tian stepped behind a man and asked, "Are you all wanting to enter the Scripture Pavilion? With such a long line, how long will it take to get to your turn?" The person in front didn't turn around, but still answered his question. The Scripture Pavilion contains all the martial art cultivation techniques that the successive sect leaders have searched for their entire lives. It's not strange to line up for 3 days and 3 nights. When the two turned their faces and recognized Ning Tian, they were stunned and shouted, "Oh, Ancestral Master!" Hearing about Ning Tian's presence, the beautiful women began to rush over and surround him, their faces showing admiration and happiness. "It really is Ancestral Master. Ancestral Master is so handsome. I also want to marry Ancestral Master. Let's elope, Ancestral Master," the men said jealously. Ancestral Master's charm is truly extraordinary. Not only did he marry the Empress, but he also stole the hearts of all the hateful female disciples. If I had even a fraction of Ancestral Master's charm, that'd be great. Suddenly, a figure appeared and shouted in front of the Scripture Pavilion, "What's all the commotion?" Causing the girls to be startled into silence. This person was Ji Yu Yan, an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect. He walked out sternly, looking angry. "What kind of discipline is this?" Seeing his presence, someone cried out in fear, "We're done for, it's Elder Gu Yan." A man covered his mouth and whispered to the person next to him, "He's known as a conservative and strict person. He was demoted to the scripture pavilion because of a conflict with the Empress." Another person said, "Being targeted by him will definitely lead to a lot of suffering." Seeing Ning Tian, he raised his hands to his neck with red eyes, seemingly wanting to beat him up. But in the next second, he clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Gu Yan pays respects to ancestral master. Everyone was shocked by this strange scene and began to stir. "Our elder Gu Yan? This is the first time I've seen him so respectful to ancestral master," another person explained cautiously. "Ancestral master is very famous in the Heavenly Demon sect now. Plus his unfathomable strength, it's normal for Elder Gu Yan to admire him." Then he raised his head, offered an ancient tablet with both hands. "Does Ancestral Master want to go to the Scripture Pavilion? This key can open all the floors of the Scripture Pavilion. Ancestral Master can observe at will." Ning Tian looked at him, secretly appraising him in his heart. "This Elder Gu Yan isn't as strict as they say. Isn't he quite efficient?" Ning Tian took the ancient tablet and observed it, then asked, "I just need to hold this tablet, right?" Gu Yan closed his eyes and respectfully confirmed, while also advising, "That's right, but this old man will say more and remind you. The higher the level of the Heavenly Demon Sect Scripture Pavilion, the higher the grade of cultivation techniques. Correspondingly, the requirements for strength are also higher. I wonder which floor Ancestral Master wants to go to." After asking, and not hearing him say anything, he opened his eyes, looking blank, and asked, "Ancestral Master." At this moment, Ning Tian had already used the soaring dragon steps to fly high and replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Tian had already arrived directly on the 5th floor. Watching Ning Tian like the wind flying around to the top floor, Yan Ji admired and thought. As expected of Ancestral Master, a single word broke the Tao hearts of dozens of holy sons. Truly unfathomable. Everyone below also stared up and began to discuss. The 5th floor? I thought that in terms of strength, the 3rd floor was Ancestral Master's limit. Even the most outstanding successor disciple can only go to the 4th floor. The 5th floor besides the Empress, right? Ning Tian pushed open the door to the 5th floor, thinking to himself. The Ling Qi in my body is piled up like a mountain now. Naturally, I want to choose the best cultivation technique. Without any worries, Ning Tian cheerfully stepped inside. He mumbled the names of the cultivation manuals in front of him. High level cultivation technique, Shuan, Nectagrade, Star absorption technique. Of course, I have to choose the best cultivation technique. After searching for a while, Ning Tian said disappointedly, but these cultivation techniques can only open up to a dozen Ling Qis at most. Far from enough. Suddenly, he noticed a glowing green scripture scroll floating in front of him, and blurted out, that is. Holding it in his hand, Ning Tian happily said, High level cultivation technique, Demon King skill. He cheered with joy. This is it. Then he started to open it and read. Instantly, countless ancient characters flooded into Ning Tian's mind. The system announced, using 10 times the comprehension speed, comprehending Demon King skill. Host has comprehended 1/10 of the Demon King skill, reaching the glimpse of understanding level. Host has comprehended 3/10 of the Demon King skill, reaching the minor success level. Ning Tian just continued to comprehend like that. He felt the source of spiritual power running through the spiritual meridians inside his body. Then it formed streaks of Ling Qi swirling like lightning, enveloping his body. The streaks of Qia began to radiate more and more, rising high and spreading throughout the 5th floor of the scripture pavilion. A loud bang resounded. Everyone guessed with curiosity. What's going on? The ancestor must have found a powerful cultivation technique inside. I wonder how many spiritual meridians the ancestor can open up at once. Suddenly, a voice came from the ancient jade pendant. Ancestor Ning Tian. Ning Tian silently asked. What is it? He thought to himself. Telepathic communication. Yan Ji explained from below. There is a restriction in the scripture pavilion. The access jade pendant allows communication between people inside and outside. Ancestor. There was a strange phenomenon outside just now. This old man was worried that something might have happened to the ancestor. Ning Tian interrupted him, complaining. There really is a big problem. Too few spiritual meridians opened up. Yan Ji encouraged. Ancestor, don't be discouraged. Normally, Opening up more than 10 spiritual stones is already not bad. Ning Tian looked at his hand, clicking his tongue and complaining. The spiritual power in my body is clearly more than half left. Elder Yan Jiyu, unintentionally hearing those words, stared blankly and shouted. The limit for opening spiritual meridians for the Demon King skill is 100. Only immortals can do that. In just half an hour, this comprehension ability is too heaven-defying. The system announced again. You have shocked Elder Ji Yan of the Scripture Pavilion. Rewarding God-level cultivation technique, Celestial God Record. You have received Celestial God Record. Can unlock Celestial God Physique. Ning Tian looked at the Celestial God Record cultivation technique, feeling puzzled. Another Celestial God Physique? Ning Tian touched the Celestial God Record and thought to himself. The martial arts cultivation techniques of the Tiangshuan world are divided from high to low into 5 grades. God, Celestial, Earth, Xuan, Huang. Celestial God Record is a God grade cultivation technique, the highest grade. Ning Tian closed his eyes and commanded, System, cultivate Celestial God Record. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification appeared on the screen. Using 10 times the speed to comprehend Celestial God Record, Ning Tian sat cross-legged and began the process of cultivating the new technique, allowing the stream of spiritual qi to begin transforming into his body. However, the stream of spiritual qi was pushed back by the spiritual bodies, unable to flow in. What's going on? Why can't I absorb spiritual power anymore? While still stunned, Ning Tian's eyes suddenly widened. His pupils contracted, and quite a few blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed his neck, then screamed. Feeling the stream of spiritual qi beginning to flood into his body, Ning Tian experienced extreme pain. At this moment, the system screen displayed a notification. Host has comprehended 3/10 of the Celestial God Record, achieving some success, activating Celestial God Physique. As the system displayed the words activating, a golden aura circle appeared beneath his jade body. Ning Tian sweated profusely on his face, thinking to himself that even with n times faster cultivation, with the current Xuanwu master strength, he can only comprehend 3/10. Now the Celestial God Physique has been activated, causing strange, twisting rays of light to emanate from the outside of the tower. Seeing the anomaly, a woman turned to ask that elder Ji Yan what it was. Ji Yan began to explain. During cultivation, spiritual qi will converge into the dantian like a long river. The more spiritual qi, the more beneficial it is for the cultivator. But only when the ling qi is extremely abundant will a vast ocean form. Inside the 5th floor of the tower, seeing Ning Tian's body being pushed higher by the aura while he absorbs all the surging ling qi from around him, the people below couldn't help but widen their eyes and shout, Quick, look! The founder and the spirit sea are shooting straight to the sky. Is the founder trying to suck all the ling qi out of the Heavenly Demon sect? Elder Ji Yan, sweating buckets, exclaimed. So young, yet he already has such a plentiful spirit sea. Truly this old man admires him. Suddenly, an old, white-haired elder flew from the high mountain peaks, shouting furiously. Recognizing the elder, those present gasped, shocked, and cried out, It's the Supreme Elder! Isn't he in seclusion? Another speculated. The Supreme Elder must have successfully broken through, reaching the Divine Emperor realm. The old elder who landed was none other than the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect. Seeing his appearance, everyone respectfully greeted, Greetings, Supreme Elder! Elder Ji Yan also clasped his hands and said, Congratulations, Supreme Elder, on breaking through to the Divine Emperor realm. With 2 Emperor realm experts like you and the Empress, who would dare bully our Heavenly Demon sect? The Supreme Elder suddenly flew into a rage and yelled, Break through my ass! It wasn't easy to find that bit of spiritual ling qi, and now it's all gone. How am I supposed to break through now? Then he irritably asked, Who the hell caused such a commotion? Ji Yan cupped his hands and replied, Supreme Elder, you've been in seclusion for a year, so you're unaware. The one causing this phenomenon is the Empress's husband. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder was taken aback and asked, That girl Luo Wuxing got married? Who's the lucky guy? Someone from the great Emperor Divine Palace? Or the misty Holy Lord? Ji Yan respectfully answered, Neither. He's just a disciple of our Heavenly Demon sect. Hearing Ji Yan's answer, he was extremely disappointed, then grumbled unhappily, What? A nobody disciple? What qualifications does he have? Marrying a regular disciple is worse than marrying an Emperor Realm expert. Just then, an extremely powerful pressure descended, instantly forcing all the disciples to kneel, accompanied by an authoritative voice. He certainly has the qualifications. Luo Wuxing descended gracefully, radiating divine splendor. "Greetings, Empress," the still annoyed Supreme Elder questioned. "Wuxing, the orthodox sects are already watching our heavenly demon sect like hungry wolves, ready to pounce at any moment. If you want to get married, you should at least choose a husband with strong power, not just some random punk." Luo Wuxing reminded him unhappily. "Supreme Elder, please watch your words. I am the Empress, and my affairs are none of your concern." Realizing her status in the sect, the Supreme Elder lowered his voice and replied, "Yes, Empress." A person who witnessed the scene couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect the Empress to disregard the Supreme Elder's face for the sake of the founder." Ji Yuyan covered his mouth, subtly reminding him, "Keep it down!" At this moment, at Ning Tian's location, being lured by the spiritual energy from his body. Below, people started discussing heatedly again. It's the Holy Light Lightning Tribulation. Isn't the founder cultivating a technique? How could he attract a lightning tribulation? Cracking and snapping sounds rang out. Azure auras, like enormous lightning bolts, could be seen continuously striking Ning Tian. Seeing this phenomenon, the Supreme Elder had a different view of the Empress's husband. Questioning his life choices, he said, "Wuxing, is your husband really just a regular disciple? With such talent, it's entirely possible for him to reach the Emperor realm in a day." The people standing nearby grumbled in their hearts, thinking, "Supreme Elder, you weren't saying that just now." Luo Wuxing, full of hope, thought, "He's using the lightning tribulation to open his spirit veins? Is it because of his divine physique? In that case, the path to becoming a god isn't far away." Suddenly, someone pointed toward Ning Tian and shouted, "Look everyone, the spirit sea is dim and has no light. It seems to be exhausted." Indeed, at this moment, at Ning Tian's location, the aura surrounding his body was weakening due to the impact of the lightning dragons. Ning Tian was still trying to resist, but the dragon's head seemed about to swallow his body. At that critical moment, the Empress took action to help. She used the spiritual energy from her body to push Ning Tian higher while instructing those below, "Watch here. No one is allowed to approach. I'll protect him." Luo Wuxing flew up, raising her hand high, adding more spiritual energy to Ning Tian. After a moment, she entered the spirit sea surrounding Ning Tian's body. He closed his eyes, thinking, "I didn't expect transforming the lightning dragon into spirit veins to require so much spiritual energy." Suddenly, Luo Wuxing felt the spiritual energy in her body gradually transferring to Ning Tian. Below, people continued to discuss animatedly. Who besides the founder could receive this kind of treatment? Seeing that the absorption hadn't stopped, Luo Wuxing thought in surprise, "He wants to suck all my spiritual energy dry. He has a big appetite." Even so, she happily accepted it, even using her hand to push more spiritual energy toward Ning Tian. She thought excitedly, "Let me see how much you can absorb." With the help from Luo Wuxing, Ning Tian quickly absorbed the aura from the lightning tribulation, successfully opening the spirit veins in his body. However, the power from the lightning dragon was too terrifying. Real quick, Ning Tian's Lingqi meridian opening process was done. As soon as it finished, a streak of Lingqi sliced across Luo Wuxing's clothes, tearing a big gash in it. She was shocked, and her face flushed red as she blurted out, "Whoa." Right then she felt her body being pulled towards Ning Tian. "Thanks, wifey, for sacrificing your clothes to protect me." He stared at her flushed face, and those longing eyes fixated on her melons, making Luo Wuxing grit her teeth in embarrassment and annoyance. Luo Wuxing threatened, "Have you stared enough yet? Before I make a move, back off." Seeing her stern attitude, Ning Tian sweated bullets, forced a smile, "Hee," and released her. Ning Tian wondered, "Didn't expect the Empress to lend me a hand. Looks like she really doesn't want me to die." The aura from the lightning tribulation had completely dissipated, returning a beautiful, clear blue sky. Against this backdrop, the handsome guy and beautiful girl were gently descending. Suddenly, Ji Yuyan turned and asked, "Supreme Elder, how many Lingqi meridians did you condense back when you were doing this?" The elder rummaged through his memories, and then responded, "This old man was considered a genius back in the day. I had 18 Lingqi meridians." Then he looked up at the two figures landing on the roof of the scripture pavilion, silently estimating, "This kid's got outstanding talent. Opening 4 Lingqi meridians is no big deal." To find out for sure, Ji Yuyan waved his hand and shouted loudly. "Ancestor, how many Ling Qi meridians did you open?" Ning Tian hesitated, and then replied, "Let me see." He quickly checked over his body, then looked dissatisfied. The Supreme Elder was petrified upon hearing 199 Ling Qi meridians. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he stammered, "Oh, 199? Ji Yuyan also spoke with shock no less than his. And lightning tribulation Ling Qi meridians? End of part 2. Ning Tian's borrowing the power of the lightning tribulation at the scripture pavilion to open his body's Ling Qi meridians not only caused a stir throughout the entire Heavenly Devil sect, but also attracted the attention of the Eastern Qing Kingdom's royalty. After pinpointing the source of the strange phenomenon, the old imperial physician ran in to report. Reporting to the ruler, the location where the lightning tribulation anomaly occurred is at the Heavenly Devil sect. The man with the solemn aura sitting on the high and mighty throne was Lin Ba, ruler of the Eastern Qing Kingdom. Now, after receiving this information, he roared furiously, "It's the Heavenly Devil sect again!" He recalled the image of his beloved son recently looking pale and gloomy, constantly frowning, cooping himself up in his room, and resentfully continued, "Ever since my son Xiao Jiao returned from the Devil sect, he's been completely out of it, with a mental illness that's hard to cure, just like a good-for-nothing." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lin Ba glared at the old imperial physician and ordered, "Tian Lao, you immediately contact the Orthodox sects. We will discuss sweeping away the Heavenly Devil sect." However, the close aide spoke with some concern. "Ruler, the Empress is there." Hearing this, Lin Ba flew into a rage and yelled, "So what? The Heavenly Devil sect is located on the territory of the Eastern Qing Kingdom. Now, their power is growing stronger and stronger. I've always worried that sooner or later they'll replace the royal family. If we don't eliminate them now, when will we?" At the same time, on the peaks of 3 mountains, there were 3 grandmasters observing the strange phenomenon in the sky. They were the Alliance Master and the 2 elders of the Orthodox sects. Alliance Master Zheng Tianda wondered in amazement. To think such a great lightning tribulation has appeared. Could it be that the Empress has broken through to the divine realm? Elder Tian Feng's face showed a hint of worry. He closed his eyes as if thinking about something, then said with doubt, "The divine realm? Surely not. If the Empress has really broken through to the divine realm, wouldn't our siege of the Heavenly Devil sect in half a year be the same as delivering ourselves to death?" Zheng Tianda suddenly realized something, so he smiled faintly and said, "Ha! Luo Wuxing has no path to become a god. How could she break through to the divine realm? Have you all forgotten the battle for the godhood a few years ago?" In his mind appeared an image of countless people piling up like mountains of corpses due to their desire for this. In the end, they still fell before the path of godhood, dying with hatred. Elder Tian Feng kept his eyes closed and pondered. The commotion from this lightning tribulation is so great, it must have alarmed even the heavenly spirit realm. Elder Jianmei asked in bewilderment, "What exactly is the reason?" Zheng Tianda snorted coldly and replied, "Change. But no matter what the reason, it can't escape having to do with Luo Wuxing. Now the Empress's threat is growing greater and greater. The Heavenly Devil sect must be dealt with as soon as possible." Back to the scene at the scripture pavilion, the Supreme Elder looked at the man walking over with a thoughtful expression, grinding his teeth with jealousy as he thought, "No, how could our Heavenly Devil sect have someone like this? In the future, he will surely achieve great things, maybe even reach the divine realm." Suddenly, Luo Wuxing slapped Ning Tian's chest, causing him to startle. That uncanny strike tore the clothes Ning Tian was wearing into many pieces and sent them flying forward. The action made everyone present freeze. Shocked to see the Empress touch her chest, Ning Tian coughed awkwardly. "Cough, cough, wifey. Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "No kidding. So many disciples and elders were watching?" Those around who didn't want to witness the dog food immediately covered their eyes. Someone even spoke up. "All of you, turn your heads away." But the situation didn't seem to be what everyone imagined. After looking at Ning Tian's body, Luo Wuxing suddenly shouted with a serious face, "It is indeed troublesome." She raised her hand and struck his chest hard with a palm. Ning Tian was hit so hard his knees buckled and he knelt on the ground as the aura gradually dispersed. He rubbed his chest, his face red as he said, "Wife, you." Luo Wuxing looked at him and slowly explained, There was still a hidden danger left behind by the lightning tribulation in your body. I helped you clear it. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, a hidden danger from the lightning tribulation? Then his nimble mouth itched to start talking nonsense. So, wifey was worried about me, treating me. I'm so touched. Tonight, for sure. Before those nasty words could all come out, Ning Tian's eyes suddenly widened and he blurted out, "Huh? Wifey! Wifey!" His voice echoed in the air, because in the midst of his rambling, Luo Wuxing had used a finger to flick him, sending him flying high into the sky, along with her curse. So much hassle. Elder Ji Yuyan's face was still in shock. He respectfully clasped his hands together and worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, will the founder be okay?" Luo Wuxing coldly replied, "I didn't even use a fraction of my power. He won't die." As she lifted off, she turned her head back, her face extremely dangerous, saying, "Got it." After digesting Luo Wuxing's command that reeked of threat, everyone replied in unison, "Reporting to your Majesty, we understand." At the same time, in a place far, far away, he fell straight into the water with a splash, startling the water, sending it flying everywhere. Ning Tian struggled to poke his head out and yelled. Ning Tian wiped the water from his face, muttering curses. "Luo Wuxing, I'm your husband, for crying out loud. Yet you tossed me out here so far away." Before he could even figure out where he was, he suddenly jumped when he heard a girl's voice behind him. "Ancestor? Ancestor?" The fiery-bodied women, wearing only towels, all shyly looked at Ning Tian after hearing that. One girl, blushing shyly, asked, "Ancestor? Ancestor? You've come to the hot springs?" As he turned around and saw the whole lineup of beauties behind him, he muttered to himself, "I'm done for. My glorious, upright, jade-like ancestor image is about to collapse." Ning Tian hurriedly waved his hands, explaining, "No, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Listen to me. I'm not that kind of person." A girl lowered her lashes, her face bashful, and said, "So it's the ancestor. I thought it was some pervert peeping." Ning Tian's face flushed as he shouted, "Huh." When he saw her taking steps towards him after that beauty's opening, no. He lifted himself into the air to escape. The girls were sadly disappointed, tears welling up in their eyes. "Ancestor, why are you leaving so soon?" "That's right. If only we could soak in the hot springs with the ancestor. That would be so wonderful." Ning Tian zoomed away like he was possessed, cursing under his breath, "Damn Luo Wuxing, you screwed me over. I almost got mistaken for a pervert and beaten to death. Plus my godly charm physique. This is even more dangerous." Thinking about the scene of those girls surrounding and hugging him, then remembering Luo Wuxing's furious face, Ning Tian thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't do anything unfaithful, or my happiness for the rest of my life would be completely gone." Just as he thought that, Luo Wuxing suddenly appeared in front of Ning Tian, asking, "Having fun watching the disciples bathe?" He jumped, stammering, "Wife, wife." Suddenly, the Empress turned and said, "Follow me." Ning Tian was still bewildered, asking, "Huh? Where to?" Switching scenes to a cave behind the Forbidden Mountain. Ning Tian blankly looked around at the scenery, then sighed, "I didn't expect the Tianma sect to have a place like this." Luo Wuxing, while walking inside, explained, "This is the Tianma cave, the forbidden area of the Tianma sect. The spirit tablets of the previous sect leaders are all here." He said, "Oh," then thought to himself, "Why is she telling me this?" Luo Wuxing looked up at the hazy statue, thinking, "As long as I obtain the Tianma melody, get the path to becoming a god, and break through to the god realm, then the Tianma sect will no longer need to fear those treacherous forces out there." Suddenly, the Empress turned her face, saying, "Ning Tian, I want you to do something for me." He jumped, asking, "What is it?" Luo Wuxing slowly replied, "I want you to drip your essence blood onto this stone statue." Ning Tian looked up at the huge statue, unconsciously repeating, "Essence blood." According to his understanding, essence blood represents the purest energy of a cultivator. Things like blood oaths and controlling others all require essence blood. As if knowing the worries in Ning Tian's heart, Luo Wuxing reassured him, "Don't worry. If I wanted to harm you, I would have done it long ago. Would you still be alive now?" Ning Tian glanced at his Empress wife in front of him, pondering. She's right. A powerhouse in the God-Emperor realm like her, if she wanted to kill me, even with the system, I wouldn't survive. The Empress marrying a handyman was already unusual. Now she wants me to do something for her. This must be very important. Could this be related to the entire Tianma sect? After figuring out his thoughts, Ning Tian boldly said, "Okay, I agree." However, in his heart he was scheming. The difference between my strength and hers is too great. I should still see what she actually wants to do first. Ning Tian concentrated his power, using both hands to circulate his ki, extracting a drop of essence blood, then using his 2 fingertips to push it towards the statue, saying, "Go." Beside him, Luo Wuxing also nervously watched the trajectory of the essence blood. After the essence blood shot into the space between the stone statue's eyebrows, the eyes of the statue began to glow brightly. A strong figure flew out from the statue, surrounded by intense purple aura, along with echoing laughter. "Ha! Tianma, I've finally awakened." After a moment of astonishment, Luo Wuxing spoke up to ask, "Are you the first sect leader of the Tianma sect?" Recapping from the previous chapter, Ning Tian used his essence blood to awaken the soul of the Heavenly Demon sect leader. But after the old geezer's figure appeared with a purple aura, a suspicion arose in Ning Tian's heart. The Heavenly Demon sect has been around for at least thousands of years, so how is this old guy still alive? At this moment, old Heavenly Demon didn't bother paying attention to the Empress's question, or looking at the two of them. He was only focused on the joy of being resurrected, laughing heartily and saying, "Ha! Thousands of years! Finally, someone with a divine physique has come here. Finally, someone with a divine physique has arrived." The Heavenly Demon's excessively celebratory attitude, and the strange, repetitive cheers coming from his mouth, made the Empress's heart waver. Feeling somewhat uneasy and curious, she looked up at him and asked, "What do you mean by that? Where's the Heavenly Demon Codex and the guidance to becoming a god that you promised?" Seeing that the Empress still naively believed in his promises without any suspicion, old Heavenly Demon began to reveal his treacherous and dangerous nature, saying, "Heh, you're too naive. Did you really think that cultivating the Heavenly Demon Codex would get you guidance to becoming a god?" He smiled mockingly and revealed smugly, "Luckily, you fools were willing to search for a divine physique for me, saving me a lot of effort." The doubts in Ning Tian's mind were now answered. He looked at Luo Wuxing's back, suppressed a sigh, and thought, "So, she married me, a mere handyman, because of my divine physique. All for that so-called guidance to becoming a god." What? Luo Wuxing. After Heavenly Demon informed her that she'd been played for a fool, she still couldn't believe it was true, so she raised her head and asked again. "The teachings passed down from generation to generation in the Heavenly Demon sect were just something you made up on the spot, with the sole purpose of having me help you take over a body and come back to life?" The arrogant Heavenly Demon raised his fingers and admired them, a feeling of victory flooding his face, then confirmed with a sneer, "That's right, countless previous sect leaders were all useless. None of them could find a divine body. But luckily, you silly girl found one." Hearing him utter those contemptuous and slanderous words, Luo Wuxing seemed to freeze in place, then anger replaced the numbness. She shouted as if she didn't want to live anymore. At the same time, she reached her hand forward, gathering a stream of aura, and shouted, "Heavenly Demon Palm!" As soon as Luo Wuxing finished speaking, a giant purple hand immediately shot towards the old Heavenly Demon. A terrifying boom resounded. The pressure of the Heavenly Demon Palm was extremely profound. It emitted a terrifying aura, covering the entire large cave. Even Ning Tian, who was standing nearby, couldn't withstand the pressure, and had to raise his hand to cover his face, internally sighing, "The cultivation of a god emperor is too strong. The power of her palm is much more powerful than the Heavenly Demon Palm I use." After the oppressive attack passed, the old Heavenly Demon reappeared in front of Luo Wuxing. Although he was no longer in a complete human form like before, he was unharmed here. He even laughed mockingly. Hey girl, even if you are a powerhouse who has reached the God Emperor realm, you can't do anything to me." The Heavenly Demon brought his head closer, his face extremely dangerous, his eyes shining brightly and his mouth smiling slyly, said, "But now I'm a soul, I wouldn't be foolish enough to face you head on. My goal is him." As soon as he finished speaking, he darted towards Ning Tian. Seeing him approaching, Ning Tian not only showed no concern or fear, but was extremely calm. He snorted and asked, "Want to take over my body?" The Heavenly Demon, now closer to Ning Tian, smiled triumphantly and loudly provoked, "Then come and get it." In an instant, the Heavenly Demon's soul burrowed straight into Ning Tian's body through his chest. Luo Wuxing, seeing this scene, was caught off guard and exclaimed in panic, "Oh no! Get out of there!" At the same time, she raised her hand and launched a palm strike at the heavenly demon's remaining soul on the outside. But everything was too late now. The boom caused by the collision between Luo Wuxing's palm and the heavenly demon's little bit of divine soul was not enough to stop him from invading Ning Tian's body. He laughed gleefully and said, "Heh, once I'm inside, there's no getting out." The voice seemed like a death knell for Luo Wuxing. She could only helplessly watch the swirling purple aura in front of her. At this moment, inside Ning Tian's body, the old heavenly demon, while darting into the mind space of the possessed body, said gleefully, "It is said that the divine physique is the most outstanding cultivation physique. What ancient holy body, celestial divine body, all have to step aside." A moment later, the heavenly demon reached a vast area full of golden aura swirling like ocean waves. The heavenly demon, while gliding over the spiritual sea like surfing, said excitedly, "I didn't expect him to be such an outstanding cultivation genius, especially good. Truly the heavens haven't forsaken me." Just as he was reveling in the joy he had just gained, a terrifying rumble suddenly echoed in his ears, causing him to wonder in surprise. Where is this thunder coming from in the spiritual sea? Above the heavenly demon's head now appeared a sky of thunder and lightning. Saying this, his bright eyes began to bulge in horror, his teeth clenched tightly, sweat poured out like rain, and his heart was also tossed and turned by the lightning dragon. Since ancient times, thunder and lightning have been the nemesis of soul bodies. If I'm not careful, my soul will scatter. No way! I can't stay in this kid's body, he thought so, then decided to turn around and run, trying to escape outside. At that moment, a deep voice resounded, which was from Ning Tian outside. Not only that, but before his eyes appeared the image of Ning Tian's huge head, looking at him with menacing eyes. The heavenly demon gaped his mouth, scared out of his wits, and hurriedly retreated. In this moment, he painfully realized the cruel truth that he had been tricked by Ning Tian. Although extremely angry, he could do nothing, and could only curse silently in his heart. He must know that souls are most afraid of thunder and tribulation, that with the lightning dragon bloodline he cannot be taken over, so he deliberately lured me into his body. What an evil mind, such powerful means. At the same time, the screen from the system displayed a new notification. You have terrified the heavenly demon. Reward, soul extinction technique. This technique is used to destroy souls, and the soul energy will be converted into energy to enhance the body. Ning Tian saw the reward he had just received, and a sly smile appeared on his face, thinking, soul extinction technique, huh? That makes sense. Then, his divine soul began to move into the mind space. He slowly glided across the surface of the spiritual sea, approaching the heavenly demon, and teased, "Heavenly demon, why aren't you arrogant anymore?" Although he was extremely frightened, and his guts were twisted, he still stubbornly said, "Kid, stop it. Even if I'm just a soul, I've at least reached the God Emperor realm. How can I surrender so easily?" Finishing speaking, he used the heavenly demon palm technique. Two giant purple hands appeared, shooting towards Ning Tian. He stood with his hands behind his back, not bothering to resist or fight back, and even gave a meaningful smile. Then he waved his hand, and immediately a fierce azure lightning dragon appeared, blocking the path. Immediately after, the lightning dragon bloodline spewed out Ling Kui, shattering the old geezer's two heavenly demon palm strikes in an instant. Seeing this, the old coot stammered in shock, "No, impossible." To give him an extra surprise gift, this technique, combined with the lightning dragon's attack, immediately sent him flying backward. The heavenly demon then used his ultimate technique, the 13 forms of the heavenly demon, to resist. At this time, a purple spherical aura was radiating from his body to resist, but it was quickly locked down by the lightning bolts spewed out by the lightning dragons, causing him to roar in anger, "Damn it! My soul is completely suppressed by heavenly lightning, and I can't even unleash half of my power." Ning Tian looked at him with pity and advised in a low voice, "Heavenly demon, don't struggle anymore. Just obediently become energy for me." Knowing that he couldn't hold on, the old coot still cursed loudly, "You little brat, I will definitely kill you." Ning Tian, out of patience, cast a cruel gaze at him and ordered the lightning dragons to devour him. The heavenly demon was now terrified. The lightning dragons began to coil around his body, then opened their huge mouths to suck away his divine soul. Even though he tried to cling on, he couldn't resist. And so, with the force of the suction, the divine soul slowly flew towards the lightning dragon's mouth. He screamed in despair, Don't come closer. Then, a long drawn out asaya. At the same time, outside, Luo Wuxing still stood there in a daze, her face mournful and pitiful, muttering fragmented words. The Heavenly Demon Codex is just a rumor. It's all a scam. Then she glanced at Ning Tian's motionless body, surrounded by a purple barrier, and wondered softly, what about this guy then? He defiled my body. He shouldn't be kept alive. But then, she reconsidered, and said, oh well, I was the one who got tricked in the first place. I can't just stand by and watch him get his body stolen by the Heavenly Demon. With that, Luo Wuxing raised her hand to gather energy, intending to break the barrier and save her husband. But before she could even make a move, the barrier suddenly cracked. Ning Tian woke up with a start, leaned towards her, and called out, wife! Luo Wuxing was startled and blurted out, you haven't been possessed. Afterwards, she put her hand on Ning Tian's forehead to check and continued to question him relentlessly. The Heavenly Demon is, for better or worse, a powerhouse in the God Emperor realm. You're just in the Xuanwu realm, and yet you were able to seize almost all of the Heavenly Demon's soul energy? Seeing this, Ning Tian chuckled and said, hee, so much soul power, I bet I can transform it into a lot of Ling Qi, right? Just then, the system screen suddenly flashed a red alert. Host has exceeded realm to seize the soul power of a powerhouse in the God Emperor realm, difficult to absorb, about to self-destruct. Seeing these lines, before Ning Tian could even get scared, he felt his body burst into flames. He was sweating profusely, his eyes widened as far as they could, his pupils shrunk to tiny dots, and then he screamed in pain. Ugh, so hot! My spiritual sea is like erupting lava. He felt a fire burning in his heart, and his voice became urgent. It's so hot! I'm about to explode! But just as Ning Tian was about to yell more, his lips were sealed by another pair of full, luscious lips, immersed in the sweetness of an unexpected kiss with the Empress. Ning Tian's cheeks flushed red, forgetting the pain that was tormenting his body. While Luo Wuxing held Ning Tian's head tightly with her hands, her eyes closed without the slightest hesitation, his eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. The Empress gently bit his lip. Ning Tian made her feel a little stimulated, so she groaned softly, Seeing that he was fidgeting restlessly, seeming uncooperative, Luo Wuxing tightened her grip on him and threatened in a low voice, if you don't want to explode, then don't struggle anymore. After obediently letting the Empress forcibly kiss him, Ning Tian's face turned red and thought, is she helping me alleviate the crazy Ling Qi in my body? The more he questioned himself, the more he felt moved by the Empress's sincere feelings, so he boldly put his arms around her slender waist and pulled her closer. Half an hour later, the streams of spiritual energy like burning flames enveloping Ning Tian's body gradually weakened and then dissipated into the air. He breathed a sigh of relief as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off his shoulders and muttered, phew, it's finally over. At that moment, Luo Wuxing coldly reached out and pushed him away from her. Ning Tian was still dazed from the sweet kiss. His eyes glazed over as he gently touched his lips, murmuring to himself, the process was stimulating, but it hurt my mouth a little. Suddenly, Luo Wuxing held out a round jade towards him, asking this is. Luo Wuxing spread out the jade in her hand, explaining gently, this is a soul origin pearl, created by the power of a soul body. Inside it contains the Ling Qi power of the Heavenly Demon. You can absorb this every day to cultivate. She looked down at it contemplatively, then continued to advise, remember, cultivation needs gradual progress. You can't just absorb power and instantly become stronger. That won't always be there to protect you from danger. Ning Tian clenched the jade in his palm, his face relaxed, and he smiled. Yeah, thanks. He glanced at the statue, puzzled. Wife, does destroying the Heavenly Demon count as betraying our master and ancestors? Luo Wuxing was silent for a long time after hearing his question. Then, she forcefully unleashed a red surge of Ling Qi towards the statue to destroy it. Luo Wuxing, remembering the Heavenly Demon's spectacular deception, was extremely bitter, her eyes full of resentment. She said, this guy deceived countless Heavenly Demon sect leaders for his own desires, completely unworthy of being a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. How can it be considered betraying our master and ancestors? While Ning Tian was still staring dumbfounded at the destroyed statue, Luo Wuxing subtly turned her face away, closing her eyes to hide the feeling of loss mixed with melancholy that was rising in her heart, sadly thinking, I just didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Manual to be just a fabricated lie. Without guidance to become a god, we can't break through. If the orthodox sects attack, what should we do? But then she immediately regained her optimistic spirit. Luo Wuxing, weighed down by worries, suddenly heard Ning Tian behind her looking down at his glowing body, then joyfully saying, "Wife, I'm about to break through." She didn't turn around, but felt a little excited in her heart, thinking, as expected of a divine physique, constantly breaking through in just a few days. This speed is rare. At that moment, Ning Tian also quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, raised his hands to channel his qi, and began the process of upgrading his cultivation. Outside his body, streaks of ling qi like lightning continuously radiated, and the crackling sound caused by the movement of these ling qi streaks echoed continuously. Before leaving the cave, Luo Wuxing said, "Then you can cultivate here in peace." A moment later, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 8-star Xuan Wuxi." Ning Tian closed his eyes and concentrated, sweating profusely. The system sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 9-star Xuan Wuxi. The host has broken through." Then, the screen displayed, "Congratulations to the host for breaking through again, reaching 1-star Tongling Jing." Ning Tian opened his eyes, sitting blankly and muttering, "After entering Tongling Jing, the difficulty of cultivation will increase a lot, and the required ling qi will also increase." Then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "No matter what happens in the future, I must first consolidate my current realm." At the same time, in another remote mountainous region, inside, a man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the night sky outside. Suddenly, a disciple ran in to report. The man turned his head to look at the person who had just arrived, a little surprised, and asked, "Sanshi, has that guy broken through again?" A young man in purple robes with a red mark between his eyebrows stepped forward, bowed, and replied, "Yes, I am now at peak Tongling Jing, and will soon enter the Wangjing realm." The man showed a satisfied expression and praised, "You're not even 20 years old, and already have such potential. The successor of the Yingmo sect has arrived." Suddenly, he raised his fist, his face showing anger, and said, "It's just a pity that the Yingmo sect can't rise up as long as it's being suppressed by the Heavenly Demon sect." Sanshi felt that this was normal, so he calmly said, "Since ancient times, the Heavenly Demon sect has a female emperor guarding it. Its powerful strength has made it the leader of the demonic path for hundreds of years." The old sect leader of the Yingmo sect trembled with anger upon hearing this, gnashing his teeth, and said with resentment, "Although the Heavenly Demon sect is of the demonic path and cultivates demonic techniques, it's too soft-hearted, lenient, and tolerant. What right does it have to lead the demonic path? The leader of the demonic path should be our Yingmo sect." Then he stepped forward, patted the young man in purple robes on the shoulder, and continued in a low voice, 33 days later, the Heavenly Demon sect will hold a great Dao discussion conference. At that time, you will represent the Yingmo sect to participate. But you must remember, the purpose this time is to promote the name of our Yingmo sect." Shisan still didn't understand the meaning behind those words, so he hesitated and asked, "What does the sect leader mean?" He bluntly stated the idea in his head. The demonic path has long been dissatisfied with the female emperor. Plus, the dark clouds covered the sun not long ago, and the lightning tribulation fluctuated. So many people are restless. At that time, there will be many forces sending their top talents. Shisan understood the old sect leader's intention at this time, so he smiled slyly and continued. So, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the old sect leader fiercely confirmed. Scene change. Back at the Forbidden Mountain of the Heavenly Demon sect, Ning Tian was on his way out of the cave, twisting his shoulders as he walked, and muttering, "This time I was quite lucky. That Heavenly Demon was in a soul state, and was coincidentally restrained by thunder and lightning. Otherwise, I might have lost my life there," he said again in a pensive tone. Listening to them, the forces are constantly fighting, and then muttered to himself, "In the future, I will definitely encounter situations that are even more terrifying and dangerous than today." Ning Tian took out the Hunyuan pearl and looked at it, then said to himself worriedly, "She's right, there won't always be someone by my side to help me when I'm in danger." Just then, the system screen gave a suggestion. Host, the full moon night. Ling Qi is abundant, is a good opportunity to cultivate. Ning Tian looked up at the sky, and indeed saw a large and beautiful full moon in the middle of the sky. So he made a decision. I should still cultivate well, and quickly improve my strength. A moment later, some disciples in the Heavenly Demon sect saw him sitting in meditation on top of a rocky mountain to cultivate, and asked each other in surprise, it's so late, the moon is already high, and there are still people cultivating? A guy looked up, kinda recognized him, and thought, wait, is that the Ancestral Master? A girl chimed in to confirm, it is Ancestral Master. Spotting him, the girls went wild and started cheering. Seeing this, the guy's spirits soared too, all fired up. They all sat cross-legged on the ground, looking determined. If Ancestral Master is working this hard, how can we fall behind? Yeah, we gotta try harder, gotta cultivate. While Ning Tian was super focused on cultivating, the system popped up a notification. You've amazed a group of disciples, inspiring their fighting spirit. Reward, tenfold increase in Moonlight Ling Qi absorption speed. He startled and opened his eyes, looking down. He exclaimed, wondering, what are they so amazed by? Though he was a little curious, remembering what was important, he casually thought. The system, receiving Ning Tian's request, flashed a message. Activated. Moonlight Ling Qi absorption speed increased tenfold. He took out the Soul Origin Pearl and put it in his palm to absorb both Moonlight Ling Qi and Ling Qi from the pearl at the same time. After a while, the moon got closer and closer to where Ning Tian was sitting, because of the attractive force from his body. The Heavenly Demon sect disciples below were stunned and exclaimed. Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared, looking annoyed, and asked, what are you guys doing, gathering here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? A girl turned around, put a finger to her lips, and said, shh, keep it down, Grand Elder. Don't disturb Ancestral Master's cultivation, he blankly asked back. Ancestral Master? Then the elder strained his eyes to look ahead, and wow, he sees Ning Tian meditating on top of the mountain, while down below the disciples were imitating him, sitting quietly cultivating like good little sheep. Annoyed, a guy in the back quickly signaled him to shut his mouth. It looked nothing less than halos of Buddhas, broadly illuminating all living things. The flow of Ling Qi from the moonlight into Ning Tian's body continued non-stop. Even the Ling Qi from the Soul Origin Pearl was emitting a huge amount of spiritual power, constantly flowing into Ning Tian's body. The system displayed a notification. Host breakthrough. Congratulations, host, for breaking through again to 2-star Spirit Connection Realm. Ning Tian took the Soul Origin Pearl. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the Grand Elder standing below was dripping with sweat. Then, he stroked his beard pensively and muttered, it took me 2 whole years to break through from the Spirit Connection Realm to the Earth King Realm, and he's planning to break through in 2 months like it's nothing. Now that's some enviable arrogance. A guy standing next to the Grand Elder suddenly exclaimed excitedly, everyone, look! What's that behind Ancestral Master? At this moment, a huge, luminous phantom of Ning Tian unexpectedly appeared behind him. Ling Qi up. Continuing the story from the previous episode, Ning Tian, cultivating alone on the mountain, has motivated the young disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect below to cultivate along with him, thus receiving rewards from the system. After the power of faith is activated, not only is the speed of cultivation increased, but the system also issues a notification along with an explanation. Faith cultivation, when there are believers around you and you cultivate with them. He looked around at the people below. While the young disciples were seriously sitting there cultivating, the Grand Elder was just standing there, staring blankly with a worried look. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Ning Tian's head. Believers are essential, but if he could pull the Grand Elder over, with his strength, the Ling Qi he'd provide would definitely be even more abundant. Thinking this, Ning Tian jumped off the mountain peak. With his charm, this action made the male and female disciples even more excited, looking at him with faces full of worship, like fans meeting their idol. Swoosh! In a flash, he was in front of the Grand Elder, startling him a little with his sudden appearance. Ning Tian gave a friendly smile and hinted, Grand Elder? I've observed the celestial phenomena and noticed that the moonlight is exceptionally bright tonight. Why don't we cultivate together? Who knows, we might get a great harvest. The Grand Elder, with sweat on his face, looked at him with a probing and suspicious expression, then refused. No need. This old man still has to patrol other places. In his heart, he wondered. The moonlight's always like this. What harvest could there be? But the heavens seemed to be on Ning Tian's side. Just then, a disciple, overjoyed to tears, shouted, Oh my God! Ancestral Master is too amazing! I broke through! A babe next to him couldn't help but choke with joy and said, Me too! Ancestral Master is so divine. The Grand Elder, looking at the disciples in front of him who were celebrating like crazy, felt even more confused and bewildered, and suspiciously wondered, what luck have these people encountered? Group cultivation is one thing, but a group breakthrough too? The alluring scene caused the wall of doubt in the Grand Elder's heart to completely collapse. He coughed lightly, pretending, and said reluctantly, Ahem, ahem. If Ancestral Master has invited me, then this old man can't refuse your good intentions. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and concentrating on cultivating, looking very dignified. But after a while, still not feeling any unusual breakthrough in his body, the Grand Elder peeked sideways, secretly muttering in his belly, Strange, why can't I feel anything? A disciple, seeing the Supreme Grand Elder's complex expression, knowingly said, Grand Elder, you have to shout, Ancestral Master is the best, to make it work. Hearing this, he flew into a rage, his face darkening as he grumbled. As the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect, this old man can never say such shameful words. Although he strongly refused, having personally witnessed the amazing achievements the disciples had just made, he had to swallow his pride and follow suit. However, the Grand Elder was still embarrassed, so his voice was somewhat hesitant. Mass-Stral is the best. As soon as he managed to say those words, he clearly felt a surge of abundant Ling Qi transforming into his body. The more he felt the force surging, the more motivated he became. At the same time, Ning Tian also felt the powerful source of spiritual power replenishing his body. After receiving the sweet results from cultivation, the Grand Elder teared up, deeply moved. He looked at Ning Tian with gratitude and cupped his hands respectfully. With Ancestral Master here, heaven is truly protecting our Heavenly Demon Sect. Cut to the Heavenly Demon Hall the next morning. After a while, the Grand Elder flew over, cupping his hands apologetically. Greetings, Empress. I apologize for being late. Seeing him arrive late, Luo Wuxing asked the reason. Grand Elder, what happened? He honestly recounted. Reporting to the Empress, last night, this old one cultivated under the moonlight with the ancestor, and lost track of time. The second elder, balding, was shocked to hear this and asked, Cultivated with the ancestor? But he's only at the Xuanwu Master Realm. The Grand Elder was still excited, adamantly arguing, No, you don't understand. Cultivating with the ancestor makes Ling Qi richer than usual, and the effect is even better. Hearing such a respected figure as the Grand Elder acknowledge this, the other elders crowded around, full of concern. One of them observed, Although he hasn't broken through yet, his breathing is indeed much steadier. Another eagerly begged. Luo Wuxing sat silently, resting her chin on her hand, listening for a while before muttering, So that's what he was doing all night instead of coming home, making a big deal out of this. Then, remembering the important meeting this afternoon, the Empress regained her composure. Speaking to this point, she paused, then solemnly gave an imperial decree. But the disciples of our Tianma sect can never be second to anyone. Do all of you elders understand? The Grand Elder and the other elders cupped their fists and prostrated themselves, replying in unison, We obey. Time flies like a dog running. Before they knew it, the great Tao debate had arrived in the cultivation world. 3 days later, prodigies from all over flocked to participate, creating a huge crowd. In the sky, registration announcements continuously rang out. Tianchong sect arrives at the Tianma sect for the debate. Pashan sect arrives at the Tianma sect for the debate. Lingshu sect arrives at the Tianma sect for the debate. Seeing that this conference attracted so many elite heroes, the Tianma sect disciples reacted a bit nervously, sweating profusely, and lamenting to each other. This great Tao debate has unexpectedly drawn so many people. Right. Even the 3 great prodigies of the demonic path have come. They looked at the man in green robes with a proud expression, then whispered, That's the future second heir of the Lingshu sect, Ling Awao, a sword cultivation genius, an arrogant and indifferent guy. It's said that before the current young sect leader, the position was originally meant for him. Then, they looked at the man in purple robes with a cold expression, and said with suspicion, The chief disciple of the Shadow Demon sect leader, Yin Sanshi, is a ruthless character who once slaughtered an entire mountain village single-handedly. But the Shadow Demon sect and our Tianma sect have always been at odds. It's unlikely he's here with good intentions. As they were discussing the two guys in front of them, suddenly a fragrance wafted from behind, causing them to turn their heads and exclaim, "So fragrant! It's the sacred maiden Zhao Qi, Jia Zhi. She always avoids conflicts. She didn't even send anyone for the Empress's wedding. This time, she actually sent the sacred maiden." They followed everyone's gaze. After she landed on the ground, a Tianma sect disciple stepped forward to cup his fists in greeting. "Welcome everyone to the Tianma sect for the debate. I am Li Chengsheng, and I will lead everyone to the Dao debate platform." The sacred maiden Zhao Qi was walking when she suddenly noticed many people sitting on a distant mountain, so she curiously asked, "Senior brothers, from afar I saw many Tianma sect disciples cultivating on Cliff Peak. May I ask, who is the genius disciple on Cliff Peak?" Li Chengsheng politely replied, "Ah, that's our Tianma sect's ancestor, who is leading everyone in cultivation." Upon hearing Ning Tian's name mentioned, the representatives of the three sects, Zhao Qi, Lingshu sect, and Shadow Demon sect, all simultaneously turned their gazes in that direction, thinking, "Ancestor? It's just a strange thing." The Empress's husband, Ling Alio, coldly expressed his disdain, saying, "HMPH. A mere Tongling realm cultivator can barely take care of himself, yet he's leading others in cultivation. What nonsense." Just as he said that, a joyous voice from a disciple suddenly echoed loudly on Cliff Peak. "Ha! I broke through! The ancestor is too amazing." Beside him, a female disciple also jumped up and cheered, "Ha ha! I broke through! The ancestor is so good." Seeing this, Ling Ao assumed that the Tianma sect had deliberately staged a performance, so he sarcastically jeered, "Phony!" At that moment, Ning Tian also soared into the sky from the mountaintop, eagerly thinking about how he couldn't miss the opportunity to raise his strength. Behind him was the figure of a thunder dragon coiling its body as it flew away with him. At this time, at the Dao debate platform, the highest platform was the place where the Empress and the key elders sat. A prodigy shouted loudly, "Hey!" and simultaneously punched a large rock with his bare hand, causing it to cave in from the external force. Deep hollows surrounded the broken pieces of rock that were scattered on the ground. After performing, the fighter cracked his knuckles, looked at his opponent with an arrogant smile, and introduced himself. "Tianshan sect, power of the heavens, debating on the Tao of strength. Please enlighten me, Tianma sect senior brother." The Tianma sect disciple looked at him, smiled gently, and humbly replied, "Strength fellow disciple is too polite." Then, the disciple began to cup his hands, bracing his body, and muscles bulged from everywhere. He swung his hand and punched the large rock beside him, shattering it into pieces, and said happily, "The people the Tianma sect sent out are all elite disciples. This debate will definitely win an overwhelming victory." But the Empress corrected him. "Don't be too happy. The three most troublesome ones haven't come on stage yet." Suddenly, at this time, from behind Luo Wuxing, Ning Tian popped his head out of nowhere. At the same time, below the arena, Yin Sanshi of the Shadow Demon sect also flew up, speaking arrogantly, "Everyone, some cultivate the Tao of the sword, some cultivate the Tao of music. The 3,000 great Taos are each unique. I, Yin Sanshi, will not debate on any of them today, but only on what is Tao." Hearing his bizarre question, everyone began to discuss in an uproar. Is the Shadow Demon sect here to cause trouble? What's the point of asking that? Tao is the most mysterious thing. No one can clearly answer this question. Yin Sanshi stood with his hands behind his back, looked up at the Empress, and said provocatively, "No one has figured out the answer for thousands of years." He secretly smiled smugly in his heart. "Today, on this Tao debate platform, I will make it impossible for your Tianma sect to come out on top." After hearing the question, the Empress's face also showed a look of contemplation and difficulty. She thought deeply. It is rumored that if one can comprehend a corner of the Dakio, one can break through without cultivation. The Shadow Demon sect is indeed prepared today. After being asked a difficult question, the balding second elder was a little absent-minded, sweating profusely, and suggested, "What should we do? How about we use the excuse that he is causing trouble, and chase him down?" The Grand Elder retorted, "That won't do. Where will the Tianma sect's face be if we do that?" This is exactly the outcome the Shadow Demon sect is waiting for. The balding second elder was helpless, and dejectedly said, Could it be that we can only admit defeat and lose face in front of the shadow demon sect today? Ning Tian's face was still bright, and he calmly munched on an apple with a crisp sound. Then he pointed to the man in purple robes and sarcastically said, "Wife, the disciples of the shadow demon sect are all sissy like him. It's a pity if he doesn't become a woman." Hearing her husband's words, the Empress felt a little relieved and faintly curved her lips into a smile. Down below, Yin Sanxi frowned in anger upon hearing Ning Tian mock him, thinking, so intimate with Luo Wuxing, he must be that legendary ancestor. What crap, a dog's mouth can't sprout ivory. Around them, people saw the representative of the shadow demon sect's menacing expression and disgust and fear. Who's so crazy? Offending Yin Sanxi is a big trouble. Yin Shisan forced himself to suppress his anger and retorted with a raised chin, "What? Is there really no one in the entire Heavenly Demon sect who can answer my question?" Ning Tian glanced down at him, not only without a trace of worry but also sporting a nonchalant and disdainful look, and asked, "Brain-dead, you effeminate dude? Is such a simple question worth bringing to a grand debate?" Seeing Ning Tian's confident and assured demeanor, Yin Shisan began to feel uneasy, wondering to himself, he's so calm, could he really have the answer? He looked up at the figure standing opposite him, and an indescribable sense of uncertainty arose in his heart, but he reassured himself. Impossible. I've been preparing this question for a long time. This old dog is only at the Tongling realm. How could he possibly know? Even the great elder, sitting in the seat of honor behind Ning Tian, looked at him suspiciously, muttering to himself, could the ancestor really know the answer? Ning Tian, with his composed and unwavering demeanor, stared into Yin Shisan's eyes and slowly enunciated each word. What is the Tao? Such a simple question. I don't know what's so difficult to understand. Having finished speaking, he flew straight down. From above the stands, voices rose up. The ancestor is personally taking action. The fanatical disciples, seeing Ning Tian stepping forward for the Heavenly Demon sect, loved and admired him even more than ever. To express their affection, they vigorously cheered him on, constantly shouting, "Master has surprised us so many times already. That's right. How will he break the situation this time?" Yin Shisan smirked arrogantly and said with a condescending tone, "I see you're young, and your cultivation isn't particularly high. Does the Heavenly Demon sect really want to be so perfunctory? Sending you to answer my question?" Ning Tian, unperturbed, stood straight, clasped his hands behind his back, and calmly replied, "Sometimes, things can't be judged by age." Ling Ao, upon hearing Ning Tian's response, immediately expressed his disapproval, saying, "Preposterous! He dares to say this question is simple? I think he's just a fast-talking charlatan." Beside him, the holy maiden of Jiaoqi simply watched the debate without offering any comments. Ning Tian looked at Yin Shisan, smiled faintly, and said jokingly, "Little girl, let me answer you. What is the Tao? The Tao has no shape, no color, no sound, no smell." Ning Tian's melodious voice possessed a magical charm. It resembled wisps of thin smoke, accompanied by sparkling rays of light soaring upwards, to the point that even a bird leisurely flying across the sky was captivated by those sounds and landed on his index finger. Ning Tian's voice continued to resonate evenly. Great but not outside, small but not inside. The Tao is what created all things in heaven and earth, the total energy that governs all things in heaven and earth. Above the stands, there was a true explosion of excitement, and people did not hesitate to express their admiration. As expected of the ancestor, he could understand such a mysterious question. I don't understand what the ancestor means. No matter what, the ancestor's appearance looks awesome. The holy maiden of Jiaoqi also stared adoringly at Ning Tian, admiringly thinking, as expected of the legendary ancestor. 2 short sentences have stabilized the situation. Yin Shisan still hadn't grasped the profound meaning in Ning Tian's words, so he said sarcastically, thinking that using some incomprehensible words could fool him and get him through this. Could it be that using some incomprehensible words can fool me and get you through this? Ning Tian closed his eyes, sighed helplessly at the other person's stubborn ignorance, and then criticized. What nonsense are you talking about? Trask, to be uncultured is truly terrifying. He opened his eyes and looked at him, patiently reminding him. Ning Tian regained his solemn and dignified appearance, like a true immortal preparing to enlighten his disciples. Is a swordsman's understanding of the sword? According to this explanation, then what is the Daplao? I don't need to explain it further, do I? After saying that, He looked at the other party, offered a generous smile, and waited. After hearing his golden teachings, everyone's minds were somewhat stirred. Ning Tian gently tossed the bird on his hand to let it fly away, causing a few feathers to fall and drift in the air, looking incredibly beautiful. And then he leisurely answered the disciple's question. The Dao is originally the path that cultivators choose. 3,000 great Daos. When you successfully cultivate this Dao, the Dao is already in your heart. Otherwise, why would you be able to cultivate it successfully? Hearing this, the stands once again erupted. Ning Tian's clear explanations were like a refreshing rain that washed over their souls, causing them to truly awaken. They cheered excitedly. Ha ha! I understand now. The ancestor awakened me from my dream with one sentence and resolved my doubts. I'm about to break through. Yin Shisan, like someone in a daze, still hadn't escaped the dream, bound by the shackles of his body and mind for so long. Suddenly being enlightened, he was a little bewildered and said unconsciously, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Cultivating the Dao means understanding what the Dao is. The Dao is in the heart. If it were that simple, I would have. As he muttered to himself, he suddenly grasped the essence of the Dao, personally feeling an immeasurably powerful Ling Qi surging within his body, instantly shattering the shackles that had bound his soul for so long. He couldn't help but cry out softly, I really broke through. Ning Tian, seeing Yin Shisan wringing his head and trying to use reason to resist his body and mind, smiled lightly and mocked him. Your mouth won't admit it, but your body is very honest. In his heart he happily thought, I didn't expect that casually saying a few things would actually stun these talented people. They're so easy to fool. Just then, a system notification appeared on the screen. You surprised everyone. Received the skill reward. Great Emperor's Strike. After receiving this unexpected reward, Ning Tian happily thought to himself. At this time, on the main platform, the great elder looked at Ning Tian and expressed emotionally, Before, he shattered the Dao hearts of many holy sons and godsons with one sentence. Now, he has resolved everyone's doubts with one sentence. To have an ancestor like this is truly the fortune of several lifetimes for the Heavenly Demon sect. Beside him, Luo Wuxing silently watched her handsome husband below. After a moment of breakthrough, Yin Shisan clasped his hands and prostrated himself. Acknowledging Ning Tian, he bowed his head and admitted, Consider yourself powerful. I lost today. Praises rang out from all around. The legendary ancestor of the Heavenly Demon sect is indeed truly powerful. Yin Shisan failed miserably, and dejectedly turned and walked away. His hand emitted Ling Qi, sending a message to the leader of the Shadow Demon sect. The plan failed. Please take action, sect master. After secretly sending the message, he glanced back, still not relieved of the resentment in his heart, and snorted softly, PH. So what if you can answer? Wait until you force the emperor to abdicate. Your Heavenly Demon sect will still lose face. Seeing Yin Shisan quietly leave, Ling Ao, who had been a spectator until now, became restless, so he clasped his hands and said, Ling Ao of the Lingshu sect requests the ancestor's guidance. All around, seeing him step forward to challenge, people began to discuss animatedly. His specialty is swordsmanship. Ning Tian looked at him and smiled, saying, Come on. In his heart he cheered. Great, I can finally test the system for sword-intent martial arts. Ling Ao pulled his Qingbao sword from its sheath, introducing it with pride. The Qingshu image sword in my hand is a weapon of treasure tier. He unsheathed the sword and immediately started waving it around, sending out streams of light. Green sword qi. The sword qi crashed down onto the rough stone ground in front of Ning Tian, causing a deafening explosion. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, but he just stood there with his hands behind his back, totally chill. Seeing such a precious sword, the spectators on the platform couldn't help but gasp. OMG, the most powerful magic item in the entire celestial spirit domain is the treasure tier. The Lingshu sect really values him, giving him such a good magic item. Treasure tier so powerful meh? Weapons in the celestial spirit domain are normally just graded into 5 ranks. Heard there are other ranks above divine tier, but nobody's ever seen one. Hearing the chatter, Ning Tian glanced at the audience and thought to himself, so that's it? Just weapons that are only auxiliary. The key is still the user. After showing off his skills and blowing a huge hole in the ground, while Ning Tian just stood there, hands behind his back, not drawing a sword or making a move, Ling Ao pointed his sword at him, surprised. Grand Ancestor, why aren't you holding a sword? How can we discuss the Tao of the sword without one? Ning Tian replied calmly. I don't have one. The enthusiastic fans immediately held up their swords, offering them excitedly. Grand Ancestor, I have a sword. Use mine. Mine is really good. It's a spirit tier. Just then, Ning Tian raised his arm, circulating the Ling Qi in his body, and said, although I don't have a real sword, I have another kind of sword. Ling Qi started crackling around his body like lightning. Seeing the lightning gradually solidifying, Ling Ao looked like he couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, a sword? Of Ling Qi? Has your sword intent reached such a high level of mastery? In Ning Tian's hand now was a sword made of qi, shaped like a giant, coiling azure dragon. He introduced it proudly. Sword intent manifestation. Sword intent of the heart. Ning Tian's sword intent swirled in the air, covering the entire sky. It ferociously charged towards Ling Anyao, scaring him so much he broke out in a cold sweat. His face went pale, and he was practically frozen in place, wishing he could disappear. But, whether on purpose or by accident, the dragon hit a mountain rock behind Ling Ao, causing a huge explosion, which sent large chunks of rock flying down onto the arena below. Seeing this supreme sword intent, the audience couldn't help but exclaim, real! Sharp sword intent! Unleashed like the azure dragon shatters. Unstoppable and invincible. After giving Ling Ao the fright of his life, Ning Tian waved his hand and said with an embarrassed smile, haha, sorry, slipped a little. Although I've grasped sword intent, I still need more practice to control it perfectly. The representative of the Lingshu sect was still shaken up, saying shamefully, my understanding of sword intent is on a completely different level compared to Grand Ancestor. Truly, there is always someone stronger out there. He bowed his head in submission. Grand Ancestor, I admit defeat. I've lost this debate on the Daco. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect cheered again. Won! I knew it. Grand Ancestor would win. Again he defeated the strongest heavenly pride of the demonic path. Grand Ancestor is really strong. Ning Tian watched Ling Ao's dejected figure leave the arena, feeling a little guilty. I just wanted to test the power of this sword intent. Ning Tian didn't know that in the audience nearby, a girl had fallen for his charm. While she was staring at him adoringly, he suddenly spoke. Ji Chi Holy Maiden? You next? She replied shyly. Grand Ancestor, I didn't come here to discuss the Dado. I came here to... Before the Holy Maiden could finish, a vortex of purple aura suddenly appeared in mid-air. By the time he realized it, his entire body was immobilized. He panicked inwardly. Crap, my Ling Qi is suppressed. I can't move. Damn it. The aura started attacking Ning Tian with oppressive force. He broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, it's a God Emperor realm expert, not Luo Wuxing. Who is it? The aura became increasingly overbearing. After directly suppressing Ning Tian's body, it turned out that on the high platform, the Empress, after witnessing her people being pressured, had intervened. She didn't say anything, just gave a soft snort of displeasure. A moment later, the purple aura gradually dissipated, leaving only streams of pink aura rising from where Ning Tian was kneeling, filling the space above. Seeing this, the participants started murmuring again. That aura is gone? Her Majesty the Empress is still as powerful as ever. It's lucky that the Empress intervened. At this moment, Luo Wuxing finally spoke. Shadow Demon Old Man, if you're here, why hide like a cowardly rat? As soon as she finished speaking, a circular, purple aura like a teleportation array appeared in the air opposite where Luo Wuxing was sitting. The Shadow Demon Old Man stood with his hands behind his back, his face showing a calculating, sinister expression. He didn't bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Luo Wuxing, our 5 great sects have long been dissatisfied with the Heavenly Demon sect being the leader of the demonic path. If you know what's good for you, give up the leading position. Following his challenge, the leaders of the other 4 sects appeared. Sect leader of the Yin Yang sect, Wei Yin Yang, and he was the leader of this incitement. Sect leader of the Shadow Demon sect, Shadow Demon Old Man. Hearing his words of forced surrender, an elder of the Heavenly Demon sect asked in astonishment. Ning Tian looked up from below, feeling uneasy and worried, thinking to himself, these 5 are all God Emperor realm experts. They're here to force the Empress to abdicate. Is the wifey an opponent? Seeing Ning Tian's wavering thoughts, the system screen popped up a message. Host, no need to worry. You're underestimating your wife too much. The system suggests you sit back and enjoy the show. Hearing that encouragement, He felt a little more at ease and thought, worst comes to worst, I'll use a great emperor skill card to give my wife a hand. On the coveted high seat, Luo Wuxing's face remained calm, without a trace of panic or fear. Instead, she smirked and said with disdain, "You want to be the leader of the demonic path? Are you even worthy?" As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle breeze blew past, pushing her long hair aside, partially obscuring her face and highlighting the imposing aura of the Empress, unmatched by anyone. In the audience, a spectator stared in astonishment, wondering, she completely disregards them? Is the Empress's cultivation that high, surpassing them all? BS. Beside him, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi calmly added, "It seems a battle is inevitable today." Seeing Luo Wuxing's cold and majestic style, radiating a captivatingly beautiful aura, Ning Tian couldn't suppress the rising tide of trust and love in his heart. His eyes widened, sparkling with delight. He gave his beloved wife a thumbs up and praised with a grin, "That's my wife. She's so badass." Zay Madam looked at the purple scorpion on her hand. Frowning, she threatened, "Luo Wuxing, if you're going to be so arrogant, don't blame us for taking action." Hearing this, the old man took out an ancient purple scroll and said with a sinister smile, "Soul Extinction Scroll." As soon as the scroll in his hand was unfurled, it released countless souls in the form of skeletal figures. The old man proudly introduced with a triumphant look as he manipulated the treasure. The Soul Extinction Scroll is a low-grade, immortal artifact, refined from 9,999 living people. Their souls are forever trapped within, unable to be reborn. Although this old man can't summon all 9,999 evil souls for now, 3,000 is enough to defeat you. After seeing the appearance of countless terrifying souls, the disciples of this sect began to panic, feeling uneasy and frightened, chattering noisily. "The power of an immortal artifact is too strong. I heard that immortal artifacts can even defeat opponents of higher cultivation levels." That's right, normally sects would fight to the death for just one immortal artifact to appear, and they could take out 5. His Majesty is in trouble this time. Refined from 9,999 living people, this Soul Extinction Scroll is indeed a bit evil. Ning Tian, seeing the souls whizzing past overhead and hearing the unfavorable comments from those around him, felt restless. The system popped up a message via telepathy. "Host, don't worry. Your soul-devouring art and ice tribulation spiritual vein are specifically designed to counter soul forms. 3,000 evil souls are great nourishment." Noticing the Soul Extinction Scroll's allure, Ning Tian's face relaxed. He looked at the ghastly souls with eager eyes and muttered to himself, "Not bad, that Soul Extinction Scroll. I want it!" Meanwhile, on the high platform above, Luo Wuxing still sat cross-legged, relaxed as if watching a play. She glanced at the evil soul sect's old man setting up the formation, and smiled, assessing. "A low-grade immortal artifact. It seems they've prepared for this for a long time," the shadow demon old man confirmed. "Of course, Luo Wuxing. To deal with you, each of us has prepared an immortal artifact. Let's see how you stop us." Behind him, the serpent poison Tai and the serpent scorpion madam were grinning excitedly, with the green snake and purple scorpion in their hands. At this moment, Ning Tian, without any fear, stood below and shouted encouragement. "Wife, don't be afraid. These people are just bluffing out. How the weapon is used still depends on the master. Leave that soul extinction old man to me." The soul extinction elder, feeling insulted by Ning Tian's contempt, glared at him and snarled, "You little brat! Without Luo Wuxing protecting you, someone like you who clings to skirts, I can deal with you with just one finger." While he was arguing with Ning Tian below, a massive red aura suddenly appeared in the high sky, swirling like a tornado. The Empress, guided by the white light aura radiating from the center of the aura storm, slowly flew straight up. Luo Wuxing's whole body was now enveloped in a powerful red aura. Her eyes blazed, emitting 2 icy cold rays like knives. Hovering in the air, she reprimanded, "1 God Realm 7-star, 4 God Realm 3-star. Since when has a small abandoned world dared to provoke this Empress's majesty?" The Empress's dangerous, bewitching face, combined with the overwhelming cold aura, further terrified the demons. Seeing the rich aura spreading like waves, the soul extinction elder sweated profusely and questioned in shock, "Shadow demon old man, Peak God Emperor realm? Why didn't you say Luo Wuxing had reached 9-star? Despite being a little surprised by Luo Wuxing's current level, the Shadow Demon Old Man boldly suggested a battle plan. Soul Extinction Elder, first use the 3,000 evil souls to tie down the others. Hearing this, the bald old man of the evil soul sect raised the Soul Extinction Scroll high and gave the order, 3,000 evil souls, kill! As soon as he finished speaking, all the souls contained within began to swarm out, occupying the space above and rushing out in all directions. Having the support of 3,000 evil souls, the Empress also flew forward, mobilizing the terrifying aura to attack the purple combined force of the 5 great demon heads. The collision of the 2 massive forces created deafening explosions in the air. The Grand Elder looked up at the rampaging evil souls and gave the order, "Elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect, follow me to meet these 3,000 evil souls." The elders of the sect unanimously responded, "Understood." But before the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect could do anything, Ning Tian closed his eyes and flew up, blocking them. He released countless powerful golden auras, accompanied by a voice filled with fighting spirit. "So what if there are 3,000 evil souls? Meeting me, they'll still end up vanishing into thin air." After saying those arrogant words, a radiant golden ball of aura appeared in his hands. Seeing Ning Tian single-handedly taking on those overbearing souls, the elders of the Heavenly Demon Sect were stunned and exclaimed, "Those 3,000 evil souls, each of them has a cultivation level comparable to the Earth King realm. The founder is only in the spiritual communication realm, yet he can face these evil souls so easily?" Just then, the system screen displayed a series of notifications. "You have surprised the group of elders. Rewarding the Snow Tribulation Formation. Comprehending the Snow Tribulation Formation at a speed of X. Comprehension successful." Receiving the reward from the system, Ning Tian became even more energetic. He excitedly said, "Just in time." Ning Tian slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Snow Tribulation Formation." Immediately, the golden aura in his body erupted like an electric surge, releasing countless spiritual tribulation rays that enveloped the ferocious evil souls. Explosions rang out like firecrackers in the space. The sound of the soul extinction art echoed in the formation, and the enormous aura created by Ning Tian shot straight at the soul extinction elder, causing him to howl in pain like a wounded beast. Gaining control of the situation, Ning Tian became even more confident. He took out the Chaos Origin Pearl to refine the evil souls, and said with a satisfied smile, "I'm freeing you. And you're helping me out." That's not too much to ask, right? Those present, witnessing the scene just now, widened their eyes and exclaimed in admiration, "Instant formation. Could the founder also be a grand formation master?" The founder is truly becoming more and more mysterious. After transmuting the souls, Ning Tian reached out and took the Soul Extinction Scroll as a trophy from the battle. Unable to contain his joy, he smiled triumphantly. He, it's mine now." Not stopping there, Ning Tian also looked up into the sky. At the 5 great demon heads struggling to withstand Luo Wuxing's boundless aura, he raised the Soul Extinction Scroll, smiled gleefully and mocked, "Old man, thanks for the 3,000 evil souls." Seeing Ning Tian's skills, Elder Hun Mi asked the old sect leader of the Shadow Demon Sect, Shadow Demon Kid, "What's his background that he could refine my soul extinction diagram?" Shadow Demon Old Man frowned. His voice gritted through his teeth. "He definitely isn't some useless trash." He angrily grumbled in his mouth. "That couple, they're definitely pretending to be pigs to eat tigers, tricking us." Luo Wuxing increased her attack power and said, "No chance to retaliate, yet you still have time to chat. All 5 of you will die." Shadow Demon Old Man, sensing the critical situation, frantically shouted a warning, "Be careful, quickly circulate your Ling Key." But before they could do anything, a terrifying bang exploded, and the 5 great evil demons were struck by Luo Wuxing's Heavenly Demon Palm, as if struck by lightning, flying backward. The deadly attack sent each of them flying in a different direction. After landing, the Yin-Yang sect leader coughed up blood and shouted, "We've definitely fallen into their trap. That couple is joining forces now." Shadow Demon Old Man wiped the blood from his mouth and offered a new plan. "We can only use immortal artifacts to kill Luo Wuxing first, then deal with the other one." Wei Yin-Yang immediately agreed. "That's right, if we don't unite, we'll only face death." The remaining 3, after being knocked to the ground in a terrible state, had no choice but to agree with Shadow Demon Old Man's idea, and said in unison, "Let's risk it." Luo Wuxing flinched slightly, as the evil demons got up and began to join forces against her. Before her eyes now was the assault of immortal artifacts. Seeing that only 4 immortal artifacts were launched, Shadow Demon Old Man shouted to remind Elder Humiliate, hurry up and attack. But he was probably bitter about losing his treasure in Ning Tian's hands, and no longer had the mind to cooperate with the other 4. Luo Wuxing turned her head and was extremely worried about her husband's life. Ning Tian, Luo Wuxing, seeing Elder Humiliate sneaking up to attack her husband while she was surrounded by 4 great demons, turned serious. As soon as she finished speaking, the domineering aura surrounding her body erupted violently, shattering the shadow assassination daggers, the falling iron ring blades, and the black shadow poison scorpion into pieces. The 4 great demons were also blown away by the force of the attack, and the sound of their painful coughs could be heard clearly in the air. Not stopping there, Luo Wuxing continued to unleash her sect's ultimate move, which then transformed into smaller hands that struck hard at each floating body. On the other side, Elder Humiliate had already approached Ning Tian, angrily shouting while clenching his fist, "You little brat, today I must kill you!" Seeing him in danger, Luo Wuxing cried out in panic, "Ning Tian!" At the same time, she quickly turned her body and rushed towards him to rescue him. The great elder, seeing this, cried out in worry, "Patriarch!" Behind him, the second elder was also in the same state, lamenting silently. Will the legendary patriarch of the demonic sect have to die here today? On the viewing platform, Ling Ao of the Ling Shu sect, witnessing this scene of bullying the weak, spoke out in anger and indignation. The Shadow Demon sect is really bullying people too much. Biat. Beside him, Holy Maiden Zhao Qi, afraid that he would act heroically in the wrong place and bring disaster upon himself, stopped him. Don't act recklessly. The battle between the God Emperors is not something we can interfere with at this time. At Ning Tian's place, sensing the powerful God Realm aura about to descend upon him, he decided to use the amulet he had. Ning Tian's eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, his teeth gritted as he summoned the system. Unlock all Great Emperor skills for me. The system received the order, and a notification appeared. Humiliate Elder, seeing this terrifying aura, exclaimed in horror. The might of a great emperor! Is this kid a great emperor powerhouse? Ning Tian glared and shouted, "Old man, you must die!" As soon as he finished speaking, the God Emperor aura of Humiliate Elder was met with the domineering Great Emperor aura and disappeared without a trace, leaving only the kneeling figure of the evil soul elder. As he tried to fly away to escape, Ning Tian coldly reached out and launched an attack towards his opponent. Instantly, Ning Tian's phantom behind him also raised his huge arm and slammed it down on the body of the old demon below, like swatting a fly or a small mosquito. Witnessing the aura gradually dissipating, leaving only thin wisps of smoke being blown back towards Ning Tian, weaving through his fingers and the figure with his sad face. Ling Ao exclaimed in fear, "A God Emperor powerhouse, reduced to dust with just one blow?" Seeing her husband standing still as if struck by lightning, Luo Wuxing stepped forward and asked worriedly, "Ning Tian, are you?" She stopped after saying a few words, because a feeling of confusion was also rising in her heart, wondering how Ning Tian, who was clearly only at the Tongling realm, could have the aura of a great emperor. Suddenly, without saying a word, Ning Tian spat out blood on the spot. Ning Tian fell forward, just as Luo Wuxing arrived, so his face fell right into her voluminous chest. The Empress stood still, supporting him, and asked in panic, "Ning Tian, are you okay?" Burying his face in such a soft and warm place, Ning Tian's eyes began to lose focus, and his consciousness gradually became blurred, but still reeking of perversion. "My wife's breasts are still quite caring of me." The elders of the Tianma sect, seeing Ning Tian collapse into the arms of the Empress, rushed behind her. Luo Wuxing reassured everyone, "It's all right, he's just exhausted and fainted." The Grand Elder took Ning Tian's body from her arms, beads of sweat forming due to worry. Freeing her hands, Luo Wuxing spun around to face the remaining 4 great devils, her eyes flashing with anger. Her entire body emanated a threatening Ling Qi, and she coldly said, "Next, it's time to settle the score with them." Seeing this, Shadow Devil Old Man immediately soared into the air, sounding the alarm. Each person going their own way. Luo Wuxing's cold voice echoed in the space. "Want to escape from this Empress's grasp? Dream on." At the same time, she raised the golden bow, using red Ling Qi as arrows, and drawing it taut. As soon as she finished uttering those words, the Ling Qi arrows were released from the bow in her hand. 4 streams of red Ling Qi, like shooting stars, flashed across the sky, hitting the 4 figures who were darting away like frightened birds. The Ling Qi arrows then pierced directly into the chests of those people. Shadow Devil Old Man, despite being hit with a deadly blow, probably due to his cultivation at the 7th star of the Divine Emperor realm, managed to survive. He floated in the air, angrily muttering under his breath, "Luo Wuxing, you're good!" At the same time, he raised his hand and channeled his energy, immediately summoning patches of flame, like Ling Qi that swirled around, gradually coalescing, and his figure disappeared behind the surging, blood-bred Ling Qi. After dealing with the ringleaders, the Empress immediately ordered the Grand Elder, now that the 4 Sects Divine Emperor Realm experts are gone, finish them off. Scene change to the Righteous Alliance. After hearing his subordinates report, Righteous Heaven Great Emperor, the old alliance leader, exclaimed in shock, "What? The 4 great sects are all gone?" Swordbrow Elder seriously recounted, Shadow Devil sect, ranked 2nd in the demonic path, led the 4 emperors to force the Empress of the Tianma sect to abdicate. Unexpectedly, only Shadow Devil Old Man escaped with serious injuries. That useless husband of the Empress was able to summon the might of a great emperor to deliver a fatal blow to Soul Extinction Elder. Righteous Heaven Great Emperor calmly commented, "Luo Wuxing's strength was originally very strong. A dignified empress who has reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm is not someone to be trifled with. As for that useless husband, it's probably some kind of self-preservation method that Luo Wuxing." Swordbrow Elder still wasn't at ease, saying with concern, "Even so, the Tianma sect and that person who is called the legendary founder." The old alliance leader put on a confident face, saying, "It's all right. When the Void God Heavenly Palace Lord comes out of seclusion, both he and I will have reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. How could a small Luo Wuxing be a match for the 2 of us?" After that, he gave the order. "Before that, inform everyone below to send more disciples out for training recently. Kill any demonic sect disciples you encounter without mercy." Swordbrow Elder clasped his hands in submission and replied, "Yes." Scene change to the holy pool of the Tianma sect. 3 days later, Ning Tian lay naked on a flat rock in the middle of a crystal-clear lake, surrounded by rocks, greenery, and a waterfall cascading down from the high rocky slopes. Ning Tian's eyes were closed, twitching slightly, sweat beading on his face, accompanied by a faint groan. "Ugh, fiend, am I still alive?" Then, he opened his eyes wide, frowning and muttering, "My whole body is exhausted. I thought I was going to die together with that old geezer." Suddenly, a pair of fair, slender legs slowly stepped into the water. Ning Tian glanced over and saw Luo Wuxing, then whispered to himself, "Wife." Luo Wuxing sat on a rock close to the water's surface, lowering her head sadly and saying, "Ning Tian, no matter how long it takes, I will help you wake up." Hearing these words from the Empress, he felt incredibly warm and comfortable in his heart. He secretly grinned. "My wife is really tough on the outside but soft on the inside. A typical tsundere." Then, an idea popped into his head to tease her. I'll hide it from her for now, and surprise her when she gets close." Suddenly, Luo Wuxing took off the clothes she was wearing, and slowly walked towards Ning Tian. He glanced over and blushed crimson, thinking, "This is the first time I'm seeing my wife's body so clearly. Last time I was too excited so I didn't get a specific impression." Luo Wuxing didn't know anything, and innocently approached, placing her hand on his bare, firm chest to transmit Ling Qi to him, then muttered to herself, "My holy yang physique can stimulate the healing abilities of the water in the holy pool, increasing the speed of wound recovery. It's just that the energy produced during the treatment will cause the blood to surge, so I must take off my clothes. It's a good thing he's unconscious." After a while, she blurted out in surprise, "Strange. Why is this guy's heart beating so fast?" Luo Wuxing frantically placed her other hand on his forehead. Looking at Ning Tian's face, she was even more confused when she saw 2 streams of bright red blood trickling from his nose, unaware that her own naked, fiery body was the culprit for the guy pretending to be asleep. Luo Wuxing, like a pure flower, innocently wondered, "Does someone who's unconscious also get a nosebleed?" As she spoke, she thoughtfully observed his face. Suddenly, her face turned crimson, her eyes widening in surprise. Seeing Ning Tian suddenly sit up, open his eyes and look at her, nose blood spraying everywhere, the female emperor hurriedly covered her body with both hands, her face flushed with embarrassment, and asked, "You were clearly awake a long time ago, weren't you?" He lowered his head to the stone slab and gently replied, "Yeah, wifey. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" Luo Wuxing coldly responded, Indifferent like her name. Of course not. Thanks to you, I slept really well. Ning Tian admired the female emperor's body for a while, then couldn't help but spurt out another nosebleed, and blushingly praised, "Wifey, you're so beautiful." Luo Wuxing glared at him, nagging non-stop, then softly and indifferently said, "If you're awake, then put on your clothes." As she turned to leave, she commanded, "Follow me to that place." Ning Tian sat up, wiped the blood from his nose, and delightedly said to himself, "Is this embarrassment? I didn't expect to see this adorable side of my wifey." A moment later, on the road, Ning Tian trailed behind the female emperor dejectedly. Before Ning Tian could reply, many voices suddenly rang out at the same time. "Greetings, Ancestor. Congratulations, Ancestor, on your recovery. May you promote the power of our Tianma sect." Ning Tian turned his head to look, and was very surprised to see countless disciples of the Tianma sect gathered in one place. After receiving a shower of congratulations from everyone in the Tianma sect, the system in Ning Tian's mind suddenly displayed a notification. Due to the host's astonishing performance at the Dao debate platform a few days ago, the level of faith and worship has increased. It can store the power of faith. When full, it can be used as an attack. Then he noticed countless Ling Qi from the disciples below continuously transforming into his body, and at the same time the system panel appeared with a series of notifications. Ning Tian excitedly shouted in his heart, "Excellent! Excellent! Not only can it replenish Ling Qi, but it can also store the power of faith and transform it into an attack." The great elder of the Tianma sect couldn't contain the joy in his heart. He stepped forward and patted Ning Tian on the shoulder, happily saying, "Ancestor, you're finally awake. Everyone was very worried about you. Ancestor, you're really too good." Another elder excitedly praised, "Very good, very good." A God Emperor realm powerhouse, known as a quasi-emperor, was finished off by the ancestor in just one move. At this moment, Luo Wuxing suddenly raised her hand, summoning 3 treasures, including a sword, a tortoise shell and a spear. The sharp weapon, with a coiling snake figure, emanates blue Ling Qi. It is the Panlong Spear, a low-grade immortal artifact. The spear strikes out like a dragon, its momentum surging. The tortoise shell emits golden Ling Qi. Is the Mogi armor, a low-grade immortal artifact, as black as ink, strong and unbreakable. And the sword emits fiery red Ling Qi. Is the Qi Zhao sword, a mid-C-grade immortal artifact, its whole body scarlet like a blazing flame. After displaying the immortal artifacts, Luo Wuxing turned her eyes towards Ning Tian and softly said, "This time, the destruction of the 4 sects is inseparable from Ning Tian's merits. The Yuma sect has never treated meritorious disciples badly. These 3 immortal artifacts, choose one, now." Ning Tian looked at the 3 immortal artifacts floating in front of him with greedy eyes, thinking, "I want them all." But looking back at his own abilities, he refuted himself. "Not in line with my strength. I can't use 3 immortal artifacts at the same time right now." The Qishao sword is a mid-grade immortal artifact, and it can be combined with the sword intent martial arts I just learned. Thinking this, Ning Tian slowly reached out his hand to grasp the Qinxiao sword, which was emitting a blazing red Ling Qi. Pulling the sword closer to himself, he used his other hand to carefully caress the blade with treasure. Looking at the Ling Qi that was surging, and the surface of the sword was as bright as a mirror, and could clearly see his face, Ning Tian murmured with emotion, "The Ling Qi is rich. It is indeed an extraordinary immortal artifact." Then he ran his finger across the blade, and a stream of bright red blood trickled out. As he allowed his blood essence to flow on the Qingxiao sword, he excitedly said, "Make an oath with blood." Then he grasped the hilt of the sword and shouted loudly, "Qishao recognizes its master." Immediately, a surge of Ling Qi like a surging wave appeared. Seeing Ning Tian closing his eyes and controlling the sword in his hand, pointing straight at the sky, while its Ling Qi was constantly rising, a voice of admiration sounded, "Worthy of being the ancestor. This burning flame, right, is the amazing momentum." His eyes opened, and it was also when the Ling Qi was strengthened and increased greatly, emitting a whirring sound like the wind. After that, the streams of Ling Qi, like electric jolts, combined. The Ling Qi flame in the form of a dragon blazed fiercely, engulfing the space, even shooting out crackling sparks, exciting everyone present, who praised it without reservation. "This move is too strong." Who knew the founder's swordsmanship was so high? After a while, The link key on the Scarlet Heaven sword gradually thinned. He raised it to examine it, saying with astonishment, "Strange. The link key suddenly weakened like an ordinary spiritual weapon." Luo Wuxing then explained, "Scarlet Heaven has a characteristic. It's tied to the user's strength, so its level changes accordingly." Ning Tian looked at her, asking blankly, "The user's strength determines Scarlet Heaven's level?" Luo Wuxing explained once more, "That's right. The stronger you are, the stronger Scarlet Heaven will be. The weaker you are, the weaker Scarlet Heaven will be. It all depends on your strength." Ning Tian smiled and said, "Thanks, wifey." In his heart he thought, "As long as I keep improving my strength, there's no limit to it. Scarlet Heaven will definitely become a celestial weapon, stronger than ordinary celestial weapons." After suppressing her questions for a long time, the Empress finally decided to speak. "Ning Tian, I have something to ask you." Seeing her hesitation, he blurted out, "Yeah." Luo Wuxing bluntly asked, "That day, how did you unleash that great emperor move?" Ning Tian silently lowered his head, thinking, "Beyond the God Emperor realm, there are even stronger experts. The heavenly spirit realm is just the third heaven, one place in the 9 layers." Although he could trust Luo Wuxing now, her relationship with the system was too close. The fewer people who knew, the safer it would be. After thinking it over, Ning Tian looked directly at his wife with sincerity, took a deep breath, and said, "I don't want to lie to you, it's just that I can't tell you right now." Seeing his embarrassment, Luo Wuxing sighed and interrupted Ning Tian, "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. In short, don't casually reveal the treasures you have. Remember, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Ning Tian felt his wife's understanding and smiled. "Thanks, wifey, for being so understanding. Don't worry, I'll tell you when I get the chance, but I don't know when that'll be." Just then, a voice rang out. "Reporting to the Empress, the Saintess of Jiaoxi requests an audience." Luo Wuxing looked at her subordinate and ordered, "Invite the Saintess to the main hall and wait for me. I'll be right there." Scene changed to the main hall of the Heavenly Demon sect. The Saintess of Jiaoxi stood in the center of the hall, bowing as she got straight to the point. "Empress, I'm here under the orders of the Western Queen Mother to borrow your sect's heavenly mirror." The Empress asked in surprise. "The heavenly mirror is the Heavenly Demon sect's treasure. Why does the Saintess of Jiaoxi want to borrow it?" The Saintess of Jiaoxi raised her sincere face and said with embarrassment, "Please don't be alarmed, Empress. It's a secret matter related to the Holy Land, and Jiaoxi must ask for forgiveness for not revealing it. But the Western Queen Mother has ordered that if your sect is willing to lend us the heavenly mirror, Jiaoxi is willing to provide a celestial pill." A Jiaoxi celestial pill? Luo Wuxing was a bit surprised by the gift the Jiaoxi Holy Land wanted to trade, so she clicked her tongue and exclaimed, "A Jiaoxi celestial pill? I can't believe the Jiaoxi Holy Land is willing to bring out even a celestial pill just to borrow the heavenly mirror." Speaking of the Jiaoxi celestial pill, we must mention its formation process. In the Jiaoxi Holy Land, there is a unique immortal dew lotus. The lotus seed only sprouts 1 seed every 10 years, brimming with Ling Qi. It can even allow peak God Emperor realm experts to take half a step into the God realm, hence the name Celestial Pill. Seeing the Empress deep in thought for a long time, the Saintess of Jiaoxi raised her head and added, "I wonder if the Empress is willing. If you can obtain the Jiaoxi Celestial Pill, you can successfully break through the realm, and you will have a greater chance of winning against the encirclement of the orthodox path." After weighing the pros and cons, the Empress slowly said, "I can lend the heavenly mirror to Jiaoxi, but you must agree to one condition with me." The Saintess of Jiaoxi immediately asked, "What condition?" Rose. Scene changed to the Empress's bedroom at night. Ning Tian thought he had misheard, so he pointed at his face and asked in astonishment, "You want me to escort the heavenly mirror to the Jiaoxi Holy Land? The Jiaoxi Celestial Pill can increase my chances of breaking through." Luo Wuxing knew this was a bit abrupt for him, but still placed her trust in her hubby, replying, "No matter how fainting the hope, I want to try it once." She looked at him with deep affection, then slowly explained for him to understand. "Moreover, I know you're always striving to improve yourself, and I won't let go of any opportunity to help you. Jiaoxi has a place called the Holy Land that can strengthen the physique. After you escort the heavenly mirror to the Jiaoxi Holy Land, go to the Western Queen Mother and talk to her. She will agree." Ning Tian sat with his chin in his hand, attentively listening to Luo Wuxing's explanation as if listening to sweet words poured into his ears. Feeling it was very reasonable, Then pondering to himself, "That's right. If it weren't for Luo Wuxing this time, I wouldn't have died at the hands of that old soul extinguisher, but I might have died at the hands of someone else. Only by strengthening my physique will it not be easy to lose strength like now when using advanced control techniques." After understanding his wife's heart, Ning Tian smiled and said, "Thank you for thinking so carefully about everything for me." Luo Wuxing sat opposite him, saying nothing, her face showing a satisfied and shy expression as she looked away. Seeing this, Ning Tian started to tease her. He looked at her with an improper expression and said ambiguously, "Oh right, wifey. I heard that the Jade Pool Holy Land is full of female disciples. Aren't you afraid?" Luo Wuxing, hearing this, felt a little annoyed. She propped herself up from the chair and coldly interrupted him. "Hubby shouldn't be afraid. If you do anything bad, I'll just cut it off." Ning Tian watched Luo Wuxing's back as she slowly walked towards the bed. Luo Wuxing sat down on the bed, slightly raising her leg to deliberately strike a seductive pose, and said suggestively, "Of course not. On the contrary, it's you. Are you planning to go to Moonlight Cliff to continue cultivating? Or go to bed?" Ning Tian, like a starved wolf, immediately perked up at his wife's provocative words and shouted, What? There's no time to waste." Like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward, pinning her down on the bed and replying, "Of course we're going to bed." In the moment their eyes met, with their faces so close that they could hear each other's breath growing heavy, Luo Wuxing was swept away by the exhilarating sensation. She let out a soft moan. Just as it seemed they were about to lose themselves in the intoxicating moment of love, Luo Wuxing pushed Ning Tian's face away. "Wait," she said. Turning her face away to avoid her hubby's gaze, she said awkwardly, "You can't do the man and woman thing with me. I'm not ready yet." Ning Tian, although a bit disappointed, still gently agreed. "Okay." Afterwards, Luo Wuxing gently whispered, "But hugging while sleeping is okay, right?" Then she snuggled close to Ning Tian, resting her head on his arm, listening to his heartbeat, and lying still so that he could hold and comfort her. The next morning, at the Heaven Demon Hall, Ning Tian and the Empress had just entered, when they heard the elders and officials chattering away. "Ancestor, Moonlight Cliff last night. Must have been diligently cultivating somewhere again. So hard-working. Truly a role model for our demon sect." Hearing everyone praising him so profusely, Ning Tian felt a little awkward. Because, clearly, last night he was busy hugging his wife to sleep like a log, no cultivation at all. He discreetly glanced at Luo Wuxing, then shyly said, "Nah, you're all exaggerating. I still need to work harder." Luo Wuxing, noticing his embarrassment, spoke up to diffuse the situation. "Great Elder, bring out the heavenly mirror." The Great Elder responded, and replied, "Of course." Then put his hand into his robe, searching for something. As soon as the Great Elder opened his Qiangkun bag, a beam of brilliant golden ling qi shot out like a spotlight. Along with it came the appearance of a hexagonal mirror, surrounded by a radiant aura, accompanied by the introduction, "This is the treasure that guards our heaven demon sect, the heavenly mirror. Nothing can hide from this mirror." Luo Wuxing turned to Ning Tian and gently said, "Give me your hand." She used her ling qi to imprint a small golden hexagon in the center of her hubby's palm, and said, "I'm drawing a formation in your palm. You can use this formation to control the heavenly mirror. The heavenly mirror has the power of a great emperor. No one can steal it. You can rest assured about that." Hearing his wifely's detailed instructions and encouragement, Ning Tian seriously replied, "Okay, I got it." Afterwards, he tried clenching his palm and pulling his elbow back, and sure enough, the heavenly mirror was pulled back towards him. Seeing that everything had been arranged properly, the Empress gave an order. "Now, you shall go with the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool to the Jade Pool." Hearing this, the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool looked outside, extended her hand to release ling qi, and called out, "Heavenly Steed Carriage." As soon as she finished speaking, a winged white horse pulled a carriage into view. Ning Tian, imagining the scene of a man and a woman sitting close together in a carriage, and the inevitable accidental touches, blushed and hesitated, thinking, "Isn't this space a little too cramped?" Therefore he clasped his hands together and flatly refused. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Holy Maiden, but I'd better not get in the carriage." Being rejected by him, the Holy Maiden of the Jade Pool was stunned, and felt a little conceited, thinking, "How many young heroes have begged to ride in the heavenly steed carriage with me, and he's refusing?" While she was still confused, Luo Wuxing extended her hand and released a surge of ling qi, simultaneously summoning Lingwu Peacock, Ning Tian shielded his eyes to avoid being blinded by the dazzling appearance of the giant peacock. The Empress's deep and warm voice rang out beside him. This is the Lingwu peacock, a 6th-level demonic beast, equivalent to a Saint Emperor realm cultivator. We'll take you to the Jade Pool. Just then, the Lingwu peacock landed right in front of Ning Tian, chirping as a greeting. Ning Tian, while patting its head, happily muttered, "So it's a 6th-level demonic beast, equivalent to a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse." The Lingwu peacock seemed to enjoy Ning Tian's petting, closing its eyes and chirping contentedly. Ning Tian, after securely seating himself on the Lingwu peacock's back, bid farewell to the Empress. Hugging the animal's neck, he gently said, "Lingwu peacock, to the Jade Pool Holy Land." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Ning Tian excitedly looked at the scenery below, feeling joyful as he said, "This is the first time I've left the Tianma sect since coming to this world." He'd also heard that the Tiangshuan world had 3 heavens. The Juling domain, where the Tianling domain is located, is on the 2nd heaven. Throughout history, the world has been divided into 2 factions, the demonic path and the righteous path. As for the Yaoqi Holy Land, they've always maintained a neutral stance, so neither the righteous nor demonic paths give them trouble. Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the back of the spirit falcon, pondering with his arms crossed. If the Yaoqi Holy Land really can improve one's physique, I'm probably not the only one aiming for it. I might run into some rivals there. Lost in thought, the Yaoqi Holy Maiden inside the carriage lifted the curtain, gazed towards Ning Tian, and transmitted her voice. "Grand Ancestor Ning Tian, the Tianling domain is vast, and the Yaoqi Holy Land is in the far west. The journey may take a day and a night." Hearing this, he turned his head to look at her, grinned, and replied, "Thanks for the heads up, Holy Maiden." He thought to himself, if it's going to take that long, I can't waste time. Gotta take advantage of this to cultivate. As he thought this, Ning Tian raised his hand and channeled his energy, beginning to refine himself. His aura continuously emanated outwards. Inside the carriage, the Yaoqi Holy Maiden suddenly sensed something different and wondered, why is there such dense Ling Qi in the air at this altitude? Unable to contain her curiosity, she gently lifted the curtain and looked outside. She saw Ning Tian sitting on the spirit falcon, focused on cultivation. Meanwhile, the aura around him was surging like waves, spreading and filling the air. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden exclaimed in astonishment, "Ning Tian, isn't he only a Tongling realm cultivator? How can he have such abundant Ling Qi?" Instantly, the system notification popped up in shock. "You have caused the Yaoqi Holy Maiden to be amazed, rewarding 3,000 joy points, proficient in the Great Dao." Ning Tian heard the system notification like a passing breeze, not bothering to care or feel anything, still focusing on cultivation with his eyes closed. He resolutely told himself, "However amazed they are, is none of my business. Cultivating is what matters." The two flew through the air until dusk, the gentle sun setting in the west, the silvery clouds draped in a gorgeous red and gold robe of twilight. Soon after, the twilight gradually gave way to the descending night. At this very moment, the system displayed a series of notifications. "Host has broken through! Congratulations to the host for breaking through, reaching the 3-star Tongling realm. Congratulations to the host for continuing to break through, reaching the 4-star Tongling realm." After a long period of time, Ning Tian finally completed his cultivation. He opened his eyes, rubbed his shoulders, and blissfully muttered, "Whoa, after accumulating Ling Qi for days, I can finally break through 2 realms at once." Switching scenes to the Yaoqi Holy Land, a woman leading 3 girls came forward to greet, and a man was standing outside with his entourage. "Upon the orders of the Queen Mother of the West, we've brought the special falcon to escort Holy Child Su Zheng to the immortal Ling Spring to temper his body." Seeing this, the man cupped his fist in salute and replied amicably, "Thanks for the trouble, Falcon Fairy." Just then, a violent gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky, causing Su Zheng to look up. Immediately after was the supremely majestic landing of Ning Tian and the Yaoqi Holy Maiden. As the two set foot on the ground, the Yaoqi Holy Maiden said, "Grand Ancestor Ning Tian has arrived at the Yaoqi Holy Land." Ning Tian stood still, looking at the Holy Land, exclaiming in admiration, "It's really beautiful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as a celestial paradise." Seeing a stranger, the falcon turned her head and blankly asked the Holy Maiden, "Who is this?" The Yaoqi Holy Maiden gestured towards him and solemnly introduced him. "This is Ning Tian, the grand ancestor of the Tianma sect." The girls in the Yaoqi Holy Land, hearing this, focused their attention on Ning Tian, each of them expressing excitement, mixed with admiration, exclaiming, "Is he the grand ancestor from those exciting legends?" They stared at Ning Tian with their eyes wide, showering him with praise. "I didn't expect the grand ancestor to be so young and handsome." "That's right. The grand ancestor is so handsome, I feel like I can't breathe." The Yaoqi holy maiden rested her chin in her hand, gazing at him with infatuated eyes, smiling as she commented, "I didn't expect the grand ancestor's charm to be so formidable." Ning Tian, hearing her praise, felt both delighted and embarrassed, pretending to cough, and said, "Cough, cough, it's nothing," while inwardly thinking, "But it's still not the kind that makes everyone fall head over heels." Witnessing Ning Tian's recent attraction of all the beauties, Su Xing felt extremely frustrated and jealous in his heart. He darkened his face, grinding his teeth and cursing silently. "Damn it! The way Falcon looked at me was different from everyone else just now, and the next second she's praising someone else for being young and handsome." Su Xing imagined the scene of Ning Tian being cared for and pampered by the girls in the Holy Land, and then inferred that Ning Tian's presence here was for the same purpose as his. Afterwards, he sneered to himself, "I can't believe that the grand ancestor, who was so outstanding on his wedding day with the Empress, is only at the Tongling realm." The Empress probably felt that her husband was too weak, so she told him to soak in the immortal Ling Spring, to avoid losing face later on. Although envious and jealous in his heart, Su Xing still had to lower himself and step forward to greet, "I am Su Xing, holy child of the Tianqiang Holy Land, paying respects to the grand ancestor." In fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to embarrass Ning Tian in front of everyone, so he pretended to bring up the past to stir up trouble. "The grand ancestor broke the Tao heart of our Tianqiang Holy Land's Yuan holy child with just a few words, and is very famous in the Tianling domain." He secretly calculated and laughed triumphantly. "HMPH. I'm not as useless as that holy child. As long as you admit it, I'll definitely fight you." But his plan to provoke fell apart quickly when Ning Tian stood with his arms crossed, closed his eyes, and indifferently replied, "Don't have any impression." There were too many godsons and holy children that day. Su Xing was shocked to his core, his eyes and mouth wide open, stuttering, Don't have any impression?" While inside his heart he was cursing with rage. "My Tianqiang Holy Land lost all face because of you. And you say you don't remember? You're looking down on my Tianqiang Holy Land too much." Remembering the important matter, the Yaoqi Holy Maiden turned to Ning Tian and said, "Grand Ancestor Ning Tian, please follow me. I'll take you to meet the Queen Mother of the West." Hearing this, he responded, "Thank you, Holy Maiden." He followed in the Holy Maiden's footsteps. He was both nervous and curious, wondering what kind of person the famous Shi Wangmu would be. Scene changed to a vast palace with its doors wide open. The Holy Maiden Zhao Qi led Ning Tian inside, cheerfully introducing, "Grandmaster, this is Zhao Qi Palace." He quietly followed behind, replying, "Okay." Ning Tian admired the impressive array of beauties seated along both sides of the red carpet, intently performing a welcome melody. He mused to himself, "I didn't expect Zhao Qi Palace to have such a sight." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky, "I wonder how the legendary Grandmaster finds my Zhao Qi Palace." Following this, a veiled woman made a surprise appearance. She gracefully swayed in her thin dress, the wind fluttering her skirt, revealing a pair of flawless white legs and a playfully wagging tail. Then, everyone in Zhao Qi Palace welcomed her. "Greetings, Shi Wangmu." Ning Tian quietly observed the woman who had just stepped onto the carpet, a hint of admiration in his heart. He thought, "She can tear through space. Seems like she's a great emperor-level powerhouse." He politely clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Shi Wangmu." Meanwhile, a random thought popped into his head. "I thought Shi Wangmu would be an old lady, but she's so young." Shi Wangmu removed her veil and slowly said, "At first, I thought the Empress was crazy." She gently touched her lips with a finger, gazing at the guy in front of her with her captivating purple eyes, and softly continued, "But now that I see him, the Empress's husband is indeed not bad." Over on Ning Tian's side, he suddenly froze, his heart pounding. He felt a slight stirring in his soul, but remained rational enough to notice it. He wondered to himself, "What the heck is going on? Why is my heart beating so fast? I'm not actually moved, am I?" The system screen appeared, explaining, "Host, Shi Wangmu possesses the enchanting fox demon physique, a natural rival to the divine charm physique. Fully channeling the divine charm physique can neutralize it." After a period of intense mental struggle, drenched in sweat, his divine charm physique finally overcame the beautiful woman's fox demon physique. He sighed in relief, thinking, "Phew, that's much better." After her attempt with the enchanting fox demon physique failed, Ji Wangmu was stunned. She murmured to herself, "Even heavenly venerate realm powerhouses can't fully resist it. He's only at the Tongling realm. How could he possibly break my enchanting physique?" Ning Tian asked with a displeased expression. "What are you trying to get at with your probing, Ji Wangmu? I'm here as a representative of the Heavenly Demon sect." In his heart, he wanted to yell at her. "And I'm Luo Wuxing's husband." Seeing that her intentions were clear to him, she slightly blushed and clasped her hands in apology. "Just kidding. I hope the legendary Grandmaster will forgive me. It was presumptuous of me." Ning Tian didn't bother to criticize her further. He seriously asked, "Back to the main topic. What does Ji Wangmu need our Heavenly Demon Sect's heavenly mirror for?" Scene changed to a lake surrounded by dark, evil energy, next to a tall tower. A girl in green was turning her head to talk to a girl in red with great concern. "What should we do? If this continues, the thing in the pond won't be able to handle it anymore. Ji Wangmu sent someone to borrow the heavenly mirror, but we don't know when they'll be back." Just then, Ji Wangmu arrived with them and introduced, "Everyone, this is Ning Tian, the Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon sect. This time, he's representing the sect to bring us the heavenly mirror." Looking at the patches of dark black air hovering over the water, Ning Tian asked with some curiosity, "This pond, why is it so black? It looks very strange." As if afraid that he'd find something, Ji Wangmu tried to avoid the topic. "Grandmaster, don't worry. Our disciples accidentally polluted the water here while cultivating. We can't clean it up, so we can only borrow your sect's heavenly mirror for a bit." Ning Tian looked at her face, unsure how much of it was sincere, and asked half-jokingly, "Is there something that even Ji Wangmu can't clean up?" She gave a forced smile and brushed it off. "Even though I'm a God Emperor realm powerhouse, I'm not skilled in this kind of thing." Although he didn't say it out loud, Ning Tian could still sense something unusual. He mused, "Ji Wangmu and this group of elders are definitely hiding something from me." But, thinking about the mission my wife gave me, he didn't bother to care further. "Whatever. Other people's sacred ground is none of my business. I just need to complete the mission to go to that sacred ground to strengthen my physique and get the immortal pill." As Ning Tian controlled the magic weapon to fly higher, he called out to Ji Wangmu, "I just need to use this heavenly mirror to shine down there, right?" Ji Wangmu looked at Ning Tian with some doubt and said, "That's right, but the heavenly mirror is an immortal artifact. Grandmaster, you're only at the Tongling realm. Can you unleash its full power?" He didn't mind those scornful words. Ning Tian raised his arm high towards the mirror and continued in a relaxed manner, "If my wife drew a formation on me, then it proves that I can use this heavenly mirror." Under his control, streams of Ling Qi surged like ocean waves, all rapidly converging towards the mirror. The girl in green couldn't believe her eyes. Her eyes widened in shock. "I didn't expect him to be the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon sect. Even though he's only at the Tongling realm, he already possesses a Linghai. Not only does he possess a Linghai, but he also has 99 Thunder Tribulation Lingmai. This person's talent is extraordinary. No limits." Right then, a notification popped up on the system screen. After gathering enough Ling Qi, Ning Tian lowered the Xia Tianming mirror. A boundless, powerful energy could be seen shining straight down onto the dark pond from the mirror's surface. Ning Tian looked at the scene below, thinking to himself, "The black qi coming out of the pond must be the secret Ji Wangmu was hiding." Suddenly, he heard gurgling sounds rising from the water's surface. Then he amplified the Ling Qi into the Tianming mirror while shouting, "Illuminate the Jiao Qi, cleanse the filth." A moment later, the dirty black qi was completely pushed away. A clear pond full of blooming lotus flowers was restored to its original state. Ning Tian stretched out his hand and yelled, "Tianming mirror, return!" Instantly, the mirror obediently went into the formation on the palm of his hand. After completing the mission, Ning Tian's Ling Qi was completely drained. His complexion seemed aged, making him dizzy and about to fall from midair. He closed his eyes, lamenting, "Ugh, exhausted." Seeing this, the Jiaoqi holy maiden quickly leaped up, catching his body. At the same time, she worriedly said, "Grandmaster, be careful." After the two landed safely, Ji Wangmu then ordered, "Jiao Jiao, Grandmaster is overexerted. Take him to rest first. I'll come to thank Grandmaster later." The Jiaoqi holy maiden supported him as she left, turning her head back to reply, "Yes." As soon as Ning Tian disappeared from sight, Ji Wangmu turned back, sternly instructing the elders, Spread my word. No one is allowed to approach the immortal pond without my permission from now on. The three girls simultaneously clasped their hands respectfully and replied, Understood. Just as the four figures soared into the sky, a strange phenomenon occurred on the surface of the lotus pond. A circle of patterns like a formation suddenly appeared. Above it, streams of dark aura were slowly rising. Switching to a room in Jiaoqi Palace, Ning Tian was sitting upright on the bed, circulating his energy to recover the consumed Ling Qi. He sighed, musing, No wonder Luo Wuxing didn't give me all three immortal artifacts before. Just using the Tianming mirror with all my strength drained my Ling Qi. He gently massaged his arm, smiling. Luckily I have the Tian Shen Lu, so I'm recovering quite quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao opened the door and entered the room. She looked at him with concern, worriedly asking, Grandmaster, didn't you exhaust all your Ling Qi? Standing up now, to prove you are a strong man, not easily subdued, Ning Tian immediately stood up. He calmly replied as he rotated his arm, It's okay, I've recovered relatively. Seeing Dao Dao cover her mouth, asking with astonishment, So fast? Ning Tian took the opportunity to show off even more. He stood with his hands on his hips, puffing out his chest, looking extremely arrogant. The holy maiden thought she was seeing things, constantly wondering in her heart. Just now, I clearly saw him consume all his Linghai, like a lamp that's run out of oil. Also because of her surprised attitude, Ning Tian was rewarded by the system. You made the Jiaoqi holy maiden surprised. Ling Qi cultivation, 300. Suddenly, Shuangmu walked in from outside the door, rebuking, Dao Dao, you can't casually say fast about men. Knowing that she had been impolite, the holy maiden turned back and bowed in confusion. Greetings, Shuangmu. But immediately afterward, Zhao Zhao was extremely dismayed when she looked up and witnessed her dignified Shuangmu getting close to Ning Tian. She stroked his face with her hand and excitedly suggested, Little boy, you're quite healthy. To express my gratitude, would you like to stay in my Jiaoqi Holy Land for a few days? Jiaoqi Holy Land's martial arts and elixirs. I will let you choose as you wish. And what do you think? Ning Tian was so surprised by Shuangmu's outburst that he didn't have time to react. His face unconsciously turned red, standing there dumbfounded. After calming down, Ning Tian stepped back, slightly raised his hand to cover his mouth, and pretended to cough, replying, Cough, cough, no need, thank you for Shuangmu's kindness. At the same time, he realized that the Jiaoqi Holy Land was all female family members. If Luo Wuxing found out, I definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Thinking of the Empress, Ning Tian suddenly remembered something and carefully chose his words. Shuangmu, before departing, my wife introduced me to a good place to enhance my physique. She said Shuangmu wouldn't refuse. Shuangmu was slightly stunned by his unexpected request and blurted out, So Grandmaster wants to go to the immortal spirit spring. Then she returned to normal, leaning slightly toward Ning Tian and saying, coquettishly, Jiaoqi always repays gratitude. The Jiaoqi Immortal Pill's core formation still needs about 2 months. At that time, I will personally bring it to the Tianma sect. As for the Immortal Spirit Spring, I certainly won't refuse, as long as Grandmaster answers one question of mine. Ning Tian leaned back slightly, immediately asking, What question? Shuangmu gently stroked his cheek with her finger, trying to put on a seductive appearance and suggestive eyes, asking, Who's more beautiful, me or Luo Wuxing? Ning Tian looked directly into her eyes, answering immediately without hesitation. Does that even need to be considered? Shuangmu may be the most beautiful, but of course my wife is the most fragrant. This caused her expression to change upon hearing the answer, both ashamed and angry. Shuangmu said annoyedly, sending Ning Tian flying like a rocket straight towards the door, smashing right through it. The holy maiden Zhao Kui was still reeling from Shuangmu's impulsive move. She stuttered, totally flustered. Shuangmu, this person is Shin. Shuangmu, trying to regain her composure, closed her eyes to cover her embarrassment. Relax, he's not hurt. I just changed the delivery method for Luo Wuxing's treasure to the Xianling Spring. Cut to the Xianling Spring, a natural, crystal-clear pool nestled between towering cliffs. The holy son Tianju, following behind Zhao Kui, acted like he knew everything and started rambling. I've long heard that the water in the Xianling Spring contains an extremely high concentration of Ling Qi, which can greatly cleanse the meridians and strengthen the body. Zhao Kui, unimpressed, retorted, Seems like Holy Son only knows one thing but not the other. She slowly explained. The Ling Qi of the Xianling Spring is contained within the Lingquan waterfall. Su Xing finally started to get it, saying awkwardly, "The Lingquan waterfall has a natural height like this. The impact created isn't." Zhao Kui cut him off, her tone a little warning-like. "That's right. If you stay under the waterfall for too long, your body could be swept away by the Lingquan." Just then, a cracking sound came from the ancient tree in front of them. It transformed into a woman with long, green hair. She said in a chilling voice, "Xiansling Spring, males halt." Zhao Kui bowed respectfully and introduced, "Elder Qinglin, this is disciple Su Xing of the Tianshu Holy Land. He's here to cultivate at the Xianling Spring, permitted by the Holy Lord." Seeing this, Su Xing clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, saying obsequiously, "To transform on your own, a powerhouse of the celestial venerable realm." Elder Qinglin floated in the air, a tangled mess of roots swirling behind her. Holding a staff, she said with great authority, "Since you have the Holy Lord's permission, then enter." Receiving her approval, Zhao Kui said politely, "Thank you, Elder Qinglin." After that, Zhao Kui and Su Xing brushed past the ancient tree and continued forward. Under the bright midday sun, 2 round shadows were cast on the grass. Su Xing smirked sneakily, his eyes starting to glaze over with lewd thoughts. The disciples of the Jiaoqi Holy Land all cultivate in the Xianling Spring. He, beauties, your mighty holy son Su Xing is here. In the cool, clear water of the lake, the girls of the Jiaoqi Holy Land were splashing around naked, having a blast, splashing water at each other, occasionally laughing gleefully. Seeing that steamy scene, Su Xing froze, eyes wide, drool and nosebleed escaping him. Unable to contain the lust in his heart, he blurted out, "Huge!" Hearing those vulgar words and his sudden appearance, the girls splashed water at him, angrily shooing him away. Ah, a pervert, get out!" Others turned away shyly, shouting in a panic, "A peeping Tom! Beat him!" His indecent behavior immediately earned him a rain of attacks. Su Xing, raising his arms to protect himself, tried to defend himself miserably. "Senior sisters, calm down. I'm not a peeping Tom. I'm just praising the immortal spirit waterfall." Seeing the situation escalating, Zhao Kui quickly stepped forward to shield him, saying, "Wait! Everyone, stop! Holy Son Su Xing has been authorized by Shi Wangmu to cultivate at the Xianling Spring." Hearing that, the girls stopped attacking Su Xing. But their disgust was still clear. One, while putting on her clothes, said with resentment and displeasure, "Shi Wangmu agreed? Then fine. Ugh, he looks decent enough, but he's actually a pervert." The girl next to her added with distaste, "I know, right? His eyes are so vulgar." Su Xing's face was bruised and sweaty. Not only did he not feel ashamed or remorseful for his behavior, but he also covered his face, trying to hide his annoyed and smug expression. "I'm a dignified holy son of Tianju. What's wrong with me looking at you a few times?" At the same time, Ning Tian, like a meteor from space, was hurtling uncontrollably from the sky towards where the girls were bathing. "Get out of the way! Splash!" With a thump he fell into the water, creating a whirlpool in the middle of the lake, sending water splashing everywhere. The girls scattered in panic, exclaiming in shock, "Who's that now?" After a landing similar to when Luo Wuxing gave him a flying experience and he crashed into the hot spring in the Tianmo sect, seeing him amongst the beauties, the holy son Tianju gasped inwardly, "Ning Tian!" He used his messy bangs to cover his face and snickered, "HMPH. I was allowed here by Shi Wangmu." Wanting to embarrass Ning Tian, he deliberately shouted loudly, "A dignified legendary grandmaster of the Tianmo sect, not afraid to fall from the sky just to peep at the women of the Jiaoqi?" In his heart he was sure that the Tianmo sect would become a laughingstock for the entire Tianmosling realm. Contrary to his expectations, the girls of the Jiaoqi Holy Land were immediately captivated by Ning Tian's handsome looks. Everyone showed affection and kept exclaiming, "So handsome! Isn't that the legendary grandmaster?" The girls just swarmed him, and one couldn't help but reach out to caress his rock-hard chest. They were so smitten they eagerly offered, "Shizu, are you soaking in the immortal spring too? Shizu, let me scrub your back. Shizu." Ning Tian's face turned beet red with embarrassment, and he stammered, Not that." Suddenly a beam of green light shot down from the sky, accompanied by an angry voice. "No one is allowed in the immortal spring without permission. Die!" The girls clinging to Ning Tian were terrified and quickly scattered. Then, a fluctuation of aura appeared behind Ning Tian, followed by a gentle voice stopping her. "Elder Qinglin, wait, Holy Maiden Jiao Jiao has arrived to explain. He is the legendary Shizu of the Heavenly Demon sect. Elder Kinglin folded her hands behind her, gripping her staff tightly, and asked in surprise. He's the legendary Shinizu of the Heavenly Demon sect. Then she respectfully cupped her hands and said, I didn't know Shizu was gracing us with his presence. Qinglin apologizes for the offense. It's all right, no biggie, Ning Tian replied with sympathy, putting his robe back on as he stepped ashore. Seeing Ning Tian receiving everyone's respect and admiration, Su Xing was incredibly jealous and angry. He gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind. What's so special about him? At least I'm the new holy son of Tianqiong, and I'll be the one in charge of the Tianqiong Holy Land in the future. How come I'm suddenly not as good as this servant-born guy? On the other side, Elder Kinglin pointed to the cascading waterfall and invited, Since you two have come to the immortal spring to cultivate, please enter the waterfall. The beauties under the stream all turned their eyes to Ning Tian, praising and supporting him. I wonder if Shizu can break the record of defeating our Jiaoqi's immortal waterfall. I remember the latest record belongs to the Holy Maiden, right? Enduring for a full hour and a half. With Shizu's good looks, he can definitely do it. Su Xing glanced at the girls, frowned, and muttered sullenly, HMPH, Shizu. So friendly, what's the point of being handsome? Being handsome and strong is what matters. Then he assumed he was great, and looked at Ning Tian, mockingly challenging, Since we're here to cultivate, how about we compete to see who can last longer? At the same time, he arrogantly thought, a mere Tongling realm cultivator, whether you accept my challenge or not, you're destined to embarrass yourself in front of this holy son Su Xing. Seeing his arrogant challenge, Jiao Jiao reminded him, the power of this immortal waterfall reaches tens of thousands of jins. There's absolutely no need to compete so forcefully. Ning Tian, after stepping aside, turned back and casually accepted with a smile, all right, let's compete then. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianqiong Holy Sun jumped and flew towards the waterfall. He sat cross-legged under the roaring water, smugly thinking, HMPH, a bunch of short-sighted women, I'll show you what a real man is. Half an hour later, under the powerful force of the immortal waterfall, Su Xing could no longer endure it. He spat blood, and the clothes on his body were torn to shreds by the external force. The girls covered their eyes in horror at the shocking scene, screaming, Oh heavens! His clothes are all torn! He's not doing well! Ning Tian didn't comment, just stood there stroking his chin and marveling. Oh wow! Su Xing was so embarrassed he could die. He covered his body with his hands, mumbling, how could this happen? Seeing Ning Tian standing there smirking, Su Xing, dragging his naked body past him, glared and growled, Stop laughing, you're just a mere Tongling realm cultivator. You're no better than me. Ning Tian still had a smile on his face, calmly replying, Is that so? Then let's see. Between two men, who can last longer? Stepping back to the waterfall that was constantly pouring down, looking at the ever-changing water that was surging like it wanted to swallow everything, Ning Tian murmured in admiration, as expected of a natural Lingquan. The Ling Qi is extremely rich, and the pressure is equally strong. Then he tensed his arms, unleashing the Ling Qi of his whole body, causing a golden aura to radiate like a howling wind. With that, Ning Tian lifted his foot and flew up, and in an instant he sat cross-legged solemnly under the waterfall. A swirling aura enveloped his body, like a protective eggshell, resisting the rushing water crashing down. Standing and observing from afar, Su Xing slightly curled his lips into a mocking smile. You little brat, I will definitely watch you lose all face. After a period of meditation under the pressure of the continuously surging water, Ning Tian began to feel the weight and power of the waterfall, and felt uncomfortable. He began to complain inwardly. At first I felt like the water in this Lingquan was just like small pebbles hitting me, neither painful nor itchy. But unexpectedly, over time it has become like a huge mountain pressing down. Just as he was lamenting this, a thunderous crash echoed through the space, and the force of the water tore apart the clothes on Ning Tian, revealing his well-built, muscular upper body. Seeing this, Su Xing was extremely pleased and gloating. He laughed derisively. Hee, I knew it, that's all he's got. What a disappointment for the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sky Pavilion. In contrast to the Holy Son of the Heavenly Sky Pavilion, the female disciples of the Holy Land of Jiaoqi looked at Ning Tian with incredibly infatuated eyes, full of admiration and love, their mouths constantly uttering praises. Shizu is so amazing. I can't believe he can persevere for half a shinshin. Look at his six-pack abs, so seductive. I want to touch them. Witnessing this scene, Su Jing was so angry that he vomited blood, raging, puffed, "You guys really have double standards." The beauties then turned to look at him with disgust, accompanied by scathing remarks and criticisms. "Why are you vomiting blood? Are you too weak? Looks like you really are useless." Back to the waterfall, where Ning Tian was cultivating. His bright eyes shone, soaring proudly, blending with the strong Ling Qi of the waterfall, creating an improvisational movement with extremely refreshing harmonies. Ning Tian himself also felt endless inspiration from this wonderful combination. He thought to himself, there seems to be a kind of Dao Yun hidden within the Ling Qi, like Luo Dao. Ning Tian suddenly remembered something, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed inwardly, "That's right. If there are 3,000 great Daos, that also means there are 3,000 Lingmai. If I open a new type of Lingmai every minute, wouldn't I be invincible?" He was thrilled with the audacious idea in his head, and decided to borrow the power of the Lingmai to open the Lingmai that was abundantly contained within his body. The holy maiden Yao Yao couldn't believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed in shock, "Yin Dragon Lingmai!" It's already difficult for ordinary people to withstand such a terrifying immortal waterfall, yet he can open a new Lingmai. Su Xing was also stunned by the scene. His face paled, and he cried out in a daze, "What did you say? Open a Lingmai?" He only managed to utter those words before clutching his chest, writhing as he felt his daddy-o heart crack and shatter, then vomiting blood on the spot. Seeing him suffer a mental breakdown and fall backward to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, a female disciple of the Holy Land exclaimed in horror, "Holy Son, why did you faint? Wake up!" Another girl standing nearby nonchalantly smiled and said, "He's vomiting blood again. The Holy Sun should nourish his health more." At this time, at the waterfall, the bodies of the Lingmai suddenly swelled up and broke apart in unison. Ning Tian was extremely surprised by this unexpected accident. He wondered in confusion. The Ling Qi in this immortal waterfall is so rich, but why did the Lingmai suddenly break? The system screen immediately appeared, explaining in detail, "Host, your Linghai cannot yet absorb the essence of Luo Dao, so the Luo Dao Lingmai, although opened, is extremely weak. Host can use impromptu music, combining Ling Qi with the Tuyen Luo, to open the Luo Dao Lingmai." Hearing the system's suggested solution, Ning Tian frowned and repeated, "Impromptu music." Then his face relaxed as he happily whispered, "The system just rewarded me with a mastery of Lu Tao Dao. Heaven is really helping me." After thinking it over, he turned his eyes to Yao Yao and happily opened his mouth. "Holy maiden, can you lend me an ancient zither?" She flinched slightly. Although a little surprised by Ning Tian's sudden request, she still happily agreed. "Huh? Okay, right away." Yao Yao waved her hand and took out a zither for the young Shizu. Then she pushed the zither, radiating energy, towards the waterfall where Ning Tian was waiting. He placed his hand on the zither. He began to issue commands to the system, shocking the 3,000 heavenly Daos starting, Luo Dao music theory. Then Ning Tian's hands began to move skillfully across the strings, creating a swirling aura like sound waves, beginning to spread around. The musical theory in the zither sounds carries powerful bouncing harmonies, and streaks of musical notation continuously dance and shine throughout the space, strengthened with the Ling Qi of the waterfall, creating a beautiful harmony that stirs the hearts of so many girls in the Holy Land. Not stopping there, the sound of the zither soared to higher levels, blending with the fresh breeze, reaching all the way to the main hall of the Holy Land of Jiaoqi. An elder blurted out, "Listening to the sound of the zither, it seems to be the ancient zither of that girl Jiao Xi." The Queen Mother of the West was also moved and stunned by these beautiful sounds, but she still felt something was wrong. However, Jiao Xi's understanding of Luo Dao is still not able to move people's hearts like this. Then, the Queen Mother of the West led the group out of the main hall, following the fervent call of the sound, while telling the others, "Follow me to the immortal Lingquan." Back at the immortal Lingquan, Ning Tian was leisurely performing zither skills to assist with the opening of the Lingmai. While glancing around at the surrounding energy, he was a little worried in his heart, muttering to himself, "Now the Luo Dao Lingmai is a little stronger than before, but it still feels like something is missing." While he was still examining his own problem, a figure appeared, saying, "Interesting." Opening Lingmai while soaking and playing the zither. Seeing the beautiful girl leaning in to fly towards him, Ning Tian exclaimed in surprise, "Shi Wang Mu!" She lightly stroked her lips and said softly, "Do you need your elder sister to help you, junior brother?" Feeling her slender fingers caressing his face, Ning Tian blushed and refused. Cultivation is a personal journey. I wouldn't dare trouble Shi Wangmu. However, the girl in front of him interrupted him, saying with sincerity, "Don't refuse so quickly. Do you feel that the Dao meridians you've opened are perfect yet, right?" Shi Wangmu's comment made Ning Tian extremely surprised, because these were the very concerns in his heart right now. "I'll tell you what's missing." Shi Wangmu finished speaking, then took out a flute and put it to her lips. Notes poured out like flowing water. A moment later, the melody from the flute transformed into countless Ling Qi, in the form of stunning celestial maidens, flying over to shower Ning Tian, massaging and caressing his body in turn, causing him to feel a strange aura stirring within his heart. Intoxicating. "What's going on? The Ling Qi in my body seems to be surging." The self-generated Ling Qi, like a sacred flame, flickered and burned fiercely. The flames of Ling Qi rose in clumps, in sync with the melodies, increasing the Ling Qi, creating conditions for the meridians to be opened thoroughly. Shi Wangmu also didn't expect the significant result she brought about, and muttered to herself, "I only intended to help him a little. I didn't expect him to succeed." Ning Tian was also very happy with this promising result. He clenched his fist and whispered, "Not bad," condensed the Xialing meridian. Just then, a system notification appeared. "You have shocked Shi Wangmu, rewarded with the quick as lightning skill that can teleport X 3 times. Ning Tian expressed his deep gratitude by cupping his hands respectfully. "Thank you, Shi Wangmu." She looked at him and replied softly, "Only synchronized Daos can exert stronger power." As if unable to resist the charming attraction of the man in front of her, she reached out and lifted Ning Tian's chin, then flirted. "Distant zithers, mournful flutes, complement each other like the two of us, don't you think?" He was still wholeheartedly devoted to the Empress, so he frankly reminded Shi Wangmu, "Please control yourself. I am a married man." Rejected by Ning Tian again, Shi Wangmu turned away with an awkward expression, pretending to be casual, but in her heart she huffed and sighed faintly. How boring. Ning Tian didn't say anything when he saw her leave in a huff, and just breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he ignored Shi Wangmu and ordered the system, shocking system, use the adamantine physique card now. Request received. The system screen immediately displayed a notification. Successfully used the adamantine physique card. 2 hours later, the female disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land were still secretly observing and supporting Ning Tian. Seeing that he was healthy and full of energy since just now, they admired him even more, continuously praising him. Condensing Ling meridians consumes a lot of Ling Qi, but the ancestor still shows no sign of stopping. It's been so long. Isn't he tired? As expected of a real man. I wonder how long ancestor can last like this. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. The adamantine physique card is preparing to change the Ling Qi in the host's Ling Hai. Please prepare yourself. This made Ning Tian exclaim in alarm. What? Change the Ling Qi in the Ling Hai? Feeling the torrential force pouring down on his body like a dam bursting, he cried out in horror, "Oh no! Without Ling Qi, I can only rely on my physical strength to resist the power of this waterfall." Before long, that lamentation, the mighty pressure of the waterfall took over Ning Tian's body, causing his eyes to roll back and blood to spurt from his mouth. Without Ling Qi protecting him, Ning Tian tried to endure the powerful water slamming down on his body, causing him to vomit blood continuously. Feeling a little disadvantaged, he thought. Just strengthening the body and not raising cultivation. Is it really still too forced? At this time on the shore, noticing the unstable situation at the waterfall, Holy Maiden Yao Yao looked at the Holy Mother and asked worriedly, "Shi Wangmu, Ning Tian ancestor doesn't look good. Do we need to save him?" Shi Wangmu stared at Ning Tian, followed the situation, then replied calmly, "The path of cultivation is already against heaven and earth. Let's wait a little longer and see." After a period of fighting against the erosion of the immortal Ling Spring, Ning Tian felt his whole body numb and about to collapse. Gritting his teeth, he asked the system, "Is the Ling Qi change not done yet? I can't take it anymore." Sure enough, the system did not disappoint Ning Tian. The question he had just asked had just come at a good time, and the system screen displayed a notification. "Change complete. Host, please receive it." Then, from within his body, countless golden Ling Qi like brilliant chrysanthemum petals bloomed out around him at the same time. Then, a terrifying bang sounded. Ning Tian's entire body was surrounded by a transparent aura in the shape of a huge soap bubble, lifting him high up. Outside the bubble were streams of Ling Qi like surging waves, surrounding him to create a dazzling reflective phenomenon. Looking at the streams of aura twisting and turning outside, and the latent internal energy gradually running through his body, Ning Tian was overjoyed, unable to restrain the joy in his heart, feeling strength overflowing in every corner of his body. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host on breaking through, reaching the 5th star of Tongling Realm. Ning Tian looked at the aura sphere he had just created in his palm, and couldn't help but excitedly exclaim, strengthening the body, opening the Ling meridians, and now breaking through again. This is truly triple happiness coming to my door. The female disciples of the Holy Land witnessed the scene of Ning Tian's breakthrough, and were even happier than him. They hugged each other, hands grabbing faces in joy, continuously shouting, Ancestor is so amazing! Holy Maiden Yao Yao was also no less happy. She hugged Wang Mu's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she shouted, That's really great! Ancestor has broken through. Suddenly she startled, realized that she was too excited that she had forgotten the existence of Shi Wangmu next to her. So she turned to her teacher and apologized in embarrassment. Yao Yao was rude. The cheers of the girls also accidentally woke up the holy son Tian Kong, who was lying unconscious on the grass. He opened his eyes, rubbed his head, and muttered vaguely, How long have I been unconscious here? Where is Ning Tian? Isn't he about to fail? As he asked, he struggled to stand up, but was immediately traumatized again when he witnessed a girl turn around, giving him a sympathetic look, and announced, Ancestor has persisted for 5 calf. Su Qing couldn't believe what he had just heard. As if struck by lightning, his Daozo heart was struck again, his face turned gray, and he stammered, 5 calf. From stunned and distracted, he suddenly turned fierce, frantic, clenched his fists, and cursed loudly. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qing went completely mad like a rabid beast, losing all control. He pointed his finger at the girls, cursing in anger. You tricked me! You pathetic women! So what if he's handsome? He's just a weak Tongling Realm cultivator. There's no way he can last longer than me. Then, he ripped off the cloth wrapped around his lower body. Hey! Yao Yao watched Su Qing's retreating figure, clicking her tongue. The Western Queen Mother understood her meaning and softly explained. The Dao heart of this holy son has shattered upon awakening. I'm afraid he's crippled. Have someone send him back to the heavenly sky Holy Land. As they were talking, the two were suddenly disturbed by a gasp from a female disciple nearby. She didn't know what she had seen, but she hurriedly raised her hand and squeezed her eyes shut. The girl half covered her eyes with one hand and pointed towards the stream, exclaiming loudly, Grand Ancestor! Grand Ancestor isn't wearing any clothes! Her accusation immediately attracted the attention of all the other girls, causing them to turn and look in unison. Ning Tian embarrassedly covered his lower body, which was submerged in the water, and awkwardly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. Internally, he cried out to the system, How am I supposed to explain this to my wifey? The women of the Holy Land were delighted to get a glimpse of Ning Tian's body. Although everyone blushed shyly, their eyes remained glued to the man in the stream. The Western Queen Mother was no exception. She covered her mouth and quietly reassured him, Grand Ancestor, don't worry. We won't let this slip out. Then, unable to resist his charm, she licked her lips, her eyes filled with envy and longing, and said, But I have to say, that Luo Wuxing woman sure hit the jackpot. Ning Tian sensed an overwhelming scent of gossip in the air. He covered his mouth and feigned a cough. Let's drop this, and don't bring it up again in the future. Suddenly, Ning Tian startled and yelled, What's going on? As he heard a deafening boom, and the water around him began to ripple violently, forming a swirling vortex like a tornado. Golden Ling Wenqi fused with the water, weaving a brilliant golden silk tapestry. Witnessing the extraordinary scene, Yao Yao's eyes widened in shock. She pressed her hand to her chest and exclaimed, Strange! The immortal spirit spring was originally devoid of Ling Qi, so why is it suddenly emitting such a powerful aura? The Western Queen Mother, standing behind her, offered an explanation. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the masterpiece of our grand ancestor Ning Tian. Ning Tian stared blankly at his own hands, muttering to himself that he could sense the Ling Qi of thunder tribulation and immortal fall within. Could it be that the recent change in Ling Qi had caused the waterfall to be filled with Ling Qi as well? Seeing this rare source of power, the holy maiden Yao Yao tentatively asked, Western Queen Mother, can we cultivate in this immortal spirit spring? The girls also looked eagerly towards the female holy ruler, awaiting her answer. In response to the girls' expectations, the Western Queen Mother touched her lips and gently replied, "Now that there's Ling Qi in the water, it's only beneficial for us, not harmful." Of course we can. With the permission of the Western Queen Mother, the female disciples jumped into the stream without hesitation and soaked themselves. They splashed and played to their heart's content, laughing joyfully and shouting, "This is great, ha ha ha!" Only Ning Tian had no choice but to sit hugging his knees in a corner, reluctantly accepting the shared bath. Even so, Ning Tian was very excited and proud, believing that the Ling Qi was emanating from his body. "Aren't they using my bathwater to cultivate?" He happily watched the beauties enjoy the benefits of the Ling Qi he had created, each with a different expression, but overall everyone was happy and praised him endlessly. "Ling Tian, Grand Ancestor, you're so amazing! The Ling Qi in this immortal spirit spring is like Grand Ancestor's essence." Then, cheers erupted like firecrackers. The women immersed themselves in the stream. "I've broken through. Really, I've broken through too. Thank you, Grand Ancestor, you're amazing. Thanks to the Grand Ancestor, I was able to break through." Not only did they thank and praise him, but the girls also enthusiastically came forward to hug and caress him. He noticed quite a few soft, ripe fruits rubbing against his hands, cheeks, and back. Ning Tian felt his nerves go numb, his body tensed, and his face flushed with a mix of pleasure and embarrassment. Then he stammered shyly, No need to be so polite." Just then, the system panel displayed a series of notifications. Ding! Absorbing +1 point of worship power. Absorbing +1 point of worship power. Absorbing +2 points of worship power. Thus, the system panel rang continuously. Absorbing 1 point of worship power. Current accumulated worship power is 100,100. The full accumulation notification seemed to awaken the reason within Ning Tian. He pushed away the girls who were hugging him. He ran to the holy ruler and hastily said, "Western Queen Mother, the matter at the Jade Pool Holy Land is finished, so I'll take my leave now." But since it was already evening, the Western Queen Mother suggested, "The heavenly spirit domain is teeming with rampant demonic beasts at night, so it's not very safe. Why doesn't Grand Ancestor stay at my Jade Pool Holy Land for another night? Respectful obedience is better than polite refusal." Ning Tian cupped his hands in agreement. "Then I'll trouble you." The Western Queen Mother watched the departing figure of the man soaring away from the immortal spirit spring, unable to suppress the affection in her heart. She licked her index finger and excitedly laughed. To actually be able to fill the immortal spirit spring with Ling Qi. "Ning Tian, oh Ning Tian, I'm truly becoming more and more interested in you." Scene changed to the next day. Outside Jade Pool Palace, the Western Queen Mother and her female disciples bid him farewell. The female holy ruler expressed her regret and tried to persuade him to stay. "Grand Ancestor, won't you stay at the Jade Pool Holy Land for a few more days? These Jade Pool disciples of mine are all reluctant to part with you." Ning Tian waved his hand, politely declining. "Sorry, but I really can't. My wifey must be missing me a lot after being away from home for so many days. I should still return soon." He said that on the surface, but in his heart, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the women here, and he thought uneasily, "If I keep staying, I'm afraid I won't be able to digest it all." Ning Tian was worried because he suddenly remembered the scene from last night, when he had gone to bed. But the female disciples of the sacred ground still wouldn't let him go. They kept calling out seductively, "Grandmaster, this junior sister has something she doesn't understand. Please help. Grandmaster Gege, I want to discuss life with you." "And me too." So now, seeing the women in front of him, looking at him with infatuated affection and fondness, he had to calm himself down and remind himself, a man must know how to protect himself when he goes out alone. Ning Tian sat majestically on Luo Wuxing's Lingyu Sparrow, politely raising his hand to say goodbye. "Everyone, tall mountains and long rivers, we will meet again if we are destined." After that, he wholeheartedly headed towards his female emperor wife while riding the spirit bird. After a long time flying with the spirit beast over countless mountains, Ning Tian took out the map to check again. Thinking about the long distance left, he clicked his tongue and sighed. Flying all day just to get to Black Dark Mountain, and we're still halfway from the Heavenly Demon sect. It's boring to just sit around. Ning Tian took out the Soul Origin Pearl and muttered, It's a good opportunity to consolidate my realm and give my wife a surprise when I get back. Just as he was about to sit upright and focus his divine sense to cultivate, an alarm sounded in Ning Tian's mind, startling him. The system panel lit up with a red alert, flashing repeatedly. Warning! Warning! 2 God Emperor realm individuals are attacking together. Please be careful, host, and listen to the system's alarm. Looking at the distant blue sky, a dazzling light suddenly flashed, followed by a domineering golden aura like a giant water polo rushing over. The terrifying aura, like a coiling dragon, flew around the large mountains, aiming directly at the Lingyu sparrow that Ning Tian was riding. Sensing the imminent threat, Ning Tian immediately begged the system for help. System, I'm freaking out! The system received the order and immediately displayed the system information. Activating Flash Step. Currently using Flash Step 1 of 3. As soon as the skill was activated, streams of bright blue aura like lightning appeared, enveloping the Lingyu sparrow's body. Then, they teleported Ning Tian and his mount to another location. As a result, the attack from the 2 God Emperor realm experts flew freely across the space without hitting anything, causing them to be stunned and exclaim, "Vanished?" Seeing the sudden disappearance before him, the silver-haired old man retracted the swirling aura he had created, then asked in confusion, "Where did he go?" The remaining old man also stood there blankly, staring listlessly into the void, where only faint traces of bright green aura remained. The silver-haired old man grumbled irritably, "I didn't hold back at all with that move. I thought I had killed that brat, but I missed." Yingmo Lauren frowned angrily. "That brat must have some kind of treasure to help him, but with his strength he can't run far," he shouted. Then, both of them flew straight ahead, following the evil aura. The silver-haired old man excitedly said, "That way, chase after him." At this moment, in another place in the sky, a bright green aura like a lightning bolt suddenly appeared, accompanied by a crackling sound. Then, Ning Tian's figure riding the Lingyu sparrow appeared amidst the flashing aura. He worriedly urged the spirit beast to increase its speed, while muttering in a panic, "I didn't expect to encounter 2 God Emperor realm experts joining forces. Who exactly are they?" Ning Tian controlled the Lingyu sparrow to fly at full speed, but said uneasily, "I only have 2 uses of Flash Step left." Just as he thought of that, the system displayed another notification. 2 God Emperor realm experts are rapidly closing in on the host. Hearing this, Ning Tian broke out in a cold sweat, turning his head back to look in a panic, involuntarily muttering, "So fast?" The speed at which God Emperor realm experts burst forth with their power is truly terrifying. Even if I use every skill to widen the gap, being caught up is only a matter of time. Ning Tian knelt and crawled on the Lingyu sparrow's back, secretly weighing the strength between himself and the enemy. Xiao Ling is only a Saint Emperor realm demonic beast. Its flying speed can't compare to God Emperor realm experts. I have 2 chances left. I absolutely can't use them carelessly. I have to think of a way. While panicking and worrying, Ning Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling pain as he sensed a powerful purple aura like a giant curtain slamming directly into him, to the point that the Lingyu sparrow also staggered and cried out miserably, "Awk, awk!" Yingmo Lauren appeared in front of Ning Tian at this time. He stood proudly, raising his hand to gather energy, and said with a smug smile, "Haha, brat, let's see where you can run to." Then he raised his eyes to the opposite side and shouted loudly, "Tian Cheng, eliminate him!" Hearing these words, Ning Tian turned his head in horror and exclaimed in dismay, "Heavenly Sky Holy Master, you dare to join forces?" The silver-haired old man suddenly appeared from behind, reaching out his hands forward, aggressively accusing Ning Tian. "You stinky brat, don't blame me. You crippled my 2 holy sons. This is the price you have to pay." Attacked from both sides, Ning Tian felt the violent aura constantly pressing down on his body. He struggled to endure, while bitterly lamenting, "Damn it, if this continues, all the meridians in my body will break, and I won't be able to move anymore." But it seemed those 2 old geezers weren't about to let him get away alive. Heavenly Sky Holy Master started busting out his sect's signature move, yelling, "Celestial Extermination!" as he unleashed a super fierce palm strike at his opponent. A terrifying surge of power erupted from his hands, slamming into Ning Tian's back, making his eyes roll back and sending him sprawling forward. Meanwhile, Ling Wu Kui let out another agonizing squawk squawk. The wounded bird beast couldn't keep its balance and plummeted head first. But in that split second, Ning Tian quickly hatched a plan in his mind. "I just gotta wait till they think they've killed me, then use quick as lightning to buy myself some time." Moments later, a deafening explosion shook the ground, sending dust and dirt flying everywhere. The two old farts peered down at the crater filled with swirling dust, assessing the situation. Heavenly Sky Holy Master murmured, "He's got to be dead this time." Shadow Devil Old Man, ever suspicious, retorted, "This kid's damn resilient, lasting this long." "But something's not right, he's not dead, how can this be?" Shadow Devil Old Man exclaimed, realizing faint traces of cyan aura lingered above the crater, but Ning Tian's corpse was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, elsewhere, Ning Tian, looking like he'd been dragged through hell and back, clung tightly to Ling Wuquei's back, soaring through the air. Just then, a system notification popped up. "You have startled Shadow Devil Old Man and Heavenly Sky Holy Master. Reward: Myriad Reviving Dew Pill. Protects cultivation meridians from destruction. Gradually restores injuries within the body." Receiving the timely and precious reward from the system, Ning Tian's body immediately regained strength. He reached out to summon a golden Ling Qi ball, then laughed excitedly. "You damned old geezers! Just you wait. This is my last chance. As long as I don't die this time, I'm definitely taking those two down." After steeling himself, Ning Tian shouted, "System, activate quick as lightning card." Finally, upon command, the system screen displayed a notification. "Quick as lightning skill activated. Number of uses for this card: 3/3. At the same time, a cyan aura as bright as lightning flashed once again in the sky. Not long after, in another location, people looked up in stunned silence as they watched two streams of Ling Qi, traveling with terrifying power, chasing a blue bird across the sky. One excitedly exclaimed, "Who on earth could make two God Emperor realm experts join forces to hunt them down?" Having intercepted Ning Tian, Heavenly Sky Holy Master couldn't help but admire his opponent, praising, "No wonder you're the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon sect. You've actually escaped death 3 times from our hands." Shadow Devil Old Man, rushing towards Ning Tian, taunted, "I really want to see how you'll escape next." Ning Tian, no longer showing his initial fear, remained calm and confident, smiling. "If I'm gonna die anyway, I'm at least taking a chunk of your flesh with me." At the same time, Ning Tian unleashed his aura, golden Ling Qi erupting from his hand like a tornado. Then, he commanded the system, "Shocking system, activate faith power for me." The system responded with a notification. Faith power activated. Ning Tian pointed his powerful hand forward with determination. Streams of golden aura carrying terrifying pressure shot from his hand towards his enemies like a waterfall. One stream slashed across Heavenly Sky Holy Master's outstretched arm, causing him to shout in anger, "You little bastard, you dare sever my arm!" However, Ning Tian had more than one opponent. Shadow Devil Sect Master, raising his hand to summon aura, yelled, "Blood Shadow Fiend Claw!" Behind him, a powerful red aura enveloped the space. Ning Tian, sweating profusely, wondered, "Is this the end?" Suddenly, Ling Wuquei screeched fiercely, spreading its wings and flapping them powerfully, causing Ning Tian to lose his balance and nearly fall off the spirit beast's back. Then, it shoved Ning Tian aside, and bravely used its own body to withstand the Shadow Devil Old Man's vicious claw strike, creating a thunderous explosion. A blood-red haze engulfed the space before Ning Tian. He fell freely to the ground, in utter shock and pain, watching a feather flutter down. He cried out in anguish, "Ling Wuquei!" Witnessing Ling Wuquei's sacrifice, Shadow Devil Old Man felt both annoyance and admiration. "Ning Tian, farewell." Then, Ning Tian clenched his fist, vowing in hatred, "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you," he roared, while tears of bitterness welled up in his angry eyes. Hearing Ning Tian's words, the two old geezers sneered contemptuously, emphasizing, "Based on you." Suddenly, above Ning Tian's head, a brightly glowing formation circle appeared, with the imposing figure of Luo Wuxing standing within. "If he says you must die, then you will certainly die." Shadow Devil Old Man, having witnessed Luo Wuxing's power, dared not act rashly and urged, "Join forces, space-shifting formation, quickly kill this brat." Luo Wuxing is using the space-shifting formation to come to his aid. Heavenly Sky Holy Master, trusting the Shadow Devil Sect Master without realizing the danger, blindly charged forward to attack. But the old guy suddenly couldn't move a muscle. And to top it off, he got stuck smack dab in the middle of the flute's sound waves. Countless magical notes rode the air currents, swirling around him and making him freak out. He yelled, "Huh? I can't move. It's the Jade Pool's sound imprisonment array. The Shadow Demon Old Man also realized in shock that the Jade Pool Holy Land had somehow appeared behind them. Damn it! She's here to join the party too! The West Queen Mother, Shi Wangmu, looked sternly at the two bullies and leisurely formed a hand seal to control the flow of energy. She then scoffed loudly. Two dignified God Emperor realm powerhouses chasing after a mere spirit connection realm disciple? Aren't you two old geezers ashamed of yourselves? After facing two scary threats who was waiting to end his life, the Holy Son of Heavenly Firmament started sweating buckets, trembling in terror. He muttered, Luo Wuxing plus Shi Wangmu? Both of them are nearly at the Great Emperor realm. I'm screwed, royally screwed. After noticing Luo Wuxing's appearance behind him, Ning Tian felt like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. Overjoyed and a little teary, whole-eyed, he called out lovingly, Honey. Then he tilted his head back slightly, looking remorseful and apologetic. Ling Wuquei fell, protecting me. Luo Wuxing couldn't keep calm anymore. She fiercely charged towards the two old geezers who dared to bully her hubby. Her face darkened as she roared, Damn you! You are so dead! I'll make sure your souls are scattered to the winds. But suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm. Ning Tian spoke with utter hatred, his eyes filled with tears but blazing with a determined, vengeful glint. Luo Wuxing glanced back, seeing the exhausted and battered state of the man gripping her arm. Overcome with concern, she gently pleaded, You're already like this, don't move, Ning Tian. Looking up at the two old men floating in front of him, Ning Tian's heart burned with resentment. He stubbornly declared, I already said, I'll kill those two myself. Just then, a red alert flashed across the system screen. If the host continues to resist, your cultivation will be crippled. Even the rejuvenation pill won't be able to save you. Receiving the warning from the system, Ning Tian didn't flinch. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even brighter. His eyes filled with hatred and indignation, his teeth clenched so tightly it sounded like he wanted to devour his enemies alive. He spat out the words through gritted teeth. Thanks to his mighty and firm spirit, a series of announcements appeared on the screen. The host's indomitable will has shaken the system. Gain the Celestial God Emperor Phantom. Usage time, 5 minutes. Celestial God Emperor Phantom summon successful. Immediately afterward, the system unleashed terrifying golden streams of energy that enveloped Ning Tian's body. Before long, those vortex-like streams of energy converged into a massive Emperor Phantom that appeared behind Ning Tian. The violent phantom exuded such terrifying power that everyone shuddered in fear. Seeing the spectacle, Shi Wangmu muttered in a daze, A great Emperor Phantom. Luo Wuxing was also stunned by the domineering phantom, exclaiming in disbelief, He actually summoned a great Emperor Phantom! A huge wave of confusion washed over her. Could it be that there are many great emperors backing him? If that's really the case, why can't I sense them? The Shadow Demon Old Man stared at the giant, menacing phantom before him. Remembering the previous encounter when Ning Tian used a great emperor strike to obliterate a God Emperor realm elder, he stammered in terror, This kid! He's doing it again! Meanwhile, the Heavenly Firmament Holy Master, witnessing this terrifying scene for the first time, trembled and frantically asked, Kid, what the hell is going on? Isn't he at the Spirit Connection realm? How can he summon a great Emperor Phantom? Ning Tian glared at the two old guys with bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. He waved his hand to the side, commanding the phantom to attack. While the Shadow Demon Old Man was still trembling and at a loss, he weakly replied, I don't know either. Then the two hands of the Emperor Phantom spread out. Seeing the lightning, like energy crackling and ready to strike, he screamed in panic, Get out of the way! Then a deafening boom echoed as lightning struck the old man, illuminating him brilliantly, followed by a horrific scream. The Shadow Demon Old Man, seeing his partner in crime reduced to ashes, immediately turned tail and ran. Ning Tian narrowed his bloodshot eyes at him and said in a chilling voice, You want to run? Then he reached out and summoned a mighty divine dragon phantom, chasing after the purple streak of light that was frantically fleeing. Ning Tian's soft voice carried in the wind, sounding incredibly clear and terrifying. How utterly ridiculous. Under the pursuit of the divine dragon phantom, it didn't take long before the Shadow Demon Old Man was within the dragon's grasp. He was like a delicious morsel, placed right in front of the dragon's wide-open, terrifying mouth, ready to devour everything. The dragon's mouth clamped shut, the shadow demon old man's body being mauled by the dragon's sharp teeth until blood spurted out. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and he screamed in agony, "No!" Witnessing the domineering pursuit, both Shi Wangmu and Luo Wuxing's eyes widened in shock at the same time, and then couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "What a powerful move! Wow!" Then, from the tightly closed mouth of the divine dragon, 3 streams of blood energy suddenly escaped, flying in 3 different directions. Luo Wuxing was lightning fast, darting towards a stream of blood energy containing the divine soul of old devil Yingmo. Blocking it, she waved her hand, activating her aura, swiftly finishing off that divine soul. While explaining, he sent the divine soul into the blood energy, wanting to escape this side. Shi Wangmu was no less quick. Old devil Yingmo's remaining divine soul shot away like an arrow, his face panicked, terrified, sweat and tears pouring down, along with a trembling voice, as if vowing to himself, "I must quickly escape this place. No, I must leave the Tianling domain and never set foot here again in my life." But life rarely goes as one wishes. Ning Tian looked at old devil Yingmo's divine soul trying to flee, snorted coldly, then curled 2 fingers and flicked a ball of aura towards him. Countless lightning bolts from where Ning Tian was standing converged at the same time towards the fleeing divine soul. Dazzling light struck the soul image directly. Then a deafening explosion rang out, mingled with the painful scream of old devil Yingmo. After he was completely obliterated, as he spoke, he struggled to stand up straight, raising his hand to activate his Ling Qi to control the great Emperor Phantom. The Phantom's right arm slashed down fiercely. A huge pit was created on the open ground. The Phantom's hands gently cradled Ling Wukei's corpse, slowly bringing it towards the pit, accompanied by Ning Tian's nostalgic voice. "You've worked hard." 2 beautiful girls secretly observed Ning Tian at this moment, performing the act of lowering Ling Wukei into the pit. This guy, the departure of Ling Wukei, brought a great loss in his heart. Ning Tian said sadly, "Rest in peace." 2 big teardrops couldn't help but flow out, lingering on the eyes of the gentleman. Afterwards, he controlled the Phantom to lift a range of rock mountains and put them over the mouth of the pit to make a grave for the loyal spirit beast that sacrificed its master. Shi Wangmu, witnessing Ning Tian's noble deed, said with emotion, "Unexpectedly, Ning Tian is so righteous and sentimental. Using a mountain as a tomb, as a rank 6 demon beast, having a place to return to is not in vain for his loyalty to his master." Luo Wuxing said nothing, only muttering in her heart, "He remembers kindness. On the path of cultivation, he will go far." Luo Wuxing looked at Ning Tian, a little happiness sprouting in her heart. "I know I didn't choose the wrong person." What had just happened had drained Ning Tian's remaining strength. He felt his body could no longer stand. He cursed uncomfortably. Damn it. Dizzy again. Seeing him swaying and about to fall from mid-air, Luo Wuxing rushed forward to support his body from behind, and worriedly called out, "Ning Tian!" She lowered herself to the ground. Looking at her beloved husband lying unconscious in her arms, she felt heartache and blamed herself. "Sorry, although I hid the space teleportation formation into your formation, I was still 1 step too late, causing you to be injured." Shi Wangmu suddenly looked at Luo Wuxing and spoke, "Put him on that rock over there. Maybe my tactics are not as good as yours, but I am confident in my medical skills." After Luo Wuxing laid Ning Tian down properly, Shi Wangmu took out a flute and said, "I have many flutes, and this one is specially used to awaken vitality." Shi Wangmu raised the flute to her lips and blew. A melodious tune began to sound, creating a layer of aura containing musical notes that enveloped Ning Tian's body. Shi Wangmu was secretly pleased. It really works. He is recovering his Daoyun. The sound of the flute continuously soothed and caressed Ning Tian's body, but still couldn't wake him up. Still not seeing Ning Tian wake up, Luo Wuxing anxiously asked, "How is it?" Shi Wangmu paused and replied, "Although the external wounds are better, but the internal injuries, my vitality of life has no way to merge into his body." Luo Wuxing looked at Ning Tian with a sad expression, then made up her mind. "Even if I travel the 3 worlds, through the Zhuling domain, I must cure Ning Tian." Just as she made up her mind, Shi Wangmu opened up a new hope for her. "But I still know a way that might be able to save him." Luo Wuxing immediately asked, "What way?" Shi Wangmu stroked her chin thoughtfully and slowly said, "The Jiaoqi immortal pill initially promised to you still has 2 months to complete. If he uses it, perhaps there will be vitality. It's just that." Before Shuangmu could finish speaking, Luo Wuxing hurriedly interrupted. Let him use it! Seeing Luo Wuxing decide so quickly without hesitation, Shuangmu startled and turned her face to ask. Huh? Deciding so fast? Shuangmu was afraid that Luo Wuxing would regret her decision today, so she hesitated and continued. Wait 2 more months, the completed Jiaoqi immortal pill. You must know that if you use that pill you will have the possibility of breaking through to the divine realm, but... Luo Wuxing did not hesitate and resolutely said, I said, let him use it. She unintentionally went forward to support Ning Tian, then decisively said, I will not gamble with his life. Hearing these words, Shuangmu softly said, I understand. Follow me back to Yaoqi. Scene changed to Yaoqi Holy Land. At midday, the harsh sunlight stretches across a quiet courtyard. Inside a room, Ning Tian is placed in a large bath, with hazy white steam rising profusely. The Yaoqi saintess enters, holding a jade bottle containing a medicinal pill in both hands, bowing her head before the 2 authoritative women, respectfully reporting, Shuangmu, the Yaoqi immortal pill is here. Luo Wuxing, still not entirely relieved, suspiciously asked, Shuangmu, are you sure that using the Yaoqi immortal pill will be able to heal Ning Tian's injuries? The Yaoqi holy ruler took the blue immortal pill and brought it towards Ning Tian, and explained with a smile, this guy has so many serious injuries, the Linghai and Lingmai in his body. But it's still there. It's really strange. But as long as those 2 things are still there... After Ning Tian swallowed the Yaoqi immortal pill, Luo Wuxing suddenly noticed something was wrong with his body, so she worriedly called out, Ning Tian. At this moment her husband was frowning and groaning with discomfort. His face was unusually flushed, and he was sweating profusely. Luo Wuxing confusedly questioned the Yaoqi holy ruler, Shuangmu. Didn't you say that the Yaoqi immortal pill could save him? Shuangmu approached her and whispered, Yes, but you didn't let me finish. The incomplete immortal pill has side effects. It has the poison of desire. Hearing this, Luo Wuxing almost stumbled, and her face involuntarily turned red with embarrassment. Luo Wuxing stood frozen for a few seconds, before she remembered the important matter, and softly asked, How do you get rid of this poison? Contrary to Luo Wuxing's shyness, Shuangmu gently put her arm around the person next to her, and replied with a very natural expression, The poison of desire? Of course. You have to resolve the desire. You are his wife, you should understand. Noticing that Luo Wuxing's cheeks turned bright red after her words, Shuangmu deliberately asked hintingly, You've been married for so long, surely you haven't done that yet, right? Then she glanced at Yao Yao, and jokingly suggested, How about choosing a disciple from our Yaoqi, like the Yaoqi saintess? Causing the girl mentioned to startle, blush, and feel shy as well. Luo Wuxing was silent, her eyes turning towards Ning Tian with a hesitant expression. After thinking for a while, she continued in a decisive voice, I wouldn't dare trouble Shuangmu. Everyone please go outside first. Before leaving, Shuangmu didn't forget to leave behind a wish full of teasing implications. Then I wish the Empress and ancestor a good time. The door closed. Under the burning oil lamp, Luo Wuxing stood motionless, hesitantly looking at Ning Tian. Faced with this unavoidable situation, she reluctantly clicked her tongue and uttered a sigh. This is really to your benefit? Luo Wuxing continued in a resigned tone. Oh well. She stepped into the bath, still not forgetting to justify her voluntary action. I can't just stand by and watch him die. Beyond the misty white steam, Luo Wuxing moved closer to Ning Tian, her lips trembling slightly, just as Ning Tian's face gently pressed against her upper body. A passionate night passed. The morning sun shone directly into a room in Yaoqi Holy Land. In a hazy scene appears the figure of a person with disheveled hair and an unclear face, smiling and calling out. He screamed in a broken voice, Who is it? At the same time he startled awake, sitting up abruptly, reaching out as if to grab someone with a distracted, panicked expression. He just put one foot down from the bed, while putting his hand up to pat his forehead, trying to steady himself, muttering, It seems I was just dreaming. After turning his whole body to one side of the bed, Ning Tian reached out and felt his upper body, grimacing and exclaiming, Moreover, my whole body is extremely tired, especially my waist. Noticing a lipstick mark just imprinted on his neck in the palm of his hand, Ning Tian suddenly remembered what had happened last night. He said emotionally in his heart, So my wife gave me the medicine pool immortal pill to save me, and also replaced me. Thinking of this, Luo Wuxing's face, full of happy expression, suddenly appeared, filling Ning Tian's mind. Looking down at his hand, which was wrapped in a golden ling key as bright as a flame, Ning Tian blankly said, "This power is..." The shock system quickly appeared to answer questions. "Host, this is the medicinal power left by the Yaoqi Immortal Pill. You can start absorbing it." The Yaoqi Immortal Pill in his dantian shone brightly, causing Ning Tian's whole body to be covered by an immeasurably powerful force. Ning Tian could not have imagined the outstanding ability of the Immortal Pill, so he said in a daze, "The remaining medicinal power of the Yaoqi Immortal Pill is even more than the Ling Qi in my Ling Hai." Then, he lifted his legs and sat cross-legged, closed his eyes to absorb the medicinal power. And the medicinal power was like the surging waves of the sea, becoming stronger and stronger, covering the entire room. At this time, outside the room, two beautiful girls were standing face to face talking. Wang Mu worriedly said, "Two powerhouses of the God Emperor realm have turned to ashes here. This will definitely cause a big wave throughout the heavenly spirit realm." Luo Wuxing, who already knew about this, frankly added, "It is said that the righteous path has long been eyeing the demonic path like a hungry tiger." Right now, she frowned, making her attitude clear, and scoffed. "Dare to touch my man. They're so done. I'll deal with those righteous sects myself." Hearing Luo Wuxing's aggressive tone, Shi Wangmu suddenly burst out laughing, teasing, "He, Empress protecting her hubby like this? If word gets out, countless young hearts will be broken." This made Luo Wuxing realize how she'd slipped up, and she blushed with embarrassment. Not stopping there, Shi Wangmu even came closer and took Luo Wuxing's hand, pretending to be curious and asking, "But I'm a little curious. Why do you want to wear my clothes?" Luo Wuxing blushed in confusion, avoiding the question. "You don't need to know." Recalling the intense lovemaking from yesterday, Luo Wuxing's face flushed as she muttered to herself, "I can't exactly say that guy tore all my clothes off, can I?" Just then, a surge of Ling Qi from where Ning Tian was cultivating suddenly erupted, blasting right through the roof and out into the open. Witnessing the powerful streams of Ling Qi pouring out of the room in front of her like a flood, Shi Wangmu seized the opportunity to poke fun. "Luo Wuxing, your hubby's stamina is something else. Just finished working hard for hours, and he's already back to cultivating." Inside the room, Ning Tian's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Then, an earth-shattering bang echoed as a terrifying golden aura, like a giant pillar, pierced through the roof, shooting straight into the sky. Shi Wangmu couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed in shock, "He's not cultivating, he's breaking through! How could he do it in such a short time?" The room was filled with dense medicinal power. The system screen displayed a series of notifications. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current strength is Tongling Realm 6 stars. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current strength is Tongling Realm 9 stars. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to Earthly King Realm 1 star. You have surprised Shi Wangmu, rewarding the skill Luo Dao Heavenly Sound Kill, currently comprehending at m times the speed." Comprehending this unexpected reward successfully, Ning Tian smirked with joy, thinking, "No wonder it's the Jiaoqi Immortal Pill. It actually helped me break through to the next realm." While Ning Tian was floating in happiness, Luo Wuxing and Shi Wangmu simultaneously burst open the door and rushed in. Shi Wangmu was so eager that she forgot her status, actually running over to Ning Tian and stroking his chin, saying, "Earthly King Realm? You actually broke through to Earthly King Realm." This sudden action startled him so much that he froze, speechless. Luo Wuxing, standing behind her, explained, "He absorbed almost all of the Jiaoqi Immortal Pill's medicinal power, a blessing in disguise, so it's not surprising that his realm broke through." As soon as Ning Tian saw Luo Wuxing, his expression changed to radiant joy. Then, the two of them locked eyes, their love deep and full of trust. Ning Tian smiled and praised, "Wife, you look so beautiful in that outfit today." Luo Wuxing blushed shyly, scolding him softly, "Stop with the sweet talk." Feeling his wife's concern for him, Ning Tian suddenly stood up and flexed his arms to show his strength, happily saying, "Don't worry, I've fully recovered. I feel full of life right now." He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Luo Wuxing's waist, whispering sweet words, "Thank you, wife." Shi Wangmu was a bit annoyed by their lovey-dovey display and said, "Ning Tian Shizu, why are you only thanking one person?" Only then did Ning Tian remember Shi Wangmu's presence, and turned to politely say, "I must also thank Shi Wangmu for lending a helping hand." Shi Wangmu stroked her chin slightly, instructing further, No need for words of thanks. Ning Tian Zushi. Just remember to visit my Jiaoqi Holy Land often. After all, our disciples at Jiaoqi all welcome Zushi very much. Hearing this, Ning Tian immediately thought of the enthusiastic female disciples from before, and his face paled in fear. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he awkwardly tried to put on a cheerful face as he refused. Thank you for Shi Wangmu's kindness, but I'd better not. Luo Wuxing secretly observed her husband with suspicion, then coldly said, Now that you've recovered, follow me back to the Heavenly Demon sect. Scene changes to the Heavenly Demon Hall. At the stairs leading up to the main hall, the second elder stood with his hands behind his back, anxiously asking the great elder, I heard that 2 God Emperor realm experts teamed up to attack Ning Tian Zushi, and the Empress went to rescue him. Why haven't we heard any news yet? The great elder paced back and forth restlessly, replying irritably, How would I know? Zushi is our Heavenly Demon sect's treasure. Nothing must happen to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of light like a comet landed near where the two of them were standing. The great elder excitedly said, It's the Empress. The second elder also cheered happily. The Empress is back. Luo Wuxing, her face flushed, looked gently at the man who was hugging her tightly like a monkey clinging to a tree and said, We're here. Let go of me. Now. Ning Tian, still frightened, continued to lean against his wife's chest, glanced to the side and stammered, We're here? After releasing Luo Wuxing, Ning Tian awkwardly looked at the 2 elders who were still dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion. Isn't a strong God Emperor realm wife supposed to be able to cross the void and travel thousands of miles in one step? Why did she have to send me flying so far and so fast? No wonder I was scared. Luo Wuxing lowered her face and indifferently replied, I can certainly cross the void alone, but you might die in the void. Ning Tian gave a forced laugh. Oh, is that so? Thanks, wife, for your concern. As soon as Ning Tian stepped into the main hall, the elders and disciples, from, who knows, Comware, suddenly swarmed him, giving him a bear hug, while the people of the Heavenly Demon sect were crowding around Ning Tian. All smiles and handshakes, a weary and exhausted figure appeared in the doorway from afar. A disciple, his body battered and broken, knelt down, panting as he announced, Your Majesty, Ancestor, Tianfeng City has been massacred. That shocking news immediately caught the attention of everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ning Tian's face darkened as he asked, Who is the culprit? Everyone in the Heavenly Demon Hall rushed towards the heavily injured disciple. Luo Wuxing seriously stated, He's heavily injured. We must treat him quickly, or his life is in danger. Hearing this, second elder urgently said, Quick, get the medicine! And great elder quickly knelt down beside the disciple, putting his arm around him for support. Suddenly, Ning Tian stepped in front of the 2 elders and said, I can save him. Hearing Ning Tian's abrupt suggestion, great elder broke out in a cold sweat, panicking, then hesitantly said, Ancestor, although you've achieved great success in your cultivation, if you don't have medical skills, it's definitely better to have someone fetch the pills, lest we delay matters. Ning Tian raised his hand, gathering a green Ling Qi orb with a swirling, vortex-like aura, while gently reassuring him, Relax. Although I can't revive the dead, I can still treat this little injury. Seeing that great elder was still hesitant and couldn't fully trust Ning Tian, Luo Wuxing spoke up. Tell great elder to let him lie down on the ground. The aura from the Ling Qi orb in Ning Tian's hand, like crashing waves, began to spread out extremely powerfully. Next, Ning Tian, with a supremely confident air, gently waved his hand horizontally. The people of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't contain their curiosity. Stammering, Ancestor, what is this? Luo Wuxing's eyes also widened in shock, questioning, Music Dao, Ling Mai Dao. Under Ning Tian's control, the zither in front of him emitted more and more streams of sensory Ling Yin, containing countless magical notes, lifting the disciple's body into the air, gently soothing his wounds. Witnessing another new skill of Ning Tian, great elder thought he was seeing things, and exclaimed in astonishment, Music? Music Dao Ling Mai? Your Majesty? Wasn't Ancestor being hunted? Since when did he learn this? Luo Wuxing also didn't know how to answer great elder's doubts, staring intently at the scene unfolding, making wild guesses. I'm afraid the Western Queen Mother didn't expect this either. Could it be that he relied on holding the luck of the healing tune and learned the Western Queen Mother's ability? While Ning Tian was still diligently healing the disciple, A series of system notifications suddenly appeared on the screen. Under the influence of the swirling music Dao Lingmai, the disciple's expression began to change positively. Gradually becoming more cheerful, his breathing began to return, and his mouth also twitched slightly. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes, groaning softly. Realizing that he was still alive, he hurriedly lowered himself down, anxiously saying, "Ancestor, Your Majesty." Then, the disciple knelt prostrate on the ground, shouting, "Please avenge us." His eyes contained extreme resentment, mixed with deep sorrow. Seeing this, Great Elder's face darkened, horrified. The words he spoke contained extreme confusion. Recently, the Yin-Wind mountain range's demon beasts have been rioting, injuring many commoners of Tianfeng City, so I sent you there to suppress the demon beasts. What exactly happened? Why did only you return? Hearing this, the disciple became even more aggrieved, tears streaming down his face as he recounted, "It's Ye Lang of the Beast Taming Sect." Recalling the scene at Yin-Wind mountain range, Tianfeng City demon beasts appeared and ran rampant everywhere. At this time, inside the city, 2 Heavenly Demon Sect disciples were surrounded by demon beasts. One person asked in panic, "Senior Brother Li, wasn't a lot of demon-repelling powder scattered outside Tianfeng City? Why are the beast tides still appearing?" Not letting Tian-san finish speaking, Li Chengde hurriedly interrupted, reassuring him, "Don't panic. Quickly go and help the other disciples escort the commoners in the city to escape." Escape? That was the voice of Ye Lang, the beast-taming sect's genius beast tamer of the righteous path. He was sitting leisurely on the back of a giant beast, with eyes as red as fire, speaking in a clear voice with all due respect. He fixed his eyes, brimming with murderous intent, on the 2 Tianmajiao disciples, chuckling dryly before spitting out 3 nonchalant words. "You're all dead." As soon as he said that, 2 purple serpent silhouettes shot from the opposite direction towards Tian-san and Li Chengde, attacking so fast they were totally caught off guard. Li Chengde swiftly raised the short sword in his hand, bracing it against the gaping maw of the serpent lunging at him. He slammed against the solid city wall with a resounding thud, the point of impact cracking the wall's surface. Then, Tian-san slid down, face-planting onto the ground, coughing up blood, and blacked out right there in front of Li Chengde. Meanwhile, that Ye Lang dude was just chillin', riding his spirit beast forward. Realizing how messed up this enemy was, Li Chengde pointed his sword at Ye Lang, accusing him with a mix of anger and injustice. "You Yushu men control the Yinfeng mountain range's demonic beasts, causing the massacre of Tianfeng City. How can you call yourselves righteous?" Ye Lang wasn't embarrassed by Li Chengde's accusations. Instead, he was super composed. He raised his index finger to his mouth, telling the other to shut up, and then, with a dirty look on his face, retorted, "To eliminate you demonic path folks, sacrificing a few pieces of trash is a necessary evil." A female disciple of Tianmajiao, trapped in the spirit beast's clawed hand, figured arguing with this inhumane guy was pointless, so she spoke up with indignation. The spirit beast held her hands aloft with its claws, leaving her dangling, but she wasn't scared anymore. She put all her faith in Ning Tian, gently advising her fellow disciple below, "Don't worry about me, brother. Go back to Tianmajiao. Grandmaster will avenge us." Hearing the name Ning Tian, Ye Lang frowned, sneering, and asked with an exaggerated tone, Oh, that good, for nothing grandmaster who relies on women, is it?" Then, he used his right arm as a weapon, stabbing straight through the chest of the woman dangling there from behind, with cold, cruel precision, making her cry out in pain and coughed up blood. Witnessing that evil act, Li Chengde felt like his heart was being squeezed, writhing in pain. Hot tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks as he yelled, "Qiao Shi, junior sister!" At the same time, the spirit beast dropped the unfortunate woman's body. Consumed by grief, Li Chengde didn't even care about the prowling spirit beasts around him, rushing forward to catch her. Ye Lang, licking the blood still on his hand, grinned evilly and said, "Avenge, I'll make him die 100,000 times more painfully than you all." Li Chengde held his junior sister's body in his arms, glaring at Ye Lang, cursing, "Ye Lang, you'll get your retribution. Our grandmaster, and the entire Tianmajiao, won't let you get away with this." Ye Lang stood up and raised his left arm, saying with an overbearing tone, "How can you heretics interfere with what the righteous path does?" In response to his action, the spirit beast he rode roared ferociously, and swung its front paw with sharp claws towards Li Chengde. A resounding crash rang out as the beast's paw, like a giant sledgehammer, slammed down on the two figures below, splattering blood everywhere. After killing Li Chengde, Ye Leng ordered with a poker face, devoid of emotion, "Someone, hang the head of that guy and the body of that woman at Tianfeng's gate. I want everyone to see how useless Tianma Jiao's disciples are." When Tiansan regained consciousness, Tianfeng City was a pile of rubble, engulfed in flames, the lone city gate swaying with two corpses. Back in reality, Tiansan supported himself with his hands on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he continued in a choked voice, filled with sorrow. "When I woke up, Tianfeng City was in ruins. Senior brother Chengde's corpse was even hung on the city gate." Tiansan's story made the Grand Elder furious. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, you show! Men are really pushing it. Do they think we Tianma Jiao are not people?" Unable to swallow the anger boiling in his heart, the Grand Elder turned to Luo Wuxing and reported, "Your Majesty, please give the order. This old man will lead our people to destroy Yusho men." Contrary to the Grand Elder's impatience, Ning Tian had been listening attentively with a calm expression. Seeing the Grand Elder's recklessness, Ning Tian said sternly, stopping him, "Wait a moment, Orc. Wanting to annihilate Yusho men, I'm afraid it's not that easy," the Grand Elder asked with a dissatisfied tone. "Grandmaster, why are you raising the morale of others? Could it be that you are afraid?" He kept a cool head, slowly analyzing the situation for the people at Tianma Jiao. "It's not that I'm afraid. Yusho men belongs to the righteous path now. And the leader of the righteous path, Ming, is also a fire emperor, whose strength is not inferior to Her Majesty. If we slaughter their entire family at this moment, the other party will definitely take action, and the two sides will stalemate. Don't even talk about avenging Yusho men, and there won't even be any impact." Seeing that Ning Tian's analysis wasn't without reason, everyone in Tianma Hall widened their eyes in confusion. The Grand Elder's face darkened as he asked, "Then what should we do?" The second elder also questioned, his anger overflowing, "Isn't this enmity going to be avenged?" Ning Tian replied with a firm and resolute tone, "This revenge must be taken, but not in this way." Luo Wuxing, like a drowning person grabbing a life buoy, tilted her head and asked, "Huh, you have another way." So he reached out to stroke his hair. His charming, handsome face exudes the temperament of a calm and romantic, curled his lips with a confident smile. "Do it in a similar way. We also send the same generation of disciples to practice. Even if they kill all the disciples of the Imperial Beast sect, it's just an accident." The Grand Elder, remembering the abilities of their own disciples, felt a bit insecure and worriedly said, "Like Ye Leng, the #1 genius beast tamer of the beast taming sect, his strength is no joke. Currently, our highest level disciples seem to only be at the earthly king realm. I'm not sure they're a match for Ye Leng." Ning Tian patted his chest and continued with a determined look and soaring spirit, "I'll go. Dare to kill my believers. Screw the righteous path. Seriously, they're tired of living." After hearing her husband's plan and demand to personally rush to Tianfeng City to punish the people of the beast-taming sect, the Grand Elder was extremely surprised by Luo Wuxing's agreement that Ye Leng's strength broke through to the earthly king realm a year ago. Now I'm afraid he's even higher. If we let the founder go rashly, he might be in danger. A voice agreeing with the idea came from behind the Grand Elder. "That's right. Our Heavenly Demon sect can't afford to lose the founder." Luo Wuxing understood that the elder's worries were justified. Even she herself was worried about it. But she didn't want to deprive Ning Tian of the opportunity to grow and the Heavenly Demon sect of a chance to rise up because of a moment of weakness. She closed her eyes, forced herself to swallow her personal feelings, and decisively said, "Trust the founder. This man always brings different miracles." Receiving his wife's approval, Ning Tian immediately walked to Tiansan's side and gently helped him up. The Grand Elder had no choice but to comply with Luo Wuxing's decision. He turned around to reassure the people behind him. "Since the Empress has spoken, we should also trust the founder. The beast-taming sect has hundreds of disciples. To ensure the founder's safety, I will immediately arrange for disciples to go." Just then, someone's loud voice rang out. A disciple, representing the group, knelt down and clasped his fist, reporting, "Empress, Chengsheng requests permission to follow the founder to Tianfeng City to avenge my brothers. We can't let the blood of the Heavenly Demon sect's disciples be shed in vain." The other disciples also knelt down beside him, clasping their hands and prostrating themselves, expressing their unanimous determination to set out together to avenge themselves. After that, Everyone clamored to participate. All of them shouted in unison, echoing throughout the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ning Tian didn't expect the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect to be so righteous and loyal. He stammered in surprise. "You guys!" To boost everyone's morale, the Grand Elder boldly said, "Good! If you all have such loyalty and passion, I will definitely do my best to help." At the same time, he raised both hands and used his Ling Qi. He shouted loudly, "Blazing Wind Chaser!" A few seconds later, a strong black horse with a mane, tail, and hooves like burning flames ran over. The Grand Elder reached out and stroked the black horse's head, briefly introducing it. "Founder, this is a second-stage demon beast, the Blazing Wind Chaser horse. Perhaps its combat strength isn't great, but its speed is extremely fast. It can take everyone to Tianfeng City in half a day." Ning Tian didn't hesitate and jumped up, flying towards the demon beast. He pulled on the reins while shouting loudly and full of vigor to uplift the spirits of the disciples. Below, everyone also raised their fists high and enthusiastically repeated after him. "Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood." Scene changed to the Yin Wind mountain range. On a desolate and deserted road nestled between long, towering cliffs, the Heavenly Demon sect's horse-drawn group was quietly heading towards Tianfeng City. Changsheng, riding the black horse alongside Ning Tian, announced, "Founder, we're about a dozen miles away from Tianfeng City now." Ning Tian replied to him with a question. "This is the Yin Wind mountain range?" Changsheng quickly confirmed. "Exactly. The Yin Wind mountain range is still a few miles away. This is the outer area of the Yin Wind mountain range." Ning Tian excitedly went ahead, not looking back, and said, "So that's how it is." While walking, he suddenly noticed something and stopped, wondering to himself, "This is..." Then, he got off his horse, kneeled down, and observed the traces around him. Large footprints were deeply imprinted on the ground, and he evaluated in a low voice, "This place not only has the footprints of demon beasts, but also a lot of mixed footprints and bloodstains of humans, probably left by the beast tamers." Changsheng hopped off the black nightmare horse he was riding and chimed in, "Smells like blood, real strong." Ning Tian, after observing, boldly guessed, 80 or 90% of it is drifting over from Tianfeng City over there. He continued his reasoning. Moreover, the fresh blood smell from Tianfeng City has already started attracting the demonic beasts in the Yin Wind mountain range. Sure enough, as Ning Tian said, in the distance, among the big trees, were countless pairs of glowing red eyes of demonic beasts, slowly approaching following the scent of blood. Changsheng, noticing them, immediately rushed in front of Ning Tian. Unexpectedly, Ning Tian didn't follow Changsheng's arrangement, but swiftly flew past him. Finishing his sentence, Ning Tian took out his ancient zither and began testing his ultimate move, the Wuji Leda. His fingers danced on the silk strings, instantly unleashing fluttering Daddio rhythm spiritual veins. He shouted, "Heavenly Sound Slaughter," and waved his hand to push the invisible Leda aura towards the forest, accompanied by the snapping of trees and the severance of the demonic beasts' bodies. Changsheng's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock, exclaiming, "So strong! Too strong!" The disciple behind him also blankly said, "The ancestral master's zither can not only save people but also kill them." After finishing off the ferocious demonic beasts, Ning Tian stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Let's go." At this moment, a system notification appeared on the screen. "You have shocked Lin Changsheng and his group, rewarding you with 100 spirit key cultivation." A moment later, Ning Tian and the group from the Heavenly Demon sect arrived at the gate of Tianfeng City. A disciple shouted in a broken voice, "Ancestral Master, look!" What met the eyes of everyone present was the corpse of the female disciple from the Qiao family, and the head of Li Changde, hanging limply on a beam sticking out. Watching their bodies sway with each gust of cold wind, someone's voice sounded full of distress. "It's senior brother Li Changde and senior sister Qiao." Ning Tian said nothing, and immediately raised his hand, unleashing an aura like a blade upwards. Just as the rope hanging their bodies was cut, Li Changsheng quickly jumped up to catch the corpse of the pitiful female disciple. He gently leaned the girl's body against the base of the city wall. Next to it was the head of his junior brother, Li Changde. Ning Tian stood in silence behind, silently observing. Suddenly, he noticed a crumpled piece of paper falling out of the female disciple's hand. Ning Tian stepped forward to pick it up, opening it to see what was inside. "I hope that after returning, I can cultivate with Ancestral Master at Moonlight Cliff, Ancestral Master is really amazing. After reading the female disciple's unfinished wishes, Ning Tian felt as if his heart was being squeezed, painful, silent, and heartbroken as he looked up at the girl. The pain in Ning Tian's heart quickly transformed into deep resentment. He clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and ordered, "Li Chengsheng, lead the people to kill all the demonic beasts in the city, save the survivors, and bury those who died unjustly. As for the corpses of the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples, search carefully, I'll take them home." Looking at the footprints still imprinted on the ground, Ning Tian angrily roared, "There are many people from the beast-controlling sect. Just follow the newly discovered bloodstains, and we can definitely find them." Then, Ning Tian suddenly leaped into the air, saying at the same time, "I'll be right back," causing the disciples below to look up in confusion, while Li Chengsheng shouted in panic, "Ancestral Master." But he had quickly used the Yulong step skill, riding the dragon energy and flying high into the sky, cut to a desolate and quiet mountainous area, which was also where the beast-controlling sect's people were stationed. Ye Leng was sitting comfortably on a large rock with a beautiful woman in his arms. Below were his subordinates, sitting scattered around a bonfire, resting. The white-haired subordinate sitting on the opposite rock happily chatted with the person next to him. "Thanks to Brother Ye's blessing, I've also killed a few Heavenly Demon Sect disciples. When we get back, I should be able to exchange it for a yellow-grade martial art." Ye Leng, while stroking the beauty's thigh, glanced at her ample chest and laughed wildly, saying, "If he dares to come, I'll make him like those trash, watching me in fear and begging for forgiveness." He reached out and squeezed the girl's plump, peach-like butt, then grinned lewdly and said, "That's what makes people excited, right? Causing this beauty to close her eyes, stimulated." This lewd action of his made the brown-haired subordinate blush, laugh delightedly, and flatter. As expected of Brother Yi, how can that soft rice king who relies on women for a living compare? The one-eyed man sitting nearby, while chewing on meat, happily added, "Thinking about the appearance of that trash ancestral master kneeling down is also very exciting." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind blew through, causing the bonfire burning below to be extinguished instantly. Ye Leng turned his head, looking around frantically, and asked in a shrill voice, "Where did this devil wind come from?" While the girl in his arms cowered in fear. Before he could realize it, streaks of flashing light continuously darted past. Ye Leng stood up, yelling in confusion, but no one answered his question. Only the bright moonlight was peeking out behind the dark gray clouds on the distant horizon. One of the few remaining surviving subordinates fearfully said, "Yay!" Ye Leng, although extremely panicked at this moment, still stubbornly snapped, "Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, a sharp aura slashed across the neck of the girl standing behind him, causing her to widen her eyes in pain and scream, "Ah, ah!" Ye Leng turned his head to look, and saw his beauty falling to the ground, sweating profusely, and cursing in horror, "Damn it! What the hell is going on?" At this moment, Ning Tian made a cool entrance on a rock peak opposite. Ye Leng, seeing the cold man in front of him, stammered, "You? Who are you?" Ning Tian turned his eyes full of killing intent towards him, and replied briefly, "The one who will kill you." Ye Leng looked up at the mountain peak, straining his eyes to observe the strange man in the sky-blue outfit with his robes fluttering in the wind to one side. Then he reassured himself. "With this kid's aura, at most he's only a Tier 3 Earth realm. He's not my opponent. He must have some special body technique that allows him to take advantage of the night to sneak attack and kill people." After assessing his opponent's abilities, Yang Leng felt somewhat relieved. He quickly regained his usual calm and confident demeanor, then raised his hands to gather spirit energy, while glaring at Ning Tian, and said with a smug smile, "HMPH, you're just a petty thief relying on the darkness to hide. The moonlight is shining, you have no other chance now." He swung his fist fiercely, flying straight towards where Ning Tian was standing. Without any action, he just slightly curved his lips into a smile, nonchalantly retorting with an aloof and worldly air, "Hey hey, who said I only know how to rely on the cover of night to launch sneak attacks?" Under the dim light of the celestial moon high above, Ye Leng noticed an intense fluctuation of aura engulfing Ning Tian's body. His intrinsic Ling He, combined with the energy of the stars, created countless raging Ling Hai currents, circulating in a swirling orbit, stirring up a vast area above him. Ye Leng couldn't believe his eyes, sweat pouring down, drenching him as he questioned his very existence, wondering. He's only at the Diwang realm, so how can his Linghai be even more terrifying than a Shanghuang realm powerhouse? While he was lost in a chaotic mess of thoughts, Ning Tian, with eyes as sharp and cold as ice, suddenly appeared right in front of him, practically nose, Chigardo, Chigardo. He shouted Tianma Zhang, Heavenly Demon Palm, simultaneously unleashing the move towards Ye Leng. Immediately, a massive phantom hand appeared, striking directly at his opponent, leaving him no time to react as he was sent flying backwards. A deafening crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattered stones reverberating everywhere. Ye Leng's back slammed hard against the rock face with a thud. He struggled to his feet, staring wide-eyed at the young man who had just landed. Just then, the system popped up a series of notifications. You have surprised Ye Leng. Rewarded Music Dao Comprehension. Beast Taming Intimacy. Beast Taming Intimacy is comprehending at 3x speed. Beast Taming Intimacy has been successfully comprehended. Ning Tian, looking at the layer of bright green aura enveloping his body along with the transfer of the new skill, muttered in a daze, Beast Taming Intimacy. According to Ning Tian's understanding, in the beast taming sect, Ren Ruyi was famous for his beast-taming abilities. Ning Tian pondered deeply about the beast-taming intimacy he had just comprehended, then smiled excitedly, exclaiming, Interesting! Ye Leng had been secretly observing Ning Tian's every move. Of course, he had no idea what was going on in Ning Tian's head, so he clenched his fists, irritably asking, What are you smirking at? Ning Tian continued to flash his handsome smile, waving his hand dismissively as he replied, Nothing. I just thought of a very interesting way to make you sincerely atone for your sins a little more here. Hearing him say that, Ye Leng was even more confused, hesitantly asking, Atonement for what? He wiped the blood from his mouth. Then, he raised his chin at Ning Tian, using the righteous path as an excuse to mock him. Preposterous! Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have never walked together. The Tianma sect is like a poisonous, evil sect. We are righteous people. Eliminating demons for the sake of the Dakyo is only natural. Ning Tian raised a finger, launching a tiny ball of aura, then shook his head, openly displaying an attitude of ridicule and disdain, while loudly refuting Ye Leng's pretentious and childish logic. Heh, wrong. Whether it's righteous or evil isn't decided by the weak. True rules are only decided by the strong. Ning Tian's eyes were now a fiery red. He smirked demonically and bluntly declared, And right now, I'm stronger than you, so you should die. The aura ball in his hand was now as big as a ball, and behind him was a forest of towering auras surging upwards, ready to devour the enemy before him. Yelling also emanated a fighting spirit that was not inferior. He raised his hand to summon a purple gourd, and angrily shouted, Even if you have a Linghai, I also have my ultimate move, the Demon Gourd. Just a little explanation. The Demon Gourd is a high-level Ling Qi artifact that can absorb all living things, the degree of which will vary depending on the level of the object being absorbed. From within the gourd in Ye Leng's hand, countless streams of purple Ling Guang were released, looking no different from a fountain spraying multiple beams around. In an instant, they surrounded the area where Ning Tian was standing, and the ground where they made contact continuously emitted rumbling, shocking sounds. Ye Leng laughed triumphantly and yelled, Ning Tian, prepare to die. Those streams of Lingguang also quickly manifested into demonic beasts, with menacing red eyes, growling menacingly. Ye Leng's voice rang out, ordering the 7 demonic beasts to tear this damn brat to shreds. Under his control, these monsters slowly tightened the encirclement, approaching Ning Tian. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then talked to himself. A high-level Ling Qi artifact, I was wondering where all the surrounding monsters went. Turns out they were inside. Then, Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, took out his zither and a bamboo flute, smiled confidently and said, Well, that makes things easier. He stroked the strings of the zither, and used Ling Qi to control the flute to float, then loudly proclaimed, Beast Taming Intimacy. The melody began to spread around like sound waves, directly affecting the senses of the roaring demonic beasts. Under the influence of the spreading musical force, the demonic beasts were gradually dominated and controlled by Ning Tian. They became gentler, and their eyes no longer had the fierce, brutal red color they had before. Witnessing this strange scene, Ye Leng lost his confidence, wondering in confusion, How does this guy know how to use beast taming intimacy? and his cultivation seems to be even higher than mine. Those wonderful sounds drifted far away on the wind, looking up towards the distant mountain peak. Returning to the scene of Ning Tian's battle, he skillfully danced his fingers while looking at Ye Lang with a mocking smile, criticizing, "Your beast-taming music is too bad." Being looked down upon, Ye Lang became extremely angry. He scowled and roared, "Who do you think you are to point fingers at me? No one except my master can surpass my beast-taming intimacy." Ning Tian's fingers continued to glide gracefully on the strings of the zither, accompanied by his cold voice. "Then now, let me replace your master and teach you what that disappointing thing of yours should be like to be considered good beast-taming intimacy." As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful sounds in the zither and flute suddenly transformed into sharp, arc-shaped auras that burst forth, intensely impacting the minds of the demonic beasts, causing them to turn around and attack Ye Lang. He looked up at the layers upon layers of tamed beasts rushing towards him, and wanted to wail in his heart, clenching his teeth in horror and stammering, "TH! They!" Out of options, he drew his blade and charged towards the demonic beasts to save himself. At the same time, his frantic soul screamed, "Get lost!" He was like a crazed demon. Luo Feng bit his lip, swinging his saber wildly at the demonic beasts, but with his strength, there was no way he could resist. In an instant, a demonic beast's claw ripped a deep gash across his back. Ning Tian, seeing his enemy's pathetic state, continued to taunt him mercilessly. "Ye Lang, defeated by the beast-taming Dao that you're so proud of, how does it feel?" Provoked, Ye Lang jumped up, slashing his saber at the beast that had just wounded him, while cursing fiercely, You're despicable." Ning Tian slowly stood up, looking at him with disgust, and asked coldly, "Despicable? What? You just reached for your Scarlet Heaven sword." While coldly saying, "I'm just giving back what I got," he slowly walked towards Ye Lang, who was kneeling wearily on the ground, repeating his vile actions from not long ago. "You used beast-taming to massacre Tianfeng City. Did you think this day wouldn't come?" Ning Tian, without emotion, swung his sword at him, righteously condemning, "This strike is on behalf of the people of Tianfeng City." Ye Lang screamed in pain and horror. His blood sprayed out like long threads following the path of Ning Tian's returning sword. He coughed blood, shouting shrilly as Ning Tian continued with his second slash. Along with that was his indignant voice. "This strike is to avenge the disciples of my heavenly demon sect." Ye Lang couldn't bear the physical torture. Sweat poured down, tears streamed down his face, and he knelt weakly, pounding his fist on the ground, begging, "Just kill me, please, just kill me." Ning Tian looked down at him, coldly saying, "Kill you? When you tortured the disciples of my heavenly demon sect to death." Knowing Ning Tian wanted him to experience a fate worse than death, Ning Tian now looked no different from a real demon. He walked towards Ye Lang step by step, saying with a sinister smile, "You can't escape." He looked at his enemy with cold, unfeeling eyes, emphasizing, "This is your price. This is your life." Scene changes to Tianfeng City. The disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect have finished building the graves for the deceased, and are starting to pay their respects to the deceased. Suddenly, Ning Tian stepped forward from behind them, asking, "Is everything taken care of?" Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, his mouth stuttering, "This is—" Ning Tian grabbed the beast-taming sect member by the hair, already a lifeless corpse, lifted him up, saying coldly, "The young master of the beast-taming sect, Ye Lang." At the same time he declared a short sentence, as an apology to the ones who got their lives snatched. "Ye Lang is dead." Ning Tian loosened his grip, letting the beast-taming sect member's body fall to the ground, then looked around at the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect, solemnly announcing, "I deliberately kept him alive, so that he could kneel and kowtow to your spirits. Do with him as you see fit." Li Chengsheng glared at him with hatred, while clenching his fist, angrily declaring, "Chengde, Taozi, the dead senior brothers, I will avenge you 100, 1,000 times over." A disciple standing nearby said with equal hatred, "That's right." Scene changes back to Ye Lang. "But he's not that easy to kill, right?" Ye Lang at this time looked no different from a seriously injured beast about to be butchered, struggling to sit up, then kneeling on the ground, panting, his face showing extreme panic and fear, desperately crying and begging, Please don't come near me." But these belated mutterings couldn't wash away the sins created by Ye Lang himself. A decisive sword strike fell, sending him to the 9 springs. In the space, only his earth-shattering scream echoed throughout the dark mountains and forests. Scene changes back to Tianfeng City. A moment later, beside a quiet corner of the city, the round moon still patiently cast its gentle light everywhere. The strong winds kept blowing coolly. After a long while, Yong Changsheng hesitated to ask, "Ancestor, was it you who dealt with Ye Leng's group just now?" "No." Ning Tian stared at the corpse of the beast-taming sect member, his voice sounding light but deep and somber. "I was in a bad mood, so I wanted to take a walk around here and took care of this guy too. Don't worry. The people from the beast-taming sect have also been dealt with." Li Changsheng couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming in shock, "You dealt with the beast-taming sect all by yourself?" The other disciples also echoed in astonishment, and without a single scratch. Just then, a system notification appeared on the screen. "You have shocked Li Changsheng's group, rewarding 5,000 Ling Qi cultivation." Then streams of aura constantly transformed into Ning Tian's body like crashing waves, causing him to say in astonishment, "This feeling! I'm about to break through!" Sure enough, as Ning Tian expected, the system panel displayed updated information. "Congratulations to the host on breaking through. Currently, at 4th star Earth Sovereign Realm." Seeing that strange phenomenon, the disciple with the spiky hair exclaimed even more surprisingly, "Normally, after a battle, no matter how little, one's spiritual power is usually not enough. Yet, the ancestor is able to break through." The person behind him said with an admiring tone, "As expected of the ancestor." Li Changsheng stared blankly and gave 2 short words of compliment. "So cool." Ning Tian didn't show any reaction to the rain of praise from the disciples, coldly ordering, "The matter here is more or less over. Let's go back." The disciples understood, quickly bowing down. "As you command, ancestor." Suddenly, a loud, booming sound echoed in the space, accompanied by chunks of earth and rock falling from above onto the city. Startling Ning Tian and everyone below, who looked up in surprise, Li Changsheng exclaimed in confusion, "Is it an earthquake?" Ning Tian replied with a calm and certain expression, "No. This commotion is from a beast tide." Li Changsheng asked in bewilderment, "A beast tide? But weren't the royal beast sect dealt with by the ancestor?" Seeing streams of ominous dark energy coiling and rising incessantly from a ravine, Ning Tian interrupted the disciple. "Looks like that Ye Leng was only using the demonic beasts of the Yingfeng mountain range. The cause of this beast tide is somewhere else. Tianfeng City has only just recovered its peace. If it faces another beast tide..." There wasn't much time for Ning Tian to continue his worries, so he sternly issued an order. "Changsheng, you come with me to investigate first. The rest of you disciples stay here and await orders." The disciples replied in unison, "Understood." Scene changed to Yinfeng mountain range. Li Changsheng followed behind Ning Tian, constantly craning his neck to observe the surroundings, and said, "Ancestor, I've heard that the demonic beasts in Yinfeng mountain range usually only appear at night. Their appearance like this is definitely abnormal." Not long after that statement, wild beasts began to emerge, their mouths open in miserable howls, which were extremely ear-piercing. Ning Tian turned his eyes towards them and sighed softly. "Here they come." Looking at the dense layers of demonic beasts swarming before them, Li Changsheng exclaimed in horror, "Ancestor, these beasts are extremely ferocious and numerous. It'll be difficult to eliminate them all with just the 2 of us." Ning Tian said nothing, just flicked his hand, taking out an ancient zither as a weapon. He lightly stroked the strings, immediately transforming the sound into streams of qi like whips, continuously lashing forward. Witnessing Ning Tian displaying a new technique, Li Changsheng was dripping with sweat, muttering in bewilderment, "This is the royal beast, art of the royal beast sect, sword Dao, music Dao, and now even the way of the royal beast. Does ancestor really want to study the 3,000 great Daos?" The ferocious, fiery eyes of the beasts instantly turned gentle and amiable. He raised his index finger to beckon the creature, gently saying, "Come here," causing Li Changsheng, who was watching from behind, to turn pale with shock. He clicked his tongue and whispered, "A white Xuan tiger, second master of the demonic beasts." Ning Tian rubbed the tiger's head. Hearing him ask, the white Xuan tiger suddenly appeared frightened, its cries becoming weak and pitiful. Ning Tian seriously listened to the creature express its feelings. Then he raised a finger in front of the tiger, activating circles of Ling Qi like hypnosis, saying, "Take me to the inside of the Yinfeng mountain range and show me what has scared you to this extent." These sonic circles acted on the tiger's consciousness, and it continued to make atu sounds in agreement. A moment later, the tiger led Ning Tian and Li Changsheng to a dark, bottomless mountain abyss. the source of the dark energy. He looked at the dense, ominous qi, constantly rising upwards, and exclaimed in a daze, "This is..." Ning Tian strained his eyes to look down into the bottom of the abyss. Suddenly, he spotted a solid rectangular block with strange patterns on it, constantly emanating dark energy, and wondered in astonishment. A mausoleum. Suddenly, a golden aura containing cuirass soared down from the sky. Li Changsheng looked up, exclaiming in astonishment, "A celestial phenomenon! There must be treasure." Ning Tian suddenly rushed towards the edge of the abyss, saying at the same time, "I'll go down and take a look. You wait for me here." Li Changsheng shouted in panic, "Ancestor, how about we return first and report to the Empress?" But it was too late. Ning Tian had already leaped down. Ning Tian passed through the thick, chaotic qi, heading straight down. As soon as he touched the bottom, he spotted a dazzling ray of light sweeping towards him. It fluttered past Ning Tian like a broom, causing him to step back to avoid it. It continued to attack Ning Tian with another blow, but he once again jumped back just in time. Her upper body had a human form, but her lower body had the form of a beast, with a long tail like a serpent. She looked at Ning Tian and smiled eerily, saying, "Keke, I didn't expect the first person to come would be such a handsome little brother." As she spoke, she twisted her body, licking her hand with a bewitching and mesmerizing look. After observing that half-human, half-beast thing for a while, Ning Tian had no choice but to ask the system for help. "System, do you know what this is?" The system screen displayed the answer. According to the system's examination, this is likely a 7th stage, or higher, demonic beast gravekeeper. Jing Tian reached behind him, secretly summoning the ancient zither, and thought to himself, "So it's a holy emperor realm or above demonic beast gravekeeper. I wonder if my royal beast sound will work on it. Whatever, I'll try it first." Then he began to play the zither, chi-like sound waves constantly spreading around, heading towards the demonic beast gravekeeper. The demon beast pointed a finger towards the sound wave circles, unleashing a powerful aura to suppress them, while smiling mockingly. "Did you just try to get handsy when we just met? I'm not ready yet." After saying some flirtatious and teasing words, she glared ferociously, sticking out her tongue in a threatening manner, while raising her hand to unleash Ling Qi to counterattack Ning Tian. He flipped backward into the air, narrowly avoiding her deadly attack, breaking out in a cold sweat and pleading, "Wait a minute, I'm just passing by." The ground below was impacted by the external force, sending dust and dirt flying in a chaotic cloud of white, but the grave, guardian demon beast controlled her tail to fly up, directly coiling around Ning Tian's body. He looked at his opponent in dismay, gritting his teeth in worry and muttering to himself, "I'm no match for her. Gotta figure out a way to make her lower her guard so I can escape." She swung her tail, slamming Ning Tian into the ground with a resounding crash. "I just waited for the tomb to open, and little brother just happened to be passing by. Isn't that too much of a coincidence?" "New." Ning Tian, wrapped tightly by the demon beast's spiky tail and lifted high into the air, knowing there's no escape, feigned a smile and said compliantly, Yeah, you're right." She controlled her tail to bring Ning Tian in front of her face, then touched his chin with her hand, sticking out her tongue and smiling gleefully. "Little brother, since we're so fated, let me give you some good loving." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her terrifyingly wide mouth full of sharp teeth, about to swallow Ning Tian whole. However, before the grave, Karaguardian demon beast could bite down on Ning Tian. Another earth-shattering crash came down, forcing the snake demon to quickly release Ning Tian and retreat. Ning Tian took advantage of the situation to jump in the opposite direction, escaping her grasp. The dust below was blasted outwards, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Seeing Luo Wuxing slowly descending, her entire body enveloped in a powerful golden aura, the snake demon thought in alarm. A divine emperor realm cultivator, Ning Tian vaguely saw his wife's familiar figure fluttering in front of him. "Wife." The grave, guardian demon beast put a hand on her drooping tongue, smiling mischievously and taunting, "Oh, little brother, your wife is here. Looks like things are getting intense." Luo Wuxing, unleashing a dazzling Ling Qi, rebuked angrily, "You dare act so arrogant with just the strength of a stage 7 demon beast?" The snake demon replied with an indifferent and innocent look, without a trace of fear. "Don't worry, I have no interest in your husband." Luo Wuxing didn't bother listening to her lame excuses. She decisively launched an attack to punish the one who bullied her husband, creating another shocking explosion. However, what unfolded before her eyes surprised her, and she cried out inwardly, I can't defeat her that easily? Noticing a solid, shining green barrier suddenly appearing in front of them, Ning Tian wondered in surprise. Is this a barrier? Luo Wuxing looked at the barrier covering the entire vast tomb area and explained to her husband. High-level grave, Krikguardian demon beasts automatically activate protective barriers. She hesitated and continued. It seems this place is at least a celestial venerable or divine emperor-level tomb. Suddenly, a group of people flew in from behind them, accompanied by someone's boisterous laughter. Haha, as expected of the divine empress, your knowledge is vast and profound. Lin Ba led the group, slowly landing on the ground, with a beaming face as he greeted them. Long time no see. Seeing the unexpected appearance of the East Xing Kingdom's ruler, Ning Tian asked in a low voice, Honey, why is this guy here? Luo Wuxing glanced at the man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and gently explained. Although this place belongs to the Heavenly Demon sect, it's still within the territory of the East Xing Kingdom. The strange phenomenon occurred, so it's only natural for the ruler to appear here. Lin Ba feigned a warm and friendly attitude while smiling suggestively with hidden meanings. Divine Empress, this celestial venerable tomb, although not as grand as a great emperor's tomb which could cause a commotion throughout the entire heavenly spirit domain, other sects will send people here when the time comes. Luo Wuxing tilted her head towards him, asking with a cautious and suspicious tone, What does the kingdom ruler mean by that? Lib can out. Lin Ba kept his smile on his face, answering cryptically. In a few days, the barrier will dissipate, and that will be the day the tomb opens. My East Xing Kingdom will cooperate with the Heavenly Demon sect. Hearing Lin Ba bring up the issue of cooperation, Luo Wuxing looked at Ning Tian again, as if exchanging thoughts with him through eye contact. Then, she turned to look at the old kingdom ruler, and asked directly, Cooperate on what? Lin Ba retracted his smile and replied seriously, Mutual assistance, of course, when the time comes. Our people will enter the celestial venerable tomb together. The East Xing Kingdom can do without all the treasures in the tomb, but we only need the Heavenly Demon sect to help us find one item. Hearing him speak so vaguely, Luo Wuxing asked again impatiently, What item? Lin Ba raised his hand to outline the phantom image of a precious herb, while enthusiastically explaining in detail, the tranquil heart severance grass. This herb can help heal my son's injuries. This grass only grows in places with dense yin energy, so perhaps there will be at least one in the celestial venerable tomb today. Ning Tian didn't see any connection between the Heavenly Demon sect and this so-called cooperation, so he asked, Ling Guozhu's subordinates are numerous. Why do you need to cooperate with the Heavenly Demon sect? His lukewarm attitude made the old Guozhu stunned for a moment, but Lin Ba maintained his composure, patiently explaining, The Heavenly Spirit domain has an unwritten rule to maintain balance between the powerful factions. Without the Great Emperor's tomb, even a God-Emperor realm powerhouse can't forcibly intrude, and my disciples and subordinates might not be a match for the disciples of other forces. Ning Tian glanced at the old geezer, seeing clearly his intention of using them as pawns. He curled his lip in disdain, thinking, When the tomb opens, all the major sects will send people, and a fight is inevitable. These old bastards intend to use the Heavenly Demon sect to attract attention. After sneering inwardly, Ning Tian raised his hand, showing an indifferent attitude, and said in an overbearing, mocking tone, Lin Xiaojiao, Ling Guoshu, that son of yours, how? I might not even bother saving him. On the day of my wedding with my wife, the wedding was a joke. Not only did you lack etiquette, his Dao heart is like tofu, weak and soft, and he knows nothing of literature or martial arts. Hearing Ning Tian's disparaging words, the people of the Dongxing Kingdom behind him began to whisper, The Heavenly Demon sect's ancestor is so bold, actually scolding the Guozhu like that. The affair with the Xiaojiao Holy Son is a pain in the Guozhu's heart. Seeing Lin Ba standing there silently like a stone statue, struggling internally, Ning Tian deliberately nudged his shoulder to provoke him. Chitsk, just vent your anger, but don't blame us for not cooperating. Unexpectedly, immediately afterward, Lin Ba's dark and grumpy face relaxed, and a smile suddenly returned to his lips. The old Guozhu clenched his fists, taking the initiative to apologize. Is ancestor worried that the previous matter damaged the harmony between us? My son was indeed ignorant before. His dog eyes couldn't recognize the Empress and ancestor. I apologize on behalf of my son. Lin Ba's action of completely abandoning face and humbling himself shocked Ning Tian and Luo Wuxing. Ning Ning Tian stared at him wide-eyed with an incredulous expression, as if he was witnessing the sun rising in the west. The people of the Dongxing kingdom who heard this almost fell over in shock. The words came out as if stumbling over a stone. Guochu, you actually apologized. Ning Tian also inwardly praised Lin Bao's step back. He reacted quickly. As the saying goes, no one hits a retreating enemy. Since things have come to this, I have to find another way to put this aside for now. While Ning Tian hadn't figured out a reasonable excuse to decline Lin Bao's proposal, Luo Wuxing bluntly refused. No need to apologize, I'm not interested in this cooperation. Her refusal made Ning Tian exclaim in surprise. Wife! Lin Bao couldn't contain his anger, clenched his fists, glared fiercely and shouted, What? I, the dignified Guochu of Dongxing Kingdom, have pleaded with you like this. Luo Wuxing looked at him without fear, continuing to say with disdain, My heavenly demon sect has enough strength. We don't need to cooperate with you. Cooperating with you will only get in our way and slow us down. Lin Ba turned purple with anger, storming off while threatening, Fine, it seems your heavenly demon sect wants to be enemies with us. Luo Wuxing, don't regret this. In his heart, he thought, Originally, when I received the offer to cooperate from the orthodox sects, I still had some hesitation. Watching the people of the Dongxing kingdom leave angrily, Ning Tian raised his hand to make a face. Nya 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 nya. You want to use our stuff, huh? Not a chance. At this moment, Luo Wuxing suddenly looked at him, smiling and asking, Actually, you didn't want to cooperate with them either, did you? You were just afraid that I couldn't handle it, and didn't want to offend him directly. Ning Tian happily admitted, You saw through me. Then Luo Wuxing suddenly moved closer to Ning Tian, face to face, chest to chest, and said sweetly, Darling, if you want to refuse, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush, You have me behind you. Ning Tian was slightly flustered by the closeness, blushing and murmuring, Wife. Afterward, Ning Tian suddenly picked up Luo Wuxing in a bridal carry, smiling brightly and saying, You've moved me too much. This husband will reward you handsomely. A moment later, in a hot spring deep in the forest, the two sat side by side on the rocks, their legs dangling in the water. Luo Wuxing asked curiously, How did you know there was a hot spring here? Ning Tian put his arm around his wife's shoulder, softly replying, Before, when I jumped down from the mountain, I saw it by accident. Pulling his beloved closer, Ning Tian didn't hesitate to reveal the secrets in his heart. Before, when I was at the Immortal Spirit Spring, I thought I definitely had to come to the Immortal Spirit Spring with my wife to experience it together. Even though this isn't the Immortal Spirit Spring, it's at least fulfilled this husband's dream. Luo Wuxing stroked her chin thoughtfully, then blushed shyly, her gentle words carrying a hint of reproach. I let you go to the Heavenly Spirit Spring to train your body, not to think about these things. Ning Tian turned his face, pretending to be innocent and asking, What's wrong, wife? Do you think your husband still isn't strong enough? Luo Wuxing's face flushed red, scolding him playfully. You show off! Then, her face lit up, and she happily said, That's right. Stay here for the next few days until the tomb opens, then I'll send the Grand Elder to assist you. Seeing that his wife wanted to shift responsibility to him and the Grand Elder, and intended to leave, Ning Tian asked in confusion, Me? What about you, wife? Luo Wuxing explained thoughtfully. Although Lin Ba's motives aren't pure, some of his words are correct. Unless it's the Great Emperor's tomb, our God Emperor realm can't take action. This is a tacit rule that the entire Heavenly Spirit domain secretly agrees to. Therefore, Ning Tian didn't want to trouble his wife, so he interrupted her and promised, I understand, don't worry. I definitely won't let the Heavenly Demon sect be subjugated by others. Luo Wuxing snuggled closer to Ning Tian, saying sweetly, Thank you. Suddenly, he lifted his wife's chin, looked at her delicate face and boldly requested, Then can wife give me some sincerity? There are still a few days before the tomb opens. Luo Wuxing hadn't yet digested her husband's dark intentions, so she asked naively, What do you mean? Ning Tian pushed Luo Wuxing backward onto the ground, explaining with a sly smile, I mean that this husband, right now, is a little hungry and needs to eat something to have the strength to go adventuring. Suddenly, Luo Wuxing reached out and circled her arm around Ning Tian's head, saying ambiguously, Let me see then. This made his heart start pounding like crazy, his face turning red with anticipation like an idiot. She caressed Ning Tian's face with a fascinated look, her breathing gradually becoming more rapid. accompanied by a teasing and challenging tone. "How hungry are you, sweetie?" A few days later, outside the barrier covering the tomb, a large crowd was waiting eagerly. As soon as the barrier showed signs of cracking, someone's arrogant voice rang out, "Beast, where do you think you're going to run? Trap it inside!" The tomb-guarding demon beast was surrounded inside. It angrily stuck out its tongue and cursed. "Damn humans, I didn't expect it to be only 10 days. As soon as the words left its mouth, streams of golden energy like long chains shot towards the tomb, guarding demon beast simultaneously, wrapping tightly around its body, causing it to widen its eyes and scream in pain. All the sects launched a joint attack on the snake demon. After a period of fierce resistance, the demon beast finally couldn't withstand it any longer, crashing down from above, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Seeing the tomb-guarding demon beast beaten back into its original form as a giant purple snake, Elder Kinglin said with compassion, "Why must we pursue it to the end? Let's just seal her away." Elder Tianfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, arrogantly saying, "For this kind of demonic creature, the Righteous Alliance always eradicates them completely." "Don't tell me Jiaoqi Holy Land wants to oppose our Righteous Alliance?" Jin Bao Daoren of Tianbao Holy Land, noticing that the situation between Jiaoqi Holy Land and the Righteous Alliance seemed to be heating up, gently intervened. All right. Since the tomb-guarding demon beast has paid for its crimes, we should quickly enter the tomb to search for treasures." After observing the surroundings for a while, Holy Maiden Zhao Zhao gently asked her Holy Land's elder for his opinion. "Elder Qinglin, this is within the territory of the Heavenly Demon sect, but we don't see anyone from their side. Should we wait a bit?" Upon hearing this, Elder Tianfeng's face darkened with annoyance, and he exclaimed loudly, "HMPH, those petty demons must know that our Righteous Alliance is coming, so they're probably cowering like turtles." But before he could finish his arrogant words, a whirlwind suddenly descended from the sky, accompanied by a mocking laughter. "Oops, sorry, did we disappoint you?" Causing Elder Tianfeng and Elder Qinglin to look up in surprise at the same time. Holy Maiden Zhao Zhao recognized the familiar and affectionate voice, her face suddenly turning red, and she muttered in a low voice with infatuation, "That voice!" Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the illusion of a giant divine dragon. A green-haired disciple pointed to the sky, excitedly shouting, "It's the founder of the Heavenly Demon sect!" Holy Maiden Zhao Zhao stood beside him, her heart filled with indescribable joy. "I knew he would definitely come." Behind the two elders of the Righteous Alliance, others were still discussing incessantly. Is he that man, the former errand boy of the demonic path who became the Empress's husband, and shook the Tao hearts of countless holy sons and godsons with just one word? How do you all know? It's said that he even escaped the pursuit of two powerful God-Emperor realm experts 3 times. 3 times? How is that possible? Ning Tian and the Supreme Elder gently descended to the ground. He looked at Elder Tianfeng without any fear and asked, "Since when did a monkey become king on a mountain? How come the prestige of the Righteous Alliance has reached the Heavenly Demon sect?" Elder Tianfeng was enraged by his provocation and roared furiously, clenching his fist tightly. "You little punk! You're just a Emperor Realm cultivator. How dare you insult the Righteous Alliance?" However, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect suddenly stepped forward to block Ning Tian, and he stared at Elder Tianfeng with a threatening gaze, questioning, "Does the Harmony sect think that our Heavenly Demon sect has no one and you can bully us?" Jianmei Elder of the Righteous Alliance quickly advised in a low voice, "The Supreme Elder's cultivation is above us. Please don't be impulsive." Then, the One Sword Sect Elder took the initiative to step forward to mediate the situation. He cupped his hands towards the other sects and said, "Since we're all here to explore Wolf Tomb, how about we help each other? There's no need to harm our harmony. Now that the Heavenly Demon sect has also sent people, let's go in together, shall we?" Seeing that Jianmei Elder had taken the initiative to back down and yield, Ning Tian didn't miss the opportunity to provoke the old geezer Tianfeng. He turned his face and deliberately made a face to mock him, causing the Harmony sect Elder's face to turn purple with anger, but he still had to suppress his emotions and silently told himself, "You little punk, if you fall into my hands next time, I will definitely teach you a lesson." Ning Tian turned around and accidentally met the group of unfamiliar people standing in front, and asked blankly, "So, who are those sparkling gold folks?" Zhao Zhao stood behind him, looking at Ning Tian with affectionate eyes, and gently introduced, "That's Jin Bao Daoren of Tianbao Holy Land and Tianbao Holy Sun, Zhu Yuanbao." Beside Lingao Holy Sun is Old Man Illusion of Lingshu Sect. Ning Tian stood with his hands on his hips, not bothering to be polite, and bluntly commented, "I've met people from Lingshu Sect before. This is my first time hearing about Tianbao Holy Land. Is that place full of nouveau riche?" Hearing those sarcastic words, Zhao Zhao lowered her head embarrassedly and said, "Founder is joking again." But then Zhao Zhao suddenly remembered something and looked up at Ning Tian, reminding him, "That's right, the people of the Righteous Alliance have always been narrow-minded. You just made them lose face in front of everyone here, so be careful later." Ning Tian gave a thumbs up, looking like he finally got it, and gave her a grateful look. "Thanks for your concern, Holy Maiden. I'm fine." Seeing his handsome and friendly face, Lin Xiaojiao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. She blushed and replied, "It's nothing, really." A little later, the people outside got closer to the quietly closed tomb door. Jian Mei Elder slightly turned his head back, secretly observing or looking for someone. Suddenly, he pointed at a man in purple standing right next to Ning Tian at the front of the line and ordered, "You, go push the door." The guy was startled and pointed at himself, his face turning pale as he stammered, "Me? But there's definitely a trap behind the door." Jian Mei Elder narrowed his eyes, looking sinister as he said, "So what? I remember you're from the Jiyu Quan sect. If you want treasure, you gotta pay the price, right?" The Jiyu Quan sect dude reluctantly stepped forward, but he seriously didn't want to. He cursed Jian Mei Elder internally, thinking, "This old Jian Mei is totally trying to send us small sects to our deaths. But if I refuse, they'll definitely take revenge." After weighing the pros and cons, the Jiyu Quan sect guy finally reached the door and placed his hands on it to open it. The moment it cracked open, evil energy rushed out, making the Jiyu Quan sect guy jump back in terror and scream, "Aya!" The evil energy from inside the door was like poisonous wind, seizing the opportunity to surge out. The Jiyu Quan sect guy's face was covered in sweat from fear, but seeing the door slowly opening, he cried out in excitement, "It's open!" Ning Tian noticed a faint purple aura floating strangely on the ground, and warned, "Wait, something's not right, there's something." Before Ning Tian could finish his sentence, at the tomb door, the Jiyu Quan sect guy was suddenly blasted backwards by a powerful surge of evil energy like a hurricane. He slammed into the ground, his eyes wide with fear, his mouth foaming, and he died instantly. Witnessing the horrific scene, the people behind Ning Tian were all terrified, screaming in panic, "Ghosts! Ghosts! It must be because we disturbed the Heavenly Venerate's spirit, so he's taking revenge." Tianfeng Elder turned around, glaring at the chaotic crowd behind him, and angrily shouted, "Shut up! Don't spout nonsense here. What's so strange about traps in a Heavenly Venerate's tomb?" The disciple standing nearby hadn't recovered yet, but insisted on his point. But there weren't any weapons or formations at all. Suddenly, Ning Tian glanced at the half-open tomb door and clicked his tongue, saying, "There's flute music." Tianfeng Elder, still holding on to his anger from before, seized the opportunity to retort, "Nonsense, there's no flute music. We're so many people, and nobody heard anything except you." The others also spoke up with suspicion and doubt. Even though this legendary founder had many legendary stories, he was ultimately just a Diwang realm cultivator. That's right, even Tianzun experts couldn't feel it. How could he? Ning Tian didn't bother to argue. He squatted down to examine the corpse lying on the ground. Suddenly, Holy Maiden Yao Yao spoke up, confirming Ning Tian's words. "Founder is right. There is flute music. And it's the flute music of the absolute kill sound formation, hill sound." Hearing this, Jian Mei Elder's expression turned tense and worried, and he asked, trembling, "Absolute kill sound formation?" Holy Maiden Yao Yao continued to explain gently, "I've seen it in ancient texts. The absolute kill sound formation is extremely violent. Once the mechanism is triggered, unless all the invaders die or the formation's energy is exhausted, it will never stop attacking." Seeing Yao Yao support Ning Tian, the people present had another opportunity to chat lively. Worthy of being a legendary founder, Jin Bao Daoren suddenly interjected with a worried look. "Just now, that guy was killed after opening the stone door. The mechanism must be on the stone door. If the absolute kill formation is so powerful, then how can we break it so that we can successfully enter the tomb?" Contrary to everyone's panic, Holy Maiden Yao Yao placed her hand on her chest, confidently saying, "Everyone doesn't need to worry. My Yaoqi sect has sound-breaking techniques. I just need you to provide me with Ling Qi. Also, I need one more person to perform the sound-breaking technique with me." As she spoke, she looked at Ning Tian with a blushing face, implying a request for help. Just then, Ning Tian turned around and caught that meaning, blankly wondering, me? While Holy Maiden Yao Yao had put the big picture first and taken the initiative to offer help, Jian Mei Elder, standing with his hands behind his back, spoke with malicious suspicion. Who knows what's in the tomb? If the Holy Maiden needs us to provide Ling Qi at this time, is it perhaps to consume some of our Ling Qi in advance? Tianfeng Elder, standing nearby, immediately chimed in. That's right, if you want to break the formation, you just need someone to constantly consume energy for the absolute kill sound formation. Ning Tian gave the selfish and narrow-minded individuals a contemptuous look, indignantly criticizing, wow, I didn't expect you righteous sects to come up with this kind of trick, using people's lives as shields. Jian Mei Elder didn't feel ashamed at all at Ning Tian's criticism, and continued in a condescending tone, what's the big deal? Since you've all gathered here so densely, you're already prepared to trade your lives for this opportunity, right? Those who don't have the strength but want to share only get in the way. Why not do everyone a favor now? Ning Tian couldn't stand his attitude and excessive words, so he criticized him bluntly. Long-eyebrowed old fart, I see you're already old, and you won't live much longer. Living longer is just a waste of food. Why not be a pioneer and do a great service for everyone by kicking the bucket now? Being cursed directly by Ning Tian, but unable to refute, Elder Jianmei was furious, his face as red as a monkey's butt, clenching his fists and hissing fiercely. Seeing the atmosphere heating up and a fight about to break out, Holy Maiden Yaoqi blinked and gently advised, there's no need to argue. The art of breaking the formation doesn't require the Ling Qi of that many people. If the Righteous Path Alliance is uneasy, then please trouble the two of you to open the stone door. The One-Sword Sect Elder heard this and wisely relaxed his face. But the Harmony Sect Elder couldn't maintain his harmony, his eyes blazing with anger. Based on what? Seeing the anger of his fellow cultivator, Elder Jianmei lowered his voice to advise, forget it. The mausoleum is more important. Afterward, he decided to listen to Xiao Zhao's suggestion, but directed his suspicion toward Ning Tian. We can open the stone door, but, Holy Maiden, you want to perform together with him? Isn't that a bit childish? As far as I know, he's just a Earth Realm disciple at the Earth Lord stage. How could he know the dago of music? Ning Tian sighed, looking at the short-sighted old man. Annoyed, he scolded. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Just because you don't know something doesn't mean others don't know it. Yao Zhao was full of confidence. She gently said to Ning Tian, Ancestor, please reach out your hand. I will now transmit the mind method of sound-breaking melody to you. Ning Tian listened and extended his hand, replying, Okay. Xiao Zhao never expected that one day she would be able to perform together with the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon sect. Yao Zhao placed her soft, beautiful hand in the firm palm of the man before her to begin transmitting the cultivation technique. The mind method of sound-breaking melody like waves, powerful and constant, was transmitted into Ning Tian's body through his hand, emitting a buzzing sound like the wind. At this time, the system screen also popped up in shock, detected that the host has absorbed the mind method of sound-breaking melody, currently comprehending at m times the speed. Not long after, the electronic panel rang again with a notification. Comprehension successful! Ning Tian opened his eyes. He quietly watched the Dao infused hand, glowing with golden light, with interest, then smiled. He blurted out, So that's what sound-breaking melody is. Holy Maiden, let's begin. Yao Zhao had witnessed Ning Tian's talent many times, so she wasn't surprised, and asked casually, It's done already? The disciples standing around couldn't believe their ears, expressing doubt and discussing, Is it real or fake? Unexpectedly, he could comprehend sound-breaking melody in just a minute. Isn't he just blowing hot air? If he's that good and it still explodes, that'd be interesting. Elder Jianmei couldn't accept the fact that there was such a talented person, shouting with suspicion and doubt, Wait a minute! I've never seen anyone comprehend a mind method in such a short time. You're not pretending to save face, are you? Holy Maiden, we can't be killed by this milk-smelling brat. Ning Tian curled his lips into a sneer and mocked, Ha ha! I didn't expect people from the Righteous Path Alliance to be so afraid of death. Don't worry, you two little frogs. Look carefully. There's always a sky beyond the sky. Holy Maiden Xiao Zhao didn't bother explaining to the stubborn old man of the Righteous Path Alliance. Ning Tian unceremoniously accepted the zither and politely thanked her. Many thanks, Holy Maiden, while sincerely praising, It's really good, much better than my Ling Qi zither. Ning Tian lightly stroked the strings, secretly yearning, Now I can finally get a good music Dao Ling Qi. Strangely, on the other side, Holy Maiden Xiaojiao suddenly had a strange, radiant expression. She pressed the flute she was holding against her cheek, her body slightly closed, her face flushed, and her eyes closed, moaning. Seeing Yao Jiao suddenly standing there blankly, her face with a strange expression, Ning Tian worriedly stepped forward to shake her arm, asking, "Holy Maiden, are you?" Yao Jiao still kept her eyes closed, answering softly, "I'm okay." She opened her eyes, the blush of shyness still lingering on her cheeks, and only she herself knew the deeper reason for her awkward expression just now. Yao Jiao thought to herself in embarrassment, "My musical instrument and I have linked our souls together. The rhythm of the ancestor zither seems to be the ancestor touching my whole body." Imagining the scene where she would experience that indescribable feeling of ecstasy, Yao Jiao became even more excited in her heart. She raised her hand, excitedly urging, "Ancestor, let's begin!" Ning Tian, unaware of the dark thoughts in the girl's head, replied innocently, "Okay." Holy Maiden Xiaojiao spoke with a soft voice. While the sound-breaking melody was being unleashed, Elder Jianmei and Elder Tianfeng also quickly moved toward the stone door, each on one side, trying hard to open it wider. As the door cracked open, evil qi from within poured out like a torrential flood. Outside, Ning Tian's hands danced across the strings, and he shouted out. Under Ning Tian's skilled playing, the sound from the zither emitted endless, powerful waves. Those intensified sound waves continuously emanated outward toward the figure of the demonic cultivator wielding a saber, flying out from the tomb to attack. Yao Yao, while playing the flute, looked at the wonderful sound levels created by Ning Tian, widened her eyes in astonishment, secretly admiring him. With just single sounds he can stand shoulder to shoulder with a master. I never expected the music Dao created by the ancestor to have reached such a profound level. Those two arrogant old fogies from the righteous Minch sect, witnessing that godlike performance firsthand, were drenched in cold sweat, stunned in their hearts, unable to hold back their praises. He really wasn't faking it. The founder of the Heavenly Demon sect is indeed not to be underestimated. Just then, a notification popped up in Ning Tian's head. "You have astonished everyone around you. Rewarded skill card, mind card." Ning Tian remained focused, glancing at Yao Yao. While pouring all his effort into playing the flute, although she was still keeping up with the rhythm of the zither, she secretly lamented, "Too fast!" A deafening explosion resounded. The demonic cultivator, who had been flying out, was instantly surrounded by the sound-breaking art and utterly destroyed. The combined tones from Ning Tian and Yao Yao's flute and zither seeped into the tomb, where two people were also playing the flute and zither to control the sound formation of absolute death. Under the transformative power of the sound-breaking music, the two female stone statues playing musical instruments were quickly shattered into pieces. Before long, the door was completely opened, and multiple layers of dust, like gas, flowed out, accompanied by a suspenseful question. "The formation's broken." Ning Tian, returning the zither to Yao Yao, said gratefully, "Thank you, Holy Maiden. Your zither was excellent, and felt very comfortable." The Holy Maiden of Yaoqi looked at the handsome man, blushing slightly, embarrassed, laughing awkwardly, ha, ha, and panting when she felt like she was the zither, completely embraced in Ning Tian's gentle arms. Yao Yao didn't dare look him in the eye, turning away, covering her mouth with her hand, and smiling happily. "No need to thank me, it's enough that the founder is satisfied." Seeing the Holy Maiden's unusual attitude, Ning Tian stared at her, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. Elder Tianfeng eagerly flew forward towards the tomb, beaming, "Now that the formation is broken, let's go in." Others, hearing this, also flew in together. After a while, everyone was inside the tomb. Tian Zun stood stretching, blankly looking around. Suddenly, the stone door behind them slammed shut. Ning Tian turned to Zhao Zhao and the Grand Elder, instructing, "Be careful." Yao Yao nodded. In the dark space, a golden candle hung burning flickeringly on the firm wall. Under that faint light, a chiseled stone face suddenly appeared. Those inside were terrified as they looked up. In front of them now were three giant stone statues, their hands tightly gripping the hilts of swords pointed at the ground. Even more terrifying, the statues' eyes seemed to possess consciousness, gleaming with a ghastly red light, intently observing them. Seeing themselves surrounded by the giant statues, everyone fearfully began to huddle together. Suddenly, someone cried out in panic, "Hey, this stone statue! Is it moving?" Next to him, another voice trembled in fear. Don't scare me! How can stone move? The Grand Elder stared intently at the statues, but warned, Founder Ning Tian, be careful. There's definitely something wrong with these stone statues. That Ning Tian seemed to have recognized the core of the statue, smiling meaningfully. Is that so? I don't see anything wrong with these stone statues at all. Or perhaps we can say they aren't a problem at all. Suddenly, the eyes of one stone statue flashed with a strange light. Then it raised the sword in its hand, about to charge towards the group below to attack. A disciple noticed and shouted in alarm. The stone statue was alive. Get out of the way. The statue's large sword smashed down forcefully, slamming into the ground, crushing some people to death. The brave cultivators started jumping up, swinging their swords and hacking wildly at the statue. But they couldn't do anything to it. After a fruitless attack, one person anxiously shouted, Attacks are useless! Another concentrated their firepower and unleashed it on the statue, but it was just as ineffective, they said in a bewildered voice. My spell attacks aren't working either. The statue became more and more violent. One female disciple was so scared she was crying, raising her hands to shield herself while screaming shrilly with her eyes closed tight. Just then, Ning Tian leaped into the air, heading towards the statue. His whole body was enveloped in a powerful, glowing blue spherical aura, along with the system notification. Soul Annihilating Shock activated. Soul Annihilating Shock successfully activated. Ning Tian smiled with excitement. A chilling, cracking sound rang out, and cracks appeared on the statue's face. Then its entire body shattered into pieces, crashing down before the stunned, dazed eyes of the woman below. After defeating the statue, Ning Tian landed gently, turning to ask the female disciple, Are you all right? After her near-death experience, the girl collapsed to her knees on the ground, responding with gratitude and emotion. Thank you, ancestor. Ning Tian stared at the fragments of the statue scattered on the floor, still faintly surrounded by lingering green soul essence. He silently confirmed the suspicion in his mind. Just as I predicted, the stone statue moved because a soul essence entered it. Soul essence is the best nutrient for the soul origin pearl. Ning Tian looked at them with loving eyes, then smirked to himself. Since you've given me such a big gift, then I won't be polite. Then, Ning Tian leaped into the air again. With just one magnificent swoop, he imprinted the soul Annihilating Shock on all the remaining statues. He was like a tireless swallow. The disciples below stared blankly, following Ning Tian's every move with shocked, curious eyes. One person wondered in surprise, Is the Heavenly Demon sect's ancestor this strong? Zhu Yuanbao of the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land frowned and commented, There are so many of us, yet we're no match for the Heavenly Demon sect's ancestor, who's only at the Earth King realm. Ling Aso of the Lingshu sect said with admiration, The armor on these stone soldier statues has a special power. Even we find it difficult to deal with. He truly lives up to the title of ancestor. The female disciples, needless to say, felt immense love and admiration for Ning Tian. One knelt on the ground, excitedly shouting, Looking at ancestor's skillful movements, he's truly unrestrained. Dealing with these stone statues is so effortless. On this side, Ning Tian was still tirelessly engaged in his crusade of eliminating evil and eradicating violence, constantly darting back and forth like lightning. Cracking sounds also began to echo lightly in the space. In the crowd that was blankly watching him, there was now a figure wearing a veiled hat, grinding their teeth in anger. It turned out to be the third prince of the Dongxing kingdom. Watching Ning Tian shine, he felt even more resentment in his heart, secretly resolving, Ning Tian, sooner or later, I, Lin Xiaojiao, will definitely make you die a miserable death under my upgraded hands. The statues invaded by soul essences were instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the system panel chimed. You have shocked the surrounding geniuses, causing their fighting spirit to explode. Reward: 5,000 cultivation points. Ning Tian sensed the large amount of soul essence he had just collected being transferred to the soul origin pearl in his hand, thinking with glee, Ling Qi is abundant. I'm about to break through. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and beginning the process of refining the soul origin pearl, while ordering the old senior, Supreme Elder, protect me. Ling Ao asked in confusion, What is he planning to do? Elder Tianfeng contemptuously scoffed. Careful you don't lose your life. Under the enhancement of the soul origin pearl, Ning Tian's body now radiated an abundant source of Ling Qi, boundless and surging like a tidal wave, constantly opening up the spiritual meridians in his body. Witnessing this unprecedented scene, Elder Swordbrow shouted in astonishment. He actually has a spiritual C. The old man Tian Feng standing next to him also gaped in shock. Moreover, he's about to break through at this crucial moment. A female cultivator, not taking her eyes off Ning Tian, covered her mouth and whispered to the person next to her. I knew it. Ancestor's essence is abundant. It can't be exhausted. The woman next to her replied with confidence and adoration. That's right. After all, Ancestor Ning Tian is the longest-lasting man I know. As Ning Tian's body was completely surrounded by countless surging Ling Qi currents, the system went crazy again, blaring out a bunch of new notifications. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. Earthly King. 4th star. You've astonished everyone. Rewarded with 1 point of comprehension towards the Heavenly God Tome. Current comprehension level of the Heavenly God Tome. 4 parts. You're making some headway. Ning Tian cracked open his eyes, muttering to himself. 4 parts already, huh? 1 more part, and I'll reach the gradual progress level. I can unlock more spirit meridians then. After finishing his realm upgrade, Ning Tian stood up heroically and started walking, telling the Grand Elder, up ahead is probably the main hall. Let's head in. The Grand Elder hurried to catch up, replying as always, yes, Ancestral Founder. A moment later, inside the main hall, the first thing that hit everyone's eyes was a skeleton wearing royal robes, sitting on the high seat of the hallmaster. They looked around, eyes darting around, and started chattering excitedly. Ning Tian casually grabbed a book lying on a shelf. Then, he glanced over at the glowing weapons rack in the back. A few people were already there, trying to get their hands on the stuff, muttering appraisals. The weapon rack is full of top-grade weapons too. Not only that, inside the main hall there were also a bunch of big chests neatly lined up in the back. Ning Tian sat down next to a chest and opened it out of curiosity, immediately discovering tons of gold inside. He didn't even bother touching the loot, just commented, the owner of this tomb was loaded. So everyone started scrambling for the treasure and loot. One guy excitedly raised a sword high, grinning from ear to ear. This is a real treasure trove. They've got everything. We're gonna be rich this time. Suddenly, the skeleton's eyes flashed with an eerie red light, startling a few people below. They froze in place, terrified. Ning Tian also caught a glimpse of the weirdness. His face paled slightly, blurting out. But now, when Ning Tian looked closer, he couldn't see any more of that fierce red light in the skull's eyes. He sighed in relief, responding, Grand Elder, it's nothing. Maybe I was just seeing things. The Grand Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, eyes glued to the high seat, asking with a puzzled expression, on the throne, that's probably the owner of this tomb. Aren't tombs usually for burial and peace? Why is he sitting? Ning Tian also stared over there, offering a guess. Maybe he had some lingering regrets, unwilling to rest in the ground. Suddenly, an old man with green hair eagerly climbed the steps towards the high throne. Afraid he'd do something stupid, Ning Tian called out from below to remind him. That's the greatest deceased from the One-Sword sect. Touching him like that might not be a good idea. This man was none other than Jian Wuxing from the One-Sword sect, part of the Righteous Alliance. Hearing Ning Tian's words, he turned around and sneered, Hey! Didn't expect the ancestral founder of the Heavenly Demon sect to be such a scaredy cat. Afraid even of the dead. Then, Jian Wuxing grabbed the skeleton's left hand, which had a ring on it, without any hesitation, saying, Tombs like this, the owners always hide the good stuff on their body, like this ring that he kept wearing, even in death. He pulled the bony arm with one hand, raised his sword high with the other, and continued with a triumphant grin, It must be a good item. Just then, the skeleton's eyes suddenly flashed with a demonic red light, and its body began to move. The dead man's right hand suddenly shot out, grabbing Jian Wuxing's face, scaring him out of his wits. His mouth dropped open in horror, only managing a soft groan. The corpse stood up, wrapped Jian Wuxing's body with its demonic Q, and started to suck him in step by step. Invaded and controlled by demonic energy, Jian Wuxing was in pain, his eyes rolled back, drool flowing, desperately screaming for help. Master. The sound quickly caught the attention of those below who were busy grabbing loot. Swordbrow Elder also recognized the familiar voice, flinching in surprise. He turned his head, asking in confusion, Disciple, what's wrong? Seeing the strange skeleton on the throne standing up, still grabbing Jian Wuxing, Swordbrow Elder shouted in panic, Holy crap, that dried, Rishup bone pile stood up. Everyone in the main hall stopped what they were doing. Old Man Illusion slightly frowned, wondering in confusion. "Is that a risen corpse?" Elder Kinglin said with an unhappy and annoyed tone. "Swordbrow Elder, isn't that your sect's top disciple, Jian Wuxing? You never succeed, always fail. Inside the tomb are full of danger. Why, one sword sect did not warn disciple you want to harm us?" Hearing the accusations, Swordbrow Elder's expression turned ugly. On this side, Ning Tian kept his eyes focused up above, but replied with a faint smile to those standing nearby. "The treasure's up ahead. Naturally, there will be greedy people who want to seize them for themselves." Swordbrow Elder and the others were deeply impressed by the word treasures coming out of Ning Tian's mouth, so they focused their gaze even more, straining their eyes to observe more closely, and bam! They spotted a blingin' gold ring with a rock on it, sitting pretty on a bony finger. Ghostly Old Man and Qinglin Elder's jaws dropped. "A numinous storage ring!" they exclaimed. Elder Tianfeng, all grim, explained, "This kind of spiritual artifact stores more than half the important treasures from this tomb." But Swordbrow Elder, hearing that, his face went dark with rage. He cursed inwardly, "Jian Wuxing, that ungrateful traitor, seeing all that good stuff, and not telling me. Your old man?" Greed took over. Swordbrow Elder didn't hesitate, jumping up and flying towards the throne. "All righteous hero, Wuxing, your master's coming to save you." But deep down he was all, "That storage ring is mine." Swordbrow Elder pointed his sword at the purple barrier around the corpse, all cocky. The tip of the sword barely touched the barrier above the skull when it made a tiny noise, but the barrier didn't break. Instead, the sword in Swordbrow Elder's hand shattered into pieces right before his stunned eyes. "No way! A spirit sword! Gone!" While Swordbrow Elder was standing there, dumbfounded, the corpse's arm suddenly shot out, sending Swordbrow Elder and his shattered sword flying backwards like a damn rocket, arm-slapping Swordbrow Elder aside. The corpse then put his hand on Jian Wuxing's head, continuing to suck out his divine power. Jian Wuxing's body was already showing signs of withering. His eyes glazed over, looking totally horrified. Witnessing Swordbrow Elder being swatted away, Ning Tian paled, muttering, "Swordbrow is an 8-star heavenly lord, and he got slapped away like that." After draining all of Jian Wuxing's divine power, the corpse casually dropped the body to the ground. Then he grinned, all satisfied, "Heh, spreading his arms like he was about to take flight, slowly rising up. Suddenly, the corpse reached out to his left, unleashing a swirling vortex of evil energy. Even weirder, he flung out two familiar figures from the vortex. They looked like Jinbao Daoren and Zhao Yuanbao, and they fell on the ground. Ning Tian was momentarily stunned, then scoffed, "It's the Celestial Treasure Sage! No wonder I didn't see Celestial Treasure Holy Land earlier. Turns out they were sneaking off somewhere else." Jinbao Daoren wiped blood from his mouth, glancing over. "Dimensional Dust Devil, the intel was wrong. This is an Emperor, level tomb." Ghostly Old Man couldn't contain his anger, yelling, "You money grubber, what are you saying?" Jinbao Daoren, after that near-death experience, calmly frowned and explained, "We discovered a dark room, but didn't expect it to be a formation. Most of my disciples are trapped inside. I was just thrown out by some unknown force." Hearing Jinbao Daoren's explanation, Qinglin Elder looked uneasy, saying, "Jinbao Daoren is a heavenly lord, yet he suffered so many losses. Looks like this tomb is seriously dangerous." Ning Tian looked down, also worried. "A great emperor is the strongest person in the God-Emperor realm, if it's him." Seeing his thoughtful expression, Holy Maiden Yao Yao glanced over, fearfully saying, "That's something we can't handle." Suddenly, the corpse floating above the throne twitched. Staring at Ning Tian with red eyes, he looked up, paling as he noticed that probing, cold gaze fixed on him, shivering inside. "Why are you looking at me? Don't tell me he's noticed me." Before Ning Tian could finish panicking, he heard a whistling sound like the wind blowing, the corpse abruptly unleashing a terrifying aura, covering the entire space beneath the main hall. Ning Tian was stunned by the aura, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly, "Damn it, he really is targeting me." Jinbao Daoren flew up, shouting heroically, "Fellow cultivators, this place is weird. Let's attack together, a quick victory." Grand Supreme Elder, Qinglin Elder, and Ghostly Old Man all flew up, responding in unison. The four of them, like four sharp arrows, simultaneously raised their fists, working together to attack the corpse. But the great Emperor corpse raised a finger and pointed, aiming the evil energy at them, instantly creating separate circles of barriers, trapping each of them, preventing them from working together. After trying and failing to break free, Grand Supreme Elder frowned, exclaiming, "A truly amazing barrier." The corpse was super hyped at this sight, cackling with its mouth wide open, totally creepy. Ning Tian, Yao Yao, and the others with lower cultivation levels were kneeling and crawling on the ground, struggling to withstand the heavy pressure crushing down. He was stunned, wondering, This is pressure?" Ning Tian, exhausted, gritted his teeth, panting heavily. Unable to endure any longer, he summoned the Heavenly Tome for assistance. As soon as the Heavenly Tome activated, Ning Tian's body erupted with a powerful golden aura. Transforming into a massive, radiant golden dragon phantom, it twisted and soared upwards. Ning Tian felt the power was still insufficient, so he softly said, "A little more. Break." After his shout, the thunderous divine dragon phantom charged towards the corpse, unleashing a fierce attack. Before long, the pressure enveloping the area below gradually receded under the divine dragon's power. Everyone could slowly stand up straight. Chu Yuanbao couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "To think the ancestor, at only earthly king realm, possesses such fighting spirit." Seeing Ning Tian's tenacious will to fight, Ling Ao raised his sword high, adding more power to Ning Tian from behind. With the combined force of the four of them, the energy generated was immense, crashing towards the corpse like a raging flood. Then a crack resounded, and the encompassing pressure completely dissipated. After that all-out attack, Ning Tian and the other three collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, wiping the blood from his mouth, he murmured, "First, it besieged 6 heavenly sovereigns. Then it used pressure on us juniors. What does it want? Although I don't understand. I can say for sure it doesn't want to kill us." At this moment, a remnant soul suddenly escaped from the ring. Grinning mischievously, it flew in front of Ning Tian and gradually coalesced into a girl in a hooded black robe. She looked at Ning Tian with affectionate eyes, then held out her hand and said, "You're very clever. I like you." Before Ning Tian could say anything, Holy Maiden Yao Yao next to him angrily shouted a question. "What kind of fiend are you, acting all mysterious here?" The little girl calmly sat down and even gave a bright, cheerful smile, saying, "Welcome, challengers, to my tomb." After hearing the little girl introduce herself, everyone in the tomb started buzzing with confusion and disbelief. They were half convinced she was the tomb's owner, but she just looked like a kid. Ning Tian felt something wasn't quite right, furrowing his brows and thought, "Challengers? She didn't call us grave robbers, but challengers. Does that mean this place isn't just a simple tomb?" A sense of unease welled up in the depths of Ning Tian's eyes. Furthermore, this tomb, it's actually a trap. She's been waiting for us for a long time. Yao Yao, standing behind Ning Tian, suddenly spoke up and asked. The little girl, leaning her hand on the skeleton's shoulder, turned her gaze towards Yao Yao and said in a deep voice, "A child of the Jiao Pool. I didn't expect there to be a new holy maiden so soon after Jiao Xuan." Elder Qinglin, imprisoned in the energy sphere, heard the name Jiao Xuan, and his expression changed. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage to say, "To actually directly address the great emperor Jiao Xuan by name is Senior. The 3 saints' great emperor?" Ning Tian tilted his head slightly, asking in confusion, "Holy Maiden of the Jiao Pool, 3 saints' great emperor, what's that?" Yao Yao recalled past images and softly explained. The 3 saints' great emperor and great emperor Jiao Xuan were powerhouses of the same era, and were also close friends of great emperor Jiao Xuan. Elder Qinglin looked up with a bewildered expression, and continued with utter incomprehension. "Didn't you ascend to the path of becoming a god with Holy Maiden Jiao Xuan 300 years ago? Holy Maiden Jiao Xuan disappeared. So how could you?" The 3 saints' great emperor glared unhappily at Elder Qinglin. "Ask why I am still alive," Elder Qinglin, noticing the senior's displeasure, softly explained. "This junior didn't mean it that way." The 3 saints' great emperor covered her mouth and scoffed, then bitterly replied, "Ascend to the path of becoming a god? Better to call it the path of imperial demise. So what if you cultivate to the emperor realm? As soon as you step onto that path, you're bound to disappear. Heavenly Fiend, Jiao Xuan, and the others. They were all the same." The old woman suddenly stretched out both arms, releasing a powerful aura, and excitedly shouted, "If you are descendants of Jiao Xuan, I won't stand by and watch you tread down the path of no return. Stop it there." A stream of green Ling Qi like divine light swept through the bodies of Ning Tian and the others, accompanied by the crisp sound of a decision being made. That's right, those Emperor Realm powerhouses all disappeared back then. What's the point of our cultivation? Better to take matters into my own hands now. Finish the job right. Ning Tian sensed an unstable and oppressive Ling Qi weighing down on his body, and exclaimed in alarm in his heart, "Not good! This old monster wants to make a move." He looked towards the elders imprisoned above, secretly calculating in his mind. Great Emperor powerhouses are unpredictable, never revealing their thoughts. Now the elders are all surrounded. Instead of waiting for her to wipe us all out, it's better to bet it all. Seize the opportunity. Thinking this, Ning Tian suddenly burst out in resounding laughter that echoed throughout the main hall. His laughter cut through the oppressive green Ling Qi below, startling everyone awake. At this, the great Emperor San Sheng finally turned her attention to Ning Tian, slightly frowning as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Thinking. This old woman's heart wavered a bit. Ordinary disciples' daimyo hearts are not so firm. How did he regain his composure so quickly? Ning Tian, unfazed, replied with boundless spirit, "I just find the oversight of Senior San Sheng laughable." Hearing Ning Tian's mockery, the great Emperor San Sheng flared up. "How dare you? You dare call me wrong?" Seeing the great Emperor San Sheng's focus shift to Ning Tian, the Supreme Elder anxiously warned, "Ancestor, the great Emperor San Sheng's power surpasses even the Empress. Don't provoke her." Ning Tian stood his ground, without a hint of worry, and lightly chuckled in response. The path of cultivation is inherently against the grain. If Senior San Sheng truly thought that way, she should have disappeared with the great Emperor Zhao Xuan a century ago. Why appear here now? The great Emperor San Sheng's eyes darkened, flashing with boundless anger, followed by a scolding, "Youngster, your words are so reckless." But in a deeper sense, the great Emperor San Sheng saw in Ning Tian a reflection of her former self, and immediately her anger dissipated. She sat cross-legged, propped her chin up, and praised with a beaming smile, "Ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent! Such willpower resembles the great emperor." Hearing the great Emperor San Sheng's judgment, everyone around was stunned. Ning Tian himself was dumbfounded, and narrowed his eyes, asking, "Resembles the great emperor?" Saintess Zhao Qi looked at Ning Tian with admiration, inwardly sighing. As expected of Ancestor, he actually earned the great Emperor San Sheng's approval. The great Emperor San Sheng suddenly leaped towards Ning Tian, saying generously, "Youngster, seeing as you're so pleasing to me, today I shall bestow upon you a chance to improve your mortal body." Ning Tian's face changed. He cried out, "Wait!" But the great Emperor San Sheng's speed was unimaginable. In an instant she was before Ning Tian, unleashing a Lingqi seal. "Damn," he quietly sensed. The great Emperor San Sheng's soul body began to penetrate Ning Tian's sea of consciousness. Within his mind, her warning still echoed clearly, "Senior San Sheng, don't blame me then." The soul body lightly landed within the space, disregarding Ning Tian's warning like a breeze. Such good fortune isn't something everyone can encounter. But the next moment, the great Emperor San Sheng's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, This is a Thunder Dragon Spirit Meridian." Seeing the tyrannical, fierce Thunder Dragons coiling around and glaring menacingly at her, the girl put on a cute, coy act, seductively saying, "I'm just a passerby. A little curious, so I came to see. Don't worry, I'll leave right away." But how could the Thunder Dragons be so easily swayed? Then, the great Emperor San Sheng's soul body was blasted out of Ning Tian's sea of consciousness. Her voice echoed with fear. "This kid is too wicked! Not only is he a divine physique, but the spirit meridian within his body has energy that can suppress soul bodies." Just then, the system's shocking notification flashed in Ning Tian's mind. "You have surprised the great Emperor San Sheng, rewarding mind-reading song." Mind-reading song can see through people's hearts and hear their inner voices. Effective for 1 hour, will become invalid after use. Ning Tian scanned it, delighted, and said, "There's hope." The great Emperor San Sheng unconsciously took a step back. Unable to say it was because she wanted to improve his physique, but ultimately wasn't compatible with Ning Tian's body, she feigned coughing. "Cough, cough. The reason is your physique is very good. This opportunity of mine isn't very suitable for you." Hearing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Not bad, found a decent excuse. The great Emperor San Sheng crossed her arms, blushing as she scolded, "Shut up, don't I need to save face?" After speaking, the great Emperor San Sheng turned and flew towards the skeleton high above. She glanced at Elder Qing Lin and began to explain the tomb situation. 300 years ago, This one suffered incurable heavy injuries. Now, I'm merely a wisp of remnant soul holding on. This tomb exists for this one's inheritance. Elder Qinglin didn't expect this outcome, and exclaimed in surprise. The great Emperor San Sheng's inheritance, a female disciple standing below, looked up in a daze, saying, This is a great opportunity, hard to come by. After settling onto the skeleton's shoulder, the great Emperor San Sheng raised her hand to gather an orb of qi, and said with a faint smile, The power of the Ling Qi just now was the first trial. Those who couldn't overcome the pressure just now are all losers, she coldly announced. Losers have only one path, death. Her words resounded as she intensified her qi, attacking those who couldn't break through the initial pressure. Yao Yao was startled in fear as she watched the figures behind her instantly turn into a rain of blood by the great Emperor San Sheng's evil qi. Ling Ao turned around and looked back. Seeing that more than half of the people had already fallen, he frowned in frustration and said in horror, Failure in the trial means death. Senior, aren't you being a little too brutal? The Three Saints' great emperor sat with her chin in her hand, wearing an innocent and carefree expression as if nothing had happened, and announced loudly, Next, the trial will continue. In addition, this seat would like to remind everyone, only by obtaining the inheritance can you survive and leave this place. Ning Tian stood still, head down and silent, only sighing inwardly. This chick is totally a crazy old lady, I swear. The Three Saints' great emperor was playing with the orb of aura in her hand, when she suddenly remembered and exclaimed, Oh, that's right, you little Jiaoqi brats. Just watch from here. My inheritance isn't suitable for Jiaoqi. Wait for the trial to end, and I'll send you out. After saying those reassuring words, the Three Saints' great emperor casually broke the aura orb that imprisoned Elder Qinglin. The old elder lowered himself to the ground and respectfully thanked, Thank you, Three Saints Senior. Elder Qinglin lowered his head in contemplation, feeling as light as if a stone had been lifted from his chest, and muttered to himself, this time, entering the muddy waters. But the Jiaoqi didn't get involved. That's really fortunate. Seeing this scene, everyone around couldn't help but admire and envy. Two disciples couldn't contain their jealousy and whispered behind their hands. They even specially opened a path for the Jiaoqi. How jealous! Who told them they have a connection to the Three Saints' great emperor, huh? At this moment, the Jiaoqi saintess looked up and slowly opened her mouth. Three Saints Senior, I also have a friend. Zhao seemed a little worried. Her eyes unconsciously fell on Ning Tian, and she affectionately called out, Grand Ancestor! Her sudden action stunned Elder Qinglin, who was kneeling beside her, in surprise. The Three Saints' great emperor sat with her chin in her hand and looked at Yao Yao, asking with a faint smile, What's wrong? Is this little guy your husband? Or your lover? The Jiaoqi saintess was shy. Her cheeks flushed pink, and her eyes sparkled with love and infatuation, as she hesitated to deny, No, he's not my husband, not my lover either. He's the husband of the Heavenly Demon Sect's Empress. The Three Saints' great emperor was stunned by Yao Yao's answer, but still sincerely admired him, saying, So young, and his strength is only at the Earth realm, yet he has a powerful great emperor as a wife. Suddenly, Ning Tian gently comforted Zhao Zhao, Saintess, it's okay. Hearing him say this, the saintess was a little disappointed, and anxiously called out, Grand Ancestor! Ning Tian smiled understandingly and pointed at the Three Saints' great emperor, explaining softly, I'm also a little interested in the inheritance of the Three Saints Senior. The Three Saints' great emperor suddenly burst out laughing, encouraging excitedly, Haha, good! If you can obtain my inheritance, it will greatly enhance your physique. After speaking, the Three Saints' great emperor flew above the skeleton's head and spread out her hands, unleashing a powerful great emperor aura, while excitedly announcing, The second door, open! The skeleton, controlled by the Three Saints' great emperor, rushed downwards, its hands slamming hard into the ground, causing the surface to shake and crack with loud rumbling sounds. Streams of Dagyo energy swirled throughout the room, instantly setting up 9 stone doors all around everyone. Inside the main hall, startled by the change, someone exclaimed in panic, What's going on? Everyone gazed at the tangible stone doors, but inside they contained a revolving Xuanji aura, consisting of 3 colors, gold, black, and purple. Just then, the Three Saints' great emperor's voice echoed loudly again. These 9 doors. Enter the golden door and live. Enter the black door and die. Enter the purple door and eternally sink into nightmares. The three saints' great emperor glanced with interest at the mortals below, about to enter the game of life and death, licked her lips, and smiled gleefully, saying, "Everyone, please." A sect disciple looked at the doors in confusion and started discussing animatedly. Do we even need to choose? Only an idiot would pick it? Yeah? Eternally in a nightmare? What's the difference between that and death? Wait, why is she being so nice? Could she be mocking us? After a moment of deliberation, Zhao Yuanbao decided and said, "Whatever, I'm choosing the door of life." On the other side, Ling Ao also agreed, decisively believing in the three saints' great emperor's words. I want to see if this great emperor is lying or not. It's like that. More and more people headed towards the golden door that they sensed. Me too. I'm also choosing the door of life. Ning Tian hadn't made a choice yet. He looked up at the three saints' great emperor, frowning, guessing from this that it was a Ming card trial, unable to figure out what she was thinking. At the same time, he summoned the system. Shocking system. Use the mind-reading card. In less than a second, notifications popped up continuously in Ning Tian's mind. Successfully used the mind-reading card. Use successful. Remaining time of the mind-reading card, 1 hour. The three saints' great emperor stood leisurely with her arms crossed in front of her chest, looking down below, curling her lips in a mischievous smile, but her thoughts were transmitted as sound into Ning Tian's brain. Clear as day. Haha, life and death. Life isn't necessarily not death. Why isn't death a door to life? Such a cycle is difficult to avoid death. Hearing the scheming thoughts in the three saints' great emperor's heart, Ning Tian couldn't help but be shocked. So whether you choose the door of death or the door of life, it's all a dead end. Only breaking the dreamland door is the path to survival. Thinking clearly, Ning Tian slowly walked towards the door of death. The great emperor of the three saints looked at Ning Tian and unconsciously had a bit of appreciation. This little brat actually chose the dreamscape gate. Interesting, she exclaimed, just as Ning Tian entered the purple aura. The scene changed to inside the dreamscape gate. Ning Tian vaguely felt the purple energy surrounding him and muttered, "Smells like blood and fire." Looking at the familiar, hazy scene before him, Ning Tian dimly recognized it as Tianfeng City. The image of the disciple Li Chengde being pierced through the heart by a sword, weakly saying, "Avenge us," suddenly appeared first. Before Ning Tian could clearly understand the situation, a miserable scream suddenly rang out behind him. He glanced back and immediately saw the female disciple, with the surname Qiao, being tortured by Yelang, who was holding her head. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Ah, ancestor, save me." Meanwhile, the beast-taming sect guy laughed sinisterly and mocked, "The men of the Heavenly Devil sect are all trash. They can't even protect a woman." Next was the image of Yelang sitting trembling on the ground, his eyes blank with fear. Ning Tian angrily grabbed his neck and slammed him hard against the city wall, causing him to spit blood. But Yelang looked at Ning Tian with a provocative gaze, a mocking smile on his face, and challenged, "What's wrong, you want to avenge your fellow disciples?" Ning Tian gritted his teeth in anger and retorted, "You think I wouldn't dare?" Then Yelang laughed loudly, full of treachery, and threatened arrogantly, "Kill me! If you don't kill me, I'll slaughter your entire Heavenly Devil sect." Then countless ghostly smiling faces appeared behind Ning Tian, constantly urging, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill! Kill!" Urged by those voices, Ning Tian's mind seemed to be controlled by a demonic heart. His eyes gradually became dull and lifeless, and his mouth unconsciously admitted, "Yes, I want revenge. I want to kill you all. That's right, kill everyone." The great emperor of the three saints, who was observing this scene from the outside, was extremely pleased, thinking, "As long as you go on a killing spree, you will be here forever, fighting non-stop." At this moment, a golden aura like lightning suddenly crashed down on Ning Tian's mind, burning the heart demon that was clinging to a part of his dark, dreamlike consciousness, causing him to gradually break free from the illusion. In Tianfeng City, Ning Tian, like a sleepwalker, suddenly woke up and said in a daze, "That's not right. He's already dead. Just one dead person. Why would I want to kill him again?" Suddenly, a wave of dizziness rushed into Ning Tian's brain, causing him to cry out uncomfortably, "What's going on? My head suddenly hurts so much." The illusionary space darkened. When Ning Tian opened his eyes and shouted, he realized he was lying naked on a bed. He sat up, rubbed his face, and gasped to himself, "My room! But that was a dream just now." Luo Wuxing pushed the door open and entered, her voice gentle and warm. "Are you awake?" As soon as he saw the Empress, Ning Tian exclaimed with joy. She walked over, sat down on the bed next to Ning Tian, gently touched his forehead, and asked softly with concern, You're sweating so much. Did you have a nightmare? Ning Tian honestly recounted what he had just experienced. I dreamed that I was on a trial in a tomb, entering the nightmare gate. And also, not letting Ning Tian finish his illusory dream, Luo Wuxing suddenly interrupted to soothe him. You must be too tired from cultivating. Let me help you relax a little. Ning Tian exclaimed in surprise at her initiative. Not giving him time to react, Luo Wuxing quickly sat on Ning Tian's lap, blinked her charming eyes at him, and asked, Husband, how do you feel? Ning Tian felt his body burning and numb, his face flushed, and he stammered, Ah, the feeling. Just as Luo Wuxing was about to reach out and explore Ning Tian's body, he suddenly grabbed her arm to stop her. Ning Tian looked shrewdly at the woman so close to him, frowned, and exposed the truth. I think your acting is a bit bad. My wife isn't like this. But the illusionary Luo Wuxing suddenly didn't resist or say anything, only showed a bewitching smile. Before he could deal with the one in front of him, the illusion created Shiwangmu and Holy Maiden Yao Yao, who came laughing and joking. They appeared behind Luo Wuxing, sitting and wriggling, inviting in a seductive voice. Hee, come play. Ancestor, come play with us. Before three beautiful but very real illusions who are staring at him with desire, it was difficult for Ning Tian not to be shaken. His mind desperately screamed, Mom, why did they show up too? Who can stand this kind of weird thing? Ning Tian looked at the two Yaoqi women hugging each other, then looked at Luo Wuxing, and became extremely confused. He stammered and asked, Play? Play what? Dud. Luo Wuxing didn't feel embarrassed, and replied immediately, Of course it's a game that makes everyone happy. After answering, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the bedroom transformed into the immortal spring, in the sacred ground of Jiao Qi. Holy Maiden Yao Yao, in revealing attire, leaned close to Ning Tian with a shy and bashful demeanor, saying, Grandmaster, this Lingquan is filled with your essence. Every time Yao Yao bathes here, I can't help but recall your dignified manner that day. If we cultivate together here, it will greatly benefit our cultivation. As she spoke, Yao Yao pressed even closer to Ning Tian, causing him to blush with embarrassment. Following her, Shiwangmu and Luo Wuxing also pounced, embracing Ning Tian on either side. Husband, come on! Seeing Ning Tian's blank stare and rigid body with no cooperative response, Luo Wuxing whispered seductively into his ear, Let's break through together today. Ning Tian didn't respond or act. He allowed the women to caress him, closed his eyes, and tried to cast aside worldly desires. This place is similar to Tianfeng City. If I can't withstand the test, I'll definitely fall into depravity here, and even die from exhaustion. Coming to this realization, Ning Tian opened his eyes and glanced at Luo Wuxing. I've already said, my wife doesn't look like this. He lowered his head and continued, in a cold, sober voice. I know Shiwangmu and the Holy Maiden of Jiao Qi aren't like this either. Ning Tian's face was as calm as a still lake, devoid of impurities. He bluntly waved them away. Disperse. Go away, I've seen through your tricks. Exposed, the three women stood up and stepped back, looking at Ning Tian with great disappointment. Luo Wuxing said unwillingly, I don't believe it, you can really resist. Shiwangmu added with annoyance, That's right. We sisters must let this brat know our power today. As soon as she finished speaking, countless other illusory female figures appeared before Ning Tian. They rushed towards Ning Tian like moths drawn to a flame. Ning Tian remained like a meditating cultivator, his eyes tightly closed, trying to ignore the surrounding seductive caresses, but they wouldn't give up easily, continuing to pour out charming words of complaint and coquetry. Why don't you dare look at me? Husband, are you disgusted with me? Ning Tian struggled to endure, cold sweat pouring down, and finally decided to immediately circulate the heavenly god record to clear his mind. A powerful golden force burst from Ning Tian's body, spreading out in all directions. Wherever its light touched, the illusions dissipated. After a moment, the space returned to silence, without any feeling of torment or temptation. Ning Tian opened his eyes and saw the exit of the dreamscape Qidao. He cried out with joy, Finally it's over. Ning Tian stood up and said with pride, I'm not the shallow man you think I am. At this moment, his robes automatically restored themselves to their original state. Ning Tian walked through the door. The surrounding darkness dissipated, replaced by a bright grassland scene. In front of him was a vast lake, its surface rippling with silvery mist. Ning Tian stood dumbfounded, muttering to himself, Am I still in the dreamscape? Or have I left that strange place and returned to reality? Suddenly, a startled voice called from behind, "Grandmaster!" making Ning Tian jump out of his skin. Ning Tian turned around and saw Ling Ao walking over, asking, "Grandmaster, you're out." Behind him was also Zhu Yuanbao. Having experienced several dreamscapes, Ning Tian remained vigilant. He quickly jumped back and shouted, "Stop!" causing the two of them to be puzzled, but they immediately stopped. Ning Tian squinted his eyes, suspiciously looking at the two of them, wondering, could these two be illusions? So he commanded the system, activate the mind-reading card immediately. Ling Ao's inner voice sounded with admiration. Grandmaster is so powerful. When will I be as powerful as him? Zhu Yuanbao's inner thoughts were also clear. Is this the legendary Grandmaster of the Heavenly Demon sect? He's actually quite handsome for a head. I wonder who's taller, him or me? Hearing Zhu Yuanbao's thoughts, Ning Tian was surprised and confused. Why are the thoughts of a disciple of the Heavenly Treasure Sacred Ground so strange? Then he thought happily. But hearing them say that, I can basically confirm they're the real deal. It seems I've returned to reality. After confirming everything, Ning Tian regained his usual gentle demeanor and asked, Holy Son Ling Ao, when did you guys come out? Ling Ao smiled and replied, Grandmaster, we came out after you. After answering, he suddenly exclaimed innocently, I'm talking to Grandmaster. At this time, doors of life and death had also appeared scattered across the grassland, with many people coming out of them. Seeing so many people, Ning Tian asked in surprise, Did you all come out of the dreamscape gate? What illusions did you experience? Ling Ao. Ling Ao stared blankly at Ning Tian, then asked doubtfully, Illusions? Ning Tian fell silent, his face turning dark and ugly. Then, his mouth barely moved as he said, Don't tell me you guys came out of the door of life? Ling Ao widened his eyes like a frog, looking at Ning Tian as if he were an alien, and nodded. That's right. Then he raised a finger and enthusiastically recounted. After entering, we encountered several peak earthly king realm evil spirits. After killing them all, we came here. Ning Tian finally understood, turning away to hide his anger, and yelled in exasperation, System, you screwed me over! Getting blamed? The system said defensively, feeling wronged. Host, calm down, it's not entirely my fault. When you used the mind-reading card, the Three Saints Great Emperor was thinking about something else entirely. Ning Tian stopped being angry and stroked his chin, muttering, So, that old dude was planning to use reverse thinking from the start. Really hard to guard against. Suddenly, Ling Ao, as if remembering something, asked, Grand Ancestor, didn't you come out of the dreamscape gate? Ning Tian, still preoccupied with his thoughts, absent-mindedly replied, Yeah, the people who came out of the life gate, standing around, all focused their attention on Ning Tian when they heard this answer, exclaiming in shock, Out of the dreamscape gate! Then, a wave of excited discussion erupted like firecrackers. This is an illusion personally created by the Great Emperor, and the Grand Ancestor saw through it. That's right, my senior brothers also went into the dreamscape gate and haven't come out yet. It's said that most people who enter the dreamscape gate don't come out. Things look grim. Just then, the system panel trembled, and the familiar, beautiful voice rang out again. You have shocked everyone. Rewarding low-grade Earthrealm martial art phantom swordplay, undergoing 10x comprehension speed. Successfully comprehending the host's celestial physique. Upgrading. Achieving minor success. Ning Tian looked at the streams of energy flowing into his body, still a little puzzled, thinking, I've always found it strange. The celestial physique is powerful, but its effect isn't even as good as the system's X times speed boost, or the lightning tribulation's spiritual veins. Maybe it's unrelated to the upgrade. The system screen displayed a summary again. Host, Ning Tian. Strength, Earth King Realm 4 stars. Physique, minor success celestial physique. Cultivation method. Minor success God rank celestial codex. Martial arts. Roaming dragon steps. Heavenly demon palm. Heavenly sound kill. Flash shift. Vine na swordplay. Phantom swordplay. Cultivation speed. 10 Martial arts comprehension. 10x. Ling ki absorption. 10x. Seeing celestial physique, minor success, Ning Tian frowned, thoughtfully pondering. But how do I upgrade the celestial physique? In another corner, Lin Xiaojiao looked at Ning Tian with undisguised hatred. Damn it, how can this guy be so lucky he actually didn't die in the Dreamscape Gate? Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the lake, startling everyone. What's going on? What on earth happened? A disciple seemed to notice something and shouted in alarm. Look over there! Above the tree! It's all Linky! The green tree floating in the middle of the lake was emitting countless shimmering, illusory lights, with twisting aura surrounding it. Each light contains a sarence, a weapon, someone exclaimed excitedly, and immortal artifacts. One person couldn't contain their desire and flew towards the tree, hoping to seize the opportunity. Ha ha! All those immortal artifacts are mine. Just then, a powerful aura, in the shape of a palm, shot from afar and struck the approaching person hard. In an instant, it incinerated the body of the startled expert. The crowd immediately paled, horrified. Someone cried out in shock. That person just now was at least a Saint Sovereign Realm expert. Yet he was killed by a single palm strike. A woman in white robes gracefully appeared, holding a ball of blue aura in her hand, and said angrily, "Daring to break the rules of my three saints, courting death." The crowd looked up at the woman floating above the trees, who claimed to be the Three Saints Great Emperor, and exclaimed in panic, Three Saints Great Emperor? Why is she so much bigger? Three Saints Senior, aren't you supposed to be outside? The Three Saints Great Emperor raised her beautiful eyes. Her small lips released a melodious voice explaining, "What's outside is just my remnant soul. My true self is the actual proctor of this trial." Hearing this, Ning Tian lowered his head thoughtfully, then sighed inwardly. No wonder she looked a bit similar to that little lowly. The Three Saints Great Emperor pointed towards the ancient tree standing in the middle of the lake, announcing solemnly, "The third trial is the ancient tree behind me." The Three Saints Great Emperor's sweet voice echoed in the air, showing excitement, shouting, "The corresponding amount, so everyone gets one. That's right, if you're lucky, you might even get an immortal artifact." The Three Saints Great Emperor looked at the excited crowd below, curling her lips into a meaningful smile. At the same time, she took out a CT clock, continuing, "Trial rules. Within one incense stick's time, only those who obtain an immortal artifact will live." Hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed to worry and panic, and they asked in a hubbub, "What does this mean? Those who don't get an immortal artifact will die? Isn't this a 9 out of 10 dead situation?" Ning Tian seemed to understand the Three Saints' intentions, a trace of contemptuous smile on his lips, as he clicked his tongue and sighed. "The path to godhood is paved with the bones of emperors. So that's what it means." The Three Saints Great Emperor glanced at Ning Tian, finding him a little interesting, and asked teasingly, "Did you realize something?" Ning Tian remained calm and fearless, bluntly stating, "The Three Saints Great Emperor's scheme, the competition for godhood. Countless experts strive for this goal, and some haven't even reached the battlefield of the competition for godhood yet. You just want to recreate that scene, right? Only you've changed the god realm into immortal artifacts." Ning Tian looked at the tree ahead, boldly speculating, "The distance from the shore to the middle of the lake is only a few dozen miles. Yet you're giving us a full incense stick's time. I guess that, besides watching us kill each other, there's something else in the lake to entertain you." Hearing Ning Tian's sharp analysis, the great Emperor of Three Saints couldn't help but laugh heartily, full of fondness and admiration. "Ha ha, boy, this old man is liking you more and more." After praising Ning Tian, the great Emperor of Three Saints suddenly turned cold, saying, "Then, the third trial starts with you." At the same time, she raised her hand, gathering a blue sphere of energy and releasing waves of oppressive force towards Ning Tian and those standing nearby. The energy quickly lifted the randomly selected people, slowly raising them into the air. Ning Tian glanced at the people selected in his group, mentally assessing their strength. 6 righteous disciples, 3 Saint Sovereign Realm experts. They're definitely up to no good. I need to be careful. Lin Xiaojiao was also among those selected. He glanced back at Ning Tian, a smug grin on his face, thinking, "Heaven doesn't abandon Ning Tian. Today, you're definitely gonna die by my hand." The great Emperor of Three Saints looked at the crowd floating in the air, stroking her chin with a satisfied smile, adding in a chilling tone, "This old man has 3 things to remind you all. First, after the trial starts, you won't know what weapon is inside the light orbs. Second, once you touch an orb, you're locked in. No takebacks, and others can't steal it. Third, when the hourglass runs out, anyone who hasn't touched an orb is considered a failure. so don't even think about wasting time." Finishing her words, she also put her spiritual power into the sand clock. Then, clearly and loudly, she shouted. One guy flying near Ning Tian even dared to mock, "HMPH, becoming a god, destroying the emperor. What sensationalist talk, this daddy is feeling great right now." He suddenly stopped mid-sentence because, at this moment, a huge beast suddenly emerged from the lake. It opened its mouth full of jagged teeth, ready to swallow those flying above. The guy who had been loudly mocking Ning Tian earlier was momentarily startled, wondering, "What the heck is that?" He swerved to dodge, avoiding the snap. The beast, resembling a flood dragon with blood-red eyes, ferociously coiled around and lunged at Ning Tian. He used the Yulong steps technique, gliding across the water and gracefully leaping into the air to evade. Ning Tian watched the monstrous beast dive back into the water, causing the lake surface to ripple violently, and breathed a sigh of relief, muttering internally, "Whoa, I didn't expect there to be a monster living in this lake." While distracted by the monster below, Ning Tian sensed someone attacking him from behind. Ning Tian quickly backflipped a few times, easily dodging several beams of light being fired at him. Then, with another beautiful maneuver, Ning Tian created a safe distance from those despicable people. One of them, seeing that Ning Tian was still unharmed after 2 attacks, grumbled, "You dodged both attacks? You sure are lucky." Spotting Lin Xiaojiao among the crowd, Ning Tian sarcastically remarked, "Oh, it's you, Lin the thief. Always dreaming about my wife." The disciple of the righteous sect pointed at Ning Tian, his voice arrogant and overbearing. "Ning Tian, you're nothing more than a 4th-star Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator, the lowest realm among us. I'm a 5th-star Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator, and young Master Xiaojiao is an 8th-star Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator. Today, we will definitely kill you here." Lin Xiaojiao glared evilly at Ning Tian, raising his hand and arrogantly proclaiming, "Don't worry, Ning Tian. After you die, I'll take good care of your wife." Hearing his ridiculous and disgusting words, Ning Tian's face darkened, and he glared at him dangerously, his voice filled with anger. Courting death with his rage, a powerful golden aura burst forth from Ning Tian's entire body, the aura containing extremely violent lightning. The great Emperor of 3 Saints couldn't help but mutter in surprise when she saw it. This kid actually has more than just lightning tribulation. Immediately, Ning Tian ordered the system in his mind. "System, activate Sword Dao." Instantly, the Azure Scarlet Heaven sword in Ning Tian's hand emitted an incredibly terrifying sword aura, taking on the form of a majestic divine dragon. The sword aura was like lightning, instantly passing by and restraining the opponent, causing the disciple to cry out in shock, "How is this kid so fast?" At the same time, he frantically shouted a warning, "Quickly circulate your spiritual power!" But it was too late. After activating the low-grade Earth-rank martial art, shadow-following swordplay, and combining it with the Yulong steps, Ning Tian was as fast as the wind, flashing past the people, with just one sword strike neatly piercing their hearts. Terrified, fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the space red. Lin Xiaojiao looked at the rain of blood, and the disciples falling below, and couldn't help but cry out in horror. Ning Tian suddenly appeared behind Lin Xiaojiao, his eyes filled with dangerous killing intent, and asked in an icy tone, "Lin the thief, how can you be so distracted during battle?" Causing him to be paralyzed, petrified. Before Lin Xiaojiao could react, the Heavenly Demon Palm was activated. Lin Xiaojiao's corpse fell into the lake. The monster grabbed Lin Xiaojiao's corpse in one bite, and blood shot out from it, staining the lake surface crimson, foaming violently, becoming the bottom of the grave where his body will be kept forever. Witnessing Ning Tian's outstanding battle, Zhu Yuanbao praised, "So strong! He eliminated 6 people in the blink of an eye." "Lift me." Ling Ao admired from the bottom of his heart, clenched his fists, and exclaimed with excitement, "Ancestor, that's awesome!" Ning Tian now had time to turn his head to look at the ancient tree, and faintly saw that the 3 powerhouses were about to touch the light orb. He panicked, and muttered, "Not good. Lin Xiaojiao delayed too much time. They have already selected." Immediately afterwards, he ordered the system, "Use the treasure-finding card." The system immediately complied and announced, "Treasure-seeking card activated. Use successful." The treasure-seeking card has been used. A golden light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes as he looked towards the light orbs to locate the immortal energy. The system chimed in his head again. Treasure-seeking card duration. 1 hour remaining. Seeing that a strong sacred Emperor Realm expert was reaching for a light orb, realizing it contained immortal energy, Ning Tian exclaimed internally in shock, "Crap! That's the only immortal energy. Just millimeters away from the Sacred Emperor Realm expert touching the light orb with immortal energy, Ning Tian's voice suddenly cried out from the other side, "Immortal energy." He glanced over and saw Ning Tian dashing towards a nearby light orb like lightning. He couldn't help but wonder, how did he know that was immortal energy? The Sacred Emperor Realm expert kept his eyes on Ning Tian while shrewdly speculating. This kid is the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon sect. He must have a treasure-seeking method given to him by the Empress. That must be the real immortal energy. Thinking this, the Sacred Emperor Realm expert released a burst of light towards Ning Tian, trying to stop him. At the same time, he laughed triumphantly and said, "Hehehe, sorry Ning Tian." Ning Tian dodged the attack, while angrily gritting his teeth and arguing, I saw it first." The Sacred Emperor Realm expert swiftly darted towards the light orb Ning Tian was aiming for, decisively touched it, and smugly retorted, "But I touched it first," thinking that was the real immortal energy. Another expert angrily shouted, "Damn it! He got it!" The remaining expert also resentfully said, "I was careless." Both sighed while reluctantly touching the two light orbs they had chosen. Ning Tian looked at them and said with a wronged expression, "Well, if that's the case, then I can only tearfully choose the real immortal energy." The three experts' faces changed drastically. They froze, and simultaneously turned to Ning Tian, questioning, "What do you mean?" At this moment, where Ning Tian was, an extremely loud boom resounded. A dazzling light source began to spread from the point of contact like a whirlwind. As the light gradually dissipated, it revealed an ancient zither, with swirling ling qi surrounding it. Ning Tian touched it, and joyfully exclaimed, "Not bad. Mid-grade immortal artifact, the soul-severing zither." Seeing Ning Tian obtain the immortal energy, the expert who was tricked by him turned beet red, shook his fist angrily, and cursed, "You little bastard! You set me up. That immortal energy was originally mine." Ning Tian glanced at him and replied with a slow, casual tone, "But I touched it first." "Don't you dare say that again, Ning Tian." The Sacred Emperor Realm expert angrily pointed at him and cursed, "You Heavenly Demon sect are so despicable and shameless. You've completely trampled on the reputation of the Heavenly Demon sect." Not only was Ning Tian not ashamed by his accusation, but he also shamelessly sat cross-legged and sneered in retort, "A tree without bark will surely die. A person without face is invincible under the heavens." This caused the Sacred Emperor Realm expert to suffer internal trauma and cough up blood on the spot. Lying Ago, who had been observing from below, excitedly praised. With just one sentence he made a Sacred Emperor Realm expert cough up blood. As expected of the founder. Awesome, truly awesome. Chu Yuanbao beside him also expressed his admiration and commented, "If I had the founder's spirit of not needing face, I would definitely be able to lead the Heavenly Treasure Holy Land to become the second wealthiest power in the world." Just then, the system panel popped up in shock with a notification. "You have slightly shocked everyone. Title awarded. Shameless one. Effect: increased defense against face-related attacks." Ning Tian looked it over, dumbfounded, and asked, "Hey, what the heck is this title?" The system replied again, "Host, don't be surprised. There's only what you can't think of, not what the system can't do." The Sacred Emperor Realm expert, who had been thoroughly played by Ning Tian, wasn't going to let him off. He flew towards Ning Tian like a madman, yelling, "You little bastard! Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Several others followed him. Suddenly, the Three Saints' Great Emperor appeared with the hourglass, which had run out of sand, in front of her. She announced in a serious tone, "The trial is over. According to the rules, only one person can win." At the same time, she unleashed a streak of black Q to punish the losers. The streak of Q slashed down the angry expert and the others like a sharp blade, and red blood splattered, staining a corner of the sky. The Three Saints' Great Emperor looked at Ning Tian with some appreciation and said with a smile, "To think you could find the real immortal energy. I underestimated you." Ning Tian, thinking she wanted the zither back, looked up and asked mockingly, "What's wrong? Are you reluctant? You didn't say we had to return the chosen immortal energy before." Being looked down upon and insulted by Ning Tian, the Three Saints' Great Emperor glared angrily like a ferocious she-bear and roared, "What kind of person do you take this deity to be?" After yelling to vent her anger, the Three Saints' Great Emperor turned around and flew up high, but did not forget to lower her voice and instruct, Before the others pass the trial, you just wait here. Ning Tian watched the figure of the three saints' great emperor, his heart filled with contemplation. She says it's the third trial, but who knows if she has other tricks up her sleeve. The more Ning Tian thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. In secret, he raised his finger to his mouth and bit it, while thinking to himself, I still have to quickly make the immortal artifact recognize me as its master. Fully prepared, Ning Tian dripped a few drops of blood from his bleeding finger onto the soul-severing zither. As soon as his essence blood touched the immortal artifact, it created a powerful, explosive interaction. Ning Tian watched the process of the zither recognizing him as its master, and his heart trembled with emotions. So, making a Luo Dao immortal artifact recognize its master directly connects to the soul. Not only that, its attacks also damage the enemy's soul, truly worthy of being an immortal artifact. The system also chimed in with a new notification, strengthening host's perception of Luo Dao. As Ning Tian ran his hand across the strings, suddenly realizing something, Ning Tian thought, wait a minute, if immortal energy and the master have a spiritual connection, then wasn't I just having a disguised interaction with that girl's body by using the Zhao Qi Holy Maiden's ancient zither? Ning Tian imagined the zither in his hand turning into Holy Maiden Zhao Zhao. Her face flushed as she cooed sweetly. He blushed crimson without realizing it, closing his eyes in embarrassment. Then, he tried to justify his unintentional action. It's just disguised, not real. It's fine, it's fine. An hour later, Chu Yuanbao stumbled over, accompanied by two others, to where Ning Tian was. Seeing the four of them bruised and dirty, Ning Tian sighed inwardly. I didn't expect so few to remain. The three saints' great emperor appeared immediately afterward. She lowered her eyes to look at the survivors below, smiling approvingly. Not bad. There are 5 of you left. That's even better than I predicted. Chu Yuanbao looked up, making a celebratory gesture with a cheerful voice. Great! It's finally over! Live in Alavan. Ling Akanao, standing next to him, clasped his hands in thanks to heaven, eagerly asking, Can we go out now? Suddenly, the three saints' great emperor cast a deep gaze at the two naive guys, stroking her chin as she ominously chuckled and said, Don't celebrate too soon, everyone. There's still one final trial to go. Hearing her announcement, the 4 of them gasped in surprise. Still? What? Ning Tian wasn't surprised at all. He narrowed his eyes at her, calmly sighing. As expected, it's not really over yet. The three saints' great emperor waved her hand. After showcasing her talent to motivate the people below, the three saints' great emperor smiled enchantingly and said, Whoever can pass this final trial will inherit my legacy and countless treasures within the great emperor's tomb. Hearing this, the 4 people below excitedly shouted, The great emperor's legacy. The bearded man raised his head, his voice impatient. Great emperor, I agree. The young guy next to him chimed in eagerly. Okay! No matter what the trial is, we all agree to participate. The three saints' great emperor lightly pointed a finger at her face, then solemnly announced, The final trial is to hunt me down. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the other 4 faces changed drastically. What? Huang, the bearded man, thought he misheard. Shouting in shock, Ning Tian frowned. Looking up, he asked, with a skeptical look, Senior Three Saints, are you serious? With our combined strength, hunting down a great emperor powerhouse is impossible. The three saints' great emperor put on a serious expression, correcting him loudly. Wrong, not combined. Then, she raised one finger, emphasizing each word. It's one. Carry on. Carry on. The bearded man exclaimed in horror. How is that possible? The young guy standing nearby confirmed in panic. That's right. What is your strength? What is our strength? To dispel the confusion in the hearts of the people below, the three saints' great emperor stroked her chin and casually said, Well, I achieved great emperor status by being invincible at the same realm. To deal with you, I will lower my strength to the same realm as yours. I won't take advantage of you. The bearded man widened his eyes and repeated, Use strength at the same realm? The young guy rubbed his wrists, hesitatingly saying, That being said, it's not like there's absolutely no chance of victory. Seeing their hesitation, the three saints' great emperor added, Young people who hesitate will surely fail. Hearing the three saints' great emperor's urging tone, Ning Tian moved his lips sarcastically. Why don't you just say, being impulsive will be useless? After considering it, The young guy unleashed his aura, stepping forward and cupping his fist in introduction. I need to say these words to Senior Three Saints. I challenge you. Up above, the Three Saints' Great Emperor raised her hand in agreement, responding, Then I will use my accomplishment of reaching the peak of the Saint Sovereign Realm at the age of 20 to fight you. As she spoke, she activated her Saint Sovereign Realm aura and hurtled down rapidly. While Ning Tian kept an eye on the movements of the person opposite, he grumbled and complained to the system. System, look at her. She reached the peak of the Saint Sovereign Realm at such a young age. Think about it again. Why am I only at the 4th star of the Earth King realm? The system screen displayed an explanation. Host, age doesn't explain everything, have you? Have you seen anyone surpass 4 major realms in just a few months, jumping from a 1-star martial artist to the 4th star of the Earth King realm? Hearing what the system said, Ning Tian's face relaxed in agreement. That's true. At the battlefield, the young guy eagerly rushed towards the Three Saints' Great Emperor to attack. Forgive me. Seeing her standing still without taking any action, the young guy swung his fist down forcefully. But the Three Saints' Great Emperor easily dodged to the side, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Too fast. The Three Saints' Great Emperor suddenly appeared behind him, smiling bewitchingly and criticizing, You're too slow, making him jump in fright. Before he could react and turn around, the Three-Sage Emperor attacked with lightning speed, slamming into his back and causing him to cough up blood on the spot. The powerful, spiraling force of the blow sent that Lao brat flying upwards with dizzying speed. He crashed down amidst the rubble, his eyes still filled with pain even in death. Ling Ao exclaimed in shock. To think, he killed an enemy of the same realm with a single move, effortlessly. Zhu Yuanbao's face paled, his eyes wide with fear as he muttered, Invincible within the same realm. It's actually true, not just boasting. Ning Tian, recalling the Three-Sage Emperor's attack, said with a slight chill, I didn't expect this. When the Three-Sage was at the Saint Sovereign Realm, his mastery of the Tao of Laws had already reached the level of entering the hall. The Three-Sage Emperors tilted his head towards the 4 people standing below, dazed and trembling, and asked with a smile, Who's next? One of the men, clutching his head in panic, cried out, No way! I'm not going! I'll get killed! Even Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbao, scared as they were, found the sight irritating. Suddenly, Ning Tian raised his hand and volunteered, I'll fight, Senior Three-Sage, let me go. The Three-Sage Emperor laughed heartily. Ha ha, kid! I've been waiting for this moment. At the same time, he raised his hand, gathering 2 orbs of energy in preparation for the fight. Seeing the aura from the Three-Sage Emperor's hand transform into a terrifying mass of power, like a raging flood, Ling Ao frowned and exclaimed in alarm, His law is too strong. The Three Sages already this powerful at the Earth's sovereign realm. Can Ancestor possibly survive this? Ning Tian showed no worry or anxiety. He produced his ancient zither and said with a smile, Senior Three Sage, even if you claim to be invincible within the same realm, that's because you haven't met me yet. As he arrogantly declared this, Ning Tian swept his fingers across the zither, unleashing the sound-breaking art, creating streams of golden energy that enveloped his body, resisting the Three-Sage Emperor's power. Watching the sounds twist and transform with mystical wonder, the Three-Sage Emperor gasped in surprise. Jiaoqi's sound-breaking art. And it also includes soul attacks. Just then, the system notification rang. Host shocks the Three-Sage Emperor, rewarding absolute killing sound formation, comprehending absolute killing sound formation at 10 times the speed. Comprehension complete. The Three-Sage Emperor cupped his hands, increasing his spiritual power. At the same time, he said happily, An interesting discussion. I've always killed my enemies with 1 move. Never thought you'd force me to use a second. Ning Tian smiled and replied, There are plenty of things you haven't expected yet. At the same time, he shouted clearly, Absolute killing sound formation. He then condensed the sound from the immortal slaying zither into a dazzling, mystical Tai Chi formation. The force from Ning Tian's position was expanding. A violent force, accompanied by rocks, were flying towards him. The Three-Sage Emperor raised both hands to cover his face, and asked himself in surprise, This is martial skill that I created when I was in the God Emperor realm. How did this kid know? Sitting in the golden Qi armor, Ning Tian raised his arm, mobilized the Qi ball, and added spiritual power to the incantation. Attack the soul, suppress the soul. The strong Qi rises high, carrying the power like thunder. In an instant he shattered the Three Sages' protective aura. Extremely strong energy struck her and caused her to scream in pain. Suddenly, Ning Tian stepped on the energy and flew next to the Three Sages Emperor, smiling smugly. Hee hee, I'll take your life while you're weak. Seeing his presence, she screamed in panic. Ah! What do you want to do? Ning Tian said nothing and put one hand around Three Sages Emperor's waist to support her lying down. The other hand was raised high and hit her butt, making her face flushed. While slapping the beauty's butt, Ning Tian laughed happily and vented the frustration in his heart for a long time. You stinky brat, I wanted to slap your butt a long time ago. Isn't it fun to mess with other people? Witnessing this funny scene, the three men below all laughed happily, praising, He is so strong, Ancestor is really strong. The Three Sages Emperor was humiliated. She clenched her fists angrily and was ashamed. You brat! She tilted her head and glared at Ning Tian with eyes as sharp as knives, and at the same time raised her hand and said sternly, You want to die? As soon as the words fell, the entire hand of the Three Sages Emperor slammed directly into Ning Tian's face like a thunderbolt. Ning Tian was slapped to the ground with a loud bang. The dust and sand flew hazily, causing the three people standing on the ground to turn their heads to look in shock. As the dust cleared, it revealed Ning Tian lying on his back in the pit. Ling Ao leaned forward and glanced at him with concern, and asked worriedly, Ancestor, are you okay? Ning Tian supported himself and sat up. He looked at the Three Sages Emperor and cursed irritably. Damn it, don't hit someone's face. I don't know why, but I keep thinking that my face is ruined. Ling Ao and Zhu Yuanbao frowned and stared at Ning Tian, sweating profusely and not knowing what to say. Up above, the Three Saints' Great Emperor was stunned and asked, Kid, do you have some high-grade defensive immortal artifact on your face? This Siat used a full power punch, yet your face is completely fine? Ning Tian raised his hand to touch his face, awkwardly replying, Well, about that. While mentally interrogating the system, did receiving the title Shameless Person increase my facial defense? The system happily responded, That's right, 1 billion understanding points with the system. Nonetheless, Ning Tian stood up, facing the Three Saints' Great Emperor, casually answering, Of course. If you want to be invincible, you gotta have a thick face. He changed his tone, asking, So, Three Saints Senior, this time, that counts as my win, right? The Three Saints' Great Emperor suddenly laughed heartily, Ha ha ha, good, very good, simultaneously creating a violent tremor on the surface below. Hearing the rumbling sound and feeling the shaking under his feet, the bearded man shouted in panic, On, Hundali, an earthquake! Amidst the earth, shattering noise, Ning Tian's body was suddenly enveloped in a transparent sphere of Ling Qi and lifted into the air. Ling Ao saw this scene and worriedly called out, Grandmaster! The Three Saints' Great Emperor's figure faintly appeared within the Ling Qi sphere, chuckling, and announced, The Three Saints' Great Emperor's legacy finally has a successor. Continuous booming sounds echoed as the sphere trapping Ning Tian was sucked into a larger vortex of chaotic Ling Qi. When Ning Tian opened his eyes, he found himself in a space with many spheres of Ling Qi floating around him. He muttered to himself, Could this be the Great Emperor's legacy space? The Three Saints' Great Emperor suddenly popped out from a Ling Qi sphere above Ning Tian's head, praising, You're quite clever. I, the Three Saints' Great Emperor, stretched out my hand towards the flying spheres above, proudly introducing, These are this Siat's legacy spheres, containing my life's work. Anyone who obtains this legacy will be overjoyed. Ning Tian, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, excitedly interrupting, So, are you saying that the Three Saints Senior's Great Emperor legacy can make me soar to the heavens in one step? The Three Saints' Great Emperor looked at his excitement and coldly replied, HMPH. Depends on your luck. Ning Tian patted his chest, full of expectation, asking, Then can it directly help me break through to the God Emperor realm? The Three Saints' Great Emperor mumbled in response, Nope. Ning Tian snapped his fingers, simultaneously lowering his expectations by a level. Ning Tian turned his face away, displaying clear signs of boredom, while picking his nose and sarcastically complaining, This won't do, that won't do, Great Emperor, I'm not feeling this. Seeing his expression, the Three Saints' Great Emperor crossed his arms, angrily roaring, You brat! But the Three Saints' Great Emperor tried to suppress his anger, turning away again, frowning and panting, reminding himself to behave properly. Phew, no anger. No anger. If I get angry and die, he'll get his way. A grown-up shouldn't argue with a kid who hasn't even grown all his feathers yet. After composing himself, The three saints' great emperor turned around, explaining with a bright and cheerful demeanor. Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him how to fish. This seat's legacy is much more powerful than a legacy of pure strength. The three saints' great emperor tried his best to use the gentlest, most charming tone possible, continuing. That's why this Siat's title is called Three Saints. It's because this Siat has become a saint in the way of growth, a saint in the way of power, and a saint in the way of carelessness. Ning Tian was quite surprised by the three saints' great emperor's revelation, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he asked, "The Tao can become a saint? Isn't the highest realm of the Daokyo at forming the extreme? How can it become a saint?" The three saints' great emperor covered half of his face with his hand, revealing one bright eye, and mockingly laughed. "No way, no way. No one actually thinks the highest realm of the Davio is just forming the extreme, right?" The three saints' great emperor regained his serious demeanor, conciliatorily saying, "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore." The three saints' great emperor switched his posture to sitting cross-legged. Then, he suddenly erupted with Ling Qi, shooting straight upwards, forming a pillar of energy that stirred the space above like a tornado, gently explaining. For those below the great emperor realm, the highest realm of the Tao is indeed forming the extreme. The great emperor realm also has the saint level, and for God realm experts, there are even higher levels above the saint level. Ning Tian looked up at the domineering energy source above, stunned, thinking to himself, so that's how it is. Among opponents of the same realm, what's being compared is not only the strength of Ling Qi, but also the degree of Dao insight. The stronger the Daoyo insight, the more likely one is to be invincible in the same realm. Ning Tian reached out towards a Ling Qi sphere right in front of him, expressing the question in his mind. Three Saints Senior. Upon reaching the Great Emperor level, can one's Dao insight advance to the Saint level? The Three Saints Great Emperor was now lying on his side, looking extremely relaxed, while also appearing generous and magnanimous, replying, "That's right. I have comprehended the insights of the way of growth and the way of power. Take them, and see how much you can comprehend." Ning Tian pointed towards a Ling Qi sphere, his eyes wide as he honestly asked, "Two ways? Where's your way of carelessness insight?" Being asked directly about the issue he was trying to avoid, the Three Saints Great Emperor fell to the ground like a bird shot down. She sat cross-legged, her arms folded in front of her, pretending to cough, 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 to hide her embarrassed emotions, then lowered her voice to cover up. "Although I'm not too willing to admit it, your way of carelessness insight isn't bad." Ning Tian gave the Three Saints Great Emperor a mocking look, teasingly laughing. "I see. Not much better than mine, so you're afraid of losing face by taking it out. Hit where it hurts." The Three Saints Great Emperor clenched his fist, seething with anger but powerless. He had to close his eyes and curse under his breath. This little punk is seriously annoying. Then, she suddenly jumped up, waved her hand, and sent the palm Dao and fist Dao towards Ning Tian. At the same time, she snorted coldly and said, "I'm too lazy to waste words with you, you stinky brat. Experience this." Two creation embryos carrying Taoist rhymes spun, enveloped, rushed away at a terrifying speed, and burrowed through Ning Tian's forehead, transferring into his cerebral cortex. Those Taoist rhymes, like swirling tornadoes, constantly converged and transferred into Ning Tian's body, making him feel energized. "I feel my whole body brimming with power." Ning Tian closed his eyes tightly and began to use his breath to absorb the aura, like streaks of light continuously coiling around his body. The Three Saints Great Emperor stood still, watching Ning Tian, wondering anxiously, "I wonder how much this kid can comprehend." Ning Tian seemed to see the Three Saints Great Emperor constantly throwing palms and fists, demonstrating in front of him, the fist wind tearing, the palm wind howling. He cried out inwardly with admiration, "Such creation embryos, worthy of being senior Three Saints." At the same time, a series of notifications appeared on the system screen. Detected host absorbing palm Dao. Fist Dao comprehension is accelerating. Comprehension is M times faster. Comprehending. Fist Dao comprehension successful. Current Fist Dao creation embryo, entry level. Palm Dao comprehension successful. Current Palm Dao creation embryo, entry level. A moment later, Ning Tian opened his eyes and exhaled. The Three Saints Great Emperor immediately asked curiously, "How is it?" Ning Tian knelt down, looking respectful, with his hands clasped together above his head, and replied hesitantly, "Thank you, Senior Three Saints. This junior is incompetent." The Three Saints Great Emperor suddenly laughed loudly, interrupting, and comforted. It's okay, you'd usually sense something in half an hour. With your talent, comprehending it in a few months is already super fast. Ning Tian clenched his fist, looking regretful, and continued. I only reached entry level, and in his heart he was a little unhappy, thinking, I thought I could immediately reach apex. The Three Saints' great emperor smiled kindly and continued to encourage. Don't be too discouraged. Speaking of which, she felt like something was off, and exclaimed blankly, What? The Three Saints' great emperor pointed a finger at Ning Tian and asked in disbelief. You comprehended it already, and it's only entry level? It took me 3 years to comprehend to entry level back then. You only took half an hour. The Three Saints' great emperor stared at the man in front of her, assessing him in her heart. I've never heard of a peerless genius who could advance the Dao creation embryo to this level in half an hour. And at the same time, she was convinced that if this guy became a great emperor, he would definitely reach godhood. After thinking for a while, the Three Saints' great emperor sternly and carefully instructed, You stinky brat, you absolutely can't let anyone know about you reaching this level in half an hour, even if you have great emperor-level experts behind you. Ning Tian asked in confusion. Why? The Three Saints' great emperor looked vaguely elsewhere, gently explaining. This Tiangsuan world isn't just the 3 heavens or the 9 spirit domains. There are many vast and expansive areas, unnamed territories, and even forbidden zones that can kill great emperor-level experts. Ning Tian showed a surprised expression and asked to confirm. Does the Tiangshuan world also have the existence of other continents? The Three Saints' great emperor didn't answer his question but asked another. Kid, do you know what your godly body is? Ning Tian honestly replied. This junior really knows very little. The Three Saints' great emperor's voice rang out again, explaining. Since ancient times, most cultivators have relied on comprehending the basic rules of heaven and earth to cultivate. Hearing a strange concept from the Three Saints' great emperor, Ning Tian immediately asked blankly, What is that? The Three Saints' great emperor patiently explained gently, rules that control life and death. It is said that the perfected godly body can snatch the rules of life from a great emperor with just one glance. Now do you know why I told you not to spread this news? Hearing the Three Saints' great emperor's question again, Ning Tian could now understand and replied, If I haven't reached perfection, I'm very likely to encounter a fatal disaster. The Three Saints' great emperor responded with praise. Easily taught youngster. Suddenly, the Three Saints' great emperor took out a cultivation method titled Three Saints' Arts, and said happily, This is a heavenly grade cultivation method that I wrote myself, and it's very suitable for you to cultivate. Ning Tian hesitated a little looking at the cultivation method. But I already have a cultivation method, he wondered in his head. The Heavenly God records is a fusion of the God-grade cultivation methods of the Heavenly God body, so it's certain that I can't cultivate other cultivation methods. Seeing his troubled expression, the Three Saints' great emperor casually added, What if I said it has 3,000 great dapos, all of which can be cultivated into holy creation embryos? Those words made Ning Tian a bit overwhelmed and surprised, exclaiming, All of them! The Three Saints' great emperor smiled confidently, asking, If I'm not mistaken, you want to cultivate all 3,000 great dabos once, right? Ning Tian looked at the other person with a puzzled expression, then softly questioned, That's right. But what does that have to do with these Three Saints' arts? The Three Saints' great emperor used profound philosophy to enthusiastically explain. There's a saying that a tiger can swallow 8, but it can't swallow them all. The more paths you have, the harder it will be to advance later. At best, you can only reach the peak, and it will be difficult to break through. After hearing this, Ning Tian raised his fist and boldly guessed. Senior means comprehending the palm, fist, and fallen 3 dayos, and moreover, all 3 have reached the holy realm, is because of this cultivation method? Once again, the Three Saints' great emperor showed patience, gently answering the question. That's right, as the ancients said, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Your physique, combined with my Three Saints' arts, can definitely elevate all the dabos you comprehend to the holy realm, or even higher. Based on what Ning Tian had shown, the Three Saints' great emperor was convinced that he could achieve great things in the future, so she didn't hesitate to paint a brilliant vision. At that time, a saint who has all 3,000 great Daos, creating harmony, even a stronger being, appears, wouldn't the entire Tiangshuan world be shaken? After hearing the analysis from the great Emperor San Sheng, Ning Tian felt a bit more confident, thinking, sounds like the San Sheng art is more of an auxiliary and guiding technique. It shouldn't clash with the celestial divine record. I'll try touching the Qi orb containing the art. As if reading Ning Tian's worries, the great Emperor San Sheng smiled reassuringly. Relax. This sea has no intention of harming you. I just don't want this San Sheng art to be lost. With your physique, circulating 2 arts should be no problem at all. The great Emperor San Sheng, while materializing his form, encouraged, Kid, cultivate well. Once you master it, you can escape this place. Saying that, the great Emperor San Sheng's figure gradually faded in the inheritance space. Ning Tian sat down and began to focus on comprehending the art, resolutely saying, Senior San Sheng, rest assured, I will definitely not let the San Sheng art be lost. Immediately, the system notification popped up. Detected that the host has received the method for comprehending the San Sheng art. Currently in comprehension, speed increased by X times. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the tomb, the holy maiden, after waiting for a long time, became restless, pacing back and forth, muttering to herself, Why hasn't he come out yet? I hope nothing happened to them. The Supreme Elder kept staring at the entrance where Ning Tian had entered, feeling anxious, constantly praying, Ancestral Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I'll have no face to meet the Empress. Elder Tian Feng, near the Qi orb, didn't miss the chance to curse. Just a disciple of the Diwang realm, earthly king realm, expecting to come out alive? What a joke. Suddenly, 3 circular Qi holes opened in the sky. 3 figures were thrown out, accompanied by screams of shock. OWWW. After throwing back Zhu Yuanbao, Ling Ao, and one other person to the ground, Senior San Sheng appeared in the sky, glanced down, and announced, The trials are over. Seeing her, Zhao Zhao looked up, nervously calling out, San. Senior San Sheng, the great Emperor San Sheng, slowly announced, This seat has found a suitable successor. Hearing the great Emperor San Sheng's brief words, the people of the Holy Land of Yaoqi were dumbfounded, confused. Zhao Zhao couldn't contain her worries, and asked, Senior, could your successor be among these 3? Where is Ancestral Master? Is Ancestral Master dead? Hearing this, the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't stand any longer, collapsing to his knees in the Qi orb, loudly denying, No! Impossible! How could Ancestral Master be gone? Elder Tian Feng, on the other hand, was overjoyed, laughing gleefully, Ha ha! I knew it would end like this. A useless Diwang realm, earthly king realm. How could he keep getting lucky like that? Hearing the mocking tone, the Supreme Elder flew into a rage, jumping up, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing, directing his fury towards Senior San Sheng, shouting threateningly, You old hag, just you wait! If Ancestral Master is dead, we will definitely smash your tomb into 1,000,000 pieces, and that dry bone of yours, the Empress will grind it into dust. Seeing the Supreme Elder's agitated anger, the great Emperor San Sheng frowned, responding with annoyance and displeasure, Did I say your Ancestral Master is dead? That kid is receiving my inheritance? The Supreme Elder blankly asked. Inheritance? A disciple blurted out in confusion. Aren't the Holy Sons the ones receiving the inheritance? The great Emperor San Sheng widened her eyes, looking at the people below with surprise, replying, Of course not. Zhao Zhao's face lit up with a radiant smile, asking for confirmation. Senior San Sheng, do you mean Ancestral Master is still alive and is receiving your inheritance? The Jiajin. The great Emperor San Sheng briefly replied, The Supreme Elder transformed from a state of grief and loss to extreme joy, his eyes sparkling, excitedly cheering, I knew it! Ha ha! I knew our Ancestral Master wouldn't die so easily. Elder Tianfeng and Elder Jianmei standing behind him showed their resentful expressions, openly jealous. Elder Tianfeng, out of anger and shame, turned to snap at the great Emperor San Sheng. Senior San Sheng, now that you've found a successor, shouldn't you release us? The great Emperor San Sheng turned her gaze to him, raising a finger, sternly suppressing. Before that kid finishes the inheritance, none of you are going anywhere. Elder Tianfeng appeared unconvinced, shouting, What kind of logic is that? Elder Jianmei also voiced his opposition. Could it be that if that kid comprehends for 5 years, 8 years, Will all starve to death in this place? Seeing the flustered attitude of the two old men, the great Emperor San Sheng's sharp, knife-like eyes swept over them, coldly reminding, "Is that impossible? Have you forgotten who has the final say here?" Elder Tian Feng, helpless, could only growl. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the space, along with the appearance of an extremely powerful pillar of qi from below, breaking through the ground and shooting straight into the sky, causing Elder Jianmei to cry out in shock. "What's that commotion?" The great Emperor San Sheng's eyes widened, inwardly praising, "Only half an hour, and he's already successfully comprehended it." Then, a huge, azure qi orb was revealed in the sky, hovering in mid-air, accompanied by cracking sounds. The outer layer of qi, like glass, slowly shattered into pieces, revealing a familiar, handsome face, followed by the entire majestic body of Ning Tian. He opened his eyes, showing respect. "Greetings, great Senior San Sheng." The great Emperor San Sheng flipped around, making eye contact with Ning Tian, playfully assessing, "Comprehending my inheritance in half an hour, although half a step away from the saintly emperor realm, Shenghuang realm. It's not bad." Zhu Yuanbao was sweating bullets. He stammered, flustered. "When you first entered the tomb, you were only a 4-star Earth King realm cultivator, and now you're a 9-star. The Grand Elder gave a huge thumbs up, totally fanboying, and exclaimed excitedly, "You're the best, ancestor." The three saints' great emperor, while waving a hand to open the spirit energy cage trapping the elders, said contentedly, "Since my inheritor has appeared, I'll keep my promise. You can all leave alive." Then she took out a small, pink spirit energy ball and said cheerfully, "Oh, right, little guy. This ring contains all the treasures in the tomb. It's yours now." Ning Tian took the ring and made sure to say thanks. "Many thanks, Senior." Ling Ao clenched his fist, gushing. "All the tomb's treasures are right beside you," Zhu Yuanbao chimed in enthusiastically. "Wow, inheritance and treasure, ancestor. You've really hit the jackpot this time." Unlike the joyful congratulations everyone was showering on Ning Tian, Sword Eyebrow Elder and Tianfeng Elder weren't thrilled about everything falling into his hands. As soon as they landed, they exchanged a secret look, grumbling. The entire righteous faction's disciple army was wiped out this time. Not only did the legendary ancestor of the Heavenly Demon sect receive the great emperor's inheritance, but he also took all the treasure. What a total loss. This Heavenly Demon sect ancestor is growing incredibly fast. They shot a vicious, malicious glare at Ning Tian, muttering through gritted teeth, "This kid absolutely cannot be left alive." After a quick mental calculation, Tianfeng Elder cupped his fists and said to the three saints' great emperor, "We still hope the great emperor will keep their promise and let us leave." Inside, he was already plotting, "Just as soon as we get out of this godforsaken place, that Ning Tian is dead meat." The three saints' great emperor nodded in agreement and added a careful warning, "That's right, the inheritance is complete, and my evil soul can't hold on much longer. When that happens, this tomb will also be buried underground. You all should go." Ning Tian suddenly bowed respectfully. "Senior three saints, thank you." The three saints' great emperor was caught off guard by Ning Tian's sincerity. A little unused to it, she blinked in surprise and blurted out, You little brat! Suddenly being so polite. It makes me feel all weird." Then, the three saints' great emperor descended in front of the Yaoqi Holy Maiden and Elder Qinglin, adding a request, "Oh, right, I have one more favor to ask. Could you take my bones back to Yaoqi? I want to be buried with her." Dao Yao furrowed her brow slightly and gave the three saints' great emperor a questioning look, hesitantly asking, "Senior three saints, is the her you're talking about the Jiaoxuan great emperor? Between you two?" According to the great emperor's story, time rewound to a memory at the immortal spirit spring. The great emperor was sitting upright beneath a waterfall, eyes closed in meditation, when a voice called out, "Little saint, saint." A woman approached from behind the three saints' great emperor, pressing her full chest against one of the great emperor's shoulders. Then, she wrapped her arms around the three saints' great emperor's neck, her right hand resting gently on the great emperor's left breast, and said affectionately, "You're back at the immortal spirit spring to cultivate?" The three saints' great emperor opened her eyes and glanced sideways, replying, The woman, letting her restless hand wander and fondle the three saints' great emperor's soft peach, teased with a smile, "Trying so hard. How about I help you relax a little? This made the great emperor ticklish, and she yelped, "Ah, ah." Then, blushing furiously, she shouted, "Jiaxuan, you crazy woman." Then the three saints great emperor suddenly spun around. The three saints great emperor sat up, face downcast, confiding, "The heavenly Tao is about to open, the ancient path to godhood. You and I have stagnated at the God Emperor realm for many years." The three saints great emperor stared intently at the space below, her voice dropping without a blink. "I must strive even harder on the path to godhood, to seize the guiding path to godhood." Quote, "And enter the God realm." The three saints great emperor raised a clenched fist, showing her unwavering determination, repeating, "I must strive even harder on the path to godhood, to seize the guiding path to godhood, and enter the God realm." Suddenly, Jiaxuan reached out and stroked the three saints great emperor's hair, her voice gentle and reassuring. "Don't worry." This surprised her a little, and she looked over, stunned. Jiaxuan looked directly into the other's eyes, smiling warmly and promising, "You want to walk that path? I'll walk it with you." Back in the present, inside the tomb, the three saints great emperor's face was somber as she continued. "Later, on the path to godhood, there was killing and death everywhere. Jiaxuan and I had to separate, and we never saw each other again." Hearing the touching memories of the two seniors, the air around them grew heavy. Dao Yao murmured, moved, "Senior three saints." Suddenly, Ning Tian raised his hand, shattering the silence with a question. "Senior three saints, may I ask how Senior Jiaxuan helped you relax afterwards?" This made everyone blush and feel awkward. The three saints great emperor, both embarrassed and annoyed, ignored his question and instead scowled, threatening coldly, "Kid, do you want me to leave you in here forever?" Ning Tian scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "I just wanted to lighten the mood, that's all." Elder Qinglin cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Senior three saints, please rest assured, this old man will definitely fulfill the great emperor's final wish." The three saints great emperor looked at Ning Tian, her gaze full of expectations, and instructed, "Kid, don't you dare let my inheritance go to waste." Ning Tian clenched his fist, showing his sincerity, and replied earnestly, "Don't worry. I'll definitely make your cultivation technique famous throughout the Tiangsuan realm." Hearing Ning Tian's promise, the three saints great emperor felt like her wish had been fulfilled. She closed her eyes with a look of satisfaction, then opened them with relief and said, "Jiao Xuan, I'm here." At the same time, she began to break down her remaining soul, dissolving into space. After the great emperor Sansheng disappeared, Yao Yao looked at Ning Tian and proposed, "Grand Ancestor, we promised Senior Sansheng to bring his remains back to Jiaopool. Would you like to come to Jiaopool as a guest?" The sudden invitation made Ning Tian hesitate a bit, and he repeated softly, "Go to Jiaopool as a guest?" He pondered, thinking, "If I don't go back after finishing the job, my wife will definitely tear me apart. But at least the Holy Maiden helped me put in a good word. It'd be kinda rude to just refuse her outright." Seeing the expectant look in the Jiaoqi Holy Maiden's eyes, Ning Tian nodded slightly to the Supreme Elder, who understood and gave an okay sign with his fingers. Then, he pretended to cough, and seriously offered his opinion. "Grand Ancestor, you currently possess a powerful inheritance. To prevent anyone from coveting it, it's best to return to the Tianma sect as soon as possible." Ning Tian gave him a thumbs up, praising his smooth rescue, and immediately chimed in, Oh, right, Supreme Elder, you're absolutely right." Then Ning Tian turned to Yao Yao with an apologetic expression and said, "Holy Maiden, I'm truly sorry. Maybe next time." Yao Yao reluctantly replied, Suddenly, there was a loud rumble followed by rocks and debris falling from above. The tomb was shaking, causing Yao Yao to lose her balance and fall towards Ning Tian. He blushed awkwardly as he caught a glimpse of the Holy Maiden's heaving bosom up close. But right after that, Ning Tian gently rose and shot towards the entrance, simultaneously shouting, "Holy Maiden, protect the tomb!" Then he said to the Supreme Elder, "What's going on, Supreme Elder? Let's go check it out." The Supreme Elder quickly flew out first, agreeing, "Yes!" Not long after, they both flew out of the tomb and landed at the entrance. They saw that their mounts had been chopped into several pieces, lying scattered on the ground. The Supreme Elder cried out in anguish, "Black Dragon Cavalry!" Then he looked around, asking, "Who dares to be so bold?" Elder Tianfeng looked towards them, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, you little punk. You're finally out. Seeing the two old geezers from Zheng Tianming descend from above, the Supreme Elder angrily questioned, Tianfeng, Jianmei, what do you want? Do you want to steal the Grand Ancestor's inheritance? Elder Tianfeng glared, evilly grinning, and replied, We don't just want to steal his inheritance, Elder Jianmei added without hesitation. We also want your lives. The Supreme Elder unleashed his Ling Qi, like a blazing fire, and valiantly retorted, Just the two of you. Then you'll have to see if I agree. Elder Tianfeng remained unfazed, continuing, A Tianzun Peak cultivator, nearing the half-step God-Emperor realm, is indeed very strong. Elder Jianmei slyly informed him, You're fighting, but you're not fighting us. Just as he finished speaking, a man in black robes appeared above them. Behind the two of them, the Supreme Elder recognized the person and exclaimed in shock, Sect leader of Yi Jian sect, Jianren. The newcomer raised his hand and unleashed Ling Qi, attacking the Supreme Elder, while arrogantly yelling, How dare you call this emperor's name so casually? The aura emanating from his hand emitted dazzling rays of light, shooting straight towards the Supreme Elder, sending him flying backwards. The force was so terrifying that it sent the Supreme Elder sliding backwards, crashing heavily into the rock wall, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Ning Tian ran over, grabbed the Supreme Elder's hand, and helped him up, anxiously asking, Supreme Elder, are you all right? He looked at Ning Tian worriedly, warning, Grand Ancestor, run! This guy is a real-deal, God-Emperor realm powerhouse. Jianren then turned his gaze towards Ning Tian, arrogantly asking, You're the Grand Ancestor of the Tianma sect. Ning Tian glanced at him, cursing inwardly. What kind of shitty luck is this? Why do I keep running into God, Emperor realm powerhouses? After observing Ning Tian, Jianren smirked contemptuously, snorting in disdain. Just a trash Earth King realm cultivator. Then he raised a finger, channeling his aura and firing it towards him. Witnessing this scene, the two old Zheng Tianming guys were gleefully triumphant. Ha ha ha, this little punk is finally gonna die. The aura shot out like a beam of light, aiming straight at Ning Tian's head. A resounding explosion echoed, and dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring a corner of the sky. Within the hazy cloud of dust that was gradually dissipating, Ning Tian's majestic figure still stood tall, vaguely visible, causing his opponents to exclaim in astonishment, What the heck? Seeing that Ning Tian was still alive after Jianren's deadly attack, they exclaimed in utter shock, A quasi-Emperor too, Star God, Emperor couldn't kill an Earth King realm cultivator. Ning Tian stroked his face and communicated with the system, shocked in his head. System, is my defensive ability a little too high? The electronic board appeared and answered, Well, it's only a little over 100 million points. But host, please remember to be careful. If he attacks a different spot, you'll be like tofu, completely destroyed. Swordman floated above, looking at Ning Tian with a bit of displeasure. This emperor actually couldn't kill you, just a mere earth realm. Then, he pointed his sword straight at Ning Tian and shot like an arrow, shouting loudly with conviction, This emperor doesn't believe I can't kill you. Seeing the sword filled with murderous intent flying fiercely towards him, Ning Tian's eyes widened in shock, his face paling as he muttered, It's not like I can just lie down and take this sword with my face, right? It's too fast for me to handle. Desperate, Ning Tian crossed his arms, creating a protective force field. Swordman, seeing this, angrily roared, Insolence! The two opposing forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Ning Tian couldn't withstand an attack from an emperor, a level being, and was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood, sliding a long distance. Seeing him squatting on one knee on the ground, coughing, Holy Maiden Yao Yao rushed over, anxiously asking, Ancestor Ning Tian, are you all right? Seeing Ning Tian still standing after his powerful sword strike, Swordman couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, sighing inwardly. At such close range, an Earth realm actually remained unscathed after being hit by the shockwave. Down below, Ning Tian wiped the blood from his mouth and calmly replied, I'm fine. Just then, the system, shocked, issued a notification. You have shocked Swordman. Reward. 1 instant teleportation card. The instant teleportation card allows teleportation over a short distance and is consumed after use. At the same time, the remnant soul of the three saints' great emperor suddenly appeared, angrily pointing at Swordman. Just a quasi-emperor, daring to harm the successor of this old man. The one-sword sect master revealed an openly contemptuous attitude, laughing arrogantly, So this is the three saints' great emperor's tomb? But even if you were a great emperor before, what about now? You're already dead, just a soul body. How many moves can you use? Then, slightly retracting his hand, he presumptuously continued, "Careful. I'll crush your bones into dust all over the ground." Being looked down upon, the Three Saints' great emperor stretched out his hand, releasing an aura, preparing a generous gift for him, his face darkening with anger as he said, "Oh, you're very cocky. This old man will kill you in a few moves." Without turning his head to look at Ning Tian, the Three Saints' great emperor instructed him, "Kid, watch carefully. This old man will finally show you what palm arts and fist arts are." The Three Saints' great emperor clenched his left hand, raising his right hand high, gathering even more powerful Ling Qi, emphasizing his instructions. Palm arts must have enough momentum to destroy rivers and mountains. Swordman looked at the terrifying power summoned by his opponent, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Took a palm strike, created by the Three Saints' great emperor, but he quickly raised his hand to create a shield to resist, while shouting fiercely, 10,000 swords defense shield. The two forces collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Under the oppressive power of the palm arts and fist arts, Swordman's defense shield shattered. He was terrified, sweating profusely, cursing inwardly. Damn it, is this the power of a great emperor? Just a remnant soul, and I can't even block it. Suddenly, a golden light poured down from the sky, accompanied by someone's arrogant, disdainful voice. "This kind of flashy display is worthy of being called palm arts and fist arts." From within the dazzling pillar of light, the swordman had to shield his eyes. A figure of a powerhouse slowly descended. Sensing the familiar power, the Three Saints' great emperor muttered, "This aura, sword intent." Looking up, recognizing the person who had arrived, he cheered joyfully, "Alliance leader, you've finally arrived." Holy Maiden Zhao Zhao also exclaimed. Zheng Tian, great emperor, Ning Tian, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes, commenting, "Didn't think this old fart would come too." Zheng Tian, great emperor, raised his hand, channeling his Ling Qi towards the Three Saints' great emperor to restrain him. Felt helpless and regretful. Zhao Zhao panicked, anxiously shouting, "No, I haven't taken Senior Three Saints back to the Jade Pool yet." Under the influence of the true energy created by Zheng Tian, great emperor, the remnant soul of the Three Saints' great emperor was lifted into the air, muttering unwillingly, "It's truly a pity." She looked at the space below with a melancholic face and said, "In the end, I still can't be buried with her." Not noticing Ning Tian's figure suddenly flying up from below. The next second, a loud crash sounded, was rescued by Ning Tian at the last moment and placed on the ground. The Three Saints' great emperor gratefully said, "Young man, thank you." Ning Tian replied carelessly, "No problem. A life for a life." At this time, Ning Tian worriedly thought in his head, "Luckily the system just rewarded me with an instant teleportation card. But even if all of us join forces, I'm afraid we still won't be a match for this old geezer." Up above, Zheng Tian, great emperor, was also observing Ning Tian. He felt extremely surprised at his quick reflexes just now, sighing inwardly. With such low cultivation, he was able to directly save someone under my nose. This kid definitely has something going on. The dude up there was still in shock when Ning Tian's system chimed in with a new notification. "You have stunned Zheng Tian Dadi. Reward, Dadi summoning card." A Dane Dai summoning card, huh? Can instantly summon a Dane Dai of your choosing, ignoring space and teleporting in a blink. One-time use only. Ning Tian read that and smirked. A Dai D summoning card. Nice. Saved by the bell. Just as the three sages were about to get up and smack down Zheng Tian Dadi, Ning Tian suddenly spoke up. "Senior Three Sages, Saintess. Leave this one to me." Zheng Tian Dadi, hands clasped behind his back, glanced down at Ning Tian with a look of pure disdain. "Just a mere Diwang realm. Who gave you the guts to challenge me?" Ning Tian lowered his head, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Just you wait. You'll be running away with your tail between your legs, crying for your mommy. Then you'll see who gave me the guts to talk back to you, old man." In his mind, Ning Tian commanded the system, arms spread wide like he was about to conduct an orchestra. Shocking system. Use the Dai summoning card. Summon Luo Wuxing and Ji Wangmu. The system responded instantly, updating with a string of notifications. Using Dai summoning card. Summoning Luo Wuxing. Shi Wangmu. Summoning successful. Under the system's overwhelming force, an incredibly powerful aura descended from the sky. San Sheng Dadi smacked his lips, commenting, "That's a Dadi aura. And there are two of them. Xiaojiao seemed a bit lost. Strange. Why does one of these auras feel so familiar, almost like our holy master? No sooner had the Yaoqi saintess spoken than two beautiful women were teleported in. The Yaoqi holy master was wrapped in a towel, her face bright red with embarrassment. Looking below was a female emperor, in a state of confusion no less. Luo Wuxing, still trying to figure out what was going on, muttered in a daze. Just now, an irresistible force pulled me into the void. Shi Wangmu, equally bewildered, added, "Me too. I was about to take a bath." Seeing these two women, Zheng Tian Dadi jumped back in shock, stammering, "Luo Wuxing? Shi Wangmu?" He wondered in confusion. What trick did this kid use to summon them here in an instant? Luo Wuxing glanced down, and, upon seeing Ning Tian, was visibly startled. She frowned, glaring, and asked, "Husband, who hurt you?" Ning Tian pointed at Zheng Tian Dadi, and loudly accused, "Wife, it was that old geezer. He's bullying the weak." Zheng Tian Dadi, fuming after being called out by Ning Tian, muttered under his breath, "You little brat." Luo Wuxing turned to the old geezer, her eyes filled with icy hatred, and coldly condemned, "Zheng Tian Dadi, as a Dadi, you're attacking a mere Diwang realm cultivator? Aren't you going a bit too far?" Zheng Tian Dadi didn't know how to respond to Luo Wuxing. He then noticed Shi Wangmu landing next to Ning Tian, and, taking on a warning tone, reminded her, "Shi Wangmu, your Yaoqi Holy Land is supposedly neutral, never interfering in the conflicts of other factions. Are you now taking sides?" Suddenly, Shi Wangmu looked at the old geezer and smiled faintly. "I suggest you start thinking about how to apologize." The Dadi clenched his fists and angrily retorted, "What do you mean? This emperor is a Dadi, the leader of the Zhengtian alliance." He abruptly stopped mid-sentence, his face paling as sweat poured down his face. Over on the other side, Luo Wuxing was unleashing her furious aura, her eyes blazing as she roared, "I don't care who you are. You hurt my husband. Zheng Tian, you think you can mess with my Heavenly Demon sect just because you have the Righteous Path Alliance backing you?" As she accused him, Luo Wuxing held out her hand and summoned a sword. Zheng Tian Dadi saw it and broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in horror, "Celestial artifact?" But then, he threatened, "Wuxing, you need to think this through. You and I are both Dadi. If we fight, this entire Yinfeng mountain range will be leveled." Luo Wuxing sneered, "I don't give a damn." At the same time she dashed towards Zheng Tian Dadi, seeking to kill him. Ning Tian watched from below, stunned. Sword Dao enlightenment. The three sages Dandia kindly reminded him, "Kid, watch closely. It's not often you see Dandias fight. Your wife's strength is truly something else." Ning Tian carefully observed the female emperor, noticing the powerful, ever-changing energy radiating from her. He thought to himself, "Luo Wuxing has never shown her true strength in front of me. Is my wife hiding something?" Seeing Luo Wuxing furiously rushing towards him with her sword, Zheng Tian Dadi gritted his teeth in anger, reluctantly unleashing an attack to defend himself. The two Dalton's Diz energies collided, creating an enormous explosion that lit up the vast sky. The powerful impact sent countless streams of light energy blasting towards the ground with devastating force. Ning Tian and the three sages Dadi, standing nearby, were affected by the shockwaves of that ki. The remnant soul of the great Emperor San Sheng couldn't help but pale in shock. Just then, Shi Wangmu suddenly flew out from behind. She looped around in front of Ning Tian, raised her flute to her lips and started playing, using the power of music to create a barrier of aura to shield the three people behind her. With that done, Shi Wangmu curled her lips into a mocking smile at Ning Tian. "Trisk, Trisk, looks like your wifey is seriously pissed." Then she turned her gaze towards the Empress, darkly reminding her, "Luo Wuxing, watch out that your imperial might doesn't accidentally affect your precious hubby." Luo Wuxing was fiercely battling Zheng Tian Dadi. Hearing that, she tilted her head and glanced at Shi Wangmu, smiling as she asked for a favor. "So chatty, now that you're here, do something." Then Luo Wuxing turned to face Zheng Tian Dadi head, Zhan, her attitude extremely firm, as she continued seriously, "Protect him carefully, I won't hold back." With that, Luo Wuxing consolidated her power even further, determined not to show any mercy or give any quarter to her enemy. This made Zheng Tian Dadi, on the opposite side, unable to bear it anymore. He roared and cursed. "Damn it!" Luo Wuxing's sword ki quickly defeated Zheng Tian Dadi, sending the old geezer spinning, exploding 3 times in mid-air before crashing to the ground. Ning Tian, taking that awesome beatdown as motivation, secretly told himself, "One day, I'll be just as strong, even stronger." Zhang Tian was sent sprawling onto the ground, coughing a few times. Just then, Luo Wuxing landed beside him, pointing her sword at the old coot. Zhang Tian had lost, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, but he still threateningly boasted, "Luo Wuxing, you're siding with that punk and showing no respect to our Zhengdao alliance. You'll regret this later." Ning Tian, from behind, suddenly chimed in with admiration. "Wifey won!" Luo Wuxing, still looking at Zhang Tian, revealed with a cool tone. "But this old Zhang Tian geezer is definitely a scaredy cat. He probably didn't even come with his real body this time, daring to be so reckless with just an avatar of a great emperor." As she spoke, Luo Wuxing swung her sword and slashed at the illusory image in front of her. Elder Tian Feng cried out in alarm, "The Empress is so strong! Zhang Tian actually." Then, together with Elder Jian Mei, they hurriedly flew away to escape. Jian Ren was also stunned stiff, stammering, "Run!" Seeing the 3 cowards trying to bolt, Luo Wuxing pointed towards them, sending out 3 streaks of killing intent, and said, "You think you can escape?" The aura shot out like 3 arrows, piercing through their bodies, causing them to cough up blood and scream in agony. After taking care of the people who were bullying Ning Tian, Luo Wuxing descended in front of him. She approached her hubby, cupped his face in her hands, and gently asked, "How do you feel now?" "Aid." Ning Tian grabbed his wife's hand, feeling a rush of emotions as he replied, "Thanks, wifey. You're so good to me." Helplessly witnessing the lovey-dovey scene between Luo Wuxing and Ning Tian, Xiangmu faked a cough. Ahem, can you guys show a little restraint, less PDA please?" Then she pointed at her own face, awkwardly and a bit aggrieved, asked, "Ancestor, I was about to take a bath when you dragged me here. What the heck did you do?" Ning Tian was startled, glancing at Xiangmu and stammering, "Huh? A bath?" Xiangmu stood with her arms crossed, continuing to press him. "Yeah, what if I was in the middle of bathing when you pulled me over here?" "You definitely have to explain this unexpected mishap to me today." Ning Tian didn't know how to explain, sweating buckets and mumbling, "This, Ki." Then he worriedly muttered to himself, "I can't exactly say I can summon emperors, can I?" Suddenly, Luo Wuxing stood up and spoke on his behalf. "Ning Tian has his own methods. Let's drop this matter here. No one is to mention it again." Ning Tian, like a little puppy being protected by its owner, joyfully grabbed Luo Wuxing's arm, fawningly saying, "Thanks for getting me out of that, wifey." Xiangmu didn't make things difficult for Ning Tian anymore, only secretly commenting in her mind, "This ancestor is getting more and more mysterious." Suddenly, Yao cried out in panic, "Senior Sansheng, how are you?" The remnant soul of the great emperor Sansheng was shaking violently, no longer clear in form but still managed to reply, "In the end, I'm just a strand of a remnant soul. At the end of the day, my time is up." Yao looked up at Xiangmu, earnestly conveying the great emperor Sansheng's wish. "Holy mistress, Senior Sansheng wants to be buried next to Jiaoxuan Daiji. We need to take her back quickly." Xiangmu, even though she didn't want to, still had to tell the truth. "Not happily. This place is very far from Jiaoqi. Senior Sansheng's injuries probably won't hold out." The remnant soul of the great emperor Sansheng flew upwards, gently comforting the person below. "It's okay. It's not bad to go to heaven and see Jiaoxuan a step earlier." The great emperor Sansheng turned her trusting and hopeful eyes towards Ning Tian, softly calling out, "Ancestor." As if understanding the great emperor Sansheng's intentions, Ning Tian cupped his fist respectfully and vowed, "Senior Sansheng, rest assured I will definitely not disgrace your legacy." The remnant soul of the great emperor Sansheng said 2 words, "Thank you," and then gradually disappeared into the air. Ning Tian, standing next to the empress, made up his mind, "I must become someone who can fight alongside the great emperor." Cut to the towering mountains of the Tianling domain in Zhongzhou. At night, inside a secret chamber of the Righteous Path Alliance, someone just coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood onto the floor. Zhang Tian, great emperor, sitting on the central throne, clenched his fists, fuming, "Luo Wuxing, to actually destroy my strongest avatar for a man, and Yu Qi, daring to support the Heavenly Demon sect, truly showing no respect for the Righteous Path Alliance." Suddenly, a mirror-like aura appeared before him, within which was the figure of a person smiling and saying, Such a temper. Seems I've come at a bad time. Ning Tian looked up, softly calling out, Shu Shen, Great Emperor. As Ning Tian, Great Emperor, greeted him, he voiced his worries. When will you finally emerge from seclusion? Yu Qi, the Western Queen Mother, and the Heavenly Demon sect have become very close recently. If those two cooperate, won't our plan be ruined? Shu Shen, Great Emperor, burst into laughter, arrogantly announcing, Haha, no need to worry, Ning Tian, I've vaguely touched that realm. Hearing this, Ning Tian, Great Emperor, looked disbelieving, loudly retorting, Impossible. Without a path to godhood, and without participating in the godhood contention, how could you touch the god realm? Shu Shen, Great Emperor, put his index finger to his lips, acting secretive, and explained with a sinister smile, Although I haven't truly entered the god realm, my strength is probably half a level stronger than a Great Emperor powerhouse. I call it pseudo-god. Shu Shen, Great Emperor, thought of the Grand Elder, Luo Wuxing, the Western Queen Mother, and Ning Tian, declaring in a grand voice, Just wait, Yu Qi, Heavenly Demon sect, and that runaway founder. All of you will become corpses beneath my feet. Cut to the Heavenly Demon sect. Half a month later, on a clear and breezy moonlit night, in a secluded palace. Only the light from one room shone. On the soft bed, Luo Wuxing wrapped her arms around Ning Tian's shoulders from behind, asking with gentle concern, Your injuries are almost healed, aren't they? Ning Tian turned his face, simultaneously grabbing Luo Wuxing's hand, making her blush in confusion, then whispered sweet nothings into her ear. My dear wife cares so much for her husband. How should I repay you? As he spoke, Ning Tian fully turned around and embraced the Empress. Then he suddenly used his sturdy body to pin Luo Wuxing onto the bed, causing her to gasp in surprise. But before Ning Tian could get intimate with Luo Wuxing, she raised her hand to block his face, playfully scolding him, while cleverly changing the topic. Show off! Didn't you say that 3 saints left you a spatial ring? Ning Tian heard this, and suddenly remembered, exclaiming, That's right! She told me all the treasures were inside that ring. Saying this, Ning Tian stretched out his hand to take out the ring, feeling excited and wondering, I wonder what goodies are inside. Luo Wuxing suddenly spoke up, warning, Given that guy's stuff, you better be mentally prepared. Hearing his wife's ambiguous tone, plus her suspicious expression, Ning Tian stared blankly and asked, What do you mean? At the same time, he touched his finger to the ring. A strange aura from within the ring suddenly erupted powerfully, startling them both into screaming at the same time. Then Ning Tian was unexpectedly sucked into the ring's surface by that force. After being dropped into an empty space, Ning Tian muttered in confusion, This is the inside of the spatial ring? Completely empty, there's nothing here. Don't tell me that old hag is messing with me. Suddenly, Ning Tian noticed a large treasure chest, shimmering with golden light in front of him. He sauntered over, full of hope. Such a big treasure chest, there must be treasures inside. But when Ning Tian opened the chest, he found a smaller one inside. He was disappointed, clicking his tongue and asking himself, Another treasure chest? Then Ning Tian looked suspiciously at the chest, patiently saying, Let's check again. After speaking, Ning Tian continued to explore the inside of the chest, but opening this one revealed yet another, making Ning Tian annoyed, constantly complaining, Another one, and another one. Opening, until I'm sweating buckets. Finally, Ning Tian picked up a tiny chest, fitting perfectly in his hands, and said with a frustrated face, That old hag 3 saints put more than 10 small treasure chests in here. After grumbling, Ning Tian also reached out and opened the chest. Look! A wisp of smoke drifted out, gathering into the illusory figure of 3 saints' Great Emperor, standing blankly looking at Ning Tian, teasing him with a chuckle, Ha ha, young man! Don't be greedy. The most precious treasure in this seat's tomb is this seat's inheritance. Ning Tian felt his blood boiling, pointing at the illusory figure, angrily roaring and cursing, This damned old hag! Seeing his rage, the illusory figure took out a cultivation manual, and said with a smile of reconciliation, All right. Consider this the last bit of affection the elder has for the younger generation. The angry tone in Ning Tian's heart gradually subsided, and he squatted down to extend his hands to receive the treasure that was flying towards him, happily and excitedly saying, This is... The moment Ning Tian grabbed that cultivation technique scroll, he was whooshed back to his bedroom by the ring's power. As soon as she saw Ning Tian, Luo Wuxing smiled and immediately asked, How was it? Seeing the knowing smirk on his wife's face, Ning Tian got it. He frowned and questioned. "My dear wife, did you already know there was nothing good in this ring?" Luo Wuxing looked at Ning Tian, parted her lips in a faint smile, and slowly explained. "They say that the three sages were not only the poorest great emperors, but also incredibly stingy. If you were hoping for gold, silver, treasures, or some immortal artifacts or cultivation techniques, you're bound to be disappointed." Ning Tian hopped onto the bed, looked down at the scroll in his hand, and sighed in disappointment. Just this lousy scroll. But after opening the scroll and taking a look, Luo Wuxing seemed impressed. She said, "Who knew the three sages would leave you something this good?" Ning Tian was quite surprised and asked, "Good?" Luo Wuxing didn't take her eyes off the scroll, as she seriously explained, "This recipe, if refined into pills, can actually help you reach the mid-stage of the lesser completion of the celestial god body." Ning Tian blankly mumbled in a daze. "This recipe can actually benefit the celestial god body?" Suddenly, Luo Wuxing furrowed her brow thoughtfully and added, "All the medicinal ingredients above are available in the Heavenly Demon sect, except for the lightning core fruit and the 9 phoenix frozen ice herb. I'll have to go to some more distant places to search for them." Ning Tian clenched his fist, looked firmly at his wife, and had his own thoughts. He wanted to grow quickly. "I can't always rely on my wife's power." Thinking this, Ning Tian spoke up and refused Luo Wuxing's help. "You don't need to worry about searching for the ingredients, my dear." Luo Wuxing tried to salvage the situation. "But with my help, you'll get the pills sooner." Ning Tian suddenly reached out and caressed Luo Wuxing's cheek, looking at her lovingly and revealing his feelings. "The Heavenly Demon sect is currently in the eye of the storm. If you put all your effort into searching, it will inevitably draw attention. In short, I can handle this, so there's no need to trouble my dear wife." Seeing the maturity in Ning Tian's thoughts, Luo Wuxing thought to herself, "This guy doesn't seem so reckless anymore." Suddenly, Ning Tian wrapped his arm around Luo Wuxing's shoulders, plotting something dark as he said, "But I still haven't fully grasped the details of this recipe. How about my dear wife stay with me to study it carefully?" As he said this, Ning Tian abruptly picked Luo Wuxing up, causing her to blush with embarrassment and exclaim in a panic, "Huh? This? Studying the recipe like this?" Not giving Luo Wuxing a chance to object, Ning Tian immediately pinned her to the bed and got to work, making her cry out, "Ah! You're such a reckless devil." Scene changes to the next morning. Warm sunlight shines through the leaves, illuminating a pair of happy lovebirds on a branch. Ning Tian, after a passionate night with the Empress, was now dressed neatly and heading out. He felt light and ecstatic, chuckling to himself. "Spending the whole night studying the recipe with my wife was so satisfying. I need to arrange more activities like this in the future, he. Ning Tian remembered his current skills and pondered for a moment. "I now possess 3 martial arts. I only have the supreme music sword, but I still haven't grasped any powerful fist-based martial arts." A moment later, outside the scripture depository, Elder Ji Yu Yan was standing with his hands behind his back. Noticing someone approaching, he turned to look at Ning Tian. Like a gust of wind, Ning Tian instantly descended and landed in front of the elder guarding the scripture depository. The elder cupped his fists respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, Grand Ancestor." After carefully observing the aura emanating from Ning Tian, Ji Yu Yan was slightly shocked and murmured to himself, "In just a few months, the Grand Ancestor has reached the 9th star of the Earthly King realm." Ding! The system notification popped up in Ning Tian's mind. "You shocked Elder Ji Yu Yan, rewarding the martial art completion function." Martial art completion is activated when a martial art is incomplete and can be completed through comprehension. Ning Tian was a bit surprised and wondered, martial art completion? On the other side, Ji Yu Yan suddenly asked, "Grand Ancestor, which level do you wish to ascend to this time?" Ning Tian walked forward and decisively replied, "5th level." Receiving the answer, Ji Yu Yan loudly ordered, "Quickly clear all martial arts from the 1st to the 4th levels." A disciple obeyed and responded clearly. Seeing that this elder was overdoing it, Ning Tian awkwardly explained, "I'm simply here to practice martial arts." "Elder, why are you acting like a disaster is about to happen, as if I'm the king of destruction?" Ji Yu Yan stroked his beard and replied with a pleased smile, "Grand Ancestor, please forgive this old man. I'm just ensuring your safety." As Ning Tian walked around the 5th level of the scripture depository, he searched for a while, looked over a few jade scrolls, and muttered the names of some techniques. Demon God Fist, Rock Earth Fist. He couldn't find anything he liked, and continued talking to himself. To unleash the chaotic blast fist with the same intent as the Three Sages' Great Emperor, I must find a fist-based martial art that's on par with that level. Just then, a cultivation technique caught Ning Tian's eye. Earth-grade middle-stage martial art. Overlord Flame Fist? The system also provided evaluation information. Incomplete version of the Overlord Flame Fist detected. Based on the host's comprehension of fist-based martial arts, it can be fully restored. Restore it or not? Ning Tian reached out and grabbed the Overlord Flame Fist scroll, which was radiating fiery energy. His face lit up with joy and he exclaimed, "Overbearing might, divine flames burning. You're the one! Restore!" The system received the command and displayed updated information. Restoring in progress. Successfully restored the complete version of the Overlord Flame Fist, using M times speed to comprehend. Along with this, the technique was transmitted into Ning Tian's body. Both of his fists were now enveloped in a fiery aura, looking extremely powerful. After a period of enveloping and tempering, the fire energy on Ning Tian's hands became increasingly powerful. The entire 5th level of the scripture depository seemed to be submerged in a sea of fire. At the same time, the system sounded a notification. Overlord Flame Fist successfully comprehended. Seeing the scripture depository shaking, with flames shooting high into the sky and embers flying everywhere, a disciple exclaimed in a panic, "Is the scripture depository going to be destroyed this time?" From the 5th level of the scripture depository, raging flames erupted, and thick black smoke billowed, attracting everyone's attention. Standing below and observing that the scripture depository was still intact, Elder Ji Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, the Grand Ancestor only caused the tower to shake, not to collapse." But a disciple behind him suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Quick, look! The 5th level is on fire!" At this moment, above the scripture depository pavilion, the flames were raging even more fiercely, with a column of fire soaring straight into the sky, stirring up the atmosphere. But Ji Yan seemed to notice something unusual, denying it by saying, "No, that's not fire." Ji Yan, with sweat dripping down his face, felt a bit surprised and wondered, "That aura? Is it the Tyrant Flame Fist? Wait, why is the Ancestral Master practicing that technique?" New notifications suddenly appeared on Ning Tian's mental screen. "You have shocked Elder Ji Yan and Ji Han, rewarding the absorption of Solar Ling Qi. Would you like to combine the absorbed Solar Ling Qi with the divine flames of the Tyrant Flame Fist?" After reading the system's suggestion, Ning Tian lowered his head and thought. The Tyrant Flame Fist requires the combination of domineering aura and fire Ling Qi to unleash its greatest power. If I combine the extremely potent Solar Ling Qi with the divine flame energy of the Tyrant Flame Fist, what kind of effect will that have? After Ning Tian made his decision, the system uploaded a notification, beginning the absorption of external Solar Ling Qi. The energy from the sun high above was entirely absorbed into the scripture depository tower, with brilliant, dazzling light shooting down like flares. Not long after, a light energy construct in Ning Tian's form appeared, towering outside the tower, radiating miraculous light everywhere. Elder Ji Yan, seeing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap! Is the Ancestral Master trying to ascend? Holy light sprinkled down." The Ancestral Master is actually using Solar Ling Qi to cultivate the divine flames of the Tyrant Flame Fist, enveloping Ning Tian's illusory form and burning, revealing the firm, muscular upper body. Seeing that scene, the female disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't contain their excitement and elation. Covering their faces in delight, they cheered, "Look! The Ancestral Master's clothes are burning off. Ooh, the Ancestral Master's 8-pack abs are so perfect. I really want to try sleeping on those abs to feel what it's like." The fire is getting fiercer and fiercer. Is the Ancestral Master okay? The Ancestral Master is a total badass. How could anything happen? Ji Yan didn't take his eyes off the transcendent illusory form above, his expression a mix of shock and bewilderment, thinking to himself, the Ling Qi of the sun and moon is not something ordinary Ling Qi can compare to. It's very difficult to absorb and convert for one's own use. It could even backfire. Even if the Ancestral Master is heaven-defying, he's still just in the Earth King realm. What if, regardless of the unbelievable reactions above, the Ling Tian Dharma body was still constantly absorbing and transforming light energy? Just then, Luo Wuxing's elusive aura suddenly appeared in front of the scripture depository pavilion. Elder Ji Yuyan, seeing her, immediately clasped his fist in salute. "Greetings, Empress." At the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. The Empress is here. The ancestral master and the scripture depository pavilion are safe this time. Seeing Ning Tian's Dharma body becoming unusually large and unconsciously moving, a disciple exclaimed in fright, stuttering, What is that monster?" Elder Ji Yuyan was also looking weary, and said absent-mindedly, "No, the ancestral master is actually—" Luo Wuxing narrowed her eyes to observe, and continued the elder's words. "HMPH. It's a great Tao Dharma body." Ji Yuyan raised his arm. His face was full of disbelief and suspicion as he asked himself, "I heard that the great Tao Dharma body only appears when the great Tao evolves to its peak. Could it be that the ancestral master has successfully comprehended the tyrant flame fist to its limit?" Luo Wuxing gently explained from the side, "Ning Tian's first Tao hasn't been comprehended to the limit, he's just pursuing the limit." The system in Ning Tian's mind then rang with a notification of the next stage. Deducing the great Tao. When deducing the great Tao, a great Tao Dharma body can be formed, which can elevate the created great Tao to its limit. Operating the Three Saints technique. Beginning to deduce martial arts fist Tao. After the system activated the deduction function, the resulting function transformed and rotated vigorously, causing Ning Tian's eyes to widen brightly. The domineering energy from the Dharma body burst out all around. Witnessing his beloved scripture depository pavilion being destroyed, Elder Ji Yuyan couldn't suppress his feelings of extreme pain. With tears and snot running down his face, he shouted, "Damn it! Is the ancestral master really going to do it? Can the scripture depository pavilion really not be saved?" Seeing Ji Yuyan's agitation, Luo Wuxing gently extended her hand, wielding a source of strength towards the scripture depository pavilion, saying in a very calm tone, "It's fine." The source of energy from the Empress formed protective chi orbs, enveloping each cultivation technique that was taken out under Luo Wuxing's control as they flew in front of her. Luo Wuxing ordered Elder Ji Yuyan, "These cultivation techniques, Elder Ji you collect them. Inform the disciples behind to do a good job of defense." Ji Yuyan bowed and accepted the order, replying, "Yes." Luo Wuxing turned her eyes to Ning Tian, who was currently engrossed in practicing fist Tao, causing everything to shatter, and gently instructed, "He is currently in the deduction stage. He cannot be disturbed, much less interrupted, otherwise it will be all for naught." Ning Tian above was still focusing on performing fist and kick techniques. His appearance was extremely majestic and awe-inspiring. His fists carried powerful and transformative strength like a tornado. One punch unleashed, causing several more majestic great Tao Dharma bodies to appear. Backed by the power of the divine flame, the attacks unleashed by the Dharma body were like a devastating tsunami. Watching his buildings were utterly destroyed one after another, a disciple yelled in panic, "The Heavenly Demon Hall, the Sword Hall, and even the Fire Hall and Saber Hall have all collapsed." Elder Ji Yuyan clutched his head in dismay, exclaiming, "The ancestor really is a home-wrecking madman." In contrast to the worried and terrified expressions of Ji Yuyan and the Heavenly Demon sect disciples, Luo Wuxing smirked with amusement, commenting, "Let them break. Let them all break. We can always rebuild later." Then, she added, suggesting, "What Ning Tian is currently manifesting is likely related to the Tao of the First, gains the profound Tao rhyme of the First. Why don't you all seize this opportunity to comprehend it?" The Heavenly Demon sect disciples understood Luo Wuxing's underlying meaning and immediately cupped their fists in response. "Thank you, Empress, for your guidance." Then, they all sat down and began to cultivate seriously. Luo Wuxing turned her face towards the disciples below, carefully analyzing further. "Don't be impatient. His Tao of the First is extraordinary. If you can enter the Tao of the First through his Tao rhyme, it will be a kind of good fortune." Scene changed to an incense stick's worth of time later. Ning Tian's entire body was engulfed in raging flames. Ning Tian's fiery fist now contained an overwhelming, blazing power. Ning Tian's voice rang out, full of heroic spirit. Just then, a digital display appeared, reporting, "Fist Tao martial art deduction complete." The great Tao Dharma body dissipated, and the sky outside returned to its clear state as if nothing had happened. Ning Tian also gently landed, feeling extremely satisfied, saying, "Finally, I've perfectly combined the dominance of the tyrant flame fist with the divine flame. The system in Xiao Xuan's head also generously added a reward. You have shocked everyone in the Heavenly Demon sect. Reward: Immortal Artifact, Wuxing Gloves. After equipping the Wuxing Gloves, they can become invisible on the hands, achieving an effect almost like not wearing any. Having equipped the Wuxing Gloves after the system activated the reward, Ning Tian immediately felt the power in his hands, exclaiming joyfully, "This is fantastic! Exclusive gloves! And they're an immortal artifact. The power of a single punch is much stronger than before." Seeing Ning Tian's delighted expression as he walked towards her, Luo Wuxing asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Ning Tian raised his muscular fist happily and replied, "Not bad, but it still feels like something's missing." After his display was finished, Ning Tian finally noticed the surrounding scene of destruction, clutching his head and exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no! I didn't do all this, did I?" Luo Wuxing smiled, reassuring him casually, "It's fine. As someone from the Heavenly Demon sect, your cultivation is more important." Hearing the Empress's doting words for her husband, the people of the Heavenly Demon sect couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Elder Jiyu Yan closed his eyes, sighing inwardly. "Empress, you really are spoiling him rotten." Suddenly, a voice rang out, expressing a strange sense of wonder. With the Heavenly Demon Empress here, who could possibly cause such a huge commotion in the Heavenly Demon sect? This caused both Luo Wuxing and Ning Tian to turn around. They saw Zhu Yuanbao approaching Luo Wuxing, cupping his fists in greeting, and immediately stating the reason for his presence. "Greetings, Empress. The Tianbao Holy Land invites ancestor Ning Tian to Shenzhou City to participate in the annual Tianbao auction." Ning Tian pointed at himself, a bit surprised, and asked, "An auction is inviting me?" Scene changed to the Tingyu Pavilion of the Heavenly Demon sect, a building considered dignified and still intact after Ning Tian's demolition spree. Luo Wuxing sat on the main seat, looking down at Zhu Yuanbao, and said apologetically, "The Heavenly Demon Hall needs repairs. I've inconvenienced the Tianbao Holy Sun by having you discuss the Tianbao auction here." Zhu Yuanbao showed a carefree attitude, replying, "It's no problem at all. The Empress's arrangements are certainly the best." Ning Tian, sitting next to her, glanced at Zhu Yuanbao, furrowing his brow slightly and asking, "What's this Tianbao auction you mentioned earlier?" Zhu Yuanbao sat up straight, looking solemn, his face a mix of excitement and pride. Ning Tian continued questioning, "With a hint of skepticism, I see. It's understandable that the Tianbao Holy Land would invite our Heavenly Demon sect, but why specifically invite me to go?" Zhu Yuanbao smiled brightly, not holding back his admiration. "Of course, it's because of the legendary ancestor's far-reaching fame. Moreover, after the battle at the great emperor's tomb, I admire the ancestor immensely, like a surging river. So I repeatedly pleaded with my master to come here and invite you. My sincerity can be witnessed by the sun and moon." Hearing Zhu Yuanbao's overly enthusiastic tone, Ning Tian frowned in annoyance and raised a hand to stop him. Stop. Enough with the flattery. Get to the point." Receiving Ning Tian's skeptical and cold response, Zhu Yuanbao felt emotionally hurt, his face downcast as he complained, "Ancestor, you're so heartless." "I'm speaking from the heart. When the Holy Master sent me here, the first person I thought of was you. So much for rushing things." Zhu Yuanbao leaned close to Ning Tian's ear, covering his mouth and whispering with a mischievous grin, "Besides, I hear the girls in Shenzhou City are super gorgeous, with the ancestor's charm radiating in all directions. If I stick with you, I might finally be able to escape being single." From her high seat, Luo Wuxing turned her attention to Ning Tian, offering her assessment. "The Tianbao auction is always famous for the high quality of its treasures. You should definitely go and try your luck. Who knows, you might find the medicinal ingredients you need." Ning Tian directed his gentle trust towards Luo Wuxing, smiling and replying, "If my wife has such a high opinion of this auction, then I really should go and broaden my horizons." Luo Wuxing suddenly stood up, adding with a touch of concern, "Although the relationship between the Wushang Divine Kingdom and the Heavenly Demon sect isn't considered bad, they probably won't make a move against you. But to be extra sure," Luo Wuxing said as she lifted her foot and stepped down the stairs, heading towards Ning Tian as Zhu Yuanbao watched with bated breath. Then Luo Wuxing suddenly grabbed Ning Tian's collar, lifting him up, leaving him completely bewildered, and he shouted in a panic, "Wife! Wife!" Ning Tian was still clueless about what the Empress intended to do with him when she pulled him close and gave him a forceful kiss. The steamy scene before him left Chu Yuanbao dumbfounded, nose bleeding, sweat dripping down his face, and he stammered, "Damn, am I even allowed to watch this?" Just then, something at the point where their lips met began to glow intensely, and it slowly transferred towards Ning Tian. A few seconds later, Luo Wuxing stopped her affectionate actions, looking at Ning Tian lovingly and saying, "I've planted a formation within you. At a crucial moment, it'll block one attack for you. Moreover, I'll be able to sense it." Then, Luo Wuxing took out a ring and a transparent golden mask, carefully instructing him further. "Inside this storage ring are some Ling Qi coins. When the time comes, you won't have to worry about buying anything. And there's this silk mask too." Ning Tian took the mask, curiously blurting out, "Silk mask?" Luo Wuxing's voice continued, introducing it. "Wearing it can change your appearance and hide your original aura. That way, you don't have to worry about exposing your identity." After Luo Wuxing explained the mask's function, Ning Tian tried putting it on. On the opposite side, Luo Wuxing and Chu Yuanbao were staring intently at Ning Tian, watching anxiously. First, there was a change in Ning Tian's eyes, followed by a change in his nose and mouth, making them appear larger and thicker. Seeing Ning Tian's face after the transformation, Chu Yuanbao made a strange expression, excitedly saying, "Oh my gosh, ancestor, your current appearance." He also took out a mirror. Ning Tian asked, puzzled, "What's wrong with my appearance?" He also held up the mirror to look at himself, and reflected in it was a face that was aged, rough, and bizarre. Admiring his new appearance, Ning Tian lost his cool and turned to question Luo Wuxing. "Wife, do I really have to wear this? I'm still a member of the Heavenly Demon sect. I can't use this image to tarnish the Heavenly Demon sect, can I?" Luo Wuxing stood with her hands on her hips, a little amused but still maintaining a calm demeanor, analyzing, "If you wear this, who would know you're the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon sect? So, it won't have any impact." Having said that, Luo Wuxing looked at Ning Tian with fiery eyes, her voice sour as vinegar. "Or are you planning to flirt with the sweet babes of Divine Province City?" Ning Tian was horrified and stopped wanting to voice his opinion, waving his hands frantically to explain, "Absolutely not." As for Chu Yuanbao, whose dark thoughts were exposed, he awkwardly scratched his head, feeling nervous inside and sweating profusely. Suddenly, Ning Tian unexpectedly pounced on Luo Wuxing, startling her. Then Ning Tian's hand snaked around the Empress's waist, gently pulling her closer. Ning Tian suddenly questioned, "Wife, you gave me this mask because you're jealous, aren't you?" Luo Wuxing tried to use logic to rebut, "Who's jealous? I'm just afraid your attractive physique will cause big trouble." On the other side, Chu Yuanbao was utterly disappointed. All his previous calculations collapsed, and he sighed inwardly. "See, and here I was hoping to escape loneliness through the ancestors' charm. Now, I'm not even as good as the Holy Sun. I should have known not to come." Scene changes to the bustling and lively Divine Province City in the afternoon. The sun was about to set behind the mountains. Ning Tian, leading his horse beside Chu Yuanbao, praised, "Your shadow wind steed is really good. I didn't expect we'd reach Divine Province City in just half a day." Hearing this, Chu Yuanbao proudly chimed in, "Don't think it's just a tier 2 demon beast. It can travel 10,000 miles a day. This is our heavenly treasure. Holy Land's treasure." Suddenly, a crowd of men rushed in one direction, excitedly chattering, "Hey, have you guys heard? The Wind and Thunder 9-tier platform is open again." Ning Tian grabbed a man by the shoulder and pulled him back, smiling and asking, "Excuse me, what is the Wind and Thunder 9-tier platform?" The man tilted his head back slightly, replying with an all-knowing smirk, "You don't know the Wind and Thunder 9-tier platform? You must be from somewhere else, right?" Then he started enthusiastically explaining in detail, "Legend has it that the Divine Province City's Wind and Thunder 9-tier platform contains 3,000 great Davos, and inside, there's the most mysterious Divine Thunder Dabo. Although there are only 9 steps, very few people have been able to reach the top since ancient times." Reaching this point, he clasped his hands together, his eyes shining brightly as he continued, "If you step onto the 8th tier, you can get the chance to have dinner with the princess." Hearing this, Chu Yuanbao zoomed in front of the man, his face eagerly asking, "The princess? Is it Princess Yueling, one of the 4 great beauties of Divine Province?" The man crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and proudly confirmed, "That's right, it's her." Hearing this, Chu Yuanbao scurried away with the horse, urging, Ancestor, let's hurry too, don't waste time, Ning Tian called after him. Aren't we gonna find a place to stay first? A moment later, Chu Yuanbao hastily tied the 2 horses to a post in front of a certain inn. His eagerness to meet the beauty made him blurt out carelessly, "How can lodging compare to Princess Yuling? Ah no, more importantly, the divine lightning Dao." With that, Chu Yuanbao grabbed Ning Tian's sleeve and dragged him along, following the men rushing ahead, his voice filled with excitement. He just left, abandoning the 2 horses, who stared after him in confusion. At this moment, a shadowy female figure stood at the doorway, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. The beautiful woman eyed the abandoned horses, covering her mouth and giggling to herself, thinking, "The heavenly treasure Holy Land's 1,000-mile delivery horses. This young lady will gladly accept them." A moment later, at the 9-tiered wind thunder platform of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, below the high platform, many armored soldiers stood guard. Ning Tian glanced around and commented softly, "A plaza with so many guards. The defenses of Divine Continent City are quite strict." Chu Yuanbao, eyes glued ahead, looked extremely eager, and replied with a smile, "After all, the Supreme Divine Kingdom is the center of the Heavenly Spirit domain, and Divine Continent City is under its rule." Hearing his reverent tone, Ning Tian turned his head, clicked his tongue, and exclaimed, "The Supreme Divine Kingdom is that powerful?" Slick. Chu Yuanbao quickly raised 3 fingers and cheerfully explained, "Of course. Compared to the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the Eastern Qing Kingdom is, at most, ranked 3rd. Chu Yuanbao stood with his arms crossed, pretending to be knowledgeable, and enthusiastically explaining further. The Heavenly Demon sect is located in the Western continent. The major sects rely on their strength to seize territory and declare themselves kings, unconstrained. Divine Continent City is also considered to have many sects, but behind them all there are government officials involved. Even great emperor-level experts must rely on the power of the state. Ning Tian felt enlightened and sighed softly. So that's how it is, Chu Yuanbao chuckled and warned. Therefore, cultivators here must be even more cautious. At this moment, on the high platform, a woman in flowing robes, her face covered by a veil, only revealing her eyes, stood looking down. Behind her was an old woman, with white hair leaning on a cane. She lowered her beautiful eyes and surveyed the crowd before beginning to speak. The 9-tiered wind thunder platform opens once again. I hope everyone will strive to reach the top. The men in the plaza couldn't suppress their expressions of adoration, erupting in enthusiastic cheers. Chu Yuanbao widened his eyes, admiringly commenting, "It's Princess Yuling, truly one of the 3 great beauties of the divine continent. Her voice is like celestial music." A purple-haired man excitedly shouted, "If I could have a meal with Princess Yuling, catch a glimpse of her face, I would die without regret." Noticing Chu Yuanbao's burning desire to meet the beauty, Ning Tian calmly asked, "Then wouldn't you be able to if you reached the 8th level?" Chu Yuanbao stared blankly at Ning Tian, feeling powerless, and grumbled in response, "Is the wind thunder platform that easy to climb?" Each step increases the difficulty tenfold, like ascending to heaven. The man next to him smiled optimistically and added, "However, due to the upcoming Heavenly Treasure auction, many foreign experts have appeared in Divine Continent City. Perhaps someone will seize this opportunity." Princess Yuling's voice echoed down from above, inviting, "I wonder if any fellow Taoists would be willing to try first." Without responding to the princess's words, a pair of heroic legs stepped forward and answered, "This one, Zhuge Yu, is willing to boldly try." Seeing the handsome young man, radiating extraordinary spirit, standing and fanning himself with a folding fan, the women surrounding him showed extreme excitement, wildly cheering. "It's the holy son of the Xiaoyao Holy Land, Zhuge Yu. Young Master Zhuge, I love you. So handsome. Is there any man in this world more handsome than young Master Zhuge?" Hearing Zhuge Yu being flattered like that, Chu Yuanbao's face turned red with anger. He felt indignant for Ning Tian, shook his fist, and grumbled, "It's all women who haven't seen the world. Ning Tian, quickly take off your mask and let them see what real handsomeness is." Seeing Chu Yuanbao's recklessness, Ning Tian quickly whispered, "Shh, keep it down." On the high platform, Yue Ling politely gestured towards the stairs. "Holy Son, Xiaojiao, please." Jia Yu powerfully unleashed his Ling Qi, gathering it into his legs. With that, he lifted his foot courageously and stepped onto the first step, his aura like lightning constantly surrounding his legs. Chu Yuanbao watched with great excitement, stroking his chin and providing detailed commentary. Although these 9 bluestone steps look ordinary, they contain hidden power. It really is the divine lightning path. Trisk Titsk, another one who doesn't know fear. On this Feng Lei 9-stage platform, a little carelessness can cause you to be blown to smithereens. Hearing Chu Yuanbao speak so confidently, Ning Tian turned to ask, "How do you know so much?" The Tianbao Holy Son stroked his chin with a sly smile and replied, "Actually, I tried it before, but only made it to the 7th step, because when I was about to step onto the 8th, Chu Yuanbao recalled the scene of being struck by lightning and swallowed hard, fearfully continuing. The power of the lightning inside the bluestone suddenly increased many times without stopping. Luckily, I desperately sacrificed my natal magic treasure. The image of the lightning shattering his gold ingot-shaped magic treasure flashed through the Holy Son's mind. Even now, Chu Yuanbao was still terrified. Trembling, he hugged himself and cowardly declared, "That feeling of being numb all over, I don't want to experience it a second time." The women who admired Jia Geyu stared intently at the stairs, exclaiming nervously, "Look! Young Master Jia Ge is already on the 7th step." Someone even confidently shouted encouragement. "Young Master Jia Ge is a Holy Emperor Realm cultivator. He can definitely reach the 9th stage. Go, Young Master Jia Ge!" On the other side, Jia Geyu, while steadily progressing, secretly assessed in his heart, "Each step I take, I feel the pressure constantly increasing. This Feng Lei 9-stage platform really is something special." The old woman beside Yue Ling, who had been silently observing for a while, softly speculated, "Princess, perhaps this Jia Geyu can." But Yue Ling smiled faintly and sighed. Really, Jia Geyu was already feeling the pressure bearing down on him, sweat pouring down. He then stopped, turned around, cupped his fists, and conceded defeat. "I, Jia Geyu, have insufficient talent. I have disappointed the princess." Yue Ling looked at him and replied in a gentle, understanding voice, "It's all right. Holy Sun Xiaojiao is already very strong. It's just a little regrettable." Ning Tian, who had been quietly watching Jia Geyu and listening to Chu Yuanbao's experiences, felt a desire to conquer stirring in his heart. He cracked his knuckles and said to the person next to him, "How interesting. I want to try it once too." Chu Yuanbao looked worried and advised his ancestor not to be too careless. "Jia Geyu is at least in the Holy Emperor realm. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to the female emperor?" Above the high platform, Princess Yu Ling's voice rang out again, inviting. Ignoring Chu Yuanbao's dissuasion, with such crude and ordinary appearance, the crowd around burst into discussion. "Who is this guy? Looks ordinary, nothing special guy. Yet he dares to challenge the Feng Lei 9-stage platform. Doesn't look good at all. Completely inferior to Holy Sun Xiaojiao." Princess Yue Ling's voice echoed down, asking, "May I ask who this fellow cultivator is?" Before Ning Tian could answer, Chu Yuanbao struck a funny pose, pointing at Ning Tian. He introduced with an incredibly confident tone, "This here is the handsome Ning Gongzi, renowned far and wide, my good buddy, Chu Yuanbao." Ning Tian froze on the spot after hearing that. The surrounding crowd was also thrown for a loop by the praise, dazed and confused. They frowned, giving Ning Tian looks that clearly said, "Handsome, my foot. Doesn't look handsome at all." But they muttered, "If he's a good friend of Tianbao Shengzi, he probably ain't weak." But so what? Isn't Tianbao Shengzi all sizzle and no steak? Yue Ling Gongzhu turned her gaze to Chu Yuanbao, speaking softly. "Shengzi Tianbao, long time no see. Seems like you've been doing well lately." Flattered that a beauty noticed him, Chu Yuanbao scratched his head in embarrassment, humbly replying, Nah, not really." Ning Tian, seeing his dorky state, was speechless. Yue Ling Gongzhu continued with a tone of respect, "Chu Yuanbao, if he's a friend of Shengzi Tianbao, then please, go ahead and give it a try." Ning Tian, unleashing his strength, made a firm decision in his heart. "The divine lightning Dao, I have to get it." After muttering to himself, Ning Tian lifted his foot to step onto the stone step, but suddenly an invisible force blocked his progress. Ning Tian blankly stared with surprise, secretly wondering in his heart, what's going on? Looking down, he noticed a vortex-like source of Dao energy firmly gripping his feet. Ning Tian confusingly questioned, "Why can't I move after stepping onto this one step?" Seeing Ning Tian stuck in place, unable to advance, The crowd looked at him with suspicion and started chattering. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he moving? The link key of the first step is so weak, can't he even get past that? Chu Yuanbao, hearing the mocking voices around him, trembled with anger, his head steaming as he fiercely retorted. What do you guys know? There's no way my buddy is stopping at the first step. At that moment, a holographic screen popped up in Ning Tian's mind, explaining, Host, this Feng Lei 9 stages platform is inverted for those with a divine body. Ning Tian, hearing the system's notification, froze and sweat profusely. He internally exclaimed in dismay. Inverted. Doesn't that mean the first stage for me is actually the 9th stage? The system panel in Ning Tian's mind continued to upload new notifications. Host can immediately absorb the enlightenment method of the divine lightning Tao. However, during the process, the host must resist the pressure of the 9th stage. Absorb or not, Ning Tian confirmed immediately. Absorb! As the system helped Ning Tian absorb the new cultivation method, new information appeared. Detected that the host is absorbing the enlightenment method of the divine lightning Tao, currently comprehending at 10x speed. Please endure, host. At that moment, a lightning, Sen-filled source of energy endlessly surrounded Ning Tian's body. Like a raging storm, it brought with it lightning flashes in the sky that continuously struck with earth, shattering booms. Seeing the domineering aura around Ning Tian like a giant tornado stirring the sky, Yue Ling Gongshu carefully observed the events on the 9 stages platform, softly speaking to the old woman behind her, Nanyan Shizun. What exactly is happening here? The old woman hesitantly replied. This old one doesn't quite know. This kind of situation has never occurred before. The wind and lightning swirled, and the clouds and mist, like a tornado, wrapped around Ning Tian's body, forcefully testing him. Ning Tian, heroically withstanding the attack, muttered to himself. Good thing I went through the lightning tribulation before, and have the lightning tribulation spiritual vein in my body. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to endure this. Ning Tian's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his fists and shouted, his body exuding a rich aura in the shape of a divine dragon flying against the might of the wind and lightning. Lightning strikes continued to fall without end, and the thunder rumbled continuously. But Ning Tian stood tall and unyielding, shocking everyone present into a stupor, causing them to discuss heatedly. Even a Tianzun realm expert would probably die in that lightning. But he's not dead. His defense is terrifying. Chu Yuanbao looked on in fear, silently praying, Ancestors, please, nothing can happen to him. The system panel popped up again, shocking the Shenzhou city cultivators. Reward: Lightning Aversion Pill. After use, can resist a portion of lightning strikes. Reward: Miraculous Healing Pill. After use, can quickly recover from injuries. Ning Tian opened his hand to receive the 2 pills, while immediately requesting the system to use the Lightning Aversion Pill and the Miraculous Healing Pill. The thunder continued to fall without end. But Ning Tian, under the blessing of the Dragon Vein Lightning Tribulation and the support of the 2 pills, became even stronger. Feeling incredibly confident, Ning Tian began to step onto the 2nd step of the Feng Lei 9 stages platform. He unleashed the power within himself, and the abnormal phenomena gradually subsided. At the same time, the system once again appeared with a shocking notification. Divine Lightning Tao Enlightenment successful. Current level of enlightenment. Entry level. Ning Tian stopped in his tracks, softly exclaiming in his heart. The 8th stage was as hard as ascending to the heavens, but now it's so easy. What about the 9th stage? From below there arose the chaotic voices of someone exclaiming, The 8th stage, he reached the 8th stage! Ning Tian slightly tilted his head to look back, faintly hearing the whispers of those around him. It's not over yet, quickly look at him. It's like he wants to keep going. What? The 9th stage? That's impossible. Just what kind of saint is he? Corresponding to everyone's surprise, the system panel delivered a shocking response. Reward: quote, 1 Feng Lei Dao Enlightenment Points, Feng Lei Dao Mastery, has now achieved some success. Ning Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deeply pondering. There are too many eyes here. Since I've already obtained the enlightenment method of the Divine Lightning Dago, I don't necessarily have to step onto the 9th stage, so I can avoid troublesome explanations. After thinking it through, Ning Tian decided to stop and turned back down. Seeing this, the curious onlookers had another chance to chat. I told you, his cultivation definitely didn't seem like it could reach the 9th step. But hey, he did make it to the 8th step. Besides, except for the first step being a bit weird, wasn't he breezing through the 7 steps after that? Zhu Yuanbao's face lit up. excitedly reminding the people above. He reached the 8th step! Doesn't that mean he gets to have dinner with Princess Yuling? The nearby guys, unwilling to accept it, glared with envy and howled in protest. I won't allow it. I absolutely won't allow Princess Yuling to eat with such an ugly dude. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. I'm so mad. I'm dying of anger. Ning Tian walked down near Zhu Yuanbao, turned to look at him, and nodded. Let's go. The Holy Sun paused slightly, confused. Lord Ning, are you just leaving like this? Aren't you going to have dinner with Princess Yuling? Thinking of his stunningly beautiful Empress wife back home, Ning Tian didn't hesitate to say, She's not as pretty as my wife. Why would I have dinner with her? Zhu Yuanbao was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Your old yin hag's appearance is indeed peerless. The guys simping for Princess Yuling were enraged by these words and started yelling at them. How dare you say Princess Yuling, one of the 3 great beauties of divine continent, isn't as good as his wife? Boars can't appreciate fine fish. How beautiful can his wife even be? It's ridiculously funny. Could his wife be the demon sect's empress, recognized as the #1 beauty of the heavenly spirit realm? Ning Tian didn't bother arguing and quietly walked away. Suddenly, Princess Yueling's sweet, flute-like voice echoed down from the tower. This fellow cultivator, please come to my humble abode for dinner with Yueling. Ning Tian didn't even turn his head back, coldly replying with his eyes closed. Not free. Princess Yueling maintained her gentle demeanor, patiently asking, When will fellow cultivator be free, then? From below, Ning Tian still replied in an indifferent tone. Depends on my mood. Ning Tian's words stunned not only Zhu Yuanbao but everyone else, leaving them gaping in surprise. Princess Yueling watched his departing figure, lowered her eyes, and mused to herself, So many holy sons and princes chase after me like ducks. Yet this ugly-faced kid rejects my invitation. Interesting. At this moment, a phantom transformation, Manhwa, aura, suddenly appeared behind the princess. The 3rd prince of the supreme divine kingdom, with his arms hanging down and his fists clenched tightly, softly asked, Yueling, did someone reach the 9th step of the Wind Lightning 9 stages platform just now? Don't worry, I'm waiting here to talk. Outsiders can't possibly know about Yueling and me. Turning to look at him, she replied in a deep voice. No one reached the peak of the 9th step, but someone did reach the 8th step. The princess's words made the 3rd prince's eyes widen in confusion, wondering, I clearly felt a strong reaction from the Wind Lightning platform just now, but that feeling of doubt quickly faded away. The 3rd prince nonchalantly said, The 8th step is nothing surprising, never mind, and dissipated his aura as he left. Yueling turned to the old woman beside her and whispered, Nam Yan Shizun, please help me investigate this friend of the heavenly treasure Holy Sun. The old woman nodded in agreement. A moment later, on the wide streets of Divine Continent City, dusk gradually faded behind the trees. In the thinning crowd, Zhu Yuanbao's questioning voice rang out, Lord Ancestor, why did you reject Princess Yueling? Ning Tian answered him with a question. Are you stupid? He looked into the distance. His voice was serious as he analyzed. You reach the 8th step, and suddenly a princess of a nation is willing to have dinner with you. Nothing is that simple. Struck by the hidden meaning in those words, Zhu Yuanbao suddenly realized and clapped his hands together, frantically asking, Oh, you're saying Princess Yueling has ulterior motives? Ning Tian continued in a nonchalant tone. Whether she has ulterior motives or other intentions, I don't have time to play with her. Zhu Yuanbao became even more admiring of Ning Tian, showering him with praise. As expected of the Lord Ancestor, you can even think of this kind of problem. I really am. Ning Tian turned to him and interrupted. Stop flattering me. Quickly find an inn to stay in. Zhu Yuanbao stroked his forehead with one hand and pointed towards the post where they had tied the horse earlier with the other, confidently saying, Don't worry, Lord Ancestor, I saw an inn earlier, and the horse is tied to this post. When he looked again and saw the post was empty, Zhu Yuanbao fell backward and screamed, My horse! He ran over and hugged the post. Crying and wailing, he lamented, My horse, Memi horse, which bastard stole my horse? You're dead to me? Seeing Zhu Yuanbao sitting on the ground, crying and acting like a child, Ning Tian turned away in annoyance and pulled him into the inn, gently advising, Stop talking. Let's go back and prepare for the auction. The scene shifted to the evening. The full moon rose high, looming over the eaves of the inn. In a certain room, Ning Tian was sitting cross-legged, meditating and cultivating. His aura erupted, illuminating the space. After a moment he stopped cultivating and exhaled softly. Looking at the lightning aura on his hand, Ning Tian happily whispered, "Not bad. Just with this wind lightning Dao, this trip wasn't a waste." He secretly hoped, "If the auction tomorrow can have the 2 types of medicinal herbs I want, that would be even better." The scene shifted to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion on a beautiful day. Crowds of people flocked to participate, as lively as a festival. Zhao Yuanbao and I were just walking through this velvet-carpeted corridor. Ning Tian heard Zhao Yuanbao say, his voice low as he introduced the area. People bustled about. Although Shenzhou City often hosts auctions of all sizes, when it comes to natural treasures, none can compare to the Tianbao auction. As soon as they entered the auction hall, Zhao Yuanbao's eyes darted to the rows of seats already set up. He enthusiastically explained, "Ning Shuai, look at the first row. Those are almost all the top powers of the Ling realm. The second floor even has seats that are only open to certain special figures." After explaining, Zhao Yuanbao held up a finger, his face beaming as he declared, "Ancestor, if you ask me, based on your status, you definitely deserve a seat in the first row." Ning Tian closed his eyes, showing little interest, and replied, "My only goal is to get my hands on some good stuff. It doesn't matter where I sit." Hearing this, Zhao Yuanbao stared at Ning Tian, a look of admiration on his face. As expected of the ancestor, this kind of incognito move is truly admirable. Little did he know that Ning Tian was feeling guilty and worried, thinking, "What if my identity is exposed, and I get hunted down again? What the hell am I doing here?" The people attending the auction gradually settled into their seats. After sitting down, Ning Tian turned his head to observe his surroundings, and then whispered to Zhao Yuanbao, "I didn't expect there to be so many major and minor powers in Wushang Shenzhou." Zhao Yuanbao stroked his chin, slightly closing his eyes in thought, and slowly replied, "That's right, but the only ones with great emperor-level experts are the Xiaoyao Holy Land, the Wushang Divine Kingdom, and the Sword Immortal Sect, as far as I know. As for hidden sects, it's hard to say for sure." Suddenly, a solemn announcement rang out. "Princess Yueling has arrived." She entered the auction hall with Nanyan Shizun and a close female attendant, all with dignified expressions. Yuanbao watched the princess's every step, muttering to Ning Tian, "I didn't expect Princess Yueling to be the representative of the Wushang Divine Kingdom this time." Ning Tian looked at the princess. Feeling a little uncomfortable, he sighed inwardly. "Well, speak of the devil." Running into her here, Princess Yueling stared straight ahead. Not sure if she noticed Ning Tian looking at her, gave a haughty, quick blink. As soon as Yueling sat down, Nanyan Shizun whispered, "Princess, the intelligence was correct. That kid is indeed at the auction. Why don't we go say hello?" Yueling curtly replied, "No rush. Let's see how things play out first." On the auction stage, a pair of slender legs and high heels stepped out. The flower, like beauty in a revealing red dress, covered her mouth and giggled charmingly, her voice melodious as she announced, "Did everyone wait long?" The men below had beaming faces, expressing their passionate love with shouts that echoed throughout the hall. "Not long at all. With Sister Tianmei hosting the auction, we can definitely wait. Sister Tianmei, you're getting more beautiful every day. For you, Meiji, we'll wait forever." Seeing the beauty, Zhao Yuanbao couldn't restrain his excitement. His cheeks flushed red, his eyes sparkled, drool dripped from his mouth, and he gasped, "She's the best auctioneer of the Tianbao Pavilion, known as Tianmei. We all call her Sister Tianmei." Ning Tian didn't care about the beauty's appearance. He was only assessing her abilities. Even the auctioneer is a heavenly venerate realm expert. The strength of the Tianbao Pavilion shouldn't be underestimated. On the stage, Tianmei gracefully swayed, her alluring lips slightly parting as she said, "If everyone has arrived." She paused, playfully blinking her eyes, before extending her hand forward in a welcoming gesture and solemnly announcing, "Then, I announce that the 328th auction of the Tianbao Pavilion now begins." Tianmei pointed to a woman carrying a treasure tray covered with cloth, signaling her to bring up the first item. The item was immediately unveiled, attracting Ning Tian's attention. His eyes widened with excitement as he muttered, "This is..." Looking at the cultivation technique manual on the tray, Tianmei announced in a melodious voice, "Mid-grade Earth rank martial art, Feng Lei Shenzang, Wind Thunder God Palm. Starting price, 1 million Ling Qi coins. Feng. Each bid must be no less than 50,000 Ling Qi coins. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, hands went up below, accompanied by numbers. 1 million. 105 million. 17 million. Ning Tian quietly took out the ring that Luo Wuxing had given him earlier. While pondering, it really is a cultivation technique related to the wind and thunder Dao. But 1 million Ling Qi coins. Before I left, the old lady stuffed a storage ring for me, saying it had some Ling Qi coins. I wonder, as he thought, Ning Tian closed his eyes and examined his spiritual consciousness. In an instant, Ning Tian was transported to the storage space. Suddenly, a blinding golden light shone on Ning Tian's face, causing him to shield his eyes, wondering, "Whoa, what's so dazzling?" He squinted his eyes to take a look, and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, my old lady!" Before him were piles of gold as high as mountains. Blinding Ning Tian, he exclaimed in amazement, "She's a freaking sugar mama." Then, he stroked his chin and requested to the system, "Help me check how much Ling Qi coins are in here." The system received the command and uploaded the data. Checking. Complete. There are approximately 1 billion Ling Qi coins, plus weapons, cultivation techniques, and martial arts, roughly several hundred. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes lit up with the gleam of money. He furrowed his brow and exhaled. He reached out and grabbed a handful of gold coins, smiling gleefully. "Thanks, old lady. Today I'm going to experience the joy of throwing money around like trash at the auction." Arms kept being raised, along with numbers. 13 million, 16 million. Zhu Yuanbao watched the bustling auction scene and clicked his tongue, commenting, "Tisk tisk. This auction is really competitive." The auctioneer looked at the sect leader of the Daoba sect, who was sitting with his chin propped on his hand and a smug smile, and asked, confirming that the Daoba sect leader bids 16 million. "Does anyone else want to bid?" Zhu Yuanbao, hearing the current bid, broke out in a cold sweat. Utterly bewildered, he lifted a cup of water and gulped it down, whispering, "Although the Fenglai Divine Stance is a mid-grade earth-rank martial art, the cultivation requirements are extremely harsh. You absolutely must possess the power of wind and thunder. Otherwise, its power can't be fully unleashed. 16 million is already the limit." After saying that, Zhu Yuanbao glanced at Ning Tian, who was sitting silently and motionlessly. He asked, "Ning Shuai, what are you spacing out about? Don't tell me you're scared by the auction prices? You can rest assured on that point. If the ancestor sets his sights on something and doesn't have enough money, Zhu Yuanbao will definitely go all out to help." "Bid," Ning Tian called out. 165 million spirit coins. This shocked Zhu Yuanbao to his core, water spraying from his nose and mouth as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Ning Shuai, you!" The Daoba sect leader gritted his teeth in anger and roared out a significantly higher number, 18 million. Ning Tian, with his arms crossed over his chest, calmly said, 185 million. The sect leader, mad with rage, shouted a round number, 2 million! But Ning Tian, always thinking about saving money for his wife, calmly raised the bid by the minimum increment, 5,000, as per the rules. 205 million. The sect leader slammed his hand on the table in fury, making the teacups rattle and almost spill. Then, he turned his money pouch upside down, sighing helplessly and miserably. "Forget it. This Fenglai divine stance is yours." On the auction stage, the beautiful Tian Mei gave Ning Tian a charming glance and asked loudly, "If there are no higher bids, then this gentleman wins the item." Ladies and gentlemen, the first part of the auction has concluded. We will resume with the second half in half an hour. Zhu Yuanbao rested his forearm on the table, squinting at Ning Tian with admiration. "Ning Shuai, I didn't realize you were so loaded." Ning Tian showed no particular reaction, just smiling slightly and remarking, "The Tianbao auction is truly impressive." Zhu Yuanbao chuckled delightedly, revealing, "Relax, this is just the first half, just to warm things up a bit. The really good stuff is in the second half, appearing towards the end." Ning Tian's eyes widened in anticipation, and he smacked his lips hopefully. "I see. It would be even better if there were 2 of the medicinal ingredients I need." Seeing Princess Yueling suddenly stand up and walk towards him, Ning Tian couldn't help but wonder what was going on. She glanced at Ning Tian and, taking the initiative, sweetly invited, "This fellow Taoist, I wonder if you're free tonight. Perhaps we could have dinner together." The princess's words stunned the men nearby, their faces a mixture of shock and envy. Ning Tian furrowed his brow slightly, then glanced up and flatly refused. "Not free. His blunt rejection left Princess Yuling staring blankly. The feeling of embarrassment made her sway slightly, while those behind her gaped at Ning Tian as if he were some kind of bizarre creature. Princess Yuling, after a moment of stunned silence, regained her composure and asked in a yielding tone, "Then when will Ning Shui Taoist be free?" She lowered her eyes, thinking, while waiting for Ning Tian's answer. His performance at the Fenglai 9-step altar was extraordinary, and now, buying the Fenglai divine stance. This Ning Shui can definitely help me enter that place. I absolutely must win him over. However, Yuling's hopes were quickly dashed by his heartless, no, chance, given reply, "I'll be free when you're not." The princess was so angry she could feel it in her chest. Her face was grim, her hands clenched, and her anger burned furiously. Those around them, once again, were left with their mouths agape, whispering in astonishment. Who the heck is this guy? He even ignores the princess. Wait a minute, isn't he the one who reached the 8th step of the Fenglai 9-step altar? Holy moly, he actually rejected Princess Yuling twice. At this moment, the shock system in Ning Tian's head popped up. Congratulations on shocking everyone in Tianbao Pavilion. Reward: Aura Replication Card. Aura Replication Card. Used while concealing your own aura, it copies the aura of the first person you perceive. Ning Tian was slightly surprised after reading this. He stood there, dazed, muttering, "Aura Replication Card, huh?" Then he stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking inwardly, "This is kind of interesting. If used correctly, it could have some unexpected effects." Seeing Ning Tian standing there with his eyes closed and smiling to himself like a fool, Princess Yuling suddenly felt a surge of anger mixed with resentment. Then, she turned away haughtily and said, "Ning Gongzi is quite the jokester. Yueling will bother you another day." Inside, she fumed. "Ning Shui, right? Just you wait. I don't believe I can't deal with you." Zhu Yuanbao watched the princess leave, feeling a pang of regret, muttering through a handkerchief he was chewing on. What a waste. What a waste. Now. Some people can't even get a cup of tea, yet someone gets invited to dinner and refuses. Twice. Ning Tian shrugged indifferently. "I'm too lazy to argue with you." Suddenly, a man approached Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbao's table, cupped his fists, and announced, "Shengzi Daren, my master invites you." Ning Tian turned to Zhu Yuanbao, raising an eyebrow in surprise. The man led the two of them to a room, pointed inside, and said with a smile, "Two Gongzis. Please enter." Suddenly, a hand reached out, grabbed Chu Yuanbao's ear, and yanked hard, accompanied by an irritated voice. "You sneaked out on your master! Do you know making the Holy Sun frown?" Chu Yuanbao cried out. "Ouch, ouch." Tianmi, with one hand on her hip, continued in an angry tone, "You know it hurts, huh? I think you're getting bolder and bolder." Chu Yuanbao rubbed his reddened ear, explaining with a wronged expression, "Tianmi sis, I came down the mountain for training, to improve my cultivation. Master will understand." Tianmi, disbelieving, glared fiercely and scolded, "I think you clearly sneaked out to play and join the fun." Tianmi glanced at Ning Tian, covered her mouth, and asked with a charming smile, "And brought along? Little brother, I don't know who this is." Chu Yuanbao's face immediately changed. He pointed at Ning Tian, excitedly introducing, "This is a friend I met on the road, called Ning Shui. He wants to see our heavenly treasure auction, so we're traveling together." Tianmi didn't make things difficult for Chu Yuanbao. She turned and stepped out, generously saying, "If that's the case, you can use this room." The heavenly treasure Holy Sun happily asked, "Really? This is the heaven grade A-class room." Tianmi stopped, tilted her head slightly back, smirked mysteriously, and said vaguely, "But don't be too stressed later." Ning Tian turned to Chu Yuanbao, puzzled, questioning him. "But there probably isn't anything too stressful here." Suddenly, an announcement boomed from below. "Everyone, we will have some distinguished guests visiting for the second half." Hearing this, Ning Tian and Chu Yuanbao curiously lifted the curtain to look down. Tianmi stepped onto the auction stage, waving her hand and asking curiously, "Distinguished guests, why all of a sudden an extremely powerful aura enveloped the space, causing Chu Yuanbao to sweat profusely as he braced himself. This is. Those on the first floor felt the weight pressing down. Everyone was panicked and worried. One person trembled and cried out, "It's the Great Emperor's aura!" Is there actually a Great Emperor powerhouse at this auction? On the auction stage, Tianmi gave a beautiful, gentle smile, reassuring, "Haha, everyone doesn't need to be nervous. The great emperors are just here to bid on treasures. They won't interfere with our affairs. If you have a favorite treasure, feel free to compete." Chu Yuanbao felt two sources of pressure in the rooms next door. Looking flustered, he cried out. Ning Tian, with an extremely calm and leisurely attitude, propped his chin and said, "Who said our classroom doesn't have a great emperor powerhouse?" Leaving Chu Yuanbao dumbfounded and confused, Ning Tian glanced sideways, stroked his chin, and mused. To move 4 great emperors at the same time, the next auction item is definitely not ordinary. Competing with them will definitely involve some pressure. And Geo Kanek, in this private room, can just help me conceal my identity and use the replication card. Amidst the atmosphere below, on the first floor, I pointed to the treasure that was shining brightly and began to introduce. The first item of the second half is a 900-year-old immortal herb, the 9 Phoenix Ice Frost Grass. Starting bid is 20 million Ling Qi coins, with each bid no less than 500,000. As soon as I finished speaking, someone's voice offering a price echoed throughout the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. 30 million! This 9 Phoenix Ice Frost Grass. This emperor wants it. Chu Yuanbao looked up at the room next door, murmuring in confusion. D-class room? A great emperor? The D-class room made a move? 30 million. And it's something a great emperor wants? Who dares to compete? Me. Meanwhile, Ning Tian nonchalantly brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip. Then, he leisurely announced his bid. 100 million Ling Qi coins. Sorry, but I want this 9 Phoenix Ice Frost Grass. Causing Chu Yuanbao to stare at him in astonishment. I knew where the bid had come from. Muttering to herself, the Heavenly Treasure Holy Sun. Or that friend of his. Everyone on the first floor simultaneously looked up, sighing, so generous, to raise the bid from 30 million to 100 million in one go. After announcing his bid, Ning Tian gently took out the aura replication card, frowned, and calculated. The aura replication card can only copy the aura of the first person to sense my aura. I must let them actively sense me first, then I can copy their aura and suppress them. While he was thinking, the system panel suddenly popped up with a notification. You shocked everyone. Receiving a Divine Sense transmission card. Ning Tian exclaimed with delight. Great! Another Divine Sense transmission card. I'm even less likely to be exposed now. At the same time, inside the D-class room, a young man standing behind the seated man whispered, Master, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion prohibits inquiring about customer information, so we don't know the opponent's origins. The man clenched his fist. Unwillingly, his face was quivering. Humph. I want to see who dares to steal my things. As he spoke, he angrily slammed his hand on the table. Then, he released an extremely powerful Great Emperor aura, transmitting it to the room next door to probe. Chu Yuanbao felt the fiery aura surrounding him and stood up. The system panel displayed notifications one after another. Using aura replication card. Successful use. Detected the aura of the Great Emperor Zhao Holy Lord. After replicating the Great Emperor's aura, Ning Tian quickly controlled his hand and released an aura back to the person in the D-Cree classroom, allowing them to sense it. The returning aura caused the disciple to stutter in fear. Master, Holy Lord. Xiao Zhao's expression involuntarily turned somber as he considered. Unexpectedly, he's also a Great Emperor powerhouse, but I only intended to bid on this 9 Phoenix Ice Frost Grass for collection. If I turn hostile with the opponent over it, I might lose more than I gain. Weighed the pros and cons. After some deliberation, the Xiaojiao Holy Lord reluctantly gritted his teeth and said, If fellow Taoist wants it, then take it. Ning Tian smiled happily and whispered, Ha! The 9 Phoenix Ice Frost Grass is mine. But perhaps Ning Tian was celebrating too early. Because from the room on the other side, a challenging voice suddenly rang out. Ha! 500 million! Zhu Yuanbao couldn't believe it. His eyebrows furrowed in astonishment. Just one stalk of immortal herb. And it's already been bid up to 500 million? Ning Tian thought the voice on the other side sounded a bit familiar. He perked up his ears slightly, murmuring, Wait a minute, this voice is... After confirming the identity of the other person, Ning Tian secretly ordered the system to use the Divine Sense transmission card. The system panel immediately appeared. Executing command. Using Divine Sense transmission card. Use successful. Ning Tian's voice instantly transmitted to the room next door. Xi Wangmu, Give me some face. Or next time, I'll specifically choose a time when you're bathing to summon you. Shi Wangmu sat cross-legged on a chair, blushing slightly, as she wondered to herself, Ancestor? Behind her, the Yaoqi holy maiden stood with her eyes closed indifferently, as if she hadn't heard anything. Recognizing the humorously threatening voice from the next room as Ning Tian's, Shi Wangmu, resting her chin on one hand and twirling a lock of hair with the other, showed a clear interest, laughing loudly and teasing back, "Ha ha, are the ancestor's words true? Then I'll be waiting eagerly for the ancestor to summon me. Let me know the specific time, you two." Dao Yao, Gu is assumed to be a typo nickname, expressed surprise with a shout. "Ancestor?" Shi Wangmu, "Just in case, I can change into some of those silky, seductive clothes that I've been saving for a long time." Hearing her bold and deliberately provocative words, Ning Tian, on the other hand, blushed with embarrassment, cursing inwardly, "Shi Wangmu, this woman is really—" The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't contain the surging anger within him. Spiritual light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes, and he frowned furiously, shouting, "Just you wait!" Seeing the person on the other side being so riled up that they were about to explode, Shi Wangmu laughed delightedly, then softened her tone, pleading, all right, I'm afraid Luo Wuxing will draw her sword and come to Yaoqi to kill me. I'll let you have this 9-phoenix ice-cold herb." Seeing the constantly changing expression on Ning Tian's face, Zhu Yuanbao was a little flustered, standing up and asking anxiously, "Ancestor, what's wrong?" Ning Tian had calmed down, replying softly, "It's nothing. The spirit herb is mine." Then he closed his eyes, swallowing his tears of regret, and feeling the pain of the money he'd spent on the auction, lamenting inwardly, "It's just a few 100 million more. Wife, I'm sorry." Zhu Yuanbao looked at Ning Tian with admiration, exclaiming, "Ancestor, I had no idea you were so rich." Ning Tian wasn't particularly pleased by the praise. Instead, he lowered his head, worried and thoughtful, muttering to himself, "The Thunderheart fruit still hasn't appeared. At this rate of auctioning, even 1 billion spirit coins won't be enough." Suddenly, a cold chill from outside the window abruptly swept into the room, making Zhu Yuanbao shiver, groaning, "So cold! I don't know why the temperature suddenly dropped. Ancestor, can you feel it?" Ning Tian noticed it too, nodding slightly in agreement. Then he glanced towards the window, his ears perked up, listening intently. Down on the first floor, several strong young men were carrying out a coffin that radiated a billowing cold air. Along with it came the buzz of conversation from the auction participants. "A coffin? A coffin? They're auctioning off something so unlucky? Tsk. The whole thing is cold and gloomy. The killing intent penetrates to the bone. This coffin is definitely a supremely ominous object." The coffin was quickly placed on the auction stage, behind the auctioneer, Tian Mei. Under the curious gazes of those below, Tian Mei covered her mouth, smiling charmingly, and announced in a clear voice, "Everyone, the auction item before you is called the Gin Soul-Locking Coffin." The Tianbao Holy Land had to dig 1,000 feet deep in the dark forest to bring it back into the light of day. Although we don't know what level of artifact it is, we speculate that it might very well be an item left over from the ancient path to godhood. After stating the item's information, Tian Mei raised her hand, enthusiastically announcing, "Now, let the bidding begin. The starting price is 100 million spirit coins." As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the Xiaojiao Holy Master in Room Ding immediately responded with a bid, 200 million spirit coins. Zhu Yuanbao, resting his hand on his chin, commented with a knowing and amused smile, "The ancient path to godhood is the path that countless cultivators have spent their entire lives striving for, yearning to set foot upon. Those great emperor powerhouses on the second floor. Are they perhaps aiming for this item?" Ning Tian also glanced at the item below, making a quick assessment. It seems the Tianbao Holy Land hasn't grasped the secret of this Gaiyin soul-locking coffin. Instead of letting others covet it, it's better to auction it off and make a profit. Gazing at the coffin, Ning Tian couldn't help but think of his powerful wife at home, muttering to himself, "If I auction this off for my wife, it might have some effect on her cultivation and realm." Having made up his mind, Ning Tian didn't hesitate to call out a number. "I bid 300 million. Tian Mei recognized the familiar voice, glancing at Room Jia on the second floor, and thought to herself, "It's that friend of the Tianbao Holy Sun again." Shi Wangmu, resting her hand on her chin, muttered thoughtfully, "Ancestor, this guy always joins in the fun whenever there's excitement. He really isn't afraid of death, is he?" Seeing Ning Tian preparing to compete with a great emperor, Zhu Yuanbao stared at him with wide eyes, shouting in fear, spluttering, "Ancestor! Is it really appropriate for you to be so flashy today? You just snatched the spirit herb from the Xiaojiao Holy Master, and now you want to compete with him again?" Ning Tian, with his arms crossed over his chest, replied nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? He doesn't know who I am anyway." Suddenly, Shi Wangmu's voice transmitted to Ning Tian's divine sense, "Ancestor, I know your purpose, but only the guiding path to godhood is effective for breaking through to the god realm." Ning Tian was slightly startled, but remained calm and asked, "What do you mean?" In her room, Shi Wangmu sat upright on her chair, speaking sincerely to explain and persuade, "I need it, but absolutely not, to break through to the god realm. Although I don't know where you got your great emperor aura, I hope you won't put yourself in this struggle for something unnecessary." Ning Tian listened and frowned slightly and thought, Shi Wangmu had helped him several times, and it didn't seem like she was trying to deceive him. He decided to trust her, lowering his voice in concession. "All right, then I'll listen to you, Shi Wangmu." Hearing that, Shi Wangmu smiled gleefully and promised generously, "So obedient. Next time the ancestor comes to Yaoqi, I'll definitely give you a mysterious reward." It made Ning Tian on the other end feel a bit uneasy and guilty. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West's happy expression, Zhao Zhao turned her head and asked, "Will ancestor agree not to compete with us?" The Queen Mother of the West replied resolutely, "Yeah, no matter how much it costs, I must get this Gi Yin Suo Hun coffin." The Queen Mother of the West looked at the cold coffin below expectantly and continued, "I just hope this extremely ominous coffin can solve the troubles of Jade Pool Holy Land." Scene changed to evening in Divine Continent City. The crescent moon has risen high, casting a faint light on the brightly lit houses below. The heavenly treasure auction has also ended. Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbao are returning to their rooms to rest. He took out the 2 auctioned items from today, the Wind Lightning Divine Scepter and the 9 Phoenix Ice Cold Grass, and placed them on the table. Ning Tian admired the 2 treasures and muttered to himself, "This harvest isn't bad." Besides the suitable cultivation method for elixirs to enhance the celestial god body, all that's left is the lightning core fruit. Thinking of the missing elixir ingredient, Ning Tian sighed. "It's just that this lightning core fruit doesn't have a single clue, giving me quite a headache." After thinking for a while without any results, Ning Tian climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged. "Forget it. I'll look for it slowly. I'll cultivate this Wind Lightning Divine Scepter first." With that, Ning Tian began to close his eyes and concentrate, focusing his divine sense on cultivation. Lightning-containing aura emanated extremely powerfully. Along with it came continuous notifications from the system, currently checking the host's ability to absorb the Wind Lightning Divine Scepter cultivation method, comprehending at m times the speed, successfully comprehended Earth-grade mid-level Wind Lightning Divine Scepter. Suddenly, a beautiful woman's hand reached out and knocked on the door from outside. Ning Tian temporarily stopped his cultivation, opened his eyes, and looked towards the door. He softly asked, "Who is it?" Seeing the Queen Mother of the West and Holy Maiden of Jade Pool appear in the doorway, Ning Tian looked surprised and exclaimed, "Why are you guys here?" The Queen Mother of the West put her hands on her hips, looked at Ning Tian a bit uncomfortably, and requested, "Before talking to us, take off the mask on your face." "It's terribly ugly," Zhao Zhao agreed, saying, "That's right, the Ancestress followers are vehemently protesting this." Looking at the 2 women in front of him and their dissatisfied expressions, Ning Tian reluctantly mumbled in agreement and gently removed the mask with his hand. The ice silk mask was removed, revealing his original handsome face. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the handsome guy and blurted out in admiration, "This face is much more pleasing to the eye." Dao Dao couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness and excitement. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, "Ancestor, long time no see." Ning Tian turned his eyes towards the Holy Maiden, the Holy Master, who was resting her chin and looking at him with fascination. He seriously questioned the Queen Mother of the West, "What are you doing here?" The Queen Mother of the West suddenly reached out and wrapped her arm around the back of Ning Tian's neck, pulling him closer. She smiled lasciviously and said, "Of course, it's taking advantage of Luo Wuxing's absence." This sudden action caught Ning Tian off guard. His face turned red, and he stood frozen, making an "oh" sound. The Queen Mother of the West pushed Ning Tian down onto the bed and continued her unfinished teasing, forcing Ancestor to do things that he normally can't. Fui Dao Dao was quite shocked by the Queen Mother of the West's bold behavior. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly raised her hand to cover her face. but still curiously left one eye open to watch. The Queen Mother of the West stared at Ning Tian seductively, while he was still shy and frozen, sweat pouring down his cheeks. Seeing Ning Tian's flushed and stiff expression, the Queen Mother of the West couldn't help it anymore, released him, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I was just joking. I didn't expect Ancestor to be so innocent." Knowing that he was being teased by the woman in front of him, Ning Tian angrily shouted and threatened the Queen Mother of the West. "You just wait for me. When I'm stronger than you, I'll definitely spank your butt until it blooms." Unexpectedly, the Queen Mother of the West turned her butt towards Ning Tian and calmly challenged, "I'll let you hit me now. Dare you not?" Ning Tian clenched his fist, smiled slyly. "Why wouldn't I dare?" At the same time, he quickly pulled the Queen Mother of the West's body towards him, causing her to be caught off guard and blush in panic. Ning Tian placed the Queen Mother of the West in a butt-up position and began to raise his hand to spank, saying with an overbearing tone, "Since you're being so proactive, how can I be afraid?" The sound of slapping echoed continuously. The Queen Mother of the West's face flushed red with both shame and pain, and she shouted indignantly, You actually dare to do it!" Responding to Ning Tian's actions, a system notification appeared. "You have startled the Queen Mother of the West. You have startled the Holy Maiden of Jade Pool, rewarding Ling Qi. Cultivation increased by 300. Ning Tian stopped his hand and looked at her, teasing with a smile. "The Queen Mother of the West's request? Since I'm a man, how could I not fulfill it?" Then he stroked his chin, completely satisfied, and exclaimed, "The hand feel is amazing, so satisfying." Shi Wangmu turned her face away, looking shy. She also seductively stroked her lips, her voice soft and alluring. "Ancestor, you hit me." She suddenly turned and pressed close to Ning Tian, placing her hands lightly on his shoulders. Gazing at him with adoring eyes, she purred, "You have to take responsibility for me. How about tonight we—" Ning Tian met Shi Wangmu's gaze without flinching, smirking mischievously and cutting her off. "Take responsibility for what? How about I let you hit me back?" Seeing his somewhat shameless and unperturbed expression, Shi Wangmu knew she couldn't tease him anymore and felt a little deflated. Dao Yao, who had been witnessing this overly playful exchange, felt her face burning with embarrassment. She pretended to cough, ahem, reminding the Holy Maiden, "Stop messing around. Shouldn't we talk about business first?" Shi Wangmu reluctantly let go of Ning Tian, standing up and huffing, "Boring man." Ning Tian regained his serious composure and said, "Speak. What do you two want from me?" Dao Yao clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Ancestor, we came to find you only wanting one thing." Shi Wangmu immediately added, "The root of the 9 phoenix ice, cold herb." Hearing the request of the two beauties, Ning Tian's face unconsciously froze and thought, "I need the leaf of the 9 phoenix ice cold herb, and as for the root, I can go with the flow." Not expecting such a convenient coincidence, Ning Tian took out the 9 phoenix ice, cold herb, and happily agreed, "All right, you two can have it." At the same time, he used his aura to create a slash, cutting across the precious herb. Looking at the glowing root of the herb in front of the two beauties, Yaoqi smiled radiantly with delight. Dao Yao didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Many thanks, ancestor." Suddenly, Ning Tian remembered the exorbitant amount of money he had to spend to get this item. He sat empty-handed, his voice full of grievance as he tried to get something back. "Shi Wangmu, during the auction, you made me pay a few 100 million spirit coins for nothing. How are you going to compensate me?" Shi Wangmu tilted her beautiful face towards Ning Tian, not missing the opportunity to tease him. "How do you want to be compensated?" "I don't have spirit coins, but I have 2 beauties. Do you dare to take them?" This made Dao Yao, who was standing nearby, blush. "Enough." Before Ning Tian could answer, Shi Wangmu boldly approached him. Seeing her 2 plump peaches swaying before his eyes, Ning Tian's face stiffened. Then, Shi Wangmu parted her rosy lips and blew gently into Ning Tian's ear, alluringly, and suggested playfully, "Or I could blow a stream of immortal energy into you as compensation." Being teased, Ning Tian's face turned as red as a tomato. He clenched his fists, shouting in annoyance, "What kind of compensation is that?" Shi Wangmu put on an innocent expression, pretending to be helpless and sighing, "There's nothing else I can do. I don't have spirit coins, and you don't want anything special, so this is all I can offer." Having been teased to this extent, Ning Tian conceded defeat, saying dejectedly, All right, Just answer one question for me." Thinking of the missing medicinal ingredient, Ning Tian's face turned serious as he probed, "Have you ever heard of the Thunder Heart fruit?" Shi Wangmu stroked her chin thoughtfully, then replied seriously, "If it's the Thunder Heart fruit, then I know a little." Hearing that, Ning Tian asked eagerly, "Where is it?" Shi Wangmu thought of the place where the Thunder Heart fruit was kept. She hesitated a bit, but truthfully revealed, "In the forbidden area of the royal family of the Wushang Divine Kingdom. You can't get in, and neither can I." After hearing the information from Shi Wangmu, Ning Tian frowned and muttered, "The forbidden area of the royal family? That's troublesome." Suddenly remembering Princess Yueling, Ning Tian exclaimed joyfully, "I've got it! Isn't there a ready-made candidate right here?" Then he cupped his fists, bidding farewell to the holy maiden. "Thank you, Shi Wangmu, for Dao Qi." Dao Yao understood, happily waving goodbye to the ancestor. Shi Wangmu turned to leave towards the door, smiling and saying goodbye with a reminder. "It's good to be able to help the ancestor. We'll be going then. We'll probably still be in Shenzhou City for the next few days. If you need anything, come find us." The two women stepped outside, and Ning Tian's door gradually closed. Having seen his guests off, Ning Tian hurriedly took the silkworm ice mask and put it back on his face. He stood there, dazed, looking at his hands, his mind preoccupied, wondering, just how do I get into the royal family's forbidden area through Princess Yueling? This seduction? With this face, it might be a bit difficult. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door. A soft voice called out, "Ning Shuai Taoist? Are you there?" Ning Tian looked up, thinking to himself, "This voice, speak of the devil." Princess Yueling hesitantly pushed open the door and entered. She stood at the threshold, her expression somewhat tense, her voice hesitant as she started. "No matter what I have to tell you, don't refuse me so quickly." Ning Tian closed his eyes indifferently and lowered his voice. "Tell her to come in and talk." This made Yueling's eyes widen in surprise. She cried out. The depths of her eyes sparkled with a mix of emotion and extreme happiness. She thought to herself, "I thought he'd slam the door in my face without hesitation, but he actually invited me in. It must be my sincerity and persistence that moved him." After Yueling sat down properly, Ning Tian politely said, "Please, speak your mind." Yueling turned her sincere, pleading gaze towards Ning Tian, directly stating her wish. "I've come to invite fellow Taoist Ning Shuai to discuss matters with me at the Moonlit Pavilion in the Forbidden Royal City." Ning Tian froze in surprise, exclaiming with a hint of excitement, "The Forbidden Royal City?" Then he covered his mouth and coughed, cough, to hide his elation, pretending to reluctantly accept. Princess Yueling asked repeatedly, "So this must be very important to her? It wouldn't be right to refuse, so I'll accompany you on this trip." Inwardly, Ning Tian was ecstatic, thinking, "I'm just being helpful and enjoying doing good deeds. This is great." Having received Ning Tian's agreement, Princess Yueling also felt relieved and delighted. She gazed at the strange appearance of the man before her. She suddenly felt a bit of affection, then defended herself. Actually, looking at fellow Taoist Ning Shuai a few more times, he's not so bad once you get used to it. Afterward, Princess Yueling stood up and suggested, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, how about we head to the Moonlit Pavilion now?" Ning Tian couldn't have hoped for anything better, and eagerly nodded, "Sure." Scene change. Arriving at a brightly lit tower under the mystical full moon, the sound of horses neighing carried on the wind. The woman who appeared next to Princess Yueling at the Tianbao auction, also the one who stole Zhu Yuanbao's divine steed, was stroking the swift-wind steed while whispering to it, "Oh, horsey, I find you so adorable." The horse's eyes welled up. Its face filled with sorrow. It suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, trembling in fear as she maniacally took out a sharp dagger, then flashed a devious smile and whispered, "But my Shifu said that distinguished guests are coming. You're the vanishing shadow swiftwind steed that I worked so hard to find, so blame those distinguished guests." With that, she swiftly raised the dagger in her hand. The horse's scream tore through the night, along with a spray of crimson blood that drenched a corner of the sky. Back at the inn, Zhu Yuanbao was wandering around the corridor when he inadvertently ran into Ning Tian and Princess Yueling walking side by side. Seeing this scene, jealousy erupted in Zhu Yuanbao's eyes. He ground his teeth in anger, barely able to speak. You guys, a lone man and woman." "Quiet night," Ning Tian interrupted with a casual laugh. Seeing his jealous expression, Princess Yueling has something she needs help with. Zhu Yuanbao pointed at Yueling suspiciously. But didn't you say she's not a good person? Seeing that Zhu Yuanbao was about to blurt out his previous opinions about the princess, Ning Tian pressed his big hand against his face, shutting him up. Then, Ning Tian released his hand, glared at him, and warned in a low voice. "Stop talking nonsense." Zhu Yuanbao broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied, "Okay." Princess Yue Ling urged from behind. "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, shall we?" Ning Tian turned around, gave an okay sign, and changed his expression to a cheerful one, responding, "Okay." But Zhu Yuanbao suddenly grabbed Ning Tian's wrist, then pointed at his own face, his attitude determined and pleading, "I want to go too. We came here together." Princess Yue Ling didn't want to put Ning Tian in an awkward position, so she readily suggested, "If you don't mind, the Tianbao Holy Son can come along too." A moment later, at the moonlit tower, the lamps were brightly lit, and the air was filled with the aroma of delicious food, making Zhu Yuanbao sniff the air, smiling slightly as he said, "My junior apprentice sister has prepared delicacies to welcome you two. Please come in." As soon as Yue Ling led the group in, the woman inside happily exclaimed, "Senior apprentice sister, are you done? Have you brought the distinguished guests?" "Yep," she replied before the woman suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened in shock, and she muttered, "Huh, why is it them?" Yue Ling approached her junior apprentice sister and gently asked, "What's wrong?" The junior apprentice sister tried to maintain her composure, but her eyes darted around, and she stammered, Nothing's wrong." Yue Ling, ignoring her junior apprentice sister's pale and unnatural expression, reached out to her and happily introduced, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, Tianbao Holy Son, this is my junior apprentice sister, Yuanqin." Then she continued introducing the two to Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbao. "Yuanqin, this is fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, and the Tianbao Holy Son. They are the distinguished guests I mentioned." Yu Qin put on a cheerful, welcoming expression and greeted them first. "Hello." Zhu Yuanbao, blinded by the aroma of the food, didn't bother with social greetings. Only Ning Tian politely responded, "Hello." The mouth-watering smell of food made Zhu Yuanbao's stomach rumble. He ignored all etiquette and rushed towards the steaming dishes, drooling and praising, "Wow, what is this delicious food? I've never smelled anything so fragrant before." Seeing Zhu Yuanbao's intense eagerness, Princess Yue Ling smiled honestly and said, "These are all horsemeat dishes that my junior apprentice sister specially prepared for you two." Zhu Yuanbao picked up his chopsticks, his eyes shining brightly, his expression full of anticipation and excitement. Yu Ling's voice rang out again, saying, "Made with the rare vanishing shadow swiftwind steed." Before the princess could finish her sentence, the chopstick suddenly slipped from Zhu Yuanbao's hand, falling to the ground with a clatter. Hearing this was like a bolt of lightning striking Zhu Yuanbao. He froze, muttering, "Shadow wind swift steed." Seeing his reaction, Yue Ling blinked, confused, and glanced at Ning Tian. She asked softly, "What's wrong with Heavenly Treasure Saint Sun?" Ning Tian gave his buddy a sympathetic look and said, not holding back, "That guy lost 2 Shadow Wind Swift steeds in the city a few days ago." Before Yu Ling could ask Wu Qin anything, she saw her zoom out the door. She called after her, "Wu Qin, where are you going?" Without turning around, Wu Qin made up an excuse. "I have 3 urgent matters." Wu Qin stopped dead in her tracks when Zhu Yuanbao blocked her outside. His face darkened, and he yelled, interrogating, "Where did you get the Shadow Wind Swift steed?" Wu Qin scratched her head, gave a fake smile, and stammered, This." Her awkwardness was a dead giveaway, making Zhu Yuanbao furious. He called her out and exploded with rage, yelling accusations. "So that's why my horses went missing as soon as I got to Divine Continent City. Turns out you horse thief stole them." Yu Qin refused to admit guilt. Clenching her fists, she glared at him and shouted back fiercely, "What are you talking about? You left your horses by the side of the road." "How was I supposed to know they were yours?" That defiant attitude made Zhu Yuanbao even more livid. He lunged forward, glaring and threatening. "You dare to argue? See what I'll do?" Before he could finish, Wu Qin charged forward aggressively, yelling a challenge. "What will you do? You want to throw down?" Because they were so close, Zhu Yuanbao's eyes accidentally landed on Wu Qin's ample chest, which was kind of poking out. His fierce expression vanished, replaced by a blush of embarrassment and a stutter. This. Seeing Zhu Yuanbao's expression, Wu Qin thought he was scared of her. She crossed her arms smugly and said, HMPH. Coward! Just then, from behind, Yuling frowned and scolded angrily. Wuqin, you've gone too far. Ning Tian appeared right after. He stepped forward and judged sternly. Arrogant, stubborn, and unrepentant. Stealing our horses deserves punishment. Princess Yuling, do you mind if I help you discipline your thieving junior sister? Without waiting for Yueling's agreement, Ning Tian suddenly reached out and grabbed Wuqin's wrist. He flipped her around, making her face her butt upwards. Then, Ning Tian smacked Wuqin's bottom with his other hand, while sternly lecturing, You're too naughty, how dare you, Wuqin was in so much pain from being spanked. Her face flushed with shame, she screamed. 2 hot tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. After being punished and released by Ning Tian, Wuqin ran and hugged Yueling tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Hoo, senior sister, I can't get married anymore. Yueling stroked Wuqin's face, comforting her while gently advising, Alright, you did wrong first. Quickly apologize to Heavenly Treasure Saint Sun, or I'll punish you with solitary confinement. With her bottom red and swollen, Wuqin obediently walked in front of Chu Yuanbao, who was also very heartbroken at this point. She cried and sincerely said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your horses. Seeing her tearful and gentle appearance, Chu Yuanbao wiped away his tears and quietly exclaimed in surprise. With the trivial matters settled, Ning Tian turned to Yueling, his tone serious. Princess Yueling, can you finally tell me what you need my help with? Yueling also regained her serious demeanor and replied neatly, Ning Shui Dao Yu, I want you to help me become a female emperor of a region. Ning Tian was quite surprised and asked, a bit confused. A female emperor? Isn't that treason? Yueling's eyes sparkled. She explained with a soft smile, No, not exactly. You two don't know. What I want to compete for is the right to inherit the throne. Yueling looked into the distance, continuing her inner thoughts. My aspiration, along with what I desire, is not only to break through to the great emperor in terms of cultivation, but also to become a female emperor of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, so that the Supreme Divine Kingdom can have national peace and happy people. Ning Tian asked further, Then what do you need me to do? Yueling's gentle voice replied, The Supreme Divine Kingdom has a forbidden area, called the Supreme Secret Realm. Hearing the mention of the royal forbidden area, Ning Tian's eyes widened excitedly. He muttered, The place that the Queen Mother of the West mentioned, Yueling continued solemnly. It is the place established by the ancestors of our Supreme Divine Kingdom, specifically for the disciples of the Divine Kingdom to cultivate. There is an item there that I urgently need. But to obtain it, one must pass through Thunder Rain. The power of that Thunder Rain is equivalent to the 8th level of the 9-tiered Wind Thunder platform. Yueling gave Ning Tian a sad look. She continued, I've tried for several years, but I still can't get through. Ning Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder you've always been looking for someone who can step onto the 9-tiered Wind Thunder platform. Yueling suddenly grabbed Ning Tian's hand. She pleaded earnestly. 2 days from now is when the Supreme Secret Realm will open. Please, Ning Shui Dao Yu, can you go with me? Away. Whether I can successfully seize the right to inherit depends on you. No. Ning Tian then laid out his condition. I can agree to you. But should the princess tell me what the reward will be? Yueling hastily confirmed. That's natural. Ning Shui Dao Yu can make any request. Ning Tian pondered about the medicinal ingredient he was still missing, but his listless gaze fell directly on Yueling's chest. I also don't know if Thunder Heart Fruit is an important existences or normal fruit inside Secret Realm. Princess Yueling caught Ning Tian's absent-minded gaze, and her face unconsciously flushed with embarrassment. Then she flusteredly pushed Ning Tian's hand away, turned her face away shyly and shouted, Ning Shui Dao Yu, that kind of thing. Please don't think about it anymore, that's impossible. Ning Tian looked blankly at Yueling and asked, What thing? Chu Yuanbao saw the problem and blurted out, She might be thinking about some dark stuff. To avoid misunderstanding, Ning Tian directly stated his condition. The reward I need is very simple, just 1 Thunder Heart Fruit. At this moment, Wuqin was still not over the bottom incident, and was sitting somewhere crying alone with hiccups. Suddenly a crisp sound rang out, startling Ning Tian, who wondered, What's going on? The shocked system panel appeared with the message, You shocked Princess Yueling. Reward Ling Qi Cultivation, 100. Yueling Princess understood the situation. a slight smile playing on her lips as she commented with hidden meaning, "Ning shui dao yu. You truly are opening a lion's mouth wide, aren't you?" Hearing the princess's veiled words, Ning Tian looked at her puzzled and asked, "Yueling princess? What do you mean by that?" The woman opposite him explained honestly. "The 1,000-year Thunderheart fruit only produces a few dozen fruits, and the Thunderheart is extremely precious. Even our royal family can't use it easily." Despite saying that, Yueling kindly promised, "However, if this is Ning Shui Daoyu's request, I'll do my best to get the Thunderheart fruit." Seeing his request being granted so easily, Ning Tian gave a thumbs up and took the opportunity to suggest, "How about adding a heaven-grade martial art and 1,000,000,000 spirit coins?" Yueling didn't object, but suddenly asked, "Do you need to add me too?" Ning Tian closed his eyes and sighed, reluctantly refusing. "That won't do. My wife will rush here and chop me up." His revelation made Yueling exclaim in surprise, "Wife!" Yue couldn't suppress her curiosity, and leaned forward excitedly towards Ning Tian, smiling with amusement as she continued to ask, "Ning Shui Dao Yu, do you really have a wife already? Who is your wife? What does she look like?" Ning Tian thought of Luo Wuxing back home. He raised his arm high, closed his eyes, and replied dreamily with great pride, "My wife is the Empress of the demonic sky sect." This made Yueling cover her mouth and giggle. She thought Ning Tian was exaggerating. Yueling said mockingly, "Ning Shui Dao Yu, don't be ridiculous. If the Empress of the demonic sky sect is your wife, then the legendary founder of the demonic sky sect is my husband." Ning Tian also smirked humorously and questioned, "The founder of the demonic sky sect is your husband? How come I didn't know?" Yueling crossed her arms in front of her chest, pouting playfully, and said, "So what? You can say the Empress of the demonic sky sect is your wife, but I can't say what I want?" Thinking of the talented and handsome founder of the demonic sky sect, Yueling's eyes sparkled. She caressed her cheek shyly and continued admiringly, "The founder is not only handsome, but also has many legendary stories. He is the idol worshipped in the hearts of thousands of young maidens. Who wouldn't want a husband like that?" "Okay, Yueling, you're praising him to the heavens," Ning Tian said, standing with his hands on his hips and a cheerful expression, confirming, "That's right. The founder of the demonic sky sect is indeed very handsome, just like me." That far-fetched remark made Yueling feel a little grating on the ears. She glanced at the ugly man behind her and said sarcastically, "People need face, and trees need bark. Ning Shui Daoyu is truly invincible in the world." After satisfying her ego with the argument, Yueling took out a token and gave it to Ning Tian, saying seriously, "This is a token for entering and exiting the Imperial Palace's forbidden area. With it, Ning Shui Daoyu can come and go freely. Tomorrow at noon, I'll wait for you at the Moon Reflection Pavilion." Ning Tian replied concisely, "All right," and turned his head back to call out, "Holy Sun, let's go." But he couldn't see Zhu Yuanbao anywhere. At this moment, our heavenly treasure Holy Sun and Yung Qin were completely wasted. Both of them were out of control, jumping onto the table, taking drinks in turns. Yu Qin giggled and asked, "How is it, heavenly treasure Holy Sun? Is this horse meat delicious?" Zhu Yuanbao immediately agreed with delight. "This is the most delicious meat I've ever eaten." He grinned widely and even promised excitedly, "Another day, I'll bring all the horses from the heavenly treasure Holy Land for you. We'll open a shop called..." Then the two of them happily put their arms around each other's shoulders, dancing on the table, spilling food all over the floor, closing their eyes, and laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha!" Ning Tian, catching this depraved scene, could only stare blankly, speechless. Then Ning Tian, like a father, dragged Zhu Yuanbao straight out the door, saying angrily, "Let's go home!" Yueling watched with a forgiving smile, and the drunken Yu Qin also ran quickly to the door, waving her hand frantically. "Farewell, esteemed guests! Come again next time!" A moment later, in a tavern in Divine Continence City, Ning Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at Zhu Yuanbao, who was lying down, snoring loudly with his mouth open, and muttered quietly, "This guy sleeps so soundly." He said silently in his head, "Tomorrow, I have to go to the Supreme Secret Realm. I have to seize the time to cultivate and improve myself." Then, he began to close his eyes and concentrate on cultivating. The golden aura radiating from Ning Tian became stronger and stronger. It shone with dazzling radiance. And not only that, but it also bloomed with many mysterious Daoyun that flew to all corners of the Supreme Divine Kingdom. That luck quickly reached the heavenly void palace of the Imperial Palace, where a man was standing motionless, observing the changes in the sky through the window. A divine moon omen. Unexpectedly, the supreme legend is true. According to legend, the Supreme Great Emperor once left a treasure in the secret realm, and the divine moon omen is a sign that the treasure is about to appear. As long as I obtain this treasure, let's see how they will compete for the throne with me. The man standing and muttering ambitiously was the first prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, Qin Haoran. Scene changes to the next morning. The sky is clear and sunny. Ning Tian, upon entering the Imperial Palace, was stopped by 2 guards. Halt. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter the palace. But as soon as they saw the token in Ning Tian's hand, they immediately changed their tone to amiable, yielding the way. So you are an esteemed guest of Princess Yu Ling. Sorry for the offense. Please come in. Ning Tian put his hands behind his back and strode inside proudly. He observed the bustling scene before him and sighed inwardly. Why are there so many people? Yue Ling came forward and greeted him with a friendly smile. Ning Shui Daoyu, I've been waiting for you for so long. Yue Qin, like a child, held Yue Ling's arm and stuck out her tongue, teasing, Liar, liar, ugly! The people in the crowd immediately turned their attention to Ning Tian, whispering among themselves, Who is that person? An honored guest of Princess Yu Ling. He looks ordinary and doesn't seem to have anything special about him. Seeing Ning Tian standing there blankly looking puzzled, Yue Ling understood and explained softly, Today is the day the Supreme Secret Realm opens, so all the princes and princesses who can compete for the right of succession have brought people here. Ning Tian stroked his chin and exclaimed in realization, So that's how it is. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves grew closer and closer. Following closely behind, Qin Haoran and a girl galloped in on horseback, loudly declaring, Get out of the way, scram for me. Everyone hastily scrambled aside, but one royal grandson wasn't quick enough and was knocked to the ground. The girl next to Qin Haoran gave the fallen man a disgusted look, sneering, Can't even dodge a carriage, trash. Get lost, don't be an eyesore to my brother. Ning Tian leaned in to Yue Ling and whispered, Who's this arrogant dude? Yue Ling covered her mouth, whispering back, That's the first prince, Qin Haoran, and his little sister, Qin Yuemei. They're full siblings. Mentioning the first prince, Yue Ling seemed a bit tense, especially about Qin Haoran, the Divine Kingdom's firstborn son, only a step away from the celestial venerable realm. She then turned serious, cautiously warning, He's one of my strongest competitors. Before I get that item, it's best if we avoid direct conflict with him. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble that shook the entire room, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura that blanketed the space. Yu Qin felt uncomfortable, clutching her throat and whimpering, Senior sister, I'm having a little trouble breathing. Yue Ling turned to her, gently reassuring her. That's third royal uncle Qin Feng. He's a divine emperor realm powerhouse. It's only natural to be overwhelmed by his pressure. Yue Ling looked back at Ning Tian, asking with surprise, That's a divine emperor realm powerhouse, and you're not reacting at all? Ning Tian pretended to clutch his head, replying, Awe! Awe! I'm so full of awe! Afterwards, he picked at his ear, muttering to himself, Everywhere I go, there are experts like this. Do I really need to be in awe? Just then, in the sky, a figure radiating a powerful, swirling aura slowly descended. Qin Feng hovered in the air, looking down at the crowd below, and softly said, Are you all here yet? Qin Haoran spoke up on behalf of everyone. Third royal uncle, almost everyone has arrived. We can begin opening the Supreme Secret Realm. Hearing this, Qin Feng stretched out his hand, summoning a golden spirit stone. He shouted, Essence Stone! And hurled it downwards. The stone grew larger upon touching the ground, towering and emitting a brilliant light. Ning Tian looked at the stone, slightly frowning, and silently assessed. The Essence Stone contains immense lingqi. Production is quite low, making it extremely precious. Yet, the Supreme Divine Kingdom has a whole chunk of this size. The price to open the Supreme Secret Realm isn't small at all. At the Essence Stone, streams of lingqi were increasingly unleashed, pushing the aura higher and opening a green door. Looking at the slightly open door, revealing a patch of fluctuating aura like a mirror, Ning Tian muttered in his heart, The Supreme Secret Realm is open. Qin Feng, holding a lump of squirming aura in his hand, looked down at everyone and sternly announced, "Push this gate open and enter the secret realm." As the participants ran towards the secret realm gate, Qin Feng's voice continued to ring out with reminders. Qin Yueme looped her arm through Qin Haoran's, huffing arrogantly, "HMPH, a bunch of trash thinking they can get stronger. They must be dreaming." After delivering that dismissive statement, the two leisurely entered the secret realm. Yu Qin couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Seeing this, Ning Tian offered a suggestion. "So arrogant. Why don't you go steal his horse? I think that steed of his is pretty good." Young Qin acted like she'd never stolen Chu Yuanbao's horse before, glared at Ning Tian, and spat in a show of innocence, saying, "Although the suggestion from the big bad isn't bad, I, Young Qin, am still an inner sect disciple of the Piao Miao sect. How could I do something like steal a horse?" Ning Tian lowered his eyes, thinking, and then bluntly asked, "Piao Miao sect? Never heard of it. Is Princess Yue Ling the same?" Yue Ling nodded in confirmation, adding an explanation. "That's right, but the Piao Miao sect isn't in the Tianling domain, but in the Tianqiong domain, next to the Tianling domain, very far from the Supreme Divine Kingdom. It's normal that fellow Taoist Ning doesn't know." Ning Tian was enlightened, exclaiming, "So that's how it is." After chatting, Yue Ling turned and walked towards the secret realm gate. "Let's go, we should enter too." Ning Tian looked up in confusion, wondering to himself, she's clearly a princess of the Tianqiang domain. Why did she join the Piao Miao sect of the distant Tianqiang domain? Whatever, I'll find out eventually. As he muttered to himself, Ning Tian followed the two beautiful girls towards the gate. As soon as he stepped through the door, Ning Tian stared blankly at the scene before him, dumbly asking, "This is the supreme secret realm." Before he could finish speaking, Ning Tian felt empty space beneath his feet. He lost his footing, falling freely, and screamed in horror, "What the fu?" Ning Tian shot out like a cannonball hitting the ground. Thump! Seeing him lying face down, unmoving in the crater he'd made, Uxin asked worriedly, "Shiji, isn't that super bad guy gonna be splattered, is he?" Yu Ling, landing gracefully, sighed, "What a waste," then curled up her knees, acting all sad for Ning Tian. "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, even though you failed before you even started, in honor of you helping me, I'll definitely burn you some smoking hot paper wives after the secret realm is over." Ning Tian suddenly jolted up, sighing in relief. "Holy crap," he said. "Whoa, ha!" Suddenly losing gravity like that, no time to react, scared the crap out of me. Yue Ling. Yu Ling jumped back, stiff as a board, and Yu Qin, pale as a ghost, screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah! The dead are rising!" Ning Tian felt his face, silently thanking his maxed Nuke bout defense skill. "Thank God my face landed first, otherwise it would be totally wrecked." Yue Ling, finally calming down, asked softly, "Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, are you all right?" At the same time, she wondered in her heart. Several thousand meters high, and even I barely managed to stabilize myself at the last second. How can someone at the Diwang realm faceplant like that and be totally fine? Just then, the system panel in Ning Tian's head popped up a new notification. "You shocked Princess Yu Ling. You shocked Yu Qin, rewarding the advancement of the Taming Voice of Beasts skill. You can now subdue rank 4 demon beasts." Ning Tian closed his eyes, thinking, rank 4 demon beasts are equivalent to Diwang realm powerhouses among humans. Being able to control them? This fall was totally worth it. Then Ning Tian laughed loudly, answering Yu Ling, "Haha, I'm fine, I'm fine. No wonder it's the supreme secret realm. The Ling Qi is obviously much denser here than outside." Yu Ling immediately agreed. "That's right, so this is also a very suitable place for cultivation." Confused, Ning Tian blinked and asked, "What's that? Is it like a little dragon person?" he asked, as he looked up, seeing a huge statue standing tall before them. Yue Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, explaining, "Hee, a little dragon person? What is that even?" "This is a demon general that the founder of the Supreme Divine Kingdom killed hundreds of years ago, then carved into a stone statue and placed here." Ning Tian muttered, stunned. "A demon general?" Then he decided to consult the system. Shocking system. Why didn't I know this world had demons? Isn't it just humans and demon beasts? The electronic panel replied, "Host, Your original body was just a minor character. The information he had about the Tiangshuan world in his head was naturally incomplete. Princess Yuling looked at Ning Tian, stroking her chin suspiciously. Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, you're friends with the Heavenly Treasure Holy Sun, so you must have some background, right? Could it be that you don't know about demon generals or demons? Un Qin also agreed. That's right. Are you even from the Tiangshuan world? Ning Tian nervously scratched his head, answering with his usual evasive tone. I just focus on cultivation. I rarely ask about worldly affairs, so… Yue Ling looked at Ning Tian sympathetically, and then enthusiastically explained in detail. The Tiangshuan world has countless races. It's just that after the Dark Chaos, a three-legged stalemate formed between the human, demon, and demon races, each protecting their own territory. For example, the Tianling domain is controlled by humans, while the Tianqiang domain is mostly occupied by demons, and demon generals of the demon race are existences comparable to divine emperor realm powerhouses among humans. Yu Qin wiped away non-existent sweat, adding boredly, I'm so jealous of you people from the Tianling domain. Unlike us in the Tianqiang domain, we have to carry out sect missions to eliminate demon beasts every few days. It's so annoying, Ning Tian, acting clueless, asked. So that's how it is. What's the Dark Chaos? Ye Ling didn't know either, scratching her head awkwardly. I'm not really sure either. That's just what the ancient books recorded. Yu Qin closed her eyes and nonchalantly added, a long time ago, said to all be events from tens of thousands of years ago. Yue Ling and Yu Qin suddenly ran towards the left side of the statue, pointing, and said, Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, beyond this demon statue is the Thunderlight Cliff. What I'm looking for is in there. A moment later, the three of them entered a mountainous forest area, surrounded by rumbling thunder and lightning. Yue Ling looked up and said softly, Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, this is the furthest we can get. Ning Tian understood, and asked, Okay, so what do I need to do? Yue Ling looked towards the spherical aurora above the mountaintop, which was constantly shooting lightning downwards, and gave instructions. Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai, you just need to go through this thunder and lightning area and retrieve the item in that purple beam of light. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of the three of them, shattering the rocks and sending them flying. After observing for a while, Ning Tian came to a conclusion. Enter the thunder and lightning area with my physical body, with the barren terrain, and having to withstand the purple lightning. Then he thought to himself, no wonder Princess Yue Ling can't act. Just entering this thunder and lightning area and barren terrain is a challenge for even a Holy King realm powerhouse. Yu Qin fearfully hugged herself and said to Yue Ling with tears in her eyes, Shiji, do we really have to do this? Stick. What if that super bad guy gets electrocuted into a charred black stick? That would be scary. Yue Ling felt a little weak when she thought of that scene, and sadly lowered her voice. Although fellow Taoist Ning Shuai impressed everyone on the Wind Thunder 9-stage platform, in the end, he's just at the Diwang realm. Just do your best. Even if you don't succeed, I'll still give you the Thunderheart fruit I promised you. Ning Tian fearlessly strode forward, answering frankly, I don't like owing people favors. If I promise something, I have to do it first. Yue Ling blushed a little when she heard that, especially when she saw the resolute profile of Ning Tian's face. Suddenly, Qin Yuemi appeared with Qin Haoran, sneering arrogantly. I was wondering who it was, making such a big statement. Wanting to snatch the treasure at Thunderlight Cliff, Turns out it's Huangji. Qin Yuemi turned to look at Yue Ling, continuing to mock. Why did Huangji find a Diwang realm boy toy as a helper? Could it be that he's a kept little white face? Bringing him to such a dangerous place, aren't you afraid he'll die here? Yue Ling yelled angrily. Ye Mei, what nonsense are you spouting again? Ning Tian, who was being looked down upon, had eyes blazing with fury, and suddenly darted towards Qin Yuemi like a bolt of lightning. Qin Haoran, startled, whipped his head around when he saw Ning Tian closing in on them in a blink of an eye. He blurted out, Too fast. Ning Tian glared at him, lecturing loudly. It only takes a mouth to spread rumors, but it breaks legs to chase them down. Don't you understand this simple principle? Qin Yuemi looked up blankly, as Ning Tian's large hand cast a shadow over her face. Then, Ning Tian slapped Qin Yuemi 3 times straight across the face, causing her to stagger and lose her balance. Seeing his own junior sister being hit, Qin Haoran roared in anger. You dare make a move in front of me? You're tired of living. Then, Qin Haoran lunged forward, raising a palm infused with Ling Qi, wanting to grab Ning Tian, but Ning Tian nonchalantly folded his hands behind his back. retreating like the wind, dodging with ease. Qin Haoran frowned in astonishment. What? He managed to avoid me even at such close range. Yue Ling and Yu Qin also looked at Ning Tian with equally surprised expressions. Marveling in their hearts, he actually managed to escape Qin Haoran's grasp. At this moment, a new notification popped up on Ning Tian's mental screen. You have shocked Grand Prince Qin Haoran. You have shocked Princess Yu Ling. You have shocked Yu Qin, rewarding you with a musical Dao talent, Crossing Tribulation. Crossing Tribulation can be played using musical Dao and can absorb divine lightning Dao charm during a thunder tribulation. Ning Tian, seeing the reward, exclaimed with delight, I didn't expect such an unexpected surprise. Qin Yuemei, with a bruised and swollen face, pointed at Ning Tian and sullenly said to Qin Haoran, Royal brother, look at my face. Quickly kill this guy for me. Qin Haoran hesitated as he looked at Ning Tian, secretly pondering in his heart. This kid is definitely not simple. The treasure hasn't been obtained yet, and casually fighting him will definitely deplete my strength. I'll just let him explore Thunderlight Cliff first, to see if he can discover any traces of the treasure. After thinking it through, Qin Haoran pretended to be generous, and said to Yue Ling's group, Princess Yue Ling, we are siblings after all. Since this kid is your man, I don't mind giving you face. If he can pass Thunderlight Cliff alone, then this matter is considered over. Ning Tian immediately agreed. All right, I agree. Because he secretly thought, he's the Grand Prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom after all. If I wasn't worried about offending the Supreme Divine Kingdom and causing trouble for my wife, I would have already played him to death. Qin Haoran smirked sinisterly, his face full of smugness, thinking to himself, rotten kid, even if you have some secret techniques, you're still just in the Diwang realm. The power of Thunderlight Cliff is enough to kill you 10,000 times over. After making a deal with Qin Haoran, Ning Tian turned around. He resolutely and bravely took a step forward, towards the area where countless lightning bolts were continuously striking, but still couldn't faze Ning Tian. Yu Xin stared at him, dumbfounded, and said, Big pervert seems so relaxed, ah. Qin Haoran curled his lip in disdain and coldly snorted. This is just the beginning. The center of the thunderous, barren land holds a powerful attack from the Supreme Ancestor. Upon hearing Qin Haoran's words, Ning Tian, while walking through the lightning-filled area, interrogated the system in his mind. System, is there really divine lightning Dao charm left by the Supreme Ancestor here? The screen displayed the answer. Of course. The host can use the musical Dao talent, Crossing Tribulation, to sense and absorb it. Ning Tian secretly marveled. Isn't this too easy? Then he waved his hand and summoned the immortal instrument, the deathly immortal Guaiqin. Yu Qin was once again taken aback and exclaimed, He actually has the mood to play music? Yu Ling smiled admiringly and cheered. He even took out an immortal instrument. Fellow Taoist Ning Shuai is indeed not as simple as he seems. Ning Tian placed his hands on the strings, creating a source of Dao charm that spread out like sound waves, and at the same time ordered the system to begin using Crossing Tribulation. In an instant, a terrifying energy erupted violently from the deathly immortal Guaiqin. It soared straight upwards, opposing the lightning that was striking down from above, causing a deafening explosion. Then there was a tremendous roar, and the appearance of a gigantic thunder dragon that plunged straight down from above. Yu Ling looked up and exclaimed in shock, It's divine lightning Dao charm. He actually managed to activate the divine lightning Dao charm left by the Supreme Ancestor within the thundering tribulation. Zhuge Yu suddenly appeared and commented, To control the thunder dragon with musical Dao is not simple. Truly astonishing. Then he slowly descended near Yue Ling. She looked at the person who had arrived and smiled as she chatted. Even Holy Sun Xiao Yao was alarmed. Zhuge Yu landed on the ground, turned slightly to look at Yue Ling, nodded. Then he smiled brightly and said cheerfully, The Thunder Dragon's momentum is great. It must be related to the treasure of the Moon God. I certainly won't miss it. Qin Haoran overheard the conversation, and a sinister look involuntarily appeared on his face, revealing his schemes and intentions. If the legendary treasure truly appears, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Right then, at Ning Tian's spot, thunder dragons and lightning were relentlessly charging towards the music path he created. Ning Tian glanced over, muttering to himself, These thunderbolts are drawn in by the music, gathering all in one spot. Perfect for wiping them all out in one fell swoop. Ning Tian raised his fingers, starting to put his plan into motion. He unleashed his innate skill, lightning tribulation transcension, creating a surge of expanding aura that enveloped the music path, engulfing the thunder dragon as it dove down. That powerful aura instantly transformed into countless golden dragon avatars. Yu Qin's eyes widened in confusion, wondering, "Weird, why does the lightning seem to be getting smaller and smaller?" Zhuge Yu subtly explained her doubts. "He's refining the lightning tribulation qi, dragon." Qin Horan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He actually wants to absorb the divine lightning Tao, intent left behind by the supreme ancestor. Yu Ling furrowed her brows skeptically, murmuring to herself, "Could it be true what Third Royal Uncle said, that he really did step onto the 9th level of the Wind Lightning 9-stage platform?" On the other side, Ning Tian was still engrossed in playing, creating a power that left those around him dumbfounded. The golden dragon avatars he created grew larger and larger, continuously surrounding and devouring the thunder dragon of Thunderlight Cliff, absorbing its power. Before long, the music path had completely subdued the surrounding lightning tribulation, causing them to be completely absorbed. Just then, the shocked system popped up in Ning Tian's head. "Congratulations, host, for absorbing divine lightning Dao intent. Your Wind Lightning Dao has increased by 1 level. Your current Wind Lightning Dao attainment has reached the entering the hall stage, and you can control fierce lightning-based attack methods. You have shocked First Prince Qin Haoran, you have shocked Princess Yu Ling, you have shocked Yu Qin, you have shocked Saint Child Zhu Ju of Xiao family, you have shocked everyone." Ning Tian read the system's reply and felt quite satisfied. The rewards this time aren't bad either. Oh? A sudden, thunderous rumble caught Ning Tian's attention. He looked up at the exploding ball of lightning above the mountain peak, whispering, "That must be what Princess Yu Ling wants, huh?" After thinking for a moment, Ning Tian rode on the majestic golden dragon avatar, flying towards the mountain peak. He fearlessly reached out his hand towards the ball of lightning, shining like fireworks. Then he feigned surprise and amusement, exclaiming, "Oh, you know how to resist." With his abilities, Ning Tian soon brought it under control. Got it. Looking closely at what was in his hand, he was a little surprised. High-grade Earth-rank cultivation method, Heavenly Thunder Art. Turns out, Princess Yu Ling also wants to cultivate the divine lightning Dao, huh? Ning Tian landed on the ground holding the cultivation method high and ran towards Yue Ling, cheerfully announcing, "Princess Yue Ling, what you wanted, I've helped you get it." Suddenly, a deafening roar came from behind Ning Tian, causing him to stop and lean back slightly to take a look. On the other side, Yu Ling also looked startled, shouting a warning, "Be careful behind you." Qin Haoran's eyes flashed with expectant ambition, secretly questioning in his mind, could it be that the legendary treasure is about to appear? Ning Tian turned his head to get a clearer look. Then he saw a dazzling light appearing in the sky, with a vague figure inside and a voice saying, "Tens of thousands of years." The illusory image of an old man with white hair and a beard, sitting cross-legged and stroking his beard, appeared solemnly, clearly continuing his unfinished sentence. Finally, someone has been able to awaken this old man's remnant soul in the supreme secret realm. Upon seeing his appearance, the people of the supreme divine kingdom knelt down in unison, paying their respects. "Greetings, supreme ancestor." Seeing Ning Tian still standing there, staring at him blankly, the old ancestor glared and scolded. "Why don't you kneel when you see the ancestor?" Ning Tian replied casually. "He's just a remnant soul. What grand dreams are you dreaming?" Looking at Ning Tian's tall figure standing proudly and looking up, Princess Yue Ling lowered her eyes in thought, secretly wondering, so Ning Shui, fellow Taoist, awakened the spirit of the old ancestor. Just what kind of holy being is he? Qin Haoran also looked in that direction, frowning with interest, secretly speculating, I didn't expect that a wisp of the old ancestor's remnant soul would be left here. He must have a connection with the secret treasure of the divine moon legend. Wushang Shizu glared furiously at Ning Tian, criticizing coldly. Just a mere yellow-haired brat, yet you dare to be so arrogant. But immediately after, he looked surprised. Wait a minute, on this kid's body? Observing the flow of spiritual energy emanating from the body of the young man standing there casually picking his ear, Wushang Shizu again questioned himself inwardly. There's the aura of a great emperor? He no longer cared about Ning Tian's crude, petty actions. He continued pursuing his train of thought. There's a great emperor powerhouse protecting him. It seems the descendants of the Wushang divine kingdom haven't been lazy in their cultivation. The nation's power must be growing stronger day by day. Having thought it through, Wushang Shizu descended to the ground and said magnanimously, "Forget it. Since you awakened this ancestor, I won't pursue this matter any further." Ning Tian looked at him blankly and asked in surprise, "When did I awaken you?" Wushang Shizu replied with a benevolent smile, "You don't know? 1,000 years ago, I left behind the legend of the divine moon cleansing. When lightning tribulation is swept away, my remnant soul will be summoned." Hearing this, Qin Haoran's face lit up, ecstatic joy welling up inside. Could it be that the treasure of the divine moon legend is the true inheritance of Wushang Shizu? Ning Tian replied nonchalantly, "Never heard of it." Wushang Shizu didn't take offense at Ning Tian's flippant manner of speaking. Continuing to explain his intentions, "Kid, I see that you have excellent bone structure. A once-in-a-millennium martial arts prodigy. I have a secret manual here." Ning Tian didn't let him finish, waving his finger and laughing mockingly. "Haha, old man, this script of yours is way out of date, isn't it?" Wushang Shizu didn't know that Ning Tian had encountered countless similar situations before, so he asked, bewildered, "Out of date? What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Ning Tian couldn't help but clutch his stomach, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Despite his mocking attitude, Wushang Shizu took out a cultivation manual and slowly introduced it. "This is the mid-fun grade heaven rank palm technique, the Wushang Hunyuan palm." Ning Tian didn't think things would be so easy, so he asked skeptically, "A mid-grade heaven rank palm technique? Old man, you're not trying to trick me, are you?" Wushang Shizu replied with a serious expression, suppressing his words. Why would this ancestor deceive a descendant of the Wushang divine kingdom? Wushang Shizu placed all his trust in Ning Tian, willing to continue. "Now I will hand the Wushang Hunyuan palm over to you. The future of the Wushang divine kingdom will be in your hands." Ning Tian reached out to receive it, cheerfully promising, "Shizu, rest assured. With this Wushang Hunyuan palm, I will protect our Wushang divine kingdom properly." Seeing the treasure about to fall into the hands of a stranger, Qin Haoran, who was kneeling nearby, cried out unwillingly, accusingly, "Ancestor, this kid is not a descendant of the Wushang divine kingdom. How can he receive your inheritance?" Qin Yueme also hastily confirmed, "That's right. He's just some unknown stinky brat." Wushang Shizu exclaimed in surprise, "What?" But the manual was no longer in his hand. Ning Tian had swiftly snatched it away. Along with his voice of thanks, Wushang Laozu directed a furious gaze at Ning Tian, clenched his fist, and shouted, "You shameless little thief! You dare to deceive this ancestor!" Ning Tian calmly explained, "From beginning to end, I never said I was from the Wushang divine kingdom." Ning Tian laughed heartily, adding, "However, if you said you wanted to give it to me, then you can't go back on your word, right?" Then, he decided to comprehend the technique on the spot. The digital display in Ning Tian's mind continuously flashed notifications. Detected that the host has absorbed the mid-grade heaven rank martial art, Wushang Hunyuan palm, comprehending at m times the speed. Comprehension of the Wushang Hunyuan palm complete. At this moment, Ning Tian's body was lifted into the air and enveloped by a brightly glowing sphere of aura, with countless lightning, like streaks of energy. Looking at this beautiful scene of Ning Tian's comprehension, Wushang Shizu was no longer angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Forget it. Although you are not a descendant of the Wushang divine kingdom, you and I are fated. Everything is destined." After saying those words, the remnant soul of Wushang Shizu gradually faded and vanished into the void. After the ancestor disappeared, a menacing figure strode towards Ning Tian. Qin Haoran, with a sinister expression, brandished his fist and ordered, "Kid, hand over the Wushang Hunyuan palm." Seeing this, Yunqin worriedly turned to ask Yueling, her senior sister, "What do we do? The first prince is at the peak of the Saint Emperor realm. That big dummy won't be his match, will he?" Yuling's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing her worry, and then she pursed her lips and emphasized, "The Wushang Hunyuan palm is Wushang Shizu's signature ultimate technique. Qin Haoran absolutely won't let it go." On the other side, Ning Tian showed no sign of fear. He casually rubbed his head and mocked, eyes closed nonchalantly, "Qin Haoran, is your brain waterlogged? Only a fool would spit out something he's already eaten." Qin Haoran was furious, "Stinky brat. Then don't blame me for being impolite." Princess Yueling, worried for him, spoke up to advise, "Ning Shui Taoist, you should still hand over the item, otherwise I won't be able to protect you." But Ning Tian remained as calm as ever, replying, "It's fine. He can't do anything to me." Qin Haoran exclaimed irritably, "What big talk? Then, he unleashed his own powerful aura. Feeling the threatening pressure radiating from him, Yu Qin covered her face with her hands, screaming in fright, "We're doomed! The big baddie's gonna get beat up!" Yue Ling gritted her teeth, assessing the situation helplessly. "As expected, my big brother's strength is above mine." Qin Haoran, carrying an aura like thunder, fiercely charged towards Ning Tian. System. Activate the Celestial Sovereign Experience card. The electronic panel immediately executed the order, transmitting a demanding force into his body. Simultaneously, it uploaded updated information. Using Celestial Sovereign Experience card. Celestial Sovereign Experience card successfully used. Received 1-star Celestial Sovereign Realm Strength. Usage time 2 days. Initiating countdown. Immediately, a burst of energy flashed from the depths of Ning Tian's bright eyes, then quickly returned to normal. But his body, on the other hand, was enveloped by an extremely powerful golden aura. The two auras collided, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Qin Haoran lunged forward, reaching out to grab Ning Tian's Buddha-like shining figure. However, Ning Tian gently raised his right arm, flicked his fingers, and said coldly, "Scram?" The aura from his body was like a hurricane that scattered Qin Haoran's aura, sending him flying backwards. His body was blown away, slamming into a mountain in the distance, causing a shocking explosion, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Qin Haoran stuck to the cliff face, coughing water, in disbelief, stammering, "Cough, cough. Celestial Sovereign Realm. Wasn't he in the Earthly King realm?" While everyone was stunned and staring at Ning Tian, the system rang out again. "You have shocked the crowd," awarding 100 Ling Qi cultivation points. Ning Tian raised his right hand and looked at it, a little surprised, muttering, "I didn't expect this supreme primordial palm to be so powerful. I only used 1/10 of its power, and it already has this kind of might." Then he smiled happily at the thought in his head. "Doesn't that mean I can seize the entire Supreme Mystic Realm?" At the same time, outside the Supreme Mystic Realm, the crowd waiting around began to speculate. "I wonder who will show their talent this time. I think it must be the first prince, Qin Haoran. He is the strongest among those who entered the Mystic Realm." That's not necessarily true. After all, opportunity is very important in the Supreme Mystic Realm. Suddenly, a strange aura containing ancient characters appeared on the doorway of the passage, floating and spreading out. Seeing this, Qin Feng widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed softly, "What's going on?" Ning Tian unexpectedly strode out of the doorway of the passage with a proud demeanor. Seeing him first, his body emitting a bright golden light, a questioning voice rang out. Who is that?" Ning Tian then stopped and stood still, facing the people of the Supreme Divine Kingdom. Above the doorway of the passage, many swirling ripples suddenly appeared. Then they shot out a stream of aura straight ahead, like a moving meteorite. Bodies from inside the mystic realm were thrown violently to the ground, sprawling everywhere, mouths constantly yelling in a loud clamor, "Get out of the way! Don't fight with this prince!" The people who came out later were thrown on top of the people who came out earlier, shouting and making a commotion. Yu Ling and Yung Qin also walked out of the doorway with composure. Immediately after, Ning Tian caught sight of them and nodded slightly. Qin Feng, seeing the chaotic scene, did not understand what was going on, so he frowned and asked, "What happened to you guys? Why are you all running out together and injured?" Qin Haoran's face was bitter. He wiped the blood from his mouth and propped himself up slightly. Then he turned around and pointed at Ning Tian, complaining in an annoyed tone, "This kid tricked the remnant soul of the Supreme Ancestor, obtained the Supreme Primordial Palm." Qin Feng was stunned and repeated in surprise, "The Supreme Primordial Palm." Qin Haoran and the other princes all pointed their accusations at Ning Tian in anger. "Third prince, he also plundered all the treasures in the mystic realm. That's right. We tried to stop his killing the chicken to get the eggs behavior, and we were brutally beaten. Your Highness, please teach this stinky brat a lesson." Ning Tian put on an innocent face, sounding totally clueless as he explained, "I'm just helping you guys clean up all the trash in the Supreme Secret Realm, and even giving you a free facial massage. Why aren't you even a little bit grateful?" Qin Haoran was about to explode, his eyes wide as he screamed curses. "You little punk! If you've got the guts, stand still and don't move. I'll kill you right now and take back the secret manual." The prince behind him also yelled in anger, "Yeah, catch him! I want to turn him into a pig's head too!" Ning Tian made a face, pulling down his eyelid to mock them. Seeing Ning Tian running away, one of them glanced at Qin Feng, furrowing his brow for instruction. "Your Highness, What do we do now? Qin Feng fixed his eyes on the fleeing figure and commanded. How can something left behind by the supreme ancestor fall into the hands of an outsider? After him, Yu Qin cried out anxiously. Seeing your sister, what now? If Big Bad gets caught, he's done for. Yu Ling calmly said. We've known each other after all. If Ningxia's friend gets caught, I'll do everything I can to protect him. Hearing heavy footsteps on the rooftops, the people in the city curiously looked up. Seeing the grand chase scene, they couldn't help but wonder, who is that? So many people are chasing him. A flower-picking bandit, maybe? I think he must have done something that angered both gods and men. Ning Tian dashed away like the wind. As he flew, he glanced back slightly, observing the situation, then broke out in a sweat, muttering curses. Damn, are the people from the Supreme Divine Kingdom crazy? Why are more and more people chasing me? Suddenly, someone threw a red object towards Ning Tian, along with a shout, Ning Shuai, catch! After realizing what he had caught, Ning Tian was a little dumbfounded, wondering. An apple, Zhu Yuanbao, appeared by an open window, yelling, a little something to replenish your strength. Knowing it was a gift from his good bro, Ning Tian took a bite without hesitation, saying, thanks. One of the people in the pursuit saw Ning Tian's leisurely attitude. He glared angrily, unwilling to accept it. He's even got time to eat an apple. He's really looking down on us. Just as he was ranting, Ning Tian threw the apple core at his head, causing him to yelp, ouch! Ning Tian turned his head, smirked, and stuck out his tongue mockingly. Come on, come and chase me. If you catch me, I'll give it to you. Hee hee hee. Scene change. 1 hour later, Ning Tian descended and landed on the ground, facing the encirclement of the Supreme Divine Kingdom's royals. He looked at them with pity, and mocked in a calm tone. Seriously, you guys really didn't need to try so hard. Ning Tian secretly asked the system in his head. System, how much time is left on the Celestial Lord experience card? The system immediately replied. 1 hour remaining on the Celestial Lord experience card. Qin Haoran and the others stood with their hands on their knees, panting heavily, their speech broken. Huff, run! You, run some more. Is this guy a dog in disguise? How? How can he run so well? What? What now? The ugly monster's been caught. What else is there to say? He. Qin Haoran waved his clenched fist, running towards Ning Tian with the others, shouting loudly and imposingly. Ugly monster! I'll make sure you can't laugh anymore right now! Ning Tian's face darkened, dangerous, and he burst into flames of rage, roaring, Get lost! A golden aura exploded from his body, immediately sending those people flying backwards. Seeing one of them getting knocked to the ground headfirst by that domineering force, he used lightning, like aura, and said coldly, Now it's my turn. He used his 2 hands to manipulate the aura, and muttered while channeling his palm technique, starting to use it. Then, Ning Tian struck out with his left hand, unleashing the Wind Lightning Divine Palm, attacking the opponent with a whirlwind-like force. Qin Haoran could only stand there paralyzed, helplessly bound by those ever-changing auras like chains. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of Qin Haoran, wielding his magic power like a shield to block Ning Tian's Wind Lightning Divine Palm, and scolded, You little brat! How dare you! Dare you disregard the laws of Divine Continent City and use violence to injure people here, bullying the innocent citizens of my Supreme Divine Kingdom? Seeing someone to rely on, Qin Haoran eagerly accused Ning Tian from behind. Imperial Censor Liu. I don't know where this little thief came from, but he stole a treasure from the Supreme Secret Realm. Please, you absolutely must not let him escape. Supervisor Liu continued, his voice sharp and forceful. This old man is responsible for maintaining order in Shenzhou City. Anyone who disrupts order, this old man will not let them off. Having said that, he took a step and charged towards Ning Tian, attacking. Ning Tian easily dodged to the side, avoiding Supervisor Liu's attack, while smirking mockingly. I've fought great emperor powerhouses before. What's there to fear from an old geezer at the heavenly venerable realm like you? After saying that, Ning Tian spread his hand, conjuring a small spirit energy ball. Then, he transformed it into a giant, illusory hand radiating light like the sun, suppressing Supervisor Liu. Bewildered, this aura is Wushang Supreme Qi. Qin Haoran also exclaimed in stunned shock. How is this possible? You clearly just obtained the Wushang Hunyuan Palm yesterday. How could you have cultivated it to this level? The shock system panel suddenly popped up with a series of notifications. You have shocked the princes and princesses. You have shocked the cultivators of Shenzhou City. You have shocked Supervisor Liu. Reward: Skill card. Rampant Battle Intent card. Activating Rampant Battle Intent card. Ning Tian, receiving the new skill from the system, became even more excited and charged forward with a surge of palm energy, while laughing menacingly and retorting, "Too bad. Everything is impossible, but when it happens to me, it proves that it is possible." The energy from his palm struck a powerful blow against Supervisor Liu's protective aura layer. Along with it came additional information from the system. The Rampant Battle Intent card has a 1-hour duration. Battle strength is doubled. After using this card, enhanced battle strength will be ineffective. Ning Tian finally blasted Supervisor Liu, flying backwards and upwards. He flew like a fired cannonball, crashing through several floors of a building and soaring straight into the sky. Just then, a figure landed gracefully behind him. Qin Feng appeared, smirking slyly, with a hint of admiration for this little friend. Not bad strength. Doing. Ning Tian, without turning around, clicked his tongue and complained inwardly, "Trinsk, in the end, I still alerted a God Emperor realm powerhouse." Qin Feng stared intently at Ning Tian and made a suggestion. "How about you come with me to the forbidden area of the royal palace for a chat, so we can clear things up? How about it?" Qin Horan, with a bruised and swollen face, gleefully shouted, "Stinky brat, my royal uncle is a God Emperor realm powerhouse. Falling into his hands, even growing wings won't help you escape." Qin Feng, annoyed by Qin Haoran's excessive talking, scolded loudly, "Shut up! This little friend is a guest of the Wushang Divine Kingdom. We should treat him politely." However, he didn't withdraw the threatening aura emanating from his body. Ning Tian saw right through the other party's intentions and snorted, saying plainly, "Go with you? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep my little life." At this moment, the heavenly venerable realm aura wrapped around his body suddenly fluctuated, becoming faint, along with a notification from the system panel. Heavenly Venerable Experience card has expired. It is no longer effective. Seeing this, Ning Tian panicked inwardly. Oh no! Qin Feng, with his God Emperor realm strength, reached out his hand and exerted his aura, wanting to grab Ning Tian. "Come on, little friend." In this precarious situation, Ning Tian was in dire straits, shouting inwardly, "Damn it! Why did it have to expire at this moment?" Just then, from above, a tornado-like aura suddenly descended, striking the illusory hand Qin Feng was reaching out with, creating a deafening explosion. Seeing this domineering aura, Qin Feng asked respectfully, "I wonder which great emperor has intervened. May I have a meeting?" Qin Haoran looked up in astonishment and muttered, "A great emperor powerhouse has come in person?" A man standing nearby exclaimed excitedly, "Not just one God Emperor realm powerhouse, but also a great Emperor powerhouse. What day is it today? Why is it so lively?" Shi Wangmu, wearing a veil, appeared from within the aura, looking down at the crowd below and smiling beautifully. "Ha." Seeing her, Qin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. "Yaoqi Holy Maiden." Ning Tian glanced at the woman who had just landed beside him, whispering his question. "Why are you here? I thought you'd already gone back." Shi Wangmu replied softly, "You haven't gone back yet, so of course, I won't go back either." Qin Feng observed the interaction between the two, Ning Tian and Shi Wangmu. He couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. The Yaoqi Holy Maiden is a genuine great emperor powerhouse, her strength no less than our divine kingdom's ruler. What exactly is this kid's background to have such a big shot supporting him? Thinking this, Qin Feng again cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to Shi Wangmu. "Greetings, Yaoqi Holy Maiden. I wonder what this little friend is to you." Shi Wangmu cast a sharp, cold gaze at him, her tone indifferent. "What's it to you?" Meeting that icy gaze, Qin Feng panicked and hurriedly explained, No. Qin Feng is just a minor 2-star quasi-emperor. I dare not interfere. I was just afraid of causing some misunderstanding." Shi Wangmu cut him off with a reminder. Sometimes, being too curious isn't a good thing. Then, Shi Wangmu turned towards Ning Tian, her expression affectionate, and continued, "You just need to know that I'm helping your supreme divine kingdom." Qin Feng, confused, stammered, "Helping us? He then noticed his face suddenly being pressed against something white and soft. Ning Tian was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Shi Wangmu held Ning Tian's head between her ample breasts, explaining to Qin Feng behind, "If you hurt him, even the divine kingdom's ruler might not be able to protect you." Ning Tian, realizing his awkward situation, cried inwardly, "Hey, Don't take this opportunity to cop a feel. Suddenly, a wave of pressure arrived, along with someone's voice. Holy Mother of Yaoqi, why bully those weaker than yourself? Shi Wangmu and Ning Tian, in their sensitive position, simultaneously looked up in surprise. Recognizing the familiar oppressive aura, the princes and princesses cheered excitedly. It's the ruler! The ruler is here! An imposing old man appeared floating above, and a condescending voice echoed, Our ruler has arrived, Holy Mother of Yaoqi. You should restrain yourself a little, shouldn't you? Shi Wangmu released Ning Tian, looked up to greet him. Divine Kingdom ruler, you've come as well. The old ruler showed displeasure, questioning, I roughly understand the situation. Shi Wangmu, I recall that your Yaoqi sacred ground doesn't accept male disciples, does it? This shouldn't concern you. Shi Wangmu smiled calmly and replied, Although he's not a disciple of my Yaoqi, I will definitely protect him today. The crowd around them started discussing animatedly. To make a great emperor, level expert, protect him at all costs. What's this guy's background? Yu Qin smiled with amusement, saying to the person next to her, Senior sister, this guy seems to be extraordinary. Yu Ling stared blankly, exclaiming, Ning Shui Dao Yu, who exactly are you? The Divine Kingdom ruler said in a stern voice, questioning Shi Wangmu again. Are you trying to start a war with my Supreme Divine Kingdom by provoking me like this? Shi Wangmu calmly analyzed the situation, followed by an ambiguous question. Divine ruler, I recall that your Divine Kingdom is at war with Mu outside of Divine Continent, right? Or are you saying that you think the Supreme Divine Kingdom is currently capable of offending two great emperors? The Divine Kingdom ruler looked down at the woman below, cautiously asking further, What do you mean? Shi Wangmu revealed a meaningful smile and replied, There's a female emperor behind him, and she's very protective of her family. Hearing those ambiguous words, an image of Luo Wuxing flashed in the ruler's mind. You're called a female emperor, could it be her? Not letting the ruler speculate for too long, Shi Wangmu turned her head towards Ning Tian, requesting, Ancestor, you can take that toy off now, right? No way. Ning Tian sighed, pretending to be reluctant. Yeah, I still wanted to arrive in a humble way, be humble and all. Unfortunately, reality doesn't allow it, huh? Muttering to himself, Ning Tian reached out and removed the silken mask. Qin Haoran couldn't help but praise, blurting out naturally, Trisk, this kid is so damn handsome, and those princesses were instantly smitten, openly expressing their affection, excitedly shouting, He's really as beautiful as Jade, a peerless young master. Who exactly is he? I must marry him. Quickly, someone recognized Ning Tian's handsome face, excitedly exclaiming, I know, hey! He's the legendary ancestor of the Heavenly Demon sect. Hearing this, the crowd clamored and screamed. What? Yu Ling went blank. Her face flushed, and she dazedly exclaimed, He's actually the legendary ancestor Ning Tian? Yu Qin was equally stunned, scratching her forehead, and excitedly cried out, Senior sister. He turned out to be the legendary ancestor, and so handsome too. Just then, the system in Ning Tian's mind popped up with a notification. You have shocked the princes and princesses. You have shocked the cultivators of the Divine Continent. Awarding the Teaching Enlightenment talent. Teaching Enlightenment is used to enhance teaching ability. The next Emperor-level teacher is you. Seeing the overly adoring expressions of those people, Ning Tian couldn't help but sweat profusely, panicking. Isn't it just being a little handsome? Do you have to be this excited? After learning Ning Tian's identity, the Divine Kingdom ruler was somewhat apprehensive. Some time ago, the sword cultivator of the One Sword sect injured Ning Tian and suffered the disaster of extermination. One Heavenly Demon sect was already difficult to deal with. Adding Yaoqi to the mix, the Supreme Divine Kingdom was in internal and external troubles, and absolutely could not allow any unexpected things to happen. Carefully calculating in his mind, the old ruler spoke in a conciliatory tone. Forget it. Since the ancestor has graced us with his presence, let's just consider all the opportunities in the supreme secret realm as a greeting gift for the ancestor. I won't pursue the matter. Ning Tian didn't say anything in response, only slightly furrowed his brows in thought. Suddenly, Shi Wangmu covered her mouth, whispering to him, Ancestor, the benefits are already enough. If you've already learned this thing, then let him have it. New dots. Ning Tian stroked his chin and softly replied, All right. Looking at his expression, if he didn't return it, he might actually go crazy. After responding to Shi Wangmu, Ning Tian took out the Supreme Hongmeng Palm Cultivation Manual and turned to the old ruler. "Returning it to you." He reached out to take it, while at the same time expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, ancestor." After obtaining the cultivation manual, the old ruler began to flip through it. Suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. Then he threw back the cultivation manual, angrily shouting, "Ning Tian, what tricks are you playing again? Where's the content inside?" Ning Tian looked up, feigning ignorance, with an expression of bewildered innocence. But Ning Tian quickly regained his composure, leisurely and seriously retorting with a question. "Divine Kingdom Lord, do you think I have the ability to play tricks on the great emperor's relic?" The old lord picked up the cultivation manual, frowning in doubt, while also humming a question. "Everyone knows you've learned the supreme Hongmeng palm, so how do you explain this wordless heavenly book?" Ning Tian stood akimbo, looking up, and said without hesitation, "It was like this when I got it." "How about we make a bet?" the old lord asked back with some surprise. "A bet?" Ning Tian eagerly continued. "If your Divine Kingdom disciples can figure out even half a method for cultivating the supreme Hongmeng palm within 3 days, I'll return everything I gained from the supreme secret realm." The Divine Kingdom Lord frowned again, sighing. "Is this true?" Ning Tian raised a clenched fist as a gesture of commitment, and added in a clear voice, "Of course, but if your Divine Kingdom disciples can't figure it out in 3 days, then in exchange I'll teach one of them." The old lord asked further with suspicion, "Are you really kind enough to be willing to teach our people?" Ning Tian seized the opportunity to bargain. "Of course, it won't be free. 1 billion Gerling coins and 3,000 star essence stones as tuition are in order." Hearing the exorbitant price, the princes and nobles jumped up and down in anger, shouting deafeningly, 1 billion! Why don't you just rob us? What a rip off. The Divine Kingdom Lord lowered himself to the ground, not criticizing Ning Tian's price, but gently explaining, "We are currently at war with the demon realm, and cannot arbitrarily use the national treasury." Hearing this, Ning Tian clicked his tongue in sympathy. "Having difficulties, huh?" After a moment of thought, he raised a finger and adjusted it down. "Then how about 8 billion Ling coins and 5,000 star essence stones?" Ning Tian stroked his chin and asked with a cheerful smile, "So what's the verdict?" Very sincere, right? While the people opposite were glaring daggers at Ning Tian, looking annoyed but helpless. Finally, the old lord moved his lips and said, "No wonder you're the legendary founder of the Heavenly Demon sect. Famous recently." He relaxed his facial muscles and reached out to agree to the compromise. "I accept this bet." Tian and Shi Wangmu took off into the air at the same time. After Ning Tian left, Qin Haoran turned to the old lord and asked with deep suspicion, "Father, this kid is too scheming. Is he digging a pit for us?" The old lord instead appeared quite calm, slowly replying, "It's okay. I don't believe that such a vast divine kingdom won't be able to find a disciple who can understand heaven-rank martial arts within 3 days." A moment later, Ning Tian and Shi Wangmu gently landed on a street in Shenzhou City. Shi Wangmu glanced at the handsome man beside her and softly asked, "If they really have someone who can comprehend it, will you really return all the treasures?" Ning Tian replied with full confidence, "The Supreme Hongmeng Palm is a wordless heavenly book. There isn't a single word to guide entry. To feel it, one must rely entirely on comprehension. Comprehending it within 3 days is as difficult as ascending to heaven." Just then, a soft female voice spoke. Ning Shui, fellow Taoist, Yue Ling princess, appeared with Yu Qin, blocking the way, and said softly, "No, now I should call you founder." Shi Wangmu took the opportunity to cover her mouth and tease, "Founder Ning Tian, taking the opportunity while Luo Wuxing isn't here, you're charming little girls again." Hearing these words, the Yue Ling sisters naturally blushed, tense with shyness. Ning Tian was annoyed, turned to Shi Wangmu and pointed, HMPH, ugly woman. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll give you a serious lesson?" Shi Wangmu was not intimidated, instead turning her back to him, covering her mouth and laughing provocatively. "Come on, let me see how you teach me a lesson." Thinking that he couldn't spank Shi Wangmu in front of Yue Ling and Yu Qin, Ning Tian waved his hand like a flustered chicken. All right, I'm a decent person. You, hurry up and go." Shi Wangmu flew up, but still didn't forget to smile and tease, "Ha ha ha, a decent person. Hurry up and finish your work, I'll wait for you at the inn." Yue Ling looked at Ning Tian with admiration, commenting, "I didn't expect the founder's relationship with Shi Wangmu to be so close." Ning Tian then explained, "Not at all. This woman only knows how to make fun of me from morning till night." Yu Qin excitedly leaned forward, looking up at him with adoration and commenting, I didn't expect your ugliness to be due to disguise. You're actually very handsome. Hearing this, Ning Tian stroked his face with narcissism. What? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with this face of mine? You should be a little more humble when you go out. Yu Qin couldn't help but burst out laughing, explaining, this young lady is only used to your ugly face. I'm not used to your handsomeness yet. Suddenly, Princess Yue Ling raised a wooden box with both hands and offered it to Ning Tian. She spoke in a small, bird-like voice, sincerely saying, this is the Thunder Heart fruit that I promised you. But founder, you must be careful. The Thunder Heart fruit has extremely strong thunder intent. It is essential to use a box made of Jueyuan ancient wood to avoid injuring others. Ning Tian reached out to take the box from Ye Ling, casually replying, it's all right. After the box passed through his hands and was opened, a powerful aura and firecracker, like explosions, burst out. It was the levitation of a round fruit containing thundering energy, causing Ning Tian to stare in daze. Then he lowered his head, gave a faint smile and a cold snort. That little bit of lightning intent is hardly worth mentioning. The lightning dragon flew out, opened its mouth and devoured the lightning essence fruit, then roared proudly. Wuxing stared wide-eyed at the strange lightning dragon in Ning Tian's hand, excitedly shouting, holy crap, what is this adorable little thing? Ning Tian replied casually, nothing much, just the Tao of divine lightning. Hearing Ning Tian's nonchalant answer and seeing his expression, Wuxing exclaimed in disbelief, no way, the Tao of divine lightning, and you're acting like it's no big deal. As Ning Tian retracted his aura, dispelling the divine lightning, he thought to himself happily, got the lightning essence fruit, now I just need one more ingredient. Then, Ning Tian turned to Yue Ling, smiled and said, thanks everyone, if there's nothing else I'll head out. But Yue Ling suddenly called out, wait! Unable to hide her lingering question, she blurted out, so back then, Grandmaster Brother had already stepped onto the 9th step of the Wind Lightning 9 stage platform, right? Ning Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to leave, but looked back with a smile and replied, whether I stepped on it or not, doesn't really matter anymore, does it? Having said that, Ning Tian slowly walked away, leaving Yue Ling standing silently. Wuxing waved excitedly and called after him, Grandmaster, when you go to the Sky Vault realm, remember to come find me at the Misty Cloud sect. I'll take you to eat all sorts of gourmet delicacies. Ning Tian turned his head again, slightly curved his lips and replied ambiguously, we'll see. See you around, maybe. Scene change. The Shining Eye Inn in Divine Continent City. Ning Tian reached out and gently pushed open the door to his room. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he heard a voice inside call out, Grandmaster, causing him to freeze in surprise. Shi Wangmu was lounging on his bed, using her bewitching, alluring physique, flirting seductively. Want to play something new? Ning Tian stood frozen in the doorway, his arms limp, his eyes blankly staring at the woman on the bed. After pulling Ning Tian closer, she reached out and caressed his handsome face, smiling devilishly as she ordered, tell me, why do you want to mess with the Supreme Divine Kingdom? Ning Tian grabbed Shi Wangmu's wrist, looked at her with vacant eyes, and replied softly, oh. Then he suddenly brought his face close to hers, flashing a mischievous smile. Then, he quickly twisted Shi Wangmu's body around, pinning her arm above her head. He said in a stern voice, Shi Wangmu, looks like the last spanking wasn't enough, huh? Shi Wangmu, trapped, yelled in panic, mercy! Mercy! Ning Tian, you little rascal, let me go! Ning Tian ignored Shi Wangmu's screams and started spanking her butt hard. Shi Wangmu's cheeks flushed red, and she screamed a series of embarrassed ahas. Then, she channeled her aura through her hand, broke free from Ning Tian's grip, and sent him flying back onto the bed. Ning Tian lowered his head in a panic, lamenting inwardly, crap, did I make her angry by spanking her twice in a row? Xiao Zhao isn't here today. If she loses her temper, there'll be no one to speak up for me. Meanwhile, Shi Wangmu didn't seem to want to settle accounts with Ning Tian. Instead, she lowered her eyes to look at the bed, a look of pensive confusion on her face. Damn it. Getting spanked twice by this kid actually aroused some inexplicable pleasure. Suddenly, Ning Tian raised his hand to cover his mouth, clearing his throat. Cough, cough, breaking the awkward silence. Then he pointed at Shi Wangmu and questioned sternly, if you want to know why I'm betting against the Supreme Divine Ruler, you could just ask, why the need to probe me like this? Shi Wangmu said indignantly. Then tell me, Why do you want to fleece them for 5 billion spirit coins? I can't believe you even dare to say it out loud. Ning Tian looked away, adding his assessment. You're a great emperor, and you think 5 billion is a lot? Don't think I don't know. You and my wife are the same, both loaded. Shi Wangmu also offered her analysis. 5 billion spirit coins isn't much to me. But 5,000 spirit origin stones are definitely different. Spirit origin stones contain a large amount of extremely rare ling qi, and their value is much higher than spirit coins. Saying that, Shi Wangmu gently stroked her chin, looking puzzled. So you need so many spirit origin stones. What on earth are you planning to do? Ning Tian raised his handsome face to look at her, smiling sincerely as he replied, I think the Heavenly Demon sect could cooperate with the Jade Pool Sacred Land, and then build a small teleportation pillar between the Heavenly Demon sect and the Jade Pool Sacred Land. Shi Wangmu was quite surprised by Ning Tian's bold idea, and once again lowered her head to contemplate, muttering to herself repeatedly, A teleportation pillar? Ning Tian waved his hand, expressing his great enthusiasm. He continued, I've heard that large teleportation pillars can cross continents in the heavenly spirit realm, but they consume too much energy, so usually no one can activate them, and they're left to gather dust. Small teleportation pillars, on the other hand, are quite convenient, and can teleport across the distance of a province. Ning Tian happily added, Right now, the relationship between Yaoqi Holy Land and the Heavenly Demon sect is pretty good. If we can build a teleportation pillar like this, it'll be much more convenient for mutual support in the future. After listening, Shi Wangmu's face showed a hint of hesitation, and she softly said, This. Then she fell silent, slightly furrowing her brows in thought. Throughout history, it's not uncommon for two forces to cooperate and form alliances. But building a teleportation pillar together means entrusting your back to the other party. If the benefits are equal, it's fine, but if they turn against you, the teleportation pillar will become a sharp blade stabbing you in the back. Moreover, our Yaoqi Holy Land has always secluded itself from the world, not interfering in mundane affairs. Thinking of this, Shi Wangmu pursed her lips, feeling a little awkward. But this is an invitation from the ancestral master, and I don't want to refuse outright like that. Seeming to read the hesitation in her heart, Ning Tian smiled and said, It's okay, I'm just mentioning it. If it's not possible, I won't force it. Shi Wangmu felt apologetic towards Ning Tian, but couldn't agree immediately, so she made an excuse to smooth things over. The important matters of the sect still need collective consideration. I'll go back and ask for everyone's opinion, and then give you an answer. Okay? Ning Tian readily replied. Okay, when you guys at Yaoqi have made your decision, just let the Heavenly Demon sect know. Afterwards, the two sat facing each other on the bed, heads lowered in silence. Then Shi Wangmu looked up at Ning Tian, her voice gentle and full of charm. Ancestral Master, we, making the atmosphere become magical and irresistible again. Ning Tian suddenly grabbed Shi Wangmu's hand, causing her to exclaim in surprise. Huh! Being unexpectedly dragged away by Ning Tian, Shi Wangmu cried out in surprise. Where are you taking me? Ning Tian didn't say a word but swung his arm forcefully, throwing Shi Wangmu outside, through the door. Before Shi Wangmu's eyes widened in shock, Ning Tian hurriedly said quickly, After the official business is done, I also need to cultivate. Here, Shi Wangmu, this is for you. At the same time, he was sweating profusely, muttering in his heart, If her seductive, alluring physique comes a few more times, I really might not be able to handle it. Standing in front of the door that Ning Tian had rudely slammed shut, Shi Wangmu muttered softly, Oh, dazed. Then she curled her lips into a mysterious smile. Very well, Ning Tian, you're very quick. Shi Wangmu materialized her aura, lifting herself up to fly, while licking her finger, saying to herself, Sooner or later, there will be a day when I'll make you become a subject under my skirt. Cut to 3 days later, at the imperial palace of the Supreme Divine Kingdom, the Supreme Ruler sat on his high throne, looking at the people below, and said in a scolding, annoyed tone, To think that this is the Supreme Divine Kingdom, yet not a single person can comprehend the nameless heavenly book. Erasure. You've disappointed me too much. Yue Ling stood respectfully with her hands folded, explaining bitterly, Father, please calm your anger. Although your daughter can sense a faint strand of aura, she hasn't been able to find a way to comprehend it from beginning to end. Qin Haoran, standing beside her, clenched his fist, cursing under his breath. Who knows how that damn ancestral master even learned it? Before he could finish speaking, Ning Tian appeared at the doorway, laughing loudly as he asked, How is it, ruler? Has any of your divine kingdom disciples been able to comprehend it? After Ning Tian stepped inside, facing the supreme ruler, the ruler confirmed, Ancestral Master, you've won. He took out a spatial ring to fulfill the bet. Everything you want is inside this ring. Ning Tian reached out to take the ring, smacking his lips in acknowledgement. The ruler truly keeps his word. Then he clenched the ring in his palm, cheerfully adding, So next is the matter I promised. Who should I choose to impart it to? Hearing Ning Tian say this, the imperial descendants below immediately clamored to recommend themselves. Me! Choose me, Ancestral Master. I've admired you for so long. Choose me, Ancestral Master. If you choose me, I'll offer incense and pray for your blessings every day. Seeing the scene, more noisy and chaotic than a market, Yue Ling and Jin couldn't help but shrink back in shock. Ning Tian suddenly stretched out his arm, pointing towards the crowd in front of him, aiming straight towards Yue Ling, accompanied by the statement, Choose Princess Yue Ling. Qin Haoran, who was beside her, made his opposition clear. While pointing at Yue Ling, he questioned loudly, Wait a minute. It was Princess Yu Ling who led him into the supreme secret realm. Aren't you two in cahoots with each other? Being accused without basis, Princess Yu Ling retorted indignantly, Qin Haoran, when I led the Ancestral Master into the supreme secret realm, I didn't know his true identity yet. Besides, didn't you also fail to recognize the Ancestral Master in the secret realm? Being at a loss for words at the other party's argument, Qin Haoran gnashed his teeth and said unreasonably, HMPH. Lies sound reasonable. Who can say for sure? Ning Tian suddenly spoke, interrupting their argument. Princess Yue Ling's aptitude can be ranked in the top 3 among all the princesses and princes. She's a good seed, and she also had some fate with me before. Ning Tian glared at Qin Haoran's sulky face, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I'm not picking her. Am I supposed to pick you, a great prince who's always at odds with me? He choked on his anger, managing to sputter out, You. Then he turned to Yu Ling, cheerfully asking, Princess Yu Ling, all ready to go? She nodded eagerly, replying, Yup. Ning Tian extended his hand towards Yue Ling, secretly ordering the system in his mind, Activate knowledge transfer talent. The electronic screen immediately responded, Activating knowledge transfer talent. Activation successful. After receiving the power from the system, Ning Tian pressed his finger between Yue Ling's eyebrows. Soon after, a magic circle appeared on the ground, and Yue Ling in the center slowly floated upwards. Ning Tian, having finished, turned to leave, adding as an afterthought, All right, she'll be able to comprehend the supreme Hongyuan palm in a bit. I'm heading out. But Qin Haoran, behind him, wouldn't let Ning Tian leave, angrily shouting in pursuit, The supreme Hongyuan palm is a heaven-ranked skill. How can you comprehend it successfully in such a short time? The supreme ruler, hearing his son's words, also wavered internally, expressing disbelief, calling out to stop him, Wait! Don't tell me you're trying to run away? What if Yue Ling doesn't succeed in comprehending it? Ning Tian paused, but didn't bother turning around, only scoffing, You guys definitely couldn't do it, but if I teach her, she'll definitely comprehend it. Qin Haoran loudly argued. What a load of hot air! But the supreme ruler, with a displeased expression, reminded, Haoran, watch your tongue. At this moment, Yue Ling's eyes suddenly shone like headlights. Golden lingqi spiraled around her body, dazzlingly bright, accompanied by astonished cries, Ah, ah. Soon after, a surprised voice rang out. The supreme aura. It's so immense. Could the Ancestral Master really have taught Princess Yue Ling in just a moment? Ning Tian, having completed his task, turned to leave, saying, See ya! Seeing him go, Qin Haoran looked at the old ruler, yelling, Father, are we just going to let him leave like that? What if he's tricking us? The old ruler didn't let him finish, interrupting, The Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect is incredibly intelligent. The relationship between the Righteous Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Sect is already so strained. He wouldn't be foolish enough to make enemies for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yue Ling opened her eyes at this moment. She then gently landed on the ground. Seeing this, the old ruler asked, Yue Ling, how is it? Yue Ling lowered her head, honestly replying, Reporting to Father, I've grasped the highest form of the supreme Hongyuan palm. The people in the main hall, hearing this, were incredulous, exclaiming, The highest form. Qin Haoran, his face darkened, mumbled jealously, From novice to the highest realm in just a moment? I didn't realize it before. Turns out you're a peerless genius too, huh? He looked back at Yue Ling, worrying to himself, Yue Ling has always seen me as a powerful enemy. Now that she's learned the Supreme Hongyuan Palm, my position will likely be greatly affected. The Supreme Ruler casually asked Yue Ling, "Is what you say true?" Yue Ling didn't rush to answer, but condensed a ball of Hongyuan qi in her palm, then said, "Saying much is useless, you can all distinguish it for yourselves." She then spread her legs, taking a stance, and swung her hand, releasing the ball of Hongyuan qi, making it grow larger. Finally, a palm slammed straight down onto the ground. The shockwave of Hongyuan qi rippled outwards, causing all the officials below to be pushed back. The old ruler finally believed it was true, assessing, saying, "Indeed, it is the highest form of the Supreme Hongyuan Palm." He then laughed loudly. "Ha ha! My supreme divine kingdom, after so many years, finally has a peerless genius." The officials below immediately cupped their fists, echoing, "Congratulations, ruler! A great occasion! A great occasion!" Yue Ling didn't think so, immediately shaking her head in rebuttal. "No, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not a peerless genius either." She recalled Ning Tian's figure, then displayed a look of reverence, saying, "Everything is thanks to the Ancestral Master." The Ancestral Master has thousands upon thousands of ways to comprehend the Supreme Hongyuan Palm, each one recording in detail from novice to the highest understanding. As long as you're an ordinary person, following the Ancestral Master's records, you'll easily reach the highest form. The officials below, hearing this, couldn't help but curiously exclaim, "Thousands upon thousands? But he's only learned the Supreme Hongyuan Palm for a few days. How could he do that?" The old ruler had already stepped down from the throne, praising, saying, "Worthy of being the Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, with a resounding reputation." He then grasped Yue Ling's hand, happily asking again, "Yue Ling, is what you said true? Then can you?" Yue Ling interrupted, smiling, "Father, I know what you want to say, but the Ancestral Master must have used some method. After I chose a method, all the remaining methods of comprehension disappeared." Hearing this, the smile on the old ruler's face vanished. He sighed, saying, "Oh well, it's good enough that someone among the disciples of the Divine Kingdom can inherit the old ancestors' belongings." The old ruler then looked at the ministers below and issued a decree. "By my special decree, from this moment on, no one is allowed to provoke the Heavenly Demon Sect. Whoever causes trouble will have their entire clan annihilated." The ministers below immediately bowed and replied, "We respectfully obey your Majesty's decree." Suddenly, Qin Haoran stepped forward, cupped his fist in protest. "Father, there's no need for that. If word gets out, won't people say the Supreme Divine Kingdom is afraid of the Heavenly Demon Sect?" The old ruler, hearing this, angrily rebuked, "Short-sighted fool!" The Heavenly Demon Sect's Empress handed over the Qi Saint Lord. "Do you want the Supreme Divine Kingdom to incur their wrath?" In the end, all the court officials turned and left, with someone's sigh echoing, "This legendary founding master is even harder to deal with than we imagined." At the same time, outside the main street, Ning Tian walked along, chin in hand, muttering, "Ugh, I overdid the show, I forgot the most important thing." He smacked his lips, looking regretful, and said, "I should have stayed there to enjoy their shock. Who knows? I might have gotten some rewards." Suddenly, Zhu Yuanbao came running, panting. "Founding Master, I've finally found you." Ning Tian stared blankly, asking, "What are you waiting for me for?" Zhu Yuanbao, pulling his hand and running, explained, "Tian Meiji is looking for you. Hurry to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion with me." Ning Tian asked suspiciously, "What does she want from me?" A moment later, in front of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, seeing him arrive, a group of people respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Founding Master." Seeing this, Ning Tian exclaimed, "So grand." Tian Mei, with her pipe exhaling smoke, came out, smiling. "I've long heard of the Founding Master's great name. Meeting you today, you're truly handsome and unrestrained, extraordinary and refined. Your esteemed presence makes our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion even brighter." She then bowed, holding her chest respectfully, and greeted, "Tian Mei, the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, pays her respects to the Founding Master." Suddenly, she approached and placed her hand on his shoulder, saying, "I didn't expect that the mysterious auctioneer that day was actually the legendary Founding Master. Founding Master is truly amazing." Ning Tian casually replied, I also didn't expect that the top auction master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is actually its pavilion master. You're not simple either, she thought in surprise. Very few people are not disturbed by the intoxicating fragrance of drunken dream. How can he be so calm? Tian Mei then stepped back, squinting and smiling, saying, with your Earth King realm strength, bullying those great emperors present, this courage alone is enough to make people admire you, Ning Tian indifferently asked. So, what business does Pavilion Master Tian Mei have for me today? Hearing this, Tian Mei also became serious, and reached into her chest, searching for something. She then took out a spatial ring and offered, this is the Ling Qi coins that Founding Master paid during the auction a few days ago. Tian Mei is returning them in full, hoping that Founding Master can consider a business collaboration between the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ning Tian was a bit interested and said, tell me more. Tian Mei then said, the Heavenly Demon Sect is vast, and must need quite a few cultivation materials such as elixirs and weapons. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is willing to provide these, and will give the Heavenly Demon Sect a 30% discount on prices. Ning Tian then asked, what are your conditions? He questioned inwardly. With such a large quantity and a 30% discount, it could really save quite a bit of spending. But why is this Tian Mei so kind? Tian Mei then approached Ning Tian closely and whispered, there are no conditions. It's purely out of admiration for the Founding Master, and a desire to befriend you and the Heavenly Demon Sect. Ning Tian remained unmoved internally, smiling. Since ancient times, free things have always been the most expensive. He closed his eyes and said seriously, I'll decide on this matter after I go back and discuss it. Tian Mei happily replied, haha, of course. At that time, if the Founding Master has any plans, you can always find Zhu Yuanbao to notify me. Ning Tian then left with Zhu Yuanbao. Seeing this, Tian Mei looked at the spatial ring floating in the air and called out, Founding Master, these Ling Qi coins. Ning Tian turned his face back, waved his hand and smiled. No need. I don't really like owing favors to others. Not long after Ning Tian and Zhu Yuanbao left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, a figure in black robes suddenly appeared behind Tian Mei. The old man in black robes hesitated and said, Pavilion Master, is there a need to treat him so well? He is. Tian Mei interrupted him before he could finish, saying, Old Tugana, don't say too much. As a merchant, you should know how to choose. The more you invest, the more you receive. Scene change to the Heavenly Demon Sect, Western Continent, Heavenly Spirit City. Luo Wuxing, with her hands clasped behind her back, walked down the steps, indifferently asking, Supreme Elder, have the people from the Righteous Alliance been quiet recently? The Supreme Elder bowed and replied, They have been. It's said that the Righteous Alliance has a peerless genius recently, so they're very arrogant, even a bit audacious. Luo Wuxing, hearing this, darkened her face and coldly snorted, Send the word down. When encountering those from the Righteous Alliance, there's no need to show mercy or hold back. The Supreme Elder immediately obeyed. Understood. Also, I remember something and added, That's right, it's said that the Supreme Divine Kingdom has been thrown into chaos by someone named Ning Shuai recently. Not only were the treasures in the secret realm all looted, but it's even said that he's affecting the establishment of the Divine Kingdom's... I don't know if it's true or false. Lootage. Luo Wuxing was slightly surprised, repeating, Ning Shuai. She remembered Ning Tian and blushed, secretly speculating. Could it be? Calculating the time, it's been a few days now. I wonder how he is now. Just at this moment, a familiar voice echoed from the distant sky. Luo Wuxing immediately looked up and saw Ning Tian riding a rock, flying back. The Tianma sect disciples cheered excitedly. Grandmaster! It's the Grandmaster returning. Right then, Ning Tian jumped off the rock and flew towards Luo Wuxing. Landing in front of her, he asked loudly, Old hag, did you miss me? Luo Wuxing replied nonchalantly, So, Tasso. Suddenly, Ning Tian lunged forward and grabbed her shoulders, then hugged Luo Wuxing tightly, saying, But I missed you a lot. Just as they were serving up dog food, the Supreme Elder cleared his throat and asked, Grandmaster, did you gain anything from this trip? Ning Tian then took out 3 storage rings and replied with a grin, Of course. Seeing Ning Tian hugging Luo Wuxing with one arm and throwing out treasures that piled up like a mountain with the other, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Luo Wuxing was shocked. Ning Tian, cultivation techniques, Ling Qi coins, and even Ling Yuan stones. Ning Tian, Did you go robbing? The Supreme Elder also closed his eyes in disbelief, blurting out, "Not to mention the 5 billion Ling Qi coins. Just those star origin stones alone are worth more than I can imagine." The system immediately issued a notification. "You have surprised Luo Wuxing. You have amazed the Supreme Elder. Reward: Cultivation Talent Faith Upgrade, expanding from the previous tens of meters to a distance of 100 meters. Ning Tian covered his face and chuckled, saying, "Old hag, let me tell you all about it." After 1 incense stick's worth of time, Ning Tian finally finished explaining everything. Luo Wuxing propped her chin with a finger, as if she understood, and said, "So, you won the bet with the Supreme Country Lord, and all this stuff is the stakes from the two of you?" Beside her, the Supreme Elder couldn't help but sigh in admiration after hearing this. "Oh my god, you actually bet with that great emperor. I wouldn't even dare to think about that in my entire life." But he pointed at Ning Tian and asked loudly, "Grandmaster, did you piss off the Supreme Country Lord to death? Isn't Shenzhou City just looking down on our Tianma sect?" Ning Tian laughed and said, "It's not that bad. He should be thanking me, since I found him an outstanding successor after all." Suddenly, Ning Tian's face darkened, and he pointed at the group of Supreme Elders, saying unhappily, "It's getting late, and it's a little chilly. Supreme Elders, you should all go back and rest early." Luo Wuxing asked in confusion, "Chilly? It's not even evening yet, and the weather is nice today." Ning Tian put his arm around Luo Wuxing and chuckled. "Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Why wait until evening?" Which made her blush with embarrassment as she called him. Immediately after, Ning Tian used the Yulong steps to carry Luo Wuxing away, while loudly instructing, "Supreme Elder, please collect these items for me first, and we'll divide them tomorrow." The Supreme Elder replied listlessly, "Yes, Grandmaster." A moment later, Ning Tian carried Luo Wuxing back to his bedroom, where Luo Wuxing, pinned on the bed by Ning Tian, flushed with anger and yelled, "Let me go! There are so many people watching. How can you do this in broad daylight?" Ning Tian leaned close to her face, smiled mischievously, and asked, "What are you saying, old hag? Are you thinking about something naughty?" Luo Wuxing replied softly, "I didn't." Ning Tian then released her and said seriously, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I have something important to discuss with you." Luo Wuxing remained lying on the bed and asked, "What is it?" Ning Tian raised 2 fingers and said seriously, "2 things. First, Tianbao Pavilion wants to cooperate with our Tianma sect and has agreed to provide resources at a 30% discount. Second, I want to use the 5 billion Ling Qi coins, along with the 5,000 star origin stones and the sacred land's Jiaoqi Pond, to build a teleportation pillar." After hearing this, Luo Wuxing hesitated slightly and looked at Ning Tian, saying, "The Tianma sect does consume quite a lot of resources in terms of cultivation. If we can cooperate with Tianbao Pavilion, the remaining Ling Qi coins can be used for other things. We can try cooperating for now. But the teleportation pillar..." Ning Tian then explained the importance of Jiaoqi. "Now the Righteous Alliance and us are like fire and water. If we really fight in the future, then having one more ally is better. For now, the Jiaoqi Sacred Land is probably the most trustworthy of the forces in Tianling City." Luo Wuxing sat up and asked, "The Jiaoqi Sacred Land has always been neutral. Are you sure they will agree?" Ning Tian then smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I can tell that the Queen Mother of the West doesn't oppose my proposal. She will convince them." Luo Wuxing nodded. "Since the establishment of the Tianma sect, we have never allied with any force. If it's your suggestion, we can consider it." Seeing that she had agreed, Ning Tian pounced and said with a smile, "Old hag, let me nom." Seeing Ning Tian's expression, Luo Wuxing reached out and blocked his face, angrily questioning, "You're so happy, because it's more convenient to meet those fox spirits from the Jiaoqi Sacred Land, right?" Ning Tian quickly waved his hand, explaining, "How could that be?" Ning Tian suddenly frowned when he saw Luo Wuxing's sad expression. He then reached out and lifted her face, teasing, "Are you jealous?" Luo Wuxing snorted coldly. "How ridiculous! Would this empress be jealous? Sure." Ning Tian then pinned Luo Wuxing down on the bed and asked with a smile, "Old hag, now that we've finished discussing the serious matters, shouldn't we discuss some deeper issues? I've been gone for so long, didn't you really miss me?" Suddenly, Luo Wuxing reached out and pulled Ning Tian down. She took the initiative and placed a kiss on Ning Tian's lips first, causing him to blush with embarrassment. After letting him go, her face flushed as she asked, Tell me. And so it goes. What's meant to happen will happen, but you gotta pay VIP to see what happens next, bros. Scene change. Somewhere in Yaoqi, the Queen Mother of the West and the elders are fully activating an ancient coffin to suppress the surging demonic energy below. The true demon below looked up and sneered, roaring, "I am a true demon. You think you can suppress me?" The Queen Mother of the West raised her hand, channeling more Lingqi, and angrily shouted, "Insolent! I don't believe you can escape from this soul-locking coffin." Faced with the overwhelming power of the soul coffin, the weakened true demon could only threaten loudly, "Yaoqi Holy Land, as long as you can't kill me, I will return sooner or later to paint Yaoqi red with blood." The true demon's voice faded as he was completely swallowed by the soul-locking coffin. A moment later, the elders knelt behind the Queen Mother of the West, worried. "Holy Mother, Yaoqi has suppressed this true demon for tens of thousands of years, but we have never been able to kill him. Now the sealing power is weakening. I'm afraid." The Queen Mother of the West turned her head, reassuring, "It's all right. This soul-locking coffin is a treasure of the Zenma Great Emperor. He won't cause any trouble." Physique. What do you all think about my earlier suggestion to form an alliance with the Heavenly Demon sect? The white-haired elder behind her hesitated. Another with black hair suggested, "How about we hold a general meeting to gather everyone's opinions?" Finding this suggestion reasonable, the Queen Mother of the West waved her hand, ordering, "Inform everyone to immediately gather in the main hall to discuss this important matter." Scene change. At Moon Reflection Cliff, Ning Tian sits in meditation at the summit, his body enveloped in dazzling Ling Qi, radiating like a halo. Below him, many disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect are also sitting cross-legged in cultivation. Along with this, a notification from the system. Absorbing faith energy, 3, faith energy, 3, current faith energy storage, 950, 1000. Suddenly, a female disciple, looking weak, clutched her chest and moaned, "Grandmaster, my chest hurts so much." Owen next to her stepped on her calf and whined, "Grandmaster, my legs hurt." Ning Tian's eyes were closed, but the anger in his heart was rising fiercely. He opened his eyes and glared down, pointing at the weak disciples below and shouting, "Everyone, be serious! Anyone who isn't cultivating properly will get a beating. Do you hear me?" Seeing his fierce expression, the female disciples not only weren't upset, but were completely infatuated and admiring. "Wow! Grandmaster is so attractive. A real man. Oh heavens! So handsome. Grandmaster, hit me harder. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower." Not expecting this awkward situation, Ning Tian frowned and grumbled in his mind, "Damn it, my wife has been saying she's tired lately, telling me I have to train outstanding disciples before she'll let me back in bed, but these guys are too hopeless." Overwhelmed, Ning Tian lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought. Then, he took out a storage ring, cheering excitedly, "Got it! Lots of weapons and cultivation techniques." Weapons and cultivation techniques from the ring rained down before the astonished faces of the Heavenly Demon sect disciples. Along with Ning Tian's hearty words, "Here are all kinds of profound rank martial arts techniques, and some magical treasures. Take your pick. Grandmaster will help you become elites of the Heavenly Demon sect." Hearing this, the disciples began to cheer excitedly. "Grandmaster, is this real? Am I dreaming? Martial arts, cultivation techniques, and magical treasures are all for us? Grandmaster is mighty. Grandmaster is generous." A notification suddenly rang in Ning Tian's head. "You have shocked the disciples, rewarding you with the Ghost Artisan Divine Skill." Ghost Artisan Divine Skill? Can forge weapons? Ning Tian scratched his cheek, thinking, self-made weapons, huh? Even if I don't need it now, it will be very convenient later if I have good materials. Suddenly, a disciple opened a cultivation manual and looked up at Ning Tian, asking for guidance. "Grandmaster, how do I cultivate this iron fist technique?" In a flash, Ning Tian left the mountain peak and landed in front of the disciple. He lowered his voice. "Let me take a look." At this moment, the system began to upload information, activating the imparting knowledge talent. Activation successful. Ning Tian pressed his index finger between the disciple's eyebrows, asking, "Do you understand now?" Under Ning Tian's transmission of knowledge. After a moment, the male disciple's cheeks flushed red. He gratefully clenched his fist, full of power, and exclaimed, "So this iron fist is that simple. Disciple was ignorant. Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." Seeing this, The Heavenly Demon sect disciples swarmed over, scrambling. "Grandmaster is amazing! Grandmaster, I don't understand either. Teach me! Me too! Me too!" Ning Tian quickly raised his hand to calm them down. "Calm down! Calm down! One at a time! One at a time!" Half a day later, with Ning Tian's instruction, the Heavenly Demon sect disciples had all acquired a skill suitable for themselves. Ning Tian looked at them with a pleased aura, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling and asking, "Have you all finished cultivating?" Hearing the question, the disciples looked overjoyed, bowing before Ning Tian. "Thank you for your guidance, Grandmaster." At the same time, the system panel popped up with update info. Absorbing faith energy +1, faith energy +2, faith energy +3. Currently accumulated faith energy reaches 1000. Ready to go. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted in the wind, tickling Ning Tian's nose, making him feel a sense of familiarity. Ning Tian turned his head, seeing the beautiful Luo Wuxing flying over. He said affectionately, "Wifey, are you here to pick me up to go home?" Luo Wuxing looked at him and smiled. "Returning home can wait. First come with me to the medicine hall. Elder Yao needs to see you." Ning Tian softly asked, "Elder Yao wants to see me?" Could it be that the pill concoction was successful? Without waiting for Luo Wuxing to reply, Ning Tian hugged her and flew up on Yulong. "Then let's go." Not long after, at the medicine hall of the Heavenly Demon sect, Elder Yao was restless and paced back and forth outside the hall. Seeing Ning Tian carrying Luo Wuxing flying over, he exclaimed with joy, "Empress, Ancestor, you've arrived." After landing on the ground, Luo Wuxing asked, "Elder Yao, how's the pill?" Elder Yao stood with his hands behind his back and replied with shame, "Ancestor, forgive this old man's incompetence. After studying for more than 2 days, I still dare not proceed rashly." Then he rubbed his forehead in distress and continued, "This pill requires a lot of medicinal materials, and they are very precious. The requirements for the distribution ratio are extremely strict. A slight mistake could lead to an explosion of the furnace. If it fails, these medicinal materials may be destroyed." Ning Tian pondered, repeating Elder Yao's words to himself. "If it fails, these medicinal materials may be destroyed." Elder Yao suddenly raised a finger, saying hesitantly, "Looking throughout the heavenly spirit domain, there is only one person who has this ability." Ning Tian eagerly asked. "Who?" Luo Wuxing beside him suddenly spoke up. "This person," Yao Di Lin Feng Tianbeng turned to her, puzzled. "Medicine Emperor Lin Feng, who is he?" Luo Wuxing looked up at him, parted her lips, and replied with a knowing smile, "Your love rival." Ning Tian was startled and exclaimed, "Huh? Love rival? Why does he look so shocked and incredulous?" Luo Wuxing felt her pride hurt, and said with a sullen face, "Isn't it normal for you to have a few love rivals?" Ning Tian hurriedly waved his hand and laughed, explaining, "No, no." Then he suddenly pulled Luo Wuxing close to him, looked at her with adoring eyes, and praised flatteringly, "My wifey is as beautiful as a goddess, devastatingly gorgeous. If you didn't have 7, 8, 9, 10 love rivals, then there would be a problem." Then, Ning Tian regained his serious expression and questioned Luo Wuxing, "However, who exactly is this Lin Feng?" Luo Wuxing looked away and softly replied, "Lin Feng is the sect master of the spirit medicine sect, which can be considered an imperial realm force that is neither large nor small." Elder Yao stroked his beard and continued the Empress's words. "But because he himself is a quasi-emperor level powerhouse and has superb alchemy skills, he is respected by the world as the medicine emperor." That's right, Lin Feng, his alchemy skills in the heavenly spirit domain, if he's second, no one would dare claim first. Ning Tian's expression was a little somber, and he muttered unhappily, "According to this, only he can refine my pill?" He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I can't let my wifey beg others for my sake." Luo Wuxing seemed to sense Ning Tian's feelings, and reassured him, "Don't worry too much. We don't have to beg him. We just need to spend spirit coins to ask him to help refine the pill." Ning Tian looked at his wife in amazement, asking, "Wifey, how do you know what I'm thinking?" Then he snuggled into Luo Wuxing's chest like a child, feigning coquettishness and asking, "What if Lin Feng doesn't accept the deal?" While inwardly inhaling deeply and secretly sighing, "So fragrant." Luo Wuxing showed a dangerous look on her face and replied with a smirk, "Doesn't accept? A mere quasi-emperor. Then we'll beat him until he accepts." Ning Tian suddenly asked, Wifey, is that spirit medicine sect very rich? Luo Wuxing was slightly stunned by the question, but also gently explained. It doesn't have much money, but it has a lot of medicinal materials. Ning Tian suddenly put on a treacherous smile, with a cryptic saying, for alchemists, money is just an external possession. Medicinal materials are the most precious treasures. Luo Wuxing couldn't help but wonder, what do you want to do? Ning Tian turned and walked away, covering one side of his face, and replied with a perfunctory smile, nothing. Then, he raised his arm and released his aura, announcing, depart for the spirit medicine sect tomorrow. Elder Yao looked at Ning Tian, who was standing with his hands on his hips, laughing maniacally, and broke out in a cold sweat, turning to ask Luo Wuxing, Empress, is the spirit medicine sect about to encounter misfortune? Luo Wuxing softly hummed in confirmation. The next morning, under the gentle sunlight and light falling peach blossoms, with the presence of the elders of the Heavenly Demon sect, Ning Tian gently took Luo Wuxing's hand, looking at her affectionately, and asked, Wifey, do you really want to go find the medicine emperor with me? Luo Wuxing's cheeks flushed with love, and softly replied, if only Lin Feng is capable of refining your pill, if this empress shows up, he probably won't refuse. Ning Tian heard this, and happily said, Wifey is so good, always thinking of me. Then he turned his head and called the Supreme Elder by name to instruct, Supreme Elder, if people from the Jade Pool Holy Land or the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion come, you receive them. The Supreme Elder received the order and replied, yes, Ancestor. With the arrangements settled, Luo Wuxing gently said to her husband, hold me tight. Ning Tian immediately climbed onto her, pressed his face into her chest, and said coquettishly, it's been hard on you, wifey. Then the two of them shot into the sky like shooting stars and left. Scene changed to Western Continent, Spirit Medicine Sect, where there is a large stone statue depicting Lin Feng. While passing by the statue, a patrolman put his hands behind his head, leisurely sighing and complaining, patrolling every day, it's too boring. The person next to him smiled in agreement. That's right. Who can come to the Spirit Medicine Sect without begging everywhere? Who dares to act recklessly in our Spirit Medicine Sect? Suddenly, someone's voice rang out loudly. Wow! Such a big statue! Hearing the movement, the three people below looked up and saw Ning Tian and Luo Wuxing on top of the statue. Ning Tian looked down and smiled, sighing, I didn't expect Lin Feng to be quite narcissistic. Hearing this, several disciples of the Spirit Medicine Sect pointed at the two of them. Ning Tian scolded, impudent! Who are you? Not only are you speaking disrespectfully, but you're also stepping on the statue of the great medicine emperor of our Spirit Medicine Sect. Get down here, or don't blame our Spirit Medicine Sect for being impolite. Luo Wuxing didn't even bother to acknowledge them. Sound waves started to spread powerful energy outwards, sending the patrolling disciples flying and sprawling on the ground. Soon after, a person with aura-like surging waves appeared, laughing loudly, echoing through the space, haha. He landed on the ground, cheerfully greeting, Wuxing, long time no see. The two disciples behind him were so shocked they almost fell over, exclaiming, what? She's the Heavenly Demon Sect's Empress? Suddenly, Ning Tian jumped down from the statue, questioning with a hostile attitude. Who allowed you to call her that? Are you even worthy? Seeing the young man landing and glaring daggers at him, Lin Feng asked confusedly, Kid, who are you? Then he frowned slightly. Gritting his teeth, he said annoyedly, the Empress and I are friends. Who are you to butt in on how we address each other? Luo Wuxing also landed next to Ning Tian immediately, looking at the person opposite with a cold attitude, asking, Lin Feng, since when were you friends with this Empress? She hooked her arm around Ning Tian's, her cheeks flushed as she continued. Besides, this is my husband. Of course he can express his dissatisfaction with your way of addressing me. Lin Feng heard this like a bolt from the blue, clutching his head and yelling, what? She's married. Then, he blanked out, muttering absent-mindedly, I only went into seclusion for a while, and she's already married? No. I don't believe it. This isn't as simple as it seems. This kid must have used some tricks. Then, he tried to suppress his emotions, grudgingly praising his love rival insincerely. So you're the Empress's husband. My respects, my respects. Truly a handsome and extraordinary ancestor. Ning Tian replied with a poker face. Not at all, not at all. Just a bit more handsome than you. Making Lin Feng's face darken, clenching his fist angrily, muttering in his heart, This guy is shamelessly extreme. Wuxing has really been fooled. He decided to go all in against Ning Tian by raising his pinky finger, squinting his eyes with disdain and sneering, "Ha ha! Ancestor is truly joking. Ancestor only has the meager strength of the Earth King realm. I advise you to be more modest. Stop showing off, otherwise you'll get hurt later." Ning Tian parted his lips, smiling as he replied, "Medicine Emperor is right. My strength is indeed too weak." "Too weak," Lin Feng was self-satisfied, looking at him and snorting. "You know what's good for you." Ning Tian wrapped his arm around Luo Wuxing's waist, softly whining, "I cultivated too late last night. My shoulders hurt again, honey. Give me a shoulder rub." Hearing this, Luo Wuxing blushed, looking at him shyly, while muttering in her heart, "This guy always hits people where it hurts." Although she was scolding him like that, she still compliantly gently massaged Ning Tian's shoulders, giving the guy an opportunity to show off to Lin Feng. "Ah, my honey's little hands are still the most comfortable for massages." Witnessing that scene, the three disciples of the spirit medicine sect widened their eyes in disbelief, noisily discussing, "Damn it, the woman I love is actually in front of him like a little bird nestled in his arms. Oh my god, it's really as legendary as the rumors say. The Empress is like a small woman in front of him." Meanwhile, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, frozen and speechless. Then Ning Tian stood up, pulling Luo Wuxing closer to him, pretending to be ashamed, and said, "Honey, I'm sorry. It took me too much time to go from martial warrior to the peak of Earth King realm." Luo Wuxing showed a sympathetic attitude. Only 2 or 3 months to achieve such achievements is already a genius among geniuses. Saying that, she turned to look at Lin Feng, adding, "As far as I know, even Medicine Emperor took decades to advance from a 1-star martial warrior to the peak of Earth King realm," causing him to darken his face and bite his lip in anger. Looking at their harmonious relationship, although Lin Feng felt uncomfortable in his heart, he was still sober enough to think, Wuxing can actually cooperate with this kid like that. Could it be that she really saw his extraordinary talent and married him? Forget it. Continuing to argue is meaningless. After coming to terms with himself, Lin Feng addressed them, asking seriously, "May I ask what brings the Empress and Ancestor to my spirit medicine sect?" Luo Wuxing's sweet voice rang out in reply, "This Empress has come to ask you to concoct pills." Lin Feng frowned slightly, asking in surprise, "May I ask what kind of pills does the Great Empress want to concoct? Do you have the ingredients?" This time, Ning Tian took out a box, pushing it towards Lin Feng, replying in place of his wife, "The ingredients are all in here." After using his spirit energy to briefly check the medicinal herbs inside, Lin Feng lowered his voice. "Based on the ingredients, concocting this medicinal pill is not too difficult." Ning Tian took out the 2 medicinal herbs he got from the visit to the Supreme Divine Kingdom, and said, "Wait, there are these 2 as well." Lin Feng looked at them, stammering, "This is the 100-year 9 Phoenix cold ice grass and the 1,000-year thunder heart fruit." In his heart, an anxiety rose up, wondering, this kid is clearly only in the Earth King realm. Why does he need such high-level ingredients? Even stranger, I can't recognize what kind of pill it is. At this moment, the system board in Ning Tian's head displayed a new notification. "You have shocked Medicine Emperor Lin Feng, receiving the Pill Dao Mastery Reward." Currently, Pill Dao Mastery is in the preliminary stage. Rewards the Pill Dao Insight Experience card. After use, you can achieve the Insight level of Pill Dao. The experience time is 1 hour. Invalid after use. Seeing Lin Feng recognize what was in his hand, Ning Tian smiled and praised. "As expected of Medicine Emperor, you know your stuff." Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, suddenly saying, "Sorry, I can't concoct this pill," causing the disciples behind him to exclaim in surprise, "How can that be? Is there a pill that the Medicine Emperor can't concoct?" Luo Wuxing questioned suspiciously. "Lin Feng, you better not be using this as an excuse to refuse." Although he didn't want to admit his shortcomings, Lin Feng was forced to explain. "The ingredients you provided are too precious. The pill that is concocted with them must be at least of immortal grade. The slightest mistake could cause the furnace to explode. I admit, I don't have a foolproof method." Ning Tian was not disappointed. Instead, he curled his lips, sighing and smiling. "Sigh, if the Medicine Emperor can't, then I can only do it myself," causing the people around him to exclaim in disbelief, "What?" The spirit medicine sect disciples all turned their attention to Ning Tian, their expressions doubtful and mocking. "What bragging! If you could refine it, why would you even come to our spirit medicine sect?" "Exactly. A medicinal pill that even our medicine emperor couldn't refine. I doubt anyone in the entire heavenly spirit domain can. Aren't you afraid of the wind making your tongue twist? Luo Wuxing looked at her husband, slightly surprised, and softly called out, Ning Tian. She wanted to ask, but it wasn't convenient to say it out loud, so she whispered in her heart, when did you learn pill refinement? As if reading the Empress's thoughts, Ning Tian gently stroked her delicate chin and reassured her softly, don't worry, wife. Luo Wuxing genuinely trusted him and replied, I believe you. You can always turn the impossible into the possible. Lin Feng looked at Ning Tian with concern, offering his advice. I can't sense any level of pill refinement from Ancestor's body. How will Ancestor refine this medicinal pill? The 9 Phoenix cold ice herb and the Thunderheart fruit are extremely rare. It would be a shame if Ancestor wasted such top-grade medicinal materials. Ning Tian remained calm as ever, firmly saying, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At the same time, he raised his right arm, requesting help from the medicine emperor. Find me a cauldron that can refine immortal pills. Lin Feng complied with Ning Tian's request, spreading his hand and summoning a dazzling cauldron, emphasizing, my spirit medicine sect naturally has pill-refining cauldrons that can refine immortal pills. Then, he pushed the cauldron upwards, making it bigger, and proudly introduced it. Ancestor, this is one of my treasures, a low-grade immortal artifact, the 3-legged golden cauldron. Oh! Ning Tian's voice sounded from behind his messy bangs. Thank you, Medicine Emperor. Ning Tian took a big step towards the pill-refining cauldron, while ordering the system in his head. System. Use the Saint-level Pill Refinement Experience card. The electronic screen displayed a series of feedback information. Using Saint-level Pill Refinement Experience card. Usage successful. Host has received 1 hour of Saint-level Pill Refinement experience, gaining the skill of whole-body pill refinement. Ning Tian was enveloped by a flame-like aura, his eyes burning brightly. He crossed his arms and opened the lid of the pill-refining cauldron. Then, with a decisive push, he threw all the common ingredients needed for refining immortal pills into the cauldron. Ning Tian used the power of his inner true fire, starting to heat the refining cauldron. Recognizing the true fire Ning Tian was using, Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, Saint-level pill fire! He's already reached the saint level in Pill Dao. At the same time, he thought to himself, every alchemist who steps into Pill Dabio will naturally have the ability to ignite flames. The higher the quality of the pill, and the color of the pill's flame, the higher the alchemist's level in Pill Dabio. Watching the streams of flame-like medicinal energy flowing and dancing, Lin Feng secretly concluded, the pill fire he's displaying is one of the strongest pill fires in Pill Dao. Ning Tian raised 2 fingers wrapped in a bit of flame to observe, then mentally assessed. Explosive fire is Yang. After extracting 3 parts of Yang and adding 7 parts of Yin, Yin and Yang support each other in a 3:7 ratio. He concentrated intensely, observing the flames and noticing that the time had come. The flickering flame was the moment to extract the 3 parts. Then, Ning Tian simultaneously threw the Thunderheart fruit and the 9 Phoenix cold ice herb, representing the yin aspect, into the refining cauldron. Yin and Yang merged together, causing the cauldron to float high up, with cold and fiery energy billowing out, occupying the entire space. Witnessing this amazing scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, what skill in regulating yin and yang! Controlling the flames like this is truly incredible. At this moment, in the sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered, accompanied by rumbling thunder and lightning. Lin Feng looked up, slightly surprised, muttering to himself, celestial phenomenon. Could Ancestor have refined some high-grade immortal pill? Bolts of lightning from above suddenly converged and struck down at the refining cauldron hanging below. Lin Feng saw this, breaking out in a cold sweat, his expression changing as he exclaimed in panic, not good. If the heavenly lightning strikes the pill cauldron, it will definitely explode. The medicine will also be destroyed. The terrifying lightning above continued to strike down at the pill refining cauldron. Ning Tian pointed a finger, conjuring a small chi ball to block the lightning, and yelled at the top of his lungs, condense. With lightning bolts constantly hammering down, a series of rumbling sounds kept coming from the furnace, followed by a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Blinding light erupted, making everyone's eyes water, and you couldn't see jack squat around the furnace. Luo Wuxing screamed in panic. Ning Tian, 2 disciples from Spirit Medicine sect, recovering from the shockwave, also landed behind Lin Feng to get a better look. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still dumbfounded, clicking his tongue. Damn it, knew it, furnace blew up after all, huh? The dark clouds blanketing the sky gradually dispersed with the wind, and the undamaged three-legged golden crow furnace, along with a golden pill radiating dazzling holy light, suddenly appeared clearly in mid-air. Gazing at the pill, someone exclaimed in surprise and excitement. No way, it didn't explode, and it's emitting six-colored holy light. What kind of immortal pill is this exactly? The two disciples behind Lin Feng sniffed and sniffed, inhaling the medicinal fragrance from the pill. One of them couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, Master, is this pill done? Lin Feng, pretending to be knowledgeable, replied, Not yet. He observed Ning Tian and the lightning-like blue light on his hand, and explained further, Grandmaster doesn't intend to stop yet. This pill is not finished. Ning Tian, his face drenched in sweat, frowned and muttered seriously, Just one last step, and the heavenly script divine pill will be complete. With that, he channeled his own lightning tribulation, continuing to refine the immortal pill. At this moment, two fiery red hand-shaped phantoms suddenly reached out from nowhere in mid-air, accompanied by an arrogant voice. Such an immortal pill, by right, should belong to us. Luo Wuxing soared into the sky, heading towards the giant hand above, and yelled angrily, Who are you lowlifes, daring to sneak attack and snatch the pill? Show yourselves now. The massive phantoms of two old men stood tall like mountains, looking down at the Heavenly Devil Sect's Empress, and blatantly declared, Luo Wuxing, you might as well hand over this immortal pill to us, Otherwise, don't blame us emperors for starting a massacre today. Lin Feng frowned deeply, showing a worried expression, and warned softly, If he's disturbed now, at best the divine pill refinement will fail. At worst, the pill will be destroyed and he'll die. Luo Wuxing, with the aura of a great emperor enveloping her, looked up at the two phantoms, and declared coldly, Anyone who dares to hurt him, this empress will definitely make them vanish from existence. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Wuxing shot upwards like a golden arrow, piercing straight through layers upon layers of dark clouds, and quickly confronted the two old men hiding in the higher altitudes. Luo Wuxing frowned in annoyance, pursed her lips and questioned, 8 tribulation great emperors. Just who exactly are you two? Lin Feng, standing below, called out to the sky with a questioning tone, Heavenly Spirit Domain. Other than Wuqing, there aren't any 8 tribulation great emperors. Could it be their powerhouses from outside the Heavenly Spirit Domain? Luo Wuxing's face darkened, and she coldly growled, Outlanders daring to invade our territory. Seeing her charge up to attack, the two old men still stood leisurely with their hands behind their backs. The yellow-robed old man even scoffed, Overestimating yourself. Then, a fierce battle erupted in the sky. But nothing could be seen except bursts of light erupting and exploding violently. Below, Ning Tian was still working hard, using his strength to refine the immortal pill. While working, he muttered nervously in a low voice, Crap, this is the final critical step in pill refinement, old hag, you gotta hold on. Up above, Luo Wuxing summoned a sword that glowed super bright, her face all cold as ice. The cold bone of this empress has been drawn, it demands blood. Today, I'll use the blood of an 8 tribulation great emperor to offer it as tribute. As she said that, Luo Wuxing held the cold bone sword straight up in front of her, pushing out some serious power. The old dude, with the full moon mark on his head, holding a fiery orb, zoomed over like a rocket, scoffing confidently, If it were a one-on-one fight, maybe we wouldn't be your match. The other guy, clutching his broadsword, also flew over, teaming up and finishing his buddy's sentence. But too bad for you, there are 2 of us. Luo Wuxing pointed her sword forward, unleashing a gazillion sword kui beams to attack them, adding with a look of total disdain, You 2 ants dare to act tough in front of this empress. Getting bombarded by those continuous sword Q attacks, the 2 old guys were struggling to defend themselves. Their initial confident swagger had already dropped by more than half. The old guy with the full moon mark clutched his injured arm, muttering, Second bro, this chick is seriously strong, what do we do? The old guy with the crescent moon mark, after checking out the situation, said firmly, The immortal pill can cause celestial phenomena, its grade is definitely not low. Our cultivation has been stuck at the 8 tribulation stage for way too long, we absolutely cannot give up easily. Right then, down on the ground, the pill refining furnace was pumping out crazy amounts of spiritual qi, humming like the wind. Ning Tian was still super focused on his refining work. At the same time, a notification popped up on the electronic screen in his head, adding the saint-level achievements of pill refinement to the celestial phenomenon divine pill. Finally, please wait patiently, host. Successfully added. Then, a ground-shaking boom went off. Along with it, a multicolored beam of light, like a rainbow, shot straight up from the furnace and into the sky. A disciple from the spirit medicine sect looked up, dumbfounded but also excited, wondering, such a rich and intense fragrance. What kind of pill is this exactly? Lin Feng's eyes were wide with shock, his voice trembling. 9 colored holy light. Such a holy sign has only appeared once in history. This pill far surpasses anything I've ever seen in my life. Ancestor. From now on, you are my eternal ancestor, Lin Feng. Luo Wuxing instantly flew towards Ning Tian. She furrowed her brows, asking worriedly, "Are you all right?" Ning Tian was a bit tired. He smiled and replied, "Don't worry, wife. I'm fine. The celestial phenomenon divine pill is a success now." He hugged Luo Wuxing tightly, adding, "I won't let anyone bully you again." The old third brother heard those words and got super pissed, yelling, "A mere Earthrealm cultivator, relying on some talent and pill refinement to talk so arrogantly." He was about to attack Ning Tian, but his second brother suddenly stopped him. "Hold on, third bro. Quick, look." Noticing the medicinal fragrance swirling around them, healing their injuries, the two old guys happily said to each other, "This rich medicinal fragrance has already healed our wounds. Not only that, I feel like my cultivation might even break through." The second old guy looked down at Ning Tian and Luo Wuxing, grinning and mocking. "Haha, Luo Wuxing, you went through so much trouble to injure us, but we got healed by the medicinal Q of the holy pill your hubby refined. What a waste of effort." After his gleeful taunt, he told his third brother, "Third bro, this medicinal fragrance is super rare. Don't waste a single bit, let's absorb it." At the same time, he put his hands together, starting to absorb the medicinal fragrance. Luo Wuxing saw this and flew into a rage, shouting, "I can injure you once, I can do it a second time." She was about to fly up and attack him, but Ning Tian suddenly reached out to stop her, a knowing smile on his face. "Don't get worked up, wife. Just wait and watch the show." Not long after, from within the absorbed medicinal fragrance, unexpected bolts of lightning directly counterattacked the two old guys' bodies. The third old guy asked in confusion, "Second bro, what's going on? Why are these pill lightning bolts attacking us?" The second old guy's face was twisted in pain, clutching his chest and replying vaguely, I don't know either." The lightning bolts kept appearing more and more frequently, surrounding an entire corner of the sky, constantly striking the greedy and foolish old guys. Luo Wuxing glanced at Ning Tian, asking suspiciously, "Is this your doing?" Ning Tian grinned mischievously. Hey, I'm not dumb. Why would I let my wife's attack go to waste?" Ning Tian recalled the tense situation earlier, with his wife fighting in the air while he refined the pill below. He whispered softly, "You see, I knew that once the divine pill succeeded, the medicinal fragrance could also heal external injuries. Those two old guys would definitely absorb all the fragrance into their bodies. So I was extra kind and added a little something extra for them." While the medicinal fragrance was spreading, he had secretly pushed a blue pill into it. The two old guys in midair were getting hammered by a rain of tribulation lightning, screaming their lungs out in pain. Before long, both of them were totally trashed. They fell straight to the ground, their bodies still crackling with lightning. The third old guy looked up, his face full of resentment, and questioned, "What kind of devilish trick did you pull with that medicine?" Ning Tian raised a finger, grinning widely as he revealed, "Hee, I specially added a perfect tenfold replenishing pill for you guys. With my pill refinement skills boosting it, the effects are at least 1,000 times stronger than before. It's like hitting two birds with one stone. Not only can it heal external injuries, but it can also nourish your 5 internal organs. How about it? Feeling a few hundred years younger now? Not even close?" The second old guy, his face covered in sweat, stood up, gritting his teeth and muttering curses. "Damn it! The holy pill's medicinal fragrance was enough to heal us, but adding some unknown tonic with too much energy is actually backfiring." Even the third old guy couldn't stand up, kneeling on the ground, looking exhausted as he groaned. "Second bro, I feel like there's a fire burning inside my body." Ning Tian heard this and chuckled mockingly. "Who told you guys to be so greedy, absorbing all that medicinal fragrance? You're supposed to be great emperors, yet you got so stuffed with energy you're about to explode. What a joke." The second old guy couldn't swallow this massive humiliation, and roared angrily, "You little Earth Realm brat dares to poison us. I'll kill you," he yelled, charging like a madman towards Ning Tian to attack. But Luo Wuxing had already flashed in front, blocking him. She used her hands and feet to defend, then growled furiously, "Insolent!" Right at this moment, the system panel in Ning Tian's head popped up with new notifications. You have shocked the 8 Tribulation Great Emperor. You have shocked the Empress. You have shocked the Medicine Emperor. Receive rewards. Realm swap card. Realm swap card. You can choose one person to swap strength with for 1 hour, provided the other party agrees. The second old guy glanced at his younger brother behind him, signaling, "Third bro, this guy is Luo Wuxing's weakness. We just need to go all out and attack, freely wasting our blood and QI, and we can reduce the risk of our bodies exploding. Once I catch this guy, I can order him to refine pills to relieve us." The third old guy understood and replied, "Got it, second bro." At the same time, he and the second old guy combined their palm strikes to attack Luo Wuxing. While Luo Wuxing raised both hands, using all her strength to defend, another old guy suddenly appeared. This guy with the rhombus-shaped mark arrived and immediately spread his hand, launching a palm strike towards Luo Wuxing. His hidden hand struck her chest, sending her flying back, crashing hard into Ning Tian's body. The two of them slid backward until they hit the wall and stopped. The old guy who had just ambushed Luo Wuxing stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant as he gazed at the two of them. Ning Tian slightly opened his mouth, assessing, "I've long heard of the great name of the Heavenly Spirit Domain's Empress. I didn't expect to meet you today. There are a few things that are beyond my expectations." Seeing my beloved being bullied, Lin Feng rushed excitedly towards the old guy, his voice full of anger. "Who the hell are you?" Daring to hurt Wuxing, the old guy reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's neck, sneering, "What kind of trash are you?" "Scram!" he roared, swinging his arm and throwing Lin Feng far away. Ning Tian grabbed Luo Wuxing's arm, gently helping her up, asking worriedly, "Wife, are you all right?" Luo Wuxing kept her eyes fixed on the old guy over there, but said softly to her husband, "Ning Tian, hurry and go. He's a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor, even if we can fight." But Ning Tian turned his head, gently interrupting her. "Next, just leave things here to your husband." Luo Wuxing looked at her husband with her big, round eyes, as if asking something. "Ning Tian, you're thinking of the key to resolving this." "Ji Wangmu," Ning Tian excitedly commanded the system in his head. "System, use the realm swap card." The system immediately received the command and uploaded the information. Using the realm swap card, please select the target for the swap. Transmitting exchange information. Ning Tian quickly transmitted his voice to the Holy Lord of the Jade Pool Holy Land, Shi Wangmu. "Please descend and save us." At this moment, somewhere in the Jade Pool Holy Land, Shi Wangmu suddenly felt like she couldn't move. Confused, she wondered, "What's going on?" Sensing a familiar signal coming through, Shi Wangmu parted her lips slightly, muttering, "Ancestor, why?" Ning Tian's voice got all clear and urgent. "No time to explain, I need your power now, please swap strength with me." Even though Shi Wangmu didn't know what Ning Tian's plan was, she still agreed. "Of course, but how do we swap, Ancestor? Where are you?" But instead of Ning Tian's voice, Shi Wangmu heard the whooshing sound of her cultivation level changing in response to her confused questions. Watching the streams of spiritual power around her body fluctuate wildly, Shi Wangmu hugged herself, her face flushed with surprise as she exclaimed, Ah, my spiritual power, the swap is complete." Shi Wangmu's knees buckled and she knelt on the ground, her face still full of confusion, muttering to herself in a daze, "Peak Earth Realm? Is this the swap the ancestor was talking about?" At the same time, at the Spirit Medicine sect, the old 9 Tribulation Great Emperor raised a hand, manipulating his own aura, while casting a sinister glance at the Empress below, laughing arrogantly. "Hey there, Luo Wuxing. How about after I deal with your trashy husband, you remarry and marry me instead? I'll definitely cherish you." A flash of killing intent appeared in Ning Tian's eyes, followed by an angry shout, "Dare to even dream about my wife." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Tian's figure shot forward, appearing right in front of the old 9 Tribulation guy, making him yelp in shock. So fast, Ning Tian swung his fist, punching the old guy hard in the face, yelling, "Eat this!" Caught completely off guard, the old guy didn't have time to dodge, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he flew off like a kicked ball, crashing onto the ground with a loud thud, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ning Tian then glared angrily at the remaining 2 Outer Realm guys, his voice filled with fury. "Verdict! There are still 2 of you left. You don't need to live anymore." Being called out like that, the 2 old guys were startled, standing there dumbfounded with stiff faces, totally shocked. "Ning Tian, carrying an aura like a hurricane, rushed towards them, coldly commanding the system. Activate the Tyrant Flame Fist of the Tao, the Wind and Thunder God Palm of the Tao, and the Supreme Primordial Palm. The mass of energy Ning Tian unleashed instantly gathered into a colossal, illusory hand, containing the combined power of fist and palm techniques, directly attacking the two 8 tribulation old guys. The second old guy barely managed to raise his arm to defend, his eyes wide with disbelief as he cried out, "How? How does he know so many cultivation methods?" The third old guy, unable to resist, frowned in panic and called for help. "Great Emperor 9 Tribulation Big Brother, we can't hold on anymore. Hurry and save us." But the two old guys didn't get their rescue in time, because Ning Tian had already followed up with the ultimate move of the Heavenly Demon Palm, striking towards them. The two old guys let out desperate screams, then quickly vanished under the Heavenly Demon Sect's ultimate technique. Lin Feng looked up at the scene, completely stunned and speechless, muttering, "Killed 2 8 Tribulation Great Emperors in the blink of an eye. Could Ancestors' cultivation have already reached the level of a 9 Tribulation Great Emperor?" The old leader finally flew over belatedly, crying out in pain, "Second brother, third brother." When he was at close range to Ning Tian, he stopped, his eyes dark as he stared at him, then tensed up, creating a huge, dark, illusory hand behind him, declaring angrily, "Daring to kill my second and third brothers, your crime is unforgivable. This emperor wants your life." Ning Tian looked up and said concisely, "Anyone who hurts my wife dies." At the same time, he took out a sword radiating brilliant spiritual light. Just then, the electronic screen in his head also popped up with an update. Sword Tao activated, low-grade Earthrealm martial art, shadow-following sword technique. Ning Tian coldly raised his sword to eye level, ready to strike. The old leader jumped up, his right hand reaching out, using a sharp-clawed illusory hand to tear apart the ever-changing sword Kui unleashed by Ning Tian's sword Dao. Breaking through Ning Tian's attack, the old leader laughed triumphantly. "You dare to act tough in front of this emperor with your pathetic sword intent?" Ning Tian calmly curled his lips into a faint smile. "Heh, you think what you think is the same as what you think." The old leader didn't understand at all, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily. "What do you mean?" Ning Tian didn't bother to explain. Putting aside his sword Dao, his eyes flashed brightly as he commanded the system in his head. "System, activate all Daos." System online. Downloading info now. Deploying Space Dao. Activating Fist Dao. Channeling Palm Dabio. Unleashing Wind and Thunder Dabio. Looking at the 4 phantoms representing Space Dao, Fist Dao, Palm Dao, and Wind Dao appearing all at once, Lao Dao was completely dumbfounded, doubting his whole life, stammering, "F5 Daos, plus the Pill Dao, 6 Daos in one person, never heard of that before. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Corresponding to Lao Da's shock, the system excitedly jumped in to respond, "Ding! You've shocked Juji Dadi. Martial arts damage is now doubled." Lao Da's eyes widened, sweating buckets, his voice trembling as he questioned in confusion. Who the hell are you?" Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a cold and dangerous light, as if he wanted to swallow the guy whole, casually replying, "You don't need to know too much before you die." As Ning Tian's words faded, the 4 phantoms above simultaneously attacked Juji Dadi. Lao Da raised his hands to shield his face, panicking and screaming inwardly, "Crap! This guy's too strong, I gotta get out of here, pronto!" Just as he thought this, Lao Da swiftly used Shadow Step and zoomed away, narrowly dodging a deadly attack from the opponent. Ning Tian noticed Lao Da's escape attempt, his eyes turned cold as he angrily commanded, "Wanna run? System, activate Faith Power." System immediately executed the order, activating Faith Power at 1000th level. Ning Tian stretched out his palm and pushed out a ball of blazing Faith Power. Once activated, this Faith Power transformed into an ultra-explosive attack. Hurtling forward at lightning speed, it pierced right through Lao Da's body, causing him to scream in agony. Lao Da clutched the wound on his chest with one hand, while the other hand pushed out Qi to tear space, simultaneously glaring angrily at Ning Tian and emphasizing, "You little brat, I'll remember you." Then, like an eel, he instantly slipped through the spatial rift and vanished. Ning Tian didn't chase, but watched him disappear, wondering to himself, "Did the 3 celestial emperors really come here just to steal pills I refined? Whatever, don't chase a cornered enemy, gotta check on my wife first." Ning Tian turned back to Luo Wuxing, just in time to see her spitting out blood, and anxiously asked, "Wife, what's wrong?" Luo Wuxing clutched her chest, where a bruised handprint was visible. Along with black veins spreading due to the poison, she frowned uncomfortably and gasped, poisoned in the palm, I was careless." After speaking, Luo Wuxing closed her eyes and staggered. Ning Tian quickly caught her, panicking and calling out, "Wife!" Lin Feng, who was observing from the side, suddenly spoke up, explaining. Dark energy swirling around her like vengeful spirits. The Empress must have been hit by vengeful spirit poison. Ning Tian looked up at him and asked, "Vengeful spirit poison?" Lin Feng generously continued, "Luckily, I have the antidote. It'll neutralize the poison in half an hour after drinking." He tossed the antidote towards Ning Tian. Ning Tian quickly caught it and thanked him. Then Ning Tian gently placed the pill into Luo Wuxing's mouth. Lin Feng hesitated and called out from behind, "Master Ancestor." Ning Tian glanced back at him questioningly. "What is it?" Lin Feng unexpectedly dropped to his knees, clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, "Please accept me as your disciple. From this day forward, Lin Feng is willing to follow you wholeheartedly and dedicate himself to serving you, Master." Lin Feng, with the most sincere look he could muster, he pleaded, "Even though I'm the Medicine Emperor, I've never really grasped the Dan Dao. Now that Ancestor has achieved sainthood in Dan Dao, please overlook my past offenses and guide me just this once." Ning Tian, carrying Luo Wuxing in his arms, didn't even turn his head back as he retorted, "Dude, you're already way too OP for me to teach you anything." At the same time, he sighed in his heart, "This Dan Dao sainthood experience card is about to expire. Sainthood my ass, it's barely even entry level." Lin Feng, not knowing Ning Tian's true feelings, thought he was being mocked. He called out with a determined voice, "Ancestor, please don't humor me. I know I'm dumb as rocks, and maybe Ancestor doesn't want to teach me, but I'll keep trying until Ancestor is willingly accept me as your disciple." Hearing his wild guesses and far-fetched thoughts, Ning Tian just casually replied, "Whatever, man. I'm taking my wife back to the Heavenly Demon sect first." With that, Ning Tian soared into the sky with Luo Wuxing in his arms, leaving Lin Feng dumbfounded, staring up at him. Scene change to the holy city of the Heavenly Demon sect. Ning Tian gently landed on the ground, still holding his wife. Then, he laid Luo Wuxing on a rectangular stone bed, built on a large rock in the middle of the lake. At this moment, the system in Ning Tian's mind suddenly chimed. Realm swap card time is up. Swap card has expired. Everything is reverting back to normal. This process caused fluctuations in Ning Tian's spiritual power, making his knees buckle, and he groaned softly in discomfort. Suddenly, Shi Wangmu's soft voice drifted over, asking, "Ancestor, my power is back to normal now. Did something happen on your end?" Ning Tian gritted his teeth, his legs enduring the final changes, and quickly replied, "Shi Wangmu, I'll explain the details later. Thanks a lot." Not long after, Luo Wuxing frowned slightly, her lips parted, panting, but her eyes remained tightly closed, and she was still motionless. Ning Tian felt utterly bewildered, muttering to himself, "Weird. Logically speaking, half an hour has passed already. Why isn't my wife waking up? Could it be that jerk Lin Feng tricked me?" The system screen popped up, explaining, "Host, for ordinary people the Anyuan detoxification pill would definitely work within half an hour. But the Empress isn't ordinary. She has the Holy Yang Physique, which ironically reacts to the toxin, so even with the detoxification pill, it's useless." Ning Tian was taken aback, asking further, "Holy Yang Physique? Then how can I detoxify her?" The system immediately provided instructions. Guide the Empress into the lake water, circulate spiritual energy, and activate her Holy Yang Physique. Combined with the healing properties of the lake water, detoxification is possible. Ning Tian suddenly remembered when he was injured fighting the Soul Extinction Elder, Luo Wuxing brought him here to heal. He blurted out, "So that's it! Last time, my wife seemed to have healed me here too." Then Ning Tian scooped Luo Wuxing up in his arms again and said gently, "Hang in there a little longer, wifey." He carefully stepped into the lake and slowly placed Luo Wuxing into the clear, cool water. After settling his wife down, Ning Tian cautiously asked, "System, is this okay now?" The system screen displayed a reply. "Affirmative, host. Next, you just need to wait." Ning Tian listened and patiently watched from the side. The treatment, combining the Empress's Holy Yang Physique and the lake water, quickly showed results. The purplish marks on her chest gradually faded and disappeared. While waiting, Ning Tian took out the pill he had refined himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he thought to himself, "This heavenly pattern divine pill wasn't easy to get. Once I consume it, I should be able to break through to the Saint Emperor realm in one go." The system screen in his mind rang again with a new notification. Host has consumed